Chapter 411. Boom! Although the rain of arrows from Dongzhuo's army was fierce, it had no effect on fierce generals, like Wen Chou and Gong Sunzan. Gong Sunzan's double-edged spear flew up and down in his hand, creating an airtight defense in front of him. The arrows that kept flying were swept to both sides by him, and broken into several pieces. His figure kept shuttling and flashing in the battlefield like thunder. After just a few breaths, he rushed to the foot of the Hula Pass wall. Many of the ladders transported by the soldiers had been set up on the top of the wall. When Gong Sunzan was about to climb the ladder to attack the wall, a long whistle suddenly came from above. "Pour it for me!" Puff! The boiling hot golden water poured down from the sky, and a foul smell immediately flooded into the hearts of the nearby soldiers. The moment the golden juice was poured, Gong Sunzan had already smelled it. His expression changed drastically. He immediately shook off his blood-stained white robe and retreated backwards. But the other soldiers were not as quick as Gong Sunzan. In the moment of hesitation, the golden juice fell on them. The hot juice entered the gaps in the armor, scalding their skin and flesh, and bleeding. At the same time, the foul smell began to spread outward with the direction of the wind, forcing the soldiers still behind to stop and pull up their steps to avoid stepping on those filth. In ancient times, the golden juice was boiled from feces and urine. If a person was poured on, not only would his skin be torn, but all kinds of bacteria would invade the body through the wound, corroding the wound and causing infection. If there was no famous doctor and appropriate medicinal materials to help, the person would basically be declared dead. Batches of soldiers were burned to the point of skin and flesh being torn apart. Even if Sun Simiu had more hands, he could not save them. In addition to the great lethality on the physical level, there was also a lot of lethality on the mental level. After all, most people did not want these filth to be poured on their heads and faces. Ordinary gold juice did not cause much trouble to Gong Sunzan, but these filth made him feel very disgusted. So he naturally avoided them if he could. Wait until they climb up the ladder, then pour the gold juice. Pay special attention to Gong Sunzan, Wen Chou and others, and use the gold juice to limit their speed. Su Rong, the commander in charge of defending the city, paced back and forth on the city wall, his eyes constantly scanning the top and bottom of the city wall. Whenever the coalition's fierce generals tried to attack the city wall, he was always able to find it and dispatch a large number of troops to deal with the generals who attacked. In Dongzhuo's Xiliang army, Su Rong should be considered a good general with commanding ability. He was not from Liangzhou, but he was deeply trusted by Dongzhuo because of his ability. However, there is always a loophole. Just when Su Rong was targeting Wen Chou, who was charging up, a roar suddenly swept from Gong Sunzan's direction. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei attacked at the same time. The two weapons were like dragons and evil pythons circling in the void. The splashed gold juice seemed to be pulled and forcibly changed its direction and fell to one side of the cloud ladder. The wall that was climbed was gone in a flash. Gong Sunzan took the lead and suddenly stopped in place under the gaze of everyone. The next second, General Bai Ma, wearing a white robe and holding a double-edged spear, flashed a few figures on the ladder and rushed into the crowded city wall. "Oh no! The enemy is coming!" the surrounding Xiliang soldiers exclaimed. Gong Sunzan's speed was extremely fast. The speed of climbing the ladder just now could not be clearly captured by the naked eye. In the moment when they were distracted, the enemy actually rushed up from under their noses and came to Hula Pass. Rumble! It was as if a thunderbolt struck in the void, and a rumbling shock suddenly sounded on the city wall, and endless air waves were overturned and swept around. Gong Sunzan suddenly attacked, and the double-edged spear in his hand swept forward like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The extremely violent gale hit the surrounding enemies, killing them into blood clots, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. With the continuous sound of shrill screams, a large number of soldiers were swept into pieces. But more soldiers on the periphery were pulled by the strong wind and fell from the city wall like dumplings, crushed to pieces. Notify Feng Xian to come and kill Gong Sunzan. Su Rong, who was commanding on the city wall, immediately discovered that Gong Sunzan was wantonly sweeping his men on the top of the wall, and immediately roared, notifying the strongest general of Dongzhuo's army to go out to deal with Gong Sunzan. There was naturally no need to use Lubu, a humanoid weapon, but Su Rong sent several extraordinary auras from Gong Sunzan's direction, in order to ensure that no accidents occurred. He could only let Lubu take action. Of course, Su Rong also had some expectations, hoping that Lubu could kill Gong Sunzan here, so that Dongzhuo would defeat all the princes along the way and greatly increase the prestige of the Xiliang army. At the same time, As Su Rong roared, Gong Sun Zan also noticed Su Rong's whereabouts. Only the commander of an army could command soldiers to surround and kill him. Without thinking too much, Gong Sun Zan was furious, and his double-edged spear flew up and down, as if turning into a terrifying meat grinder, crushing the enemy in front of him into a pool of meat paste. Swish, swish, swish. Before Lu Bu arrived, Su Rong could only rely on the soldiers at his hands to deal with Gong Sun Zan. So when the opponent launched an attack, a large number of archers also approached this side quickly. Dozens of arrows whistled and covered Gong Sun Zan and the surrounding Xiliang soldiers in an instant. They received Su Rong's death order and delayed Gong Sun Zan's steps at all costs, even if they killed their companions. Looking for death, Gong Sun Zan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then the true energy in his body gushed out, as if he had transformed into a transparent armor on his body. The arrows that were coming at him at high speed hit him like a punch hitting a cotton ball. The speed and impact force were greatly reduced, and then with only a muffled sound, they were swung away by Gong Sun Zan. The double-edged spear was swung again, with infinite killing intent, and suddenly turned into lightning. The lightning flashed in the void, whistling and tearing the air, and then suddenly exploded on the nearest Xiliang soldier. The next second, the lightning was surging, the void was shaking, and dozens of enemies who were blocking Gong Sun Zan were torn into pieces. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew out in the air, and the incomplete bodies fell to the sides. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the crowd, and the defense in front of Su Rong was instantly reduced a lot. If you want to kill Su Rong, ask me, Lu Fengxian. First. Suddenly, the space in front of Gong Sun Zan was distorted, and then there was a loud explosion. A tall figure appeared, and the Fong Tianhua Ji slashed at him at high speed, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Gong Sun Zan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He had no time to think. He mobilized all his strength to drive the weapon, and before the halberd cut his throat, he smashed it on the incoming weapon. Boom! As if being hit by a chariot, Gong Sun Zan was instantly blown away by the impact that could split a huge rock. A lot of blood splashed out of his 7 orifices, and a gap appeared in his chest. Nothing more. Lu Bu still looked unruly. He carried the bloody Fong Tianhua Ji and walked towards Gong Sun Zan, who was trapped in the city wall, wanting to give him the final blow. At the critical moment, a loud voice rose to the sky, instantly reminding Lu Bu of bad memories. You slave of 3 surnames, why don't you come and pay your respects to your grandfather Zhang? Zhang Fei, with his hair and beard standing up, laughed loudly and climbed up the wall. His Zhangba snake spear was like a dragon and snake, whistling and rolling up the black wind, and quickly attacked Lu Bu's neck. Ring-eyed thief, you are looking for death. Lu Bu's face became particularly ugly. When Zhang Fei appeared, his good mood had already fallen to the bottom. The painted halberd that was originally stabbing at Gong Sun Zan suddenly changed its moves, and disappeared into the void at the moment of wrist turning. The next moment, endless brilliance burst out in the void, and a magic weapon suddenly launched the most extreme slash, blocking Zhang Fei's killing move. Lu Bu, take my sword. The beautiful beard fluttered in the air, and the green blade light cut through the void in front, as if crossing many obstacles, and fell from top to bottom towards Lu Bu's head. Since the battle at Hula Pass, Guan Yu also knew that there are always people better than him. When facing Lu Bu again, he began to put away his pride and put down his face to besiege Lu Bu with his 3rd brother. But the last time the 3 of them joined forces, they could not defeat Lu Bu, even if Guan Yu chose to sneak attack. It was no threat to Lu Bu. With a flash of light, the Fong Tianhuaji swept away the snake spear and hit the Qin Long Yen Yu sword with a bang. The majestic force made Guan Yu's sword unable to move. 3rd brother, come together. Seeing this, Guan Yu turned his sword aside and slashed Lu Bu's ribs diagonally upwards. Zhang Fei, who received the order, roared strongly, and the snake spear swept Lu Bu's face again. The 2 weapons, one up and one down, immediately locked up the space where Lu Bu could dodge, which made Green Energy's eyes flash with a hint of appreciation. It must be said that the 3 brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang have a good understanding. If Liu Bei's strength was not much worse than the 2 brothers, there would be a high probability that he would be able to defeat Lu Bu completely before Lu Bu completed the breakthrough mission. However, all this is no longer possible. Lu Bu, who has completed the breakthrough mission, can now be said to be the best general in the world. The attacks of the 2 can't stop him at all. With a left and right sweep, Lu Bu was like a god of war, sweeping away the weapons of the two with an invincible attitude. And then the painted halberd was like a swimming dragon, launching a violent attack on the two. Rumble. Endless brilliance suddenly broke out on the city wall, and the rolling sound waves and the aftermath of the explosion in the void seemed to have turned into substance. Whether it was the coalition soldiers or the Xiliang soldiers, they were hit by the aftermath at this moment, and the tendons and bones in their bodies were instantly broken and flew out. Two figures were blown away in the center of the battle and landed near Gong Sunzan, creating a pit of medium size. At this time, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's faces showed different degrees of sickly blushes, and the hard armor on their bodies was shattered. A faint blood oozed from the wounds and dripped onto the ground. On the other hand, Lu Bu still had a rebellious look on his face, but the palm holding the Fang Tianhua Ji was trembling a little. He had also spent a lot of energy to repel the two brothers just now. Die! A trace of violence flashed across his face. Lu Bu did not forget Zhang Fei's insult to him. The space in front of him seemed to be condensed to the extreme, instantly shortening the distance between him and Zhang Fei. Raise your hand, and it's a halberd. Zhang Fei's pupils shrank rapidly when facing heavy pressure. He roared, his blood boiling, his arms swollen several points, and he urged the snake spear to block Lu Bu's attack. Bang! Although Zhang Fei blocked this move, his majestic body flew out involuntarily, and the wounds on his body burst open, and a lot of blood splashed in the air. Say, General Zhang. As a voice sounded, a Turk flashed out from behind Zhang Fei, holding the rakewood in one hand and supporting Zhang Fei's tiger back with the other hand, and took Zhang Fei with a slump of his shoulders. On the other side, another Turk appeared, and pulled Gong Sunzan out of the pit with one hand, and pulled him behind to protect him. The visitor was Yao Luan, a player who defected to Gong Sunzan, and the two Turkic generals were Shur Denai and Ashinadur, whom he recruited. Yao Luan was hiding among his personal soldiers, and he was very worried. The two famous generals of the Tang dynasty he recruited naturally had great abilities, but they didn't seem to be good enough in front of the peak Lu Bu. Sound the horn to withdraw the troops. At this time, Yuan Shao, who was commanding the attack, saw Lu Bu show up, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. He didn't know whether Wen Chou had met Lu Bu at this time, so he had to ensure Wen Chou's safety and ordered the troops to withdraw and rest. This move saved Gong Sunzan's life. Retreat. Shur Denai and Ashinadur looked at each other, and after seeing each other's thoughts, they directly covered the seriously injured Gong Sunzan to withdraw from Hulao Pass. Lu Bu wanted to catch up, but was unable to catch up. Facing Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and a large number of allied soldiers, he could only watch the cooked duck fly away silently. On the other side, Wen Chou, Gao Lan, Han Meng, and Chunyu Qiong joined forces to fight against Zhu Wuba. However, Wen Chou and his men were no match for Zhu Wuba, and they were able to hold on until now because there were a large number of soldiers helping them fight. When the signal to withdraw the troops sounded, Yuan Shao's 4 generals fled back with their troops in a panic. Pen Feng and his men were not very lucky. They met the black-haired Yu Liang. After a few rounds, they were beaten black and blue. If Zhang He had not intervened at the critical moment, he, the general of Jizhou, would have died at Hulao Pass. Even so, Yu Liang still showed extremely strong strength, beheading several generals of Yuan Yi and Wang Quang. The Shan'an army and the Heniai army collapsed without attacking, and their morale dropped sharply. The army that attacked Hulao Pass withdrew, and each of them looked gray and dirty. Especially the miserable state of those generals made many princes lose confidence. Yuan Shao called back his troops, which meant that his attack was frustrated and he could not take Hulao Pass. Next, it was Li Ji's turn to take action. Chapter 412. Yuan Shao's troops have retreated. Which lord will go to fight? It's Li Ji. Damn it. They want to wear us out. The sound of war drums rang out again. At this time, the sun was shining on the earth. The sound of drums, like thunder, was spreading in all directions over the battlefield. When Yuan Shao and his troops retreated, Li Ji decisively issued orders, and his elite troops began to appear in front of Hulao Pass. The troops were neatly arranged, with flags like a forest, and the murderous aura was fully integrated into the battlefield. The generals at Hulao Pass changed their faces instantly when they saw the elite of the Dragon Sparrow army go out. As the commander, Su Rong's expression changed even more complicatedly. He had a keen sense of smell on the battlefield, and was very sensitive to the breath of elite soldiers and ordinary soldiers. Just looking at the Dragon Sparrow army under Hulap Pass from a distance, he could see at a glance that this army was one of the most powerful troops in the coalition. Even the Bohai army led by Yuan Shao could not compare with it. In addition to Li Ji's troops, there are also the Shuzhou army led by Tao Qian, the Lingling army led by Chu Xiong, the Shandong army led by Zhang Yang, and the Yuzhou army led by Kong Zhu. Although these troops are large in scale, they are still far less imposing than Li Ji's Long Ke army. Jiando, you will be the commander in this battle, and command them to attack. Tao Shuzhou, please borrow General Wang Xingdian for use. Li Ji did not take on too much responsibility, and learned from Yuan Shao to personally command the army to fight, but retreated behind the scenes, and handed the command of the troops to Lu Xiangxing. With Lu Xiangxing's command level, no matter how much better than Yuan Shao, he can reduce the losses of the army attacking Hulao Pass. I didn't expect that Li Taisho would have such a keen eye. Okay. Cheng Shang, let Wang Xingdian be temporarily transferred to Li Taisho's account. Player Cheng Shang glanced at Li Ji silently, and then nodded. Wang Xingdian was a famous general in the northern and southern dynasties. He suppressed Ho Jing's rebellion, and his military record was no worse than Lu Xiangxing. Among this batch of princes, the two of them had the highest command value. With these two people commanding the troops and fighting, the success rate of taking Hulao Pass was much higher. Besides, letting Wang Xingdian participate in the command of the battle can also help Cheng Shang gain a lot of merits and improve his ranking in the prince's camp. Letting Wang Xingdian fight has many benefits for him. Please command me hard. Wang Xingdian stepped out and temporarily served as Lu Xiangxing's deputy general. The two climbed onto the high platform. As they waved the flags, the four troops from their respective camps slowly started to operate, like a war machine, gradually increasing its power under Lu Xiangxing's debugging. Every time they operated a step, their momentum rose a few points, until the formation was arranged. The momentum suddenly rose several levels. The army that seemed to be a loose end before, now turned into an elite division. Whether it was Su Rong at Hulao Pass or the various lords of the coalition, their faces gradually became solemn when they saw the changes in the army. It seems that there is a capable person commanding this army. As an enemy, Su Rong seemed to feel the pressure on him suddenly increase at this moment. The sweat on his forehead kept falling along his face, and the blood dripping on the ground merged into one. The fierce generals such as Lu Bu, Yu Liang, and Zhu Wuba on the city wall also had a solemn look on their faces. The murderous aura of the opposing army rushed towards them, as if it had turned into an invisible shackle, tightly handcuffing their hands and feet. The speed of swinging the weapons dropped a lot in an instant, and the true energy in their bodies obviously stagnated a little. The stronger the commander, the easier it is for them to suppress the strength of the enemy generals when leading the army to fight, so that the opponent cannot exert their full strength. Even if Lu Bu and others are on the defensive side, the shackles of heaven and earth do not restrict them too much. But there is always a trace of resistance in their hearts, and they begin to get irritated for no reason. I seem to feel that my strength has been improved. Chao Bao and Lu San now looked at their arms in disbelief, and the heart under their chest was beating strongly, emitting a large amount of blood and qi in their bodies, providing them with powerful strength. Wang Xingdian's command ability is stronger than the two of them, but after all, he is an outsider and has never been valued by Tao Qian, and the two of them are real Tao Qian's direct line. If there is a war in the state, they usually go out as the main generals, and Wang Xingdian is their deputy general. If they had not been afraid of Lu Bu's reputation last time, Wang Xingdian would not have been able to serve as the main general in that surprise attack. So they have never been able to appreciate the blessing brought to them by Wang Xingdian's ability. This time is the first time in the true sense. I will kill Lu Fengxian with 3 swords. Lu Sandao, a general of Shuzhou, was in high spirits. With his increased strength, he obviously began to look down on others, and even boasted that he wanted to kill the flying General Lu Bu. When this was said, many people looked at him slightly sideways. This man is so arrogant. Could it be that he really has the ability to kill Lu Bu? Humph. Tao Shuzhou, hiding such a general, and not going to fight. Don't you want to attack Dongshuo? Lu Sandao, when you kill Lu Bu, I will personally set up a banquet for you to celebrate your success. The various princes thought that Lu Sandao was an absolute fierce general, and they all praised him. Tao Qian, who knew Lu Sandao's strength, immediately showed an embarrassed expression. With Lu Sandao's mediocre skills, how could he be a match for Lu Bu? Not being killed in 1 round was already an extraordinary performance. Boom! While everyone was talking, Lu Xiangxing suddenly issued an order. ordering all troops to attack Hulao Pass. A series of siege equipment such as ladders, siege towers, and towers slowly advanced towards the city wall under the cover of arrow rain and catapults. Lu Xiangxing's fighting style was somewhat similar to Yuan Shao's. He first used catapults and other equipment to forcibly suppress the defenders on Hulao Pass, and suddenly pushed the front line forward when the defense vacuum period appeared. It's just that Lu Xiangxing is more sensitive to the changes in the battlefield situation, and he has Wang Xingyan as his deputy general, so his ability to seize opportunities is much stronger than Yuan Shao. At only a very small price, a large number of siege equipment has arrived at Hulao Pass, and the generals on the city wall began to wander on the top of the wall to prevent the generals on the coalition side from rushing to the top of the wall. The iron core, pushed by the strongman, smashed against the city gate with a loud bang, followed by shouts of killing that resounded through the sky. The allied soldiers were agile, holding their weapons, and quickly climbed up the ladders, braving the rain of arrows, gold juice, rolling logs and other defensive objects, and quickly attacked the city wall. The soldiers who climbed the fastest were usually the best in the army, but they were faced with overwhelming rolling logs and rocks. Most of them were hit by the body, screaming and falling from the ladder, smashing a hole and turning into a body. But their willpower was stronger than the previous army, especially Li Ji's Dragon Bird army. The leading troops were the elite Baili soldiers led by Chen Dao. They did not show any ripples in the face of the death of their companions, and continued to attack Hulao Pass like a tide. After several rounds of attacks, the defense of Hulao Pass was flawed. Lu Xiangxing suddenly seized this flaw and launched a fierce attack. Finally, some soldiers broke through the obstacles and climbed to the top of the wall. Whether it was the soldiers climbing the ladder or the soldiers still in the back, when they saw someone appear on the city wall, they immediately cheered, and their morale was greatly improved. Soon, the soldiers who landed on the city wall were no match for the four hands. After killing several enemies, they had countless holes on their bodies, and were pushed down the city wall by the enemy. However, this could not suppress the morale of the coalition forces. Since one person could climb the city wall, more people would climb up. The tsunami-like offensive intensified, and more coalition soldiers attacked the city wall, like a surging tide, and began to fight hand-to-hand with the defenders on Hulao Pass. In an instant, a lot of blood flowed on the entire city wall, and countless flesh and blood kept flying in the air. Soldiers were often pushed down the city wall and fell to pieces, not to mention Lu Bu and other fierce generals. Even Su Rong began to sit still. On the one hand, he began to mobilize the reserve troops to climb the city wall to assist in defense, and on the other hand, he ordered Lu Bu and others to go out and lead the troops to drive away the enemies who climbed up the wall. If these people are not driven down to wait for me, they will open up a larger space on the city wall to accommodate more coalition soldiers to rush up. Once the scale is formed, the fall of Hulao Pass will not be far away. Shiliang Dog Thief. Take my grandfather Cheng's axe. The burly Cheng Yao Jin and Xing Derong climbed the city wall together. They wielded two axes with great power, and all the Shiliang soldiers who surrounded and killed them were smashed to pieces by the two of them. Suddenly, a sharp stab was stabbed from the side, aiming directly at Xing Derong's ribs. At this time, Xing Derong's old strength was gone, and the new strength had not yet been born. There was no time to play it back. Fortunately, the devil Cheng Yao Jin came to help, and suddenly urged the axe at his hand, like a meteorite falling from the sky, to hit the attacking spear. The spear suddenly made a sound of breaking, and the owner of the weapon showed a painful look on his face, and blood burst out from the tiger's mouth. Chop off my head. Cheng Yao Jin took the initiative, roaring and swinging his axe at the same time. Instantly, there was a roar of air bursting in the void, and the extremely sharp edge suddenly appeared above the opponent's head. The Shiliang lieutenant was horrified. His pupils contracted, and he showed a panic expression. And then the next second the edge fell, tearing him in half. That's all. Cheng Yao Jin shook his head slightly, showing an expression of disapproval, while Xing Derong, who escaped the disaster, was still in shock and gasped for breath. Thank you, Brother Cheng, for your help. Otherwise I, Xing Derong, would have lost my life here. If you want to thank me, just go back and have a drink with me. Cheng Yao Jin laughed heartily. But a figure suddenly appeared in his vision, and a fierce horror appeared in his heart. Xing Derong also noticed the appearance of this figure, and a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart, unconsciously tightening the axe in his hand. A fierce general carrying a Fang Tianhuaji slowly walked out of the crowd, and the murderous aura seemed to turn into substance, firmly locking the two of them. Your moves just now are a bit interesting. Lvbu looked at Cheng Yaojin with interest. The moves that Cheng Yaojin just used actually made him feel a little threatened. Dong's was first general. Lu Bu. Cheng Yaojin and Xing Darong looked at each other, and at the same time saw a trace of fear in each other's pupils. Obviously, Lu Bu's iconic dress made them recognize his identity at a glance. Brother, his target is me. You go first and find someone to avenge me. Cheng Yaojin suddenly showed a fearless look, and winked at Xing Darong frantically, signaling him to run away quickly. And Xing Darong did not show any pretense, and directly ran into the crowd and cut a bloody path. Although he was the general of Lingling, he was not Lu Bu's opponent. Since Cheng Yaojin chose to cover the rear, why did he stay? Waiting to die? Lu Bu watched Xing Darong like a loach into the crowd, and disappeared in an instant. But he didn't care, because his target was Cheng Yaojin. I'll give you 3 moves. Come! Lu Bu was arrogant and self-indulgent, holding the Fang Tianhuaji in one arm, and the other hand made a provocative move towards Cheng Yaojin. And Cheng Yaojin was not polite either. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage, you are a cuckold. There is such a big gap between his strength and Lu Bu's. What's wrong with taking advantage? Chop off my head. Cheng Yaojin roared, picked up the axe and chopped it down from top to bottom. His movements were so fast that even Lu Bu couldn't catch it for a while. His skin was stung by the sharp edge, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in Lu Bu's eyes. He raised his hand to block Cheng Yaojin's weapon, and the heavy axe was only a little distance away from splitting his head in two. Cheng Yaojin obviously didn't feel happy about such a result. On the contrary, fear kept appearing on his face, because this tiny distance was like the gap between his strength and Lu Bu. Like a natural moat. That's all the strength. Nothing more. Lu Bu showed a disappointed look, and with a little force on his arm, he swung the axe away. Goes picking teeth. Pick ears. Cheng Yaojin used 3 axes in a row, but these 3 moves that he used to perfection were nothing in front of Lu Bu. He broke the 3 axes with 1 horizontal and 1 blocking. Take my last move. Seeing that the 3 axes had no effect, Cheng Yaojin had to use his last killing move, and rushed towards Lu Bu with the axe, facing the Demon King whose momentum suddenly increased. Lu Bu raised his eyebrows, and took Cheng Yaojin's attack seriously. However, the next second, under Lu Bu's gaze, Cheng Yaojin's footsteps suddenly slipped, and the whole person turned 180 degrees in an instant, like a chariot crashing into the crowd and disappearing in it. At this time, Lu Bu didn't know that he was fooled by Cheng Yaojin. He let out a roar, twisted the sharp Fang Tianhuaji, and strangled the soldiers in front of him into pieces, and rushed towards Cheng Yaojin. Jumping clown. Lu Fengxian, will kill you. Chapter 413 Capital Relocation Plan. Sound the horn to withdraw the troops. Even if Li Ji's troops were dispatched, it would be extremely difficult to attack Hulao Pass in the face of Dongzhuo's army, which had the advantage of terrain. So seeing that it was difficult to take the pass in a short time, Li Ji ordered the troops to evacuate to the rear to rest, and handed the attack to the 3rd batch of princes. The 3rd batch of princes included Cao Cao, Lu Dai, Zhang Miao, Bao Xian, and Kong Rong. Among them, Cao Cao was the main force as it should be. He was much stronger than other princes in terms of generals and soldiers. In addition, Yuan Shao obviously took into account the relationship between Cao Cao and himself, and deliberately made him the main general of this batch. And his status was even higher than that of the deputy leader Lu Dai. Fortunately, Lu Dai was not a stingy person, and was not a villain like Yuan Shu. So he had no complaints about Cao Cao becoming the main general. They want to consume us. Su Rong tightly grasped the model bricks and stared at the army of princes not far away. At this time, the Dragon Bird army and other troops that attacked Hulao Pass had safely retreated from Hulao Pass and returned to the rear to rest. They were replaced by a whole Yanzhou army and the Qinzhou army led by Kong Rong. Seeing this happen, Su Rong didn't know the plan of the princes' coalition. The tactics of rotating attacks were simply a naked conspiracy for their defense. However, fortunately, Su Rong had reserved a lot of reserve troops before the war, just to solve the problem at this moment. As the commander, Cao Cao keenly felt that the defenders were resting and rotating, and instantly realized that this was a great plan. He suddenly waved the flag in his hand and sounded the horn of attack. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums like thunder roared, and the ancient horn sounded continuously in all directions over the battlefield, with Cao Cao's relatives as the spearhead. He led the Yinzhou army and the Qinzhou army to launch a tide-like offensive in the direction of Hulao Pass. At this moment, the defenders were changing shifts. Facing the sudden attack of the enemy, there was a commotion on the city wall. Some soldiers tried to run down the city wall in a panic, but the reserve troops who rushed up the wall were squeezed back up. And some soldiers of the reserve troops were confused and stood there in a daze. Everyone, take up your weapons. Anyone who dares to go down the city wall will be killed without mercy. Su Rong was furious. He waved his sword repeatedly and chopped down several rioting soldiers on the spot. The strong smell of blood instantly stimulated the surrounding soldiers. The miserable situation forced them to calm down. Most of the soldiers, under the command of Su Rong, continued to be deployed in various places on the city wall to resist the attack of the coalition forces. Dian Wei, who was strong and muscular, was like a towering iron tower moving across the battlefield. Relying on his extremely strong body, he withstood the rain of arrows that covered the sky and climbed the ladder. He punched forward, and the surrounding air was instantly crushed and exploded by the unparalleled force, making a sharp and piercing roar. Facing the rolling logs and rocks, Dian Wei's fists were as powerful as a dragon and a tiger. Under the gaze of everyone, he smashed these things into pieces with his fists, and a large amount of wood chips and rocks flew around with the torrent. Come and fight! The giant who was responsible for defending this section of the wall had noticed Dian Wei's actions and had been waiting for a long time above Dian Wei. The two of them were like wild beasts in the mountains, fighting each other with bare hands. Every time they bombarded and collided, it seemed that the city wall under their feet shook a little, and countless cracks spread and cracked in all directions. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Cao Hong, Cao Ren, Cao Chun, Cao Shen. When Cao Cao was the governor of Dongjun, he successfully recruited a large number of his own clan generals, who would become Cao Cao's capital for dominating the world in the future. At this time, Cao Cao sent them all out to make himself famous in this war and attract more heroes to join him. I didn't expect Cao Amon to hide so deeply and recruit so many talents quietly. It's really annoying. Yuan Shu, who was responsible for the transportation of grain and grass, had nothing to do with the attack on Hulao Pass, so he could watch calmly. As a result, when he saw Cao Cao's foundation, his mood suddenly became much worse. We are all brothers. It's okay for Yuan Shao to recruit Yin Liang and Wen Chou, but how can you, Cao Amon, recruit so many powerful talents? Yuan Shu was known as a nobleman for 4 generations, but the people who came to him were all bandits and generals, who were very crude and had no image at all. My lord, if you are worried about not having a strong general to serve you, I have a good candidate here who is worth winning over. Who is it? When Yuan Shu heard that he could win over a strong general to serve him, he immediately became very interested. Sun Wutai, the governor of Changsha. The tiger of Jiandong is unruly, and he is also the governor of a county. How could he easily surrender to us? Although Sun Wutai is brave, he is not good at governing the local area. Didn't he often borrow food from the Lord before? The Lord can use food and grass as a threat to force the other party to be loyal to the Lord. Without food and grass, Sun Wutai is just a tiger without teeth, and he can be easily controlled by the Lord. That makes sense. After this battle is over, I will personally win over Sun Wutai. Yuan Shu answered confidently. Sun Jian was born in an ordinary family, and his status was far inferior to that of the Yuan family of Renan. If he was coerced with food and grass, and then threatened with his clan status, would this tiger have no reason not to be loyal? Although Cao Cao had both military and literary strategies, he obviously did not have many solutions when facing Hulao Pass, the gateway to Luoyang and the world's most powerful pass. Likely Ji, when the attack was blocked, he chose to call off the troops and replace them with another group of princes. At this time, the sun was setting, the light was gradually dimming, and the vision was severely restricted. But Sun Jian and others, who took over, did not wait for the attack the next day, but chose to fight at night and continued to launch the attack. A large number of torches were raised, making the panoramic view of Hulao Pass particularly clear. Su Rong, standing on the city wall, was tired because of the whole day's battle. When he saw Sun Jian and others personally coming out, his face became very ugly. What a bunch of lunatics. He thought that the allied forces of the princes would call off the troops after sunset and would not choose to fight at night. But seeing Sun Jian's posture, He was afraid that he would continue to launch a fierce attack. The defenders on the city wall had been holding out for too long, and almost everyone was exhausted and lying on the ground. If Su Rong had consciously rotated the troops during the war, I'm afraid this group of people would have been beaten to death by the coalition forces, unable to even lift their hands. Dong Zhuo, who was in the mansion, had also listened to the horn sounds all day, and his ears were about to be calloused. Now he learned from the soldiers sent by Su Rong that the enemy would continue to attack tonight, and his face suddenly darkened. Are they Iron Men? I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Let Wing Yu and Huiji come to discuss matters quickly. It didn't take long. Accompanied by the shouting and killing from afar, Li Ru and Qin Hui stepped into Dong Zhuo's mansion one after another. When they received the order, they instantly understood Dong Zhuo's idea, so they began to think of ways to solve this matter along the way. The coalition forces will not let me rest for a moment. Wen Yu, Huiji, do you have any way to deal with the enemies outside the pass? Dong Zhuo was getting a headache from hearing the shouting and killing, so he had to ask the two most talented military advisors around him to come up with a permanent solution. Li Ru and Qin Hui looked at each other, and they saw helpless expressions in each other's eyes. They didn't know anything about marching and fighting, and they didn't have the ability to force millions of troops back with a strategy. The only sneak attack was that the other party had prepared in advance. Not only did not achieve much results, but also lost a lot of soldiers and horses. Under Dong Zhuo's expectant gaze, Li Ru had no choice but to take a step forward and said, "The stalemate between the two armies is naturally beneficial to us. After a long time, the princes outside the pass will realize that they have suffered heavy losses and will automatically withdraw from Hulao Pass and will not threaten Luoyang in a short time." A long time? Wen Yu, can you be sure how long it will take? 1 day? 1 month? Or 1 year? Dong Zhuo asked a series of questions, making Li Ru dare not raise his head, for fear of triggering Dong Zhuo's anger. Huiji, what can you do? Dong Zhuo turned his head to look at Qin Hui, who was standing like a nagging man. His cold and ruthless eyes made Qin Hui shudder. Hui, like Mr. Li, agrees to continue the confrontation with the princes. Waste. A bunch of waste. Dong Zhuo was immediately furious, picked up a series of things around him, and threw them at Li Ru and Qin Hui. Li Ru was unable to dodge, and was hit on the forehead with a scar, bleeding. I clearly control Luoyang and the little emperor. I should be enjoying the world of the Han dynasty. Why? I have to hide in this lol and can't sleep or eat. Please calm down. Prime Minister. The coalition will definitely retreat. Then the Prime Minister can take power and command the world. Qin Hui fell to his knees in panic. Dong Zhuo's crazy look was really scary. If he couldn't persuade him, Qin Hui's life might not be saved. However, Dong Zhuo was a little angry and kicked Qin Hui to the ground, shouting, "How long do you say it will take? Do I have to stay here for a lifetime? What's the point of me taking Luoyang?" Lord, calm down. Ru has a plan. At this time, Li Ru's voice sounded, and then he slowly stood up. Half of his face was stained with blood, which looked particularly hideous. Speak. The princes outside the pass just want to take back the little emperor from the Lord. Now that the Lord is in control of Liangyong and is the Prime Minister, he can kidnap the little emperor and move the capital to Chang'an, and give Luoyang to the princes outside the pass. Luoyang is a legal place, and the princes will definitely fight for it. They are a loose group, and if they start to make trouble, even if Yuan Shao has great ability, he will not be able to control the other 20 princes. The Guanzhong area is in ruins, and now the Imperial Mausoleum and Ancestral Temple are abandoned. I'm afraid those old guys won't agree. Besides, why should I, Dong Zhuo, take the initiative to show weakness and give up Luoyang City? After listening to Li Ru's words, Dong Zhuo's anger was reduced a lot, but doubt soon arose in his heart. My lord, this is wrong. As long as the little emperor is still in our hands, we have enough legal rights. The so-called Luoyang City is just a place. If the Lord does not want to benefit the princes, you can move the population of Luoyang City, plunder hundreds of families, and extort money to enrich the military. As long as there is enough money in Chang'an has the danger of Qiahan. How can the princes dare to attack us? My lord, didn't you say that you have always been uncomfortable with those old guys? So you can also take this opportunity to kill one to warn the 100, and force other people who know the affairs to be forced to surrender to us. At this point, Li Ru couldn't help but reveal a trace of crazy and grim smile, coupled with the blood on his face, which actually made Dong Zhuo feel a little scared. He knew that his son-in-law was cruel, but he didn't expect that he could be so cruel. However, this plan of moving the capital is very much in line with his appetite. Wen You's plan of moving the capital is very good, but it is really unpleasant for me to show weakness to those princes. Humph! Even if I burn the whole city of Luoyang, I will not leave them a single hair. After saying this, Dong Zhuo's eyes showed a bloodthirsty look, like an old bear in the deep forest, not only strong in strength, but also vicious in thoughts. Fire! Fire! Burn Luoyang! After Qin Hui heard Dong Zhuo's idea, his brain short-circuited. He knew that Dong Zhuo was against the will of heaven, but he didn't expect that he would be so against the will of heaven. Luoyang City, an ancient city in the world, would be burned to ruin soon because of Dong Zhuo's idea. But even so, he didn't dare to refute it out loud, for fear that Dong Zhuo would be unhappy again and punish him. The task of plundering Luoyang and relocating the population will be left to you and Youfu. Be careful not to let anyone know about it. Dong Zhuo also knew that this matter was of great importance, so he sent his two most trusted sons-in-law to complete this task for him. Li Ru bowed his hands, and then said, Ru has another plan, which can further divide the princes and provoke their conflicts. Wen You, tell me in detail. The Lord has great power over the world, and can reward these princes with official positions, as long as they accept the official positions. It means that they will be members of our camp, and other princes will also accommodate them. Those princes have raised troops to attack us. Why should I reward them? Wouldn't it make the whole world laugh at me if it gets out? Dong Zhuo shook his head and rejected it. My lord, what you said is wrong. As the saying goes, the world is bustling with people because of profit. After those princes take over the official positions, they will try their best to turn the official positions into real power. And the so-called rewards are not given randomly. Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Li Ji and other princes are all ambitious people. Even if they do not accept official positions, they will try their best to annex the governors of their states. If Yuan Shao is appointed as the governor of Jizhou, Yuan Shu as the governor of Yuzhou, and Li Ji as the governor of Yangzhou, they will try their best to execute Han Fu, Kong Jun, Lu Yao and others, and take the real power of the governors. Let's take a step back. Even if they do not accept the rewards, Han Fu, Kong Jun, and Lu Yao will definitely not trust them, and will be alienated from them. In this way, they will be busy with the affairs of their own states and counties, and have no time to take care of us who have moved to Chang'an. Chapter 414 Lobbying. 21 lords took turns to attack Hulou Pass. After several days of fighting, there was no progress at all, and a lot of troops were lost. The lords, who were not of the same mind, saw that they could not solve the problem of Hulou Pass in a short time, and began to slack off, and the intensity of the attack decreased day by day. The defenders of Hulou Pass were relieved of a lot of pressure because of the negative attitude of the lords. In addition to Dong Zhuo's secret plan to move the capital, they gradually withdrew some troops to Luoyang to suppress the threatening villains. In addition to returning to Luoyang to deal with the relocation of the capital, Dong Zhuo also sent envoys with appointments to secretly go to various lords to divide the coalition. On a dark and windy night, two uninvited guests came to Li Ji's tent, both of whom were envoys sent by Dong Zhuo. Humph. Dong Zhuo and I are independent, and not of the same kind. Tomorrow, our coalition forces will lead troops to attack Hulou Pass. Sending you here now. Is it Dong Zhuo's plan to sow discord? Li Ji sat in the first seat, and Shi Shicai, Guijia, Jia Su and others were also below him. Everyone looked at the envoy sent by Dong Zhuo, lowered their heads slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in their eyes. Recently, rumors spread in Luoyang City that Dong Zhuo was tired of the war and wanted to coerce the little emperor and a group of ministers in the court to move to Chang'an City, which was closer to Longxi. These news were a sensation. At first, many princes thought that this was just a strategy of Dong Zhuo to show weakness to the enemy. In their eyes, Dong Zhuo had no reason to give up Luoyang City, a huge city in the world. However, as time went on, many princes found that the number of defenders at Hulou Pass began to decrease, and they could not sit still immediately, and launched a round of offenses that day. Although they still failed to take down Hulou Pass, they could see at a glance that the defense of Hulou Pass was gradually weakening. In addition to this change, news of Dong Zhuo looting the imperial tombs and causing cholera among the people continued to spread from the Guanyi, which further confirmed the news that Dong Zhuo moved the capital. Recently, a nursery rhyme was also spread from the Guanyi. There is a Han in the west and a Han in the east. Only when the deer walks into Chang'an can there be no such difficulties. This nursery rhyme looks plain and simple. It says that Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty Liu Bang established the Western Han Dynasty in Chang'an City, and a total of 12 emperors were passed down, while Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu established the Eastern Han Dynasty in Luoyang City, and a total of 12 emperors were passed down, including Lu Xie. But a discerning person can see that this nursery rhyme is just a political means used by Dong Zhuo to use it as an excuse to move the capital to Chang'an. As soon as this nursery rhyme came out, most of the princes looked sideways and wanted to pay attention to Dong Zhuo's next move. After all, Luoyang City is so big that it is impossible to completely plunder it in a short period of time. And Li Ji from later generations naturally heard of this nursery rhyme. This nursery rhyme was made up by Li Ru to persuade Dong Zhuo to accept the relocation of the capital. And Dong Zhuo accepted this plan for this reason. When implementing this plan, Dong Zhuo looted hundreds of families and dug up the imperial tombs, earning a lot of money. In addition, with the population moved from Luoyang City, he instantly transformed the dilapidated Chang'an City into a rare capital city in the world. Moreover, the appearance of the nursery rhyme meant that Dong Zhuo would soon burn Luoyang and abandon Hulao Pass. It was really intriguing that Dong Zhuo secretly contacted him at this critical time. Hearing Li Ji's condescending tone, the envoy did not feel angry, but chuckled and pinched his mustache. Then said, "Li Taisho is wrong. My master is the prime minister appointed by His Majesty himself, and is a loyal minister of the Han Dynasty. Li Taisho is the governor of Kuaiji County, the governor of the Han Dynasty. You and my master are both loyal ministers of the Han Dynasty. How can you say that you are independent? You are good at talking. I wonder if you will be good at talking later." Li Ji immediately showed an impatient look, then waved his hand, and two burly men immediately came out from both sides. When two armies are fighting, envoys are not killed. But you are Dong Zhuo's envoy. I can't help but teach you a lesson. Come here. Give me 20 military sticks, and throw me back to Hulao Pass. Li Taisho, don't be angry. I, Li Su, came here on behalf of my master to bring you wealth and honor. Please listen to me slowly. Li Su, a general and lobbyist of Dong Zhuo, is strong and powerful, but he is in Li Ji's territory. It's impossible for him to fight before he finishes talking. It turned out to be Li Su. Li Ji thought the envoy was just an unknown person, but Dong Zhuo sent a famous person. This Li Su was the capable man who poached Lu Bu from Dingyuan. No wonder he kept a clear mind and refuted Li Ji's questioning with reason and evidence. At this time, Jiasu suddenly said, "My lord, you don't have to punish this man. It's better to see what the wealth and honor he is talking about. If this wealth and honor is not enough, then the military stick will do." Then he looked at Li Ji again and nodded secretly. Li Ji and Jiasu sang the same tune, just to give Li Su a warning. As for the wealth and honor the other party was talking about, with the ability of Li Ji and the three counselors, they had already guessed it roughly. When the frightened Li Su saw someone speaking out to help, he immediately cast a grateful look at Jiasu. "Tell me, what exactly is wealth and honor?" Li Taisho has hundreds of thousands of soldiers and armors, and he is strong in Kuaiji. Given time, he will surely defeat Lu Yao and seize Yangzhou. Therefore, my lord admires you very much, so he wants to form an alliance with you. If you agree to the alliance, my lord will report to the emperor and promote you to the governor of Yangzhou. With the governor of Yangzhou, you can legitimately go to war against Lu Yao without having to worry about the local noble families and powerful people. He just made a move to become a governor, which is really a big deal. Li Ji couldn't help but sigh that Dong Zhuo, who controlled the little emperor, was simply rich and inhumane. Not to mention that he conferred various official titles on his relatives. He even gave up the position of governor in order to win over Li Ji and others. You should know that there are only 13 major states in the entire Han Dynasty, and there are only 13 governors at most. If Dong Zhuo wanted to win over the princes outside the pass, he would have to offer the position of governor as a condition. However, there were 21 princes outside the pass, so how could the position of governor be allocated properly? Moreover, many of the princes outside the pass served as governors. If Dong Zhuo replaced these people with other princes, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among these people. Perhaps these governors would fight here to keep their positions. This may also be Dong Zhuo's strategy, the purpose of which is to use the strategy of sowing discord to divide the princes outside the pass and let them kill each other. What do you think, Li Taisho? As long as you form an alliance with my lord, you can replace Lu Yao and conquer the entire Yangzhou. If Li Taisho is worried about not being able to take Yangzhou, My lord can also send troops to rescue him. Seeing that Li Ji was lost in thought, Li Su chose to pursue the victory, and tried to persuade Li Ji before he made a decision. But Li Ji was not influenced by Li Su, and began to weigh the pros and cons. It is called an alliance. But it is not that simple. Not to mention that accepting the promotion of Dongzhuo's official position will change the attitude of other princes towards him. When Li Su proposed the alliance, the system suddenly popped up a prompt window, asking Li Ji whether to change his camp. It is detected that the player is invited to join the camp by the leader of the hostile camp. So the system pops up a query window to ask the player whether to join the Dongzhuo camp. If the player chooses to join the Dongzhuo camp, the merits obtained by the player in the prince's camp will be cleared, and the relationship between the player and the NPC princes will deteriorate. When the deterioration reaches a certain level, the NPC princes will send troops to attack the territory. If the player chooses to join the Dongzhuo camp, he can immediately obtain the Yangzhou Mu official position. In the following time, when players send troops to conquer Yangzhou, they don't have to worry about the sharp decline in public sentiment and public security. Joining Dongzhuo's camp has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he can immediately attack Liyao and gain Dongzhuo as his backer. As long as he operates properly, he can get a higher official position and status from Dongzhuo. The disadvantage is that it will clear his merits waiting for me now. And at the same time, it will make enemies with other princes. Even princes like Cao Cao and Sun Jian, who he has been dealing with early. And their relationship will begin to deteriorate. When it deteriorates to a certain extent, then the princes of the world will send troops to attack him, which is very unfavorable to the development of Li Ji's territory. And clearing merits means that he will not be able to maintain the first place in the coalition camp. And when he comes to Dongzhuo, because he joined later than others, he will not be able to compete with Qin Fan and others. And the rewards obtained at the end of the event will also be greatly reduced. Joining Dongzhuo may seem to be glorious, but in fact it will cause great difficulties for the subsequent development. After sorting out the interests, Li Ji shook his head and said, "In my opinion, this rich and powerful battle is not very good. Forgive me for rejecting Dongzhuo's alliance." "What? Li Taisho doesn't want to be the governor of Yangzhou?" Li Su's face showed a surprised expression. The next second, he saw the burly men approaching him with a fierce look on his left and right. His face suddenly darkened, and he quickly said, "In fact, Li Taisho doesn't have to refuse so quickly. My lord can increase the stakes." "Oh, increase the stakes?" Li Ji looked at the other party with interest. Dongzhuo even took out such a powerful and substantial official position as the governor of the state. So how much more can he increase the stakes? Miscellaneous generals. Generals of the 4 armies. Or generals of the 4 towns. Could it be that Dongzhuo still wants to confer them titles? If Li Taisho is not satisfied, I can persuade my lord to not only promote you to the governor of Yangzhou, but also to the position of general, and even to be canonized as a Marquis of Ting. Seeing that Li Ji still had a tough attitude, Li Su had to reveal his trump card. After hearing Li Su's bottom line, Li Ji couldn't help but sigh that Dongzhuo was truly a wealthy and powerful prince. As long as they agree to join the alliance and join Dongzhuo's camp, they can instantly obtain a title and be promoted to the aristocratic class. Not to mention Li Ji, even Shi Shicai, Guijia, and Jiasu were somewhat moved when they heard that they could be conferred the title of Tingho. If there is no merit, the world will punish him. Liu Bang left a legacy that only those with military merit can be conferred the title. Even now when the title is rampant, people without a background cannot get the title. And Li Ji has no background and not enough military merit. So how can he be qualified to be conferred the title? And as long as he falls and joins Dongzhuo, he will immediately get higher power and title, and follow him and my generals and advisors, and his status will rise accordingly. It has to be said that Dongzhuo is really powerful. However, what Li Su did not expect was that Li Ji just thought about it for a while, and directly rejected Li Su's conditions. Dongzhuo's offer is very generous, but it is not of much use to me now. Li Su, since you are working hard for your master, I will exempt you from the military stick, and get out of here. Although Li Ji still did not choose to surrender to Dongzhuo, it can be seen from his tone that Li Ji's attitude towards Dongzhuo has softened a little. After hearing this, Li Su had to sigh, bowed to Li Ji and said yes, then left the tent, quietly left the coalition camp, and returned to Hulao Pass. After Li Su left, Li Ji glanced at the people below and suddenly chuckled. Dongzhuo's offer was really generous. I almost agreed to it. Fortunately, the Lord can see the pros and cons. Otherwise, if you get on Dongzhuo's pirate ship, You won't be able to get off for a while. Although Dong Zhuo is powerful, he is vulgar and violent, and the people in Luoyang City hate him. Jia thinks that he will die in a few years. The counselors below did not worry too much, but discussed Dong Zhuo's future. Jia's guess was right. Dong Zhuo was killed a few years after entering Chang'an. But it was not the people in the city who killed Dong Zhuo, but the old man Wang Yun. Li Ji was a little curious. Du Chan, one of the core figures of the chain scheme, had been lured to Kuaiji by him. Who would Wang Yun use to implement the chain scheme? In addition to Li Ji, Dong Zhuo contacted many of his vassal states tonight. He also sent envoys to contact Sun Jian, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and other vassal states who were good at fighting. Even Yuan Shu, who had been taught a lesson, was among Dong Zhuo's targets. Ha! I didn't expect that Dong Zhuo wanted to marry his daughter to Sun's nephew. It really opened Li Ji's eyes. When Li Ji found Sun Jian, the other party told Li Ji the conditions proposed by Dong Zhuo's envoy, which made Li Ji laugh. In addition to promising Sun Jian the title of governor of Jingzhou, Dong Zhuo also wanted to form an alliance with Sun Jian and marry his daughter to Sun Se, who is only more than 10 years old. You should know that Dong Zhuo's daughter is very precious. Dong Zhuo loves this unmarried daughter the most. Dong Zhuo is fat and big-eared, so his daughter must not look good. Sun Se, will never marry such an ugly woman. Sun Jian did not complain about the appearance of Dong Zhuo's daughter, but Sun Se took the lead in complaining, and complained to Li Ji. Dong Zhuo is a tyrant and unjust. If Sun Wutai, marry him, wouldn't that be helping him? Sun Jian said with a frown, slapping the table with his hand, almost breaking it. Among these princes, if they were ranked according to how much they disliked Dong Zhuo, Sun Jian would be in the top 5, if not the top 3. Sun Jian wanted to kill Dong Zhuo as early as when he suppressed the Lianzhou rebels. Chapter 415 Arson Night Raid. Sun Jian, who regarded Dong Zhuo as his enemy, would naturally not agree to Dong Zhuo's alliance, which greatly disappointed the players who defected to Sun Jian's forces, because in their eyes, Lu Biao had not yet integrated the entire Jingzhou. If Sun Jian replaced Lu Biao, he could quickly defeat Lu Biao and take Xiangyang. With Sun Jian's reputation, holding Changsha County and taking Xiangyang, he could take the entire Jingzhou before everyone reacted. Then, with Jingzhou as a base, he would advance westward to Yizhou, eastward to Yangzhou, and northward to Yuzhou, with a great probability of completing his hegemony. As a result, with Sun Jian's rejection, the hopes of these players were directly cut off. In addition to Sun Jian, Cao Cao, the governor of Dongjun, was also one of Dong Zhuo's targets. But Cao Cao saw it more thoroughly than anyone else and directly rejected Dong Zhuo's conditions for enfeoffment as the governor of Yanzhou. Cao Cao's resolute statement greatly pleased Lu Dai, and he also bluntly said that Cao Cao was a true loyal minister of the Han dynasty. However, in Li Ji's view, although Cao Cao occupied a county and was not as strong as Lu Dai, a relative of the Han dynasty, in terms of military strength and legal principles, Cao Cao had a strong team. Even though Li Ji had poached several people, he still had Cheng Yu, a counselor, to advise him. With Cao Cao's commanding ability, Cheng Yu's wisdom, and a group of relative generals such as Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, Lu Dai would never be Cao Cao's opponent. If Li Ji remembered correctly, the yellow turbans in Qing and Su states would sweep across Yanzhou in a few years, and Lu Dai died in the hands of the yellow turbans in this battle. And Cao Cao, after being recommended by Zhang Miao and others, naturally became the governor of Yanzhou, and he could naturally annex the entire Yanzhou and start the road to hegemony. The road ahead was smooth and stable. Unless Cao Cao was crazy, there was no need for him to befriend Dong Zhuo. Yuan Shao, the leader of the coalition, was also within the scope of Dong Zhuo's wooing, which surprised the other princes. Fortunately, Yuan Shao did not disappoint people. He also rejected Dong Zhuo's conditions and beheaded the messenger sent by him and hung his head inside the gate for public display. However, what others did not know was that when Yuan Shao faced the temptation of Jizhou Mu, he actually agreed to this condition directly for a moment. It was just that Su Yu, Feng Ji and others around him explained the pros and cons to him in time, and finally persuaded Yuan Shao to give up Dong Zhuo's conditions. To be honest, Yuan Shao had the background of 4 generations of 3 officials, and his boss, Jizhou Mu Han Fu, was a disciple of Yuan's family. If he wanted to take over the position of Jizhou Mu, he only needed to wait for the opportunity. Like Yuan Shao in the historical line, He was personally invited by Han Fu, and then took over the official seal of Jizhou move from Han Fu. Besides, for generations of 3 officials was basically the peak moment of the family. If Yuan Shao wanted to make his family go further, he could only ascend the dragon throne in Luoyang City. How could he surrender to Dongjue? But not all princes refused Dongjue's solicitation. 2 traitors appeared among the 21 princes. One was Gong Sunzan, the governor of Yubiping, and the other was Yuan Shu, the governor of Nanyang. Gong Sunzan and Liu Yu had a big conflict, even on the eve of the war against Dongjue. They both reluctantly stopped fighting for fear of affecting the cause of fighting against Dongjue. Facing the position of governor of Yuzhou given by Dongjue, Gong Sunzan insisted on accepting the appointment letter despite Liu Bei's dissuasion, because only by serving as the governor of Yuzhou, Gong Sunzan could attack Liu Yao and conquer Yuzhou and the surrounding Xian'an and Wuhuan tribes. However, his doing so would inevitably cause dissatisfaction with Liu Yao. Although Liu Yu did not personally lead his troops to attack Dongjue, Ding Xia, a player who defected to Liu Yu and served as the governor of Zhuo County, directly bombarded Gong Sunzan and said that the other party was a treacherous villain. As for Yuan Shu, because the base of the Yuan family, Runan, belonged to Yuzhou, Yuan Shu had always been eager to take Yuzhou into his pocket. If Yuan Shu served as the governor of Yuzhou, then his Runan Yuan family could be further developed. Maybe with Yuan Shu's efforts, the Runan Yuan family would be developed into the Yuzhou Yuan family. And if Yuan Shu served as the governor of Yuzhou, then the resources of the Runan Yuan family would also tilt towards him, helping him become a great prince in the world. However, Kong Zhu, who is still the governor of Yuzhou, also felt dissatisfied after hearing the news. But he was not as strong as Ding Xia and did not dare to scold Yuan Shu. The 2 princes accepted Dongjue's appointment and did not let the princes' coalition disperse. Moreover, Gong Sunzan and Yuan Shu did not choose to leave the alliance, but continued to attack Ulu Pass. These 2 people made such a move, which was nothing more than telling other princes that they only wanted to take official positions and did not want to turn to Dongjue. Therefore, the princes' coalition still maintained the state of alliance. But because of these things, other people consciously alienated these 2 people. And Yuan and Gong Sunzan also tacitly began to contact each other openly and secretly. The entire princes' coalition was obviously divided into 2 groups. Because of various contradictions, many princes could not unite closely. Dongjue's plan to divide the alliance has been initially achieved. Each of the princes had their own ulterior motives, and no one wanted to go all out. Originally, Dongjue had withdrawn some of the troops from Hula Pass back to Luoyang, and the defense of Hula Pass should have declined. However, because of this incident, the princes' coalition forces failed to take down this strong pass. Moreover, Yuan Shu, who had already made it clear that he did not want to play, held a banquet every day, inviting Gong Sunzan and other princes who were close to him to drink and have fun, living a very decadent life, which made others jealous. As a result, led by Yuan Shao, the rest of the princes began to drink and have fun, except for a few princes who wanted to take down Hula Pass, such as Li Ji and Sun Jian. The others all gave up and stopped attacking Hula Pass. In this way, the 2 forces have been deadlocked in the Hula Pass area, and no one can defeat anyone. At the same time, when Li Ji and other princes attacked Hula Pass, the Wujuan traitor Su Gong finally led his troops out of the city. According to the plan proposed by Sun Shao, Su Gong led his troops in 2 directions. One was led by Su Gong himself to attack Yukon County, and the other was led by Taisher Ci to attack Yangxian County. The number of troops in the 2 directions was different, and Wang Ming wanted to confuse Wang Ming so that he could not guess the real direction of Su Gong's attack. However, Wang Ming had already seen Su Gong's intention. On the one hand, Li Guang led 800 cavalrymen to station in Yangxian County, and let the flying general defend the city and not go out to fight easily. On the other hand, Wang Ming led the team personally and chose a more complex terrain outside Yukon as the battlefield, and set up camp first to gain the advantage of the terrain. Wang Ming, who took the initiative to fight, surprised Su Gong and instantly disrupted his plan. He was obviously the attacker, but Wang Ming's posture made him the attacker. The 2 armies were stationed in the camp facing each other. Su Gong had no good generals, and the location of the camp was a bit awkward. So Wang Ming, who was patrolling outside to inspect the enemy, quickly caught the flaw. Su Gong rushed here from a long distance, and his soldiers must be exhausted. We can attack Su Gong tonight and burn the camp. Yan Xing, Shi Ji, You lead the troops to attack in person. Jing Lu. There is Liu Yao's shadow beside Su Gong. Perhaps Liu Yao sent generals and advisors to help Su Gong in order to contain us. A rash attack on Su Gong may fall into their trap. When Tian Xiang opposed Wang Ming's attack, in his opinion, Su Gong knew that he was facing their army, and he would definitely expect that they would choose to attack the camp to defeat him. So he might lay an ambush to lure them to attack. If the army fell into Su Gong's plan, it would probably suffer heavy losses and be forced to retreat to Yukon County and passively defend. However, Wang Ming still looked calm and said, "The weather is dry now, and Su Gong's camp is back by the woods. This is a good opportunity to use the fire plan. If Song Rui is afraid of falling into the enemy's trap, he can first burn the tents with rockets and other things to force them out to cause chaos, then attack from the weak point and defeat Su Gong." Jing Lu's plan is so detailed that Xiang has nothing to refute. When Tianxiang heard Wang Ming's plan, he immediately did not object. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Su Gong woke up from his sleep. The roar just now made him sober instantly, and he suddenly climbed up from the simply built bed. Only bursts of commotion were heard outside, followed by dense footsteps. Su Gong grabbed the sword beside him and walked out of the camp, but found that orange-yellow flames rose in the distance. What's going on? Su Gong grabbed the fleeing soldiers and asked loudly. Report to the Lord. A group of cavalry suddenly attacked us outside, broke through the wooden fence of the camp, rushed into the camp and kept killing soldiers, and burned many tents. It must be Wang Ming's trick. Damn it. I clearly asked you to strengthen patrols to prevent Wang Ming's night attack. Now it's good. You didn't even notice the approach of the enemy cavalry. What a bunch of rubbish. Su Gong roared and sent out his sword, then summoned the nearby personal soldiers, issued orders in an attempt to stabilize the current situation and drive Wang Ming's army out. Thousands of cavalry, led by Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji, attacked the weak points of Su Gong's camp according to Wang Ming's instructions. The sturdy wooden fence was as fragile as paper in front of Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji. With just one blow, a wall of the camp was smashed to pieces, revealing a huge gap. The sound of the war drums rumbled, like thunder from the sky, instantly arousing the blood of the soldiers and bursting out with even stronger power. Mr. Wang thought Su Gong would lay an ambush, but he was not prepared at all. It seems that Mr. Wang also missed the target one day. Stop talking nonsense. Follow Jinglu's instructions to attack Su Gong and burn the camp. Although Li Ji had withdrawn most of the cavalry to participate in the battle against Dong Zhuo, he also left thousands of cavalry to Wang Ming to guard against Su Gong's sudden attack. Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji each led an elite cavalry, quickly passed through the gap formed by the collapse of the village wall, and suddenly launched an attack towards the inside. The cavalrymen who followed closely behind them each carried a large amount of hay and fire. While they launched the charge, they also focused their attention on setting the nearby tents on fire. Soon, under the deep impact of the cavalry, a raging fire ignited at one end of Su Yu's camp. The soldiers who were at a loss suddenly became chaotic and showed signs of bombing the camp. Kill! Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji commanded 2 cavalry units, chose to attack from the left and right pincers, and with the turmoil of burning the camps, they instantly tore through several lines of defense and rushed towards Su Gong. The spear was like a vicious python. Yan Xing rushed to the front first. With just one sweep, dozens of enemies in front of him were swept in the waist and abdomen in an instant, making countless muffled sounds. The next second, the bodies of these dozens of soldiers exploded like balloons, and a large amount of blood and flesh flew around in the air, dyeing the ground under their feet blood red. Yan Xing was young and his face was still a little immature, but after years of training, his aura was already full of violence. Such a brutal attack was like a demon. The soldiers of Su Gong who survived the attack shivered and couldn't help screaming. It seems that I overestimated Su Gong. Wang Ming quickly judged the general situation from the fire in the distance and the sound of fierce fighting. He thought that Su Gong could kill Sheng Xian and should have some ability. But as soon as they fought, his true colors were exposed. Under the illumination of the fire, the left and right cavalry charged with all their strength and launched a devastating offensive. The lines of defense in front of them were torn apart in an instant with the roar of horseshoes. Su Gong's retainers were assigned to the army. Many of them had some martial arts skills, but they could not make any waves in the face of the rolling torrent of cavalry. They were drowned by the torrent and could not make any sound. Thousands of cavalrymen were like wolves and tigers. Su Gong's tens of thousands of troops had little resistance. While they were advancing deeply, they killed a large number of enemies along the way and crushed a bloody road in the camp. Boom! Su Gong's many retainers formed a large formation to escort Su Gong to escape. Now that Wang Ming's army burned the camp, Su Gong had no way to save the situation. At least he could fight out and escape back to Wu County under the protection of his retainers. As long as he escaped back to Wu County, he, Su Gong, still had the capital to resist Wang Ming. And another army led by Taisher Ci was attacking Yanxian. If Yanxian County was captured, he, Su Gong, still had hope of defeating Wang Ming. Yanxing and Zhang Shiji's two armies attacked from both sides, blocking the two escape directions in the east and west. Fortunately, Su Gong was careful and set up his camp in the north, closer to Wu County in the north. He only needed to break through to the north to return to his old nest in Wu County. While Su Gong was breaking through to the north, he shouted to gather the soldiers who were running around like headless flies. He wanted to use the strength of the soldiers to break through quickly. However, this approach would make his target bigger and delay the speed of the breakthrough. Just as he waved his sword to command, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from afar. Su Gong's face changed drastically, and he grabbed the servant beside him and shrank behind him. The next second, a cold arrow flew and pierced the servant's body in an instant. The sharp arrow went through his back, and a stream of warm blood soaked Su Gong's face into blood. Chapter 416, Plotting Wu County. Watching his retainers die tragically in front of him, Su Gong did not show any guilt, but instead felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with fear as he looked into the distance. There was a sound of horse hooves in the distance, and a young general holding a longbow rushed out, his body stained with blood, as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood, and the strong evil spirit emanating from him, like a ghost crawling out of H.L. General Zhang. I found Su Gong. You and I will attack this man from both sides. Don't let them go. The general holding the bow and arrow was the young General Yanxing, who had lived in a place where Han and Chang people mixed together since he was a child. He not only practiced superb horsemanship, but also the art of archery. He continued to go deeper into the camp and found that the direction in which the enemy fled was looking towards the north of Wu County. So he and Zhang Shiji concluded that Su Gong would definitely retreat to the north. Now seeing Su Gong and his retainers, it directly proved that Yanxing's idea was correct. Zhang Shiji, who was wandering nearby, rushed over after hearing the news, bringing with him an elite cavalry. The horses' hooves trampled on the ground, causing vibrations, making Su Gong and others look very pale. Cavalry has extraordinary mobility, and the infantry is as slow as snails and turtles in front of them. Zhang Shiji did not choose to join forces with Yanxing, but bypassed Su Gong and others and blocked their retreat route to the north. Along with the roar of horses' hooves, the sound of swords piercing bones continued to sound. Zhang Shiji led his troops to clear the obstacles along the way. The panicked soldiers were picked up and thrown to the ground one by one, and then trampled into meat paste by horses' hooves. I, Su Gong, do not accept it. Su Gong immediately roared with unwillingness. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and when he looked at Yanxing and others, countless hatred emerged. Although he still had his own retainers around him, facing the siege of cavalry and two generals, he had no hope of escaping. These retainers would suffer heavy losses in an instant even if they faced a charge from the cavalry. And Su Gong would also die under the attack of these two men, unless he immediately dropped his weapon and knelt down to surrender. This would only give him the hope of survival. When Li Ji returned from Hulao Pass, he would definitely not spare her and torture him to death. He would die anyway. If he died here, then Su Gong would still have some backbone and preserve his reputation. Kill! Su Gong suddenly let out a wild roar, like a ferocious beast trapped in despair, drew out his sword and stepped forward, rushed out from under the guard of the retainers, and stabbed the nearest Long Ke army soldier with his sword. Yanxing and Zhang Shiji looked at each other from a distance and instantly knew what Su Gong was thinking. Coincidentally, they didn't want to keep Su Gong alive either. Swinging the weapon in his hand, Yanxing urged his warhorse to gallop away. The spear seemed to transform into a vicious python hovering in the void, and his arms burst out with powerful power, exploding with infinite divine power and rainbow light. Su Gong's eyes were stung by the divine light, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. The next second, a gust of evil wind came from his ears, and a trace of intense pain was aroused in his chest. It was like a flower blooming in the air with blood color. A large amount of blood splashed around in an instant when Su Gong's chest was pierced. Yanxing shook his arm, and the spear picked up Su Gong, who was quickly losing his life, and then threw him away, like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, Zhang Shiji quickly followed Yanxing's movements and led the cavalry behind him to swarm in. In the blink of an eye, they overwhelmed the remaining guests here and drove out a bloody wave. Su Gong is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Yin Xing cut off Su Gong's head, hung it high on a spear, and rode his horse in the camp shrouded in fire. Their chief general died tragically at the hands of the enemy. The soldiers who were already terrified by the fire could not hold on any longer. The remaining army began to collapse completely. A large number of soldiers who lost their restraints cried and ran around, trying to escape from the prison here. However, there was a fire all around, and there should be a large number of wooden fences outside that were not destroyed. These things became obstacles to their escape, trapping them here firmly. There was another burst of dense footsteps outside the camp, and then a large number of Dragon Sparrow Army infantry appeared and rushed in under the leadership of Wang Ming. Slogans of persuasion such as surrender without killing were heard one after another, except for a few soldiers who were not obedient and were hacked to death on the spot. Most of the surviving soldiers were controlled by Wang Ming's army and forcibly pressed to the ground. Seeing that the current situation was finally under control, Wang Ming, the commander, felt relieved and unconsciously showed a trace of relief on his face. Li Ji kept him here because he wanted to defeat Su Gong, successfully take over the entire Wu County during the war against Dong, and digest this large county. Now that he has successfully taken the first step, he is worthy of Li Ji's trust in him. Jin Lu, this is a big victory. Not only did you successfully defeat Su Gong's troops, but you also killed Su Gong here. When Tianxiang congratulated on the side. Although Su Gong's troops were divided into two parts, the attacking part of Yukon had a larger number of troops, which was the main force trained by Su Gong in Wu County. In addition to these, there were many lords in the north of Wu County, and their troops also joined the action of this unit. Defeating this army means that a large number of territories in the northern part of Wu County are missing troops, and the defense is useless. We can't be happy too early without taking over the entire Wu County. Wang Meng was much calmer, and then said, Su Gong also sent another army to attack Yangxian. If this army is not dealt with, it will always be a hidden danger. After that, Wang Meng's eyes fell on the captured soldiers not far away. These soldiers were severely injured. They were defeated and looked depressed. They knelt on the ground as if they had lost their souls, and there was no life in their eyes. If they still kept a slight breathing sound, others would think they were just corpses that had died not long ago. Does Jin Glu have any ideas? When Tianxiang saw the change in Wang Meng's expression and asked immediately. But before Wang Meng could answer, Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji, who acted as the vanguard and killed Su Gong and made military achievements, appeared in front of them. Yan Xing was holding a bleeding head in his hand. Mr. Wang, I will fulfill my mission. The two men had experienced a great battle, and the bloody smell on the battlefield stimulated their spirits. Even though the battle had ended for some time, they still retained a full sense of excitement. When meeting Wang Meng, their voices unconsciously became louder, and their tone was very excited. Wang Meng chuckled, then took Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji's arms, and said comfortingly, You two are extraordinary in martial arts, so you can naturally complete the task smoothly. The Lord left you here to help Meng get rid of Su Gong. With the help of you two, the Lord has no worries about not achieving hegemony. Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji were moved when they heard Wang Meng mention Li Ji. They were left in the area of Kuaiji Wujuan by Li Ji, and were not selected to fight against Dong Zhuo. They felt a little uncomfortable, but when they heard Wang Meng's praise, the unhappiness in their hearts disappeared immediately. And in Wang Meng's words, it seemed that he did not take the first-class credit, but pushed it to the two of them. This move made Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji believe in Wang Meng. After comforting the two, Wang Meng's face suddenly became serious. His eyes kept scanning everyone, and the tense atmosphere suddenly rose. Although our army won a great victory and killed the traitor Su Gong, it does not mean that we can successfully take over the entire Wu County. You must know that we have not yet taken the northern part of Wu County, and Yangxian County is still under attack by another army of Su Gong. Jin Lu is right. You must not be careless because of the temporary victory. When Tianxiang also spoke up, in this case, what is our next plan? Should I go to support Yangxian County? Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji put away the excitement on their faces and then asked. The other party suddenly did this, and there must be a next plan. However, under the gaze of everyone, Wang Meng shook his head. Yangxian County has General Li Guang and Lu Xiufu sitting in it, and there are 800 cavalry and a large number of troops defending it. With the strength of that army, it is impossible to take over Yangxian County, so I don't plan to support them. If we don't support them, then are we going to escort these prisoners back to Yukon County? Xing didn't know what Wang Meng was up to, so he had to scratch his head and asked, if the news of Su Gong's death reaches the troops attacking Yangtze County, then in order to preserve their strength, they will definitely choose to withdraw to Wu County for defense. If they go back, it will be more difficult for us to capture Wu County. Su Gong was defeated by us not long ago. The news of his death and defeat cannot be spread to the troops in Yangtze County in a short time, so I have to attack Wu County before they react. Wang Meng told all his plans, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. When Tianxiang beside him immediately knew what he meant, and then nodded in agreement. His eyes began to flicker. But if we attack Wu County, it will also cause a commotion, and the other side will react quickly and return to Wu County for support. If they cooperate with the defenders of Wu County to cooperate internally and externally, we are likely to suffer losses. Zhang Shiji not only has martial arts, but also can command troops. After hearing Wang Meng's plan, he pondered for a while and put forward his own different opinions. Wang Meng nodded in agreement, and then his eyes fell on Zhang Shiji. I have already thought about this. If we want to attack Wu County without alerting them, the best way is to fight quickly. But Wu County is the county seat of Wu County, and the city walls are extremely strong, so it is impossible to attack by force. Since we can't capture Wu County from the outside, we can disintegrate Wu County from the inside, and make the people of Wu County open the gates and welcome us into the city. Zhang Shiji and Xing were confused by this statement. They couldn't even defeat them by force. So how could they open the city gates to let them in? Could they be stupid? I should understand a little bit. Jean Blue wants to use the aristocratic families in Wu County. When Tianxiang's eyes lit up when he suddenly figured out Wang Meng's intention, he clenched his left fist and hit the palm of his right hand, with a hint of excitement on his face. Listen to me, everyone. Once Su Gong dies, it means that there will be no one to lead the forces in the north of Wu County. Those aristocratic families only joined Su Gong because of his status. Now that he is dead, there is no one who can guarantee their future interests. If we take Wu County, these people will definitely become our targets. In order to continue the family heritage, they will definitely betray Su Gong's forces at all costs and choose to join us. And opening the city gate to welcome us into the city is a ticket to join us. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Meng burst into laughter. When Tianxiang's idea was similar to his, they all wanted to use those aristocratic families who were afraid of death to take over Wu County. However, not all aristocratic families can catch his eye. In order to suppress the aristocratic families in Wu County, he must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Under everyone's neglect, a trace of murderous aura appeared in Wang Meng's pupils. So that's how it is. You are really thoughtful. After hearing this, Xing and Zhang Shiji showed admiration. Why is there such a big gap between people? Their brains are not as flexible as Wang Meng's, and they can only rely on their martial arts to charge into battle and win fame and official positions. And a smart person like Wang Meng, who takes one step and looks 3 steps ahead, directly calculates Su Gong and the forces behind him. And things continue to move forward as Wang Meng expected. But Jean Lu, if these noble families and powerful people share the same hatred and want to perish with us, then taking Wu County will be a thankless task. When Tianxiang said the worst situation he thought of, most of the noble families and powerful people are greedy for life and afraid of death. But if they stand on the same front because of interests, then they can show great power. If the noble families and powerful people in the world unite together, even the Lu family of the Han dynasty will have to retreat 3 points. Not to mention that they are just from a small county town. However, Wang Meng had expected Wen Tianxiang to ask such a question. So he smiled and answered, the reason why they stand together is because of the unity of interests. If there is a family with opposite opinions among them, then they will never form a united front. After that, he waved his hand behind him, and a Confucian scholar, who was less than 20 years old, walked out of the army. Under the illumination of the fire, everyone instantly saw the appearance of the Confucian scholar, and their faces showed surprise. Yuan Tan, you are not the county magistrate of Taimu County. How come you are here? When Tianxiang's face was full of excitement, Gu Yong pursed his lips and did not answer in a hurry. Instead, his eyes were erratic and kept falling on Wang Meng. Before the war, I brought Yuan Tan here. Yuan Tan is a descendant of the Wuju and Gu family. It is the best choice to let him come forward to persuade the Gu family. As long as the Gu family is dealt with, then other powerful families will never stand together. Wang Meng grinned and said, Chapter 417, Bringing the Elder Brother to Surrender. Why are you here? Brother? Argue the magistrate of Taimao County under Li Ji? Go. Go. If you are found by others, they will never let you go. The streets were deserted late at night. But there was a hurried knock at the door of the Gu family mansion. When Gu Hui opened the door, he found that there were several uninvited guests outside the mansion. Gu Hui recognized the leader, his brother Gu Yong, who was born to the same mother. There were 3 strong men behind him. These people exuded a murderous aura, which instantly made Gu Hui realize that something was wrong. I came back this time under the order of my master. Now the Gu family is at a critical moment of decision, and I must come back. Gu Yong's dull voice sounded. Hearing this, Gu Hui was slightly stunned, although his brother was usually serious and silent, and would not say a second word if he could say one word. This was the first time Gu Hui saw Gu Yong's face with a little anxiety. In addition to the content of Gu Yong's words, Gu Hui also knew the seriousness of the matter. Looking around, Gu Hui found that no one appeared, and then called Gu Yong and others to come in. The 2 brothers of the Gu family walked side by side in the mansion. Their movements were very gentle, and they didn't seem to want to wake up the other children of the Gu family who were asleep. Is father resting in the mansion? Father caught a cold recently and went to bed early today. Brother, do you have something to ask father? Do you need me to call father over? Gu Hui asked curiously, but Gu Yong shook his head and said, Since my father is asleep, I won't bother you. Zitan, do you remember that I once said that I came here under the order of the Lord? Of course I remember. But didn't Governor Li lead troops to attack Dongzhou? How could he have the leisure to send you to Wu County? If Su Gong and the Zhang family find out, they will definitely not let our Gu family off easily. After hearing Gu Hui's words, Gu Yong immediately showed a puzzled expression and hurriedly asked, Why did my brother say that? Although the Zhang family has some conflicts with my Gu family, our ancestors often have marriages. How could they target us? Brother, you don't know that since the Zhang family surrendered to Su Gong and had Su Gong as a backer, their voice in Wu County has been increasing. And we, because my brother surrendered to Governor Li, were despised and not valued by Su Gong. The Zhang family relied on the power of others, and naturally became Su Gong's front to deal with us. After saying that, Gu Hui showed an innocent look, as if to say to Gu Yong, All this was not caused by you. Gu Yong raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Su Gong to be such a petty person. As the saying goes, eggs should not be put in one basket. It is normal for aristocratic families to invest in several princes at one time in order to continue their family. Just like their Gu family. Although Gu Yong, the representative of the Gu family, surrendered to Li Ji, the Gu family also sent Gu Hui, a direct descendant, to Su Gong to serve as a staff member. But in the end, Su Gong couldn't stand such an operation. Not only did he not reuse Gu Hui, who surrendered, but he also targeted the Gu family everywhere. The Gu family is a big family with countless industries. If it is regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the owner of the power, other families who are eyeing it will naturally be willing to become Su Gong's knife and cut the Gu family into several pieces and eat them. As for the friendship left by their ancestors, they would not think about it. However, the Zhang family's move was exactly what Gu Yong wanted, because he came here not only to persuade his family to join Li Ji's forces, but also to find a family in Wu County, as a warning to the monkeys at Wang Ming's request. Since the Zhang family was unkind first, it was not his fault that Gu Yong was unjust. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yong then told Gu Hui all his plans. The other party was not only his brother, but also talented. Even if he was not as good as Gu Yong, he was the best in the Gu family, and even in the entire Wu County. Since Gu Yong ran to Li Ji's account to serve as the county magistrate, Gu Yong's father consciously delegated the family power to Gu Hui, wanting to cultivate an outstanding son and support the Wuju and Gu family with Gu Yong. What? Su Gong was killed by Li Taisho's generals. And Mr. Wang also wants us to be the insider and secretly open the city gate to let them in. Gu Hui opened his mouth with a surprised expression, stuttering and speaking, his voice unconsciously rising several decibels. Gu Yong brought a huge amount of information, which almost shocked Gu Hui's brain. This matter is of great importance, and we must tell my father and let him make a decision. That makes sense. After all, you and I are not the head of the family, and we have no right to make a decision for the entire family. Zitan, you wake up my father in person and tell him about this. I must leave the city as soon as possible. After thinking about what Gu Hui said, Gu Yong also felt that what the other party said was right. With their intelligence, they naturally understood that after Su Gong died, his power would automatically disintegrate. By then, no one could stop Wang Ming's army. and it would only take time to take over the entire Wu County. But after all, they are not the head of the Gu family, and they have no right to decide which force to join for the entire family. They can only let the current head of the family make the decision. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and an old man walked in boldly with a cane. The man was older, with slightly white temples and a hunched body. Although his eyes were a little cloudy, he occasionally shot out a glimmer of shrewdness. "Grandfather," Gu Yong called softly, and he saw the identity of the old man in a glance. The other party was Gu Yong's grandfather, Gu Feng, the former helmsman of the Gu family. He had served as the governor of Yingchuan, and his vision had become particularly clear after experiencing the ups and downs of officialdom. If it weren't for his old age, Gu Yong's father would never have taken over Gu Feng's position and served as the family. Gu Feng, supported by the two brothers of the Gu family, landed steadily in the first place, and then glanced at Gu Yong. "I already know what you two brothers said just now. This matter concerns the future of our Gu family and must be considered in the long run. However, Yuan Tan's attitude should have the answer in his mind. I still want to ask, does Yuan Tan really think so highly of Li Anmin? It's not that I think highly of my lord. This is the general trend. In any case, Su Gong's death is a fact, and Li Ji will take over Wujuan sooner or later. Once he controls Wujuan, all the noble families in the county will be under the control of my lord, and then they will have no choice." Gu Feng understood Gu Yong's meaning and nodded without thinking too much, obviously agreeing with Gu Yong's idea. But he looked at Gu Yong again and asked, "Does Li Ji really not want to cooperate with our Wujuan noble families? Are you really not afraid that we will not cooperate with him and make it difficult for him to control Wujuan? If the Lord is afraid of us, he will not dare to settle accounts with the noble families in Kuaiji, and he will not hold the imperial examination. But I know that the Lord will never be restricted by us, and will not be forced to compromise with us because of Wujuan, even if he loses the entire Wujuan." Although Gu Yong did not have much contact with Li Ji, he knew Li Ji's thoughts from clues through Li Ji's various policies and measures. Li Ji did not have any noble family background, and even his followers were just the head of a village. From this, we can know that Li Ji was not the same as their noble families. So how could he benefit from them? Although Li Ji was not friendly to the noble families, he did not do it very well. As long as the noble family children who surrendered to him had talents, they would be reused by him. Just like Gu Yong himself, he became the county magistrate of Taimao County after passing the imperial examination. And like Xia Yin of Kuaiji, after his family surrendered to him, he was still kept by Li Ji and handled Kuaiji government affairs and entered Li Ji's political core level. So, as long as you have the ability, Li Ji will never refuse to appoint you as an official because of the difference in identity and background. So that's how it is. Gu Yong's tone was very firm, which made Gu Feng fall into deep thought. According to Gu Yong's idea, there is no doubt that he wanted the entire Gu family to surrender to Li Ji, and opening the city gate to become a traitor was a token of surrender to Li Ji's forces. Although this could quickly gain Li Ji's recognition, it would make the Gu family a traitor to the Wujuan family. And who knows how bad their reputation would be if it were spread out. Unconsciously, Gu Feng began to consider how to make his family surrender to Li Ji and maintain the family's reputation and prestige. This was both this and that, which made Gu Feng a little embarrassed and difficult to weigh. "Grandfather, is there anything difficult?" Gu Yong saw that Gu Feng's expression changed from time to time, and he immediately understood something. Now that his father was bedridden, the person in charge of the Gu family naturally became Gu Feng, the former head of the family, and his weight was much greater than that of his father. As long as he could come forward to give orders, even his father would have to follow and complete them. And persuading Gu Feng would be even more effective than persuading his father. Thinking of this, Gu Yong asked again, "Grandfather, are you thinking about how to have the best of both worlds? Yuan Tan already has an idea? I just have some humble opinions. Since grandfather wants to surrender to my master and doesn't want to damage the family's reputation, why don't we drag other people on board?" Gu Yong laughed softly. Hearing this, Gu Feng already understood. Yuan Tan wants the Zhang family and the Lu family to surrender to Li Ji with us? That's right. Grandfather, listen to me. Now that Su Gong is dead, his heir is just a half-grown child. How can he lead his father's subordinates? Therefore, the probability of being defeated is very high. And Liu Yao also sent Sun Shao to help Su Gong. But Su Gong is dead. How can Sun Shao continue to help Su Gong's forces when he sees that the situation is over? Therefore, in the days to come, Only our Wuju and 4 major families can lead Su Gong's forces. As long as we persuade them to get on our ship. It means persuading the remaining forces to surrender to Li Ji, with other people sharing the responsibility with us. The family's reputation will not be damaged much. Gu Yong poured out all his thoughts in one breath. After hearing what his son said, Gu Feng instantly understood the meaning and nodded in agreement. The powerful families are afraid of death, especially when facing a vassal like Li Ji. Once the wrong choice is made, the family will fall into an irreparable situation. If other families knew that Su Gong died on the battlefield, then their heads of families would think the same as Gu Yong and choose a new backer. And Li Ji is the best backer now. Once Su Gong died, the power would naturally fall apart. These people would most likely choose to surrender to Li Ji in order to continue the development of the family. But most of these people have similar ideas to Gu Feng. They want to surrender to Li Ji, but don't want to lose face by surrendering. They are typical of both face and substance. At this time, a big brother is needed to lead them to surrender to the enemy. And Gu Yong's intention is to let their Gu family be this big brother. It can't be said that the Gu family is the big brother who surrendered. After all, Gu Yong served under Li Ji, and it was a common thing for the whole family to surrender to their master. With this identity, the Gu family is naturally the best candidate to be the big brother who surrendered. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Feng finally nodded and agreed with Gu Yong's idea. Yuan Tan, the future of the family will depend on you young people, and I can enjoy my old bones gloriously. The kid is young and has little experience. The future development of the family still needs to rely on Grandpa's advice. Gu Yong said he didn't dare, and answered very humbly. After discussing the details of the surrender plan with Gu Yong and Gu Hui, Gu Feng stood up with a cane and patted Gu Yong on the shoulder. Let me persuade the other 3 major families about this matter. Yuan Tan, you go back and tell Mr. Wang that we have agreed to open the city gates to welcome them into the city at this time tomorrow. Grandfather, wait a minute. I have another request. Gu Yong saw Gu Feng was about to leave and said hurriedly. What else? Yong hopes that grandfather will not inform the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always been married to our ancestors and has a lot of friendship. Moreover, they are also a famous family in Wu County. This matter is big. Why not inform them? Mr. Wang told me before I left to select several noble families in the county to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so as to suppress other noble families in the county. I know that the Zhang family has a good relationship with Su Gong, and their status in the county is naturally the best candidate to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Before Gu Yong finished speaking, he saw Gu Feng's eyes fall on him. The sharp eyes made him feel a little uncomfortable. The cane hit the ground with a sound, and Gu Feng said slowly, Did you carefully consider this candidate yourself? Is there any selfishness? Faced with his grandfather's questioning, Gu Yong felt that the pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain, and he was defeated in an instant. Gu Yong lowered his head and replied sullenly, I admit that I did have selfishness in choosing the Zhang family, but it was more for the benefit of the Lord. Only by destroying a family with enough weight can other families be obedient and follow my Lord's lead. Yuan Tan, you are a smart person. You should know what you are doing. I hope your decision is correct. Gu Feng looked at the most outstanding child of his family seriously, and no longer held any objections. Then he sighed lightly, and left the side of Gu Yong and Gu Hui with his cane. Chapter 418 Conquer Wu County. Yong has met Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang has told Yong to do what he wanted. The family has decided to open the city gates at this time tomorrow to welcome the army into the city. After Gu Yong and Gu Feng discussed the details, they took advantage of the remaining night to leave Wu County and rushed to the camp of Wang Ming's army. After Wang Ming dealt with Su Gong, he handed over the surrendered captives to Wen Tianxiang for treatment. He led Yan Xing, Zhang Shiji, and a small number of soldiers to Wu County first, and the large army behind followed closely. If we can successfully take Wu County, the first credit should go to Yuan Tan. When Wang Ming saw Gu Yong enter his tent, he immediately showed a relieved smile. The moment Gu Yong finished his greeting, he immediately held his arm. The two talked to each other for a few words, and the atmosphere in the tent soon became heated. Wang Ming pulled Gu Yong's arm and invited him to sit down. As Wang Ming, he continued to sit in the first place, and Gu Yong, who had made great contributions, sat below Wang Ming, followed by Yan Xing, Zhang Shiji and other generals. Then, under Wang Ming's gaze, Gu Yong told the whole content of his conversation with Gu Feng, and also told the defense arrangement of Wu County. Ming has always heard of Mr. Gu's name, but he didn't expect Yuan Tan to be able to convince this person. It seems that the Gu family attaches great importance to you. When Wang Ming heard that Gu Yong successfully convinced Gu Feng, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Gu Feng retired from the position of the head of the family, he still maintained a good voice in the Gu family and even the entire Wu County. Even the heads of the other three surnames had to do the etiquette of the younger generation when facing Gu Feng. As a younger generation, Gu Yong was able to convince Gu Feng, which not only meant that Gu Feng also supported the decision to join their forces, but also was very optimistic about Gu Yong, a younger generation. Otherwise, he would not have easily agreed to Gu Yong's request without making too many difficulties. Gu Yong quickly bowed and replied, "Yong is just a junior. It is an honor for Yong that my grandfather values me. Let's not talk about this. Yuan Tan just mentioned that Mr. Gu said he wanted to persuade other aristocratic families to join us, especially the Lu family and the Zhu family. They are the big families in Wu County. How can Mr. Gu be so sure to persuade them?" Wang Ming waved his hand to change the subject and asked about the details. Although there are some minor frictions among the four major families in Wu County, they have always been of the same blood in the face of major issues. Basically, the attitude of one person is the attitude of the others. Since the Gu family in Wu County has chosen to join the Lord, other big families will also tend to join us. This is one of the reasons why the four major families have continued, Gu Yong replied. After hearing this, Wang Ming nodded slightly, but then showed a playful smile. But Yuan Tan seems to have never mentioned one of the four major surnames. Why? Does Yuan Tan think that the Zhang family will not join us? When the Wuxian Zhang family was mentioned, a touch of emotion flashed across Gu Yong's silent face, and then disappeared without a trace. After a moment of silence, Gu Yong answered, "Mr. Wang once told Yong one thing. That is, to choose a powerful family as our target. And the Zhang family is my choice. Isn't the Zhang family one of the four major surnames? Why would you give it up?" Wang Ming keenly caught Gu Yong's abnormality and understood something instantly. But he did not choose to expose Gu Yong's idea, but continued to ask questions. The Zhang family is the top family in Wu County, and the effect of dealing with them is far better than other families. Moreover, they were once the most trusted family around Su Gong. Many of the Zhang family's children served under Su Gong, and their advice and suggestions caused great obstruction to our army. In terms of emotion and reason, the Zhang family in Wu County is the best choice to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Gu Yong took a deep breath, as if he was under great pressure when he said these words. But when he saw that Wang Ming's expression did not change, the pressure on him was relieved a lot. Admittedly, every word Gu Yong said was true. Among all the families in Wu County, the Zhang family was the first to choose to surrender to Su Gong. Once Su Gong fell, it would be natural for them to be liquidated. But don't forget that the Zhang family has great prestige in Wu County. If they are liquidated, it will inevitably cause a lot of turmoil. Based on this level of consideration, it seems unwise to start with Zhang. But everyone has selfish motives, and Gu Yong is no exception. The reason why he chose Zhang as the target of the operation is nothing more than the other party's prestige in Wu County. Although Wu County is the seat of Wu County, and its scale is one of the best in Yangzhou, it is still too small for Gu Yong and his team. It's like a piece of cake. The portion shared equally by 4 people is far less than the portion shared equally by 3 people. If you want your family to go further in Wu County, you have to get rid of the opponent who grabs the cake, even if the opponent has a deep connection with your family. Wang Ming roughly guessed Gu Yong's thoughts, but he did not speak out to stop him, because in his opinion, clearing up Zhang is also a good thing for them. At least in Wu County, a cancer is removed. As for other cancers that want to grow bigger, they have to ask him. Wang Jinlu. With the answer in mind, Wang Ming pretended to think for a moment, then nodded directly. Since Yuan Tan thinks that Zhang's family is the best choice, then let's start with them. In addition to them, we also need to liquidate some of the noble families. Wang Ming also pointed out several local noble families in Wu County. These noble families were all known to Wang Ming in advance, and they had a bad reputation among the people. Getting rid of them would not only not cause any impact, but would also win the approval of the local people, and reduce the consequences of the liquidation of Zhang's family. If part of the confiscated land is distributed to the people, it will surely stabilize the people's hearts quickly, control Wu County in a very short time, and take down Wujuan, the political center. After listening to Wang Ming's list, Gu Yong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The other party's approach was in the interests of their family. As the saying goes, big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat millet. The legacy left behind after the destruction of the small family will either be annexed by the upper family or divided and eaten by the noble families of the same level. No matter which side, there is a chance to get enough benefits. After solving Zhang's problem, Gu Yong took the initiative to introduce the general situation inside Wu County, as well as the important streets and hubs in Wu County. Late tomorrow night, grandfather will send people to control the gates of Wu County. And when the time comes, he will open the gates to let the army enter the city. At the same time, he will send people to make a commotion in the center of Wu County to cover up the changes in the gates as much as possible. After the army successfully enters the city, we should first control Su Gong's family members who stayed in the mansion, and threaten Su Gong's trusted troops to surrender with their lives. Most of Su Gong's direct troops have been defeated by us, and there are less than 1 or 2 troops left in the city. The defenders in the city are mostly private soldiers donated by the noble families. These people are not on the same front. As long as an irreversible situation occurs, they will automatically collapse quickly. In Gu's mansion, after Gu Yong persuaded Gu Feng to surrender to Li Ji with his family, he also discussed with Gu Feng how to quickly control various places in Wu County, from when to open the gate to enter the city, when to make trouble, and how to quickly control the military camp and important streets. The plan was planned in great detail. After listening to Gu Yong's plan, Wang Ming nodded in approval. The other party's plan was roughly the same as his previous idea. They all chose to raid the city, use elite troops to kill the middle and high-level generals of Su Gong's forces, and quickly take over and control the streets in the city during the chaos, and take Wu County in the chaos. The streets are the veins of the city. Once they are controlled by them, no matter how many people there are in the other army, they can't play any tricks. The most important thing now is that grandfather must persuade other families to join us. Once there is an informer among them, then this plan will be in vain, and we can only choose to attack by force. When Gu Yong said the plan, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, because he didn't know what Gu Feng had the confidence to make others trust him and not leak Wang Ming's plan. Once someone chooses to stand with Su Gong's forces, it will be more difficult to take Wu County, and the families in Wu County will be targeted in the first time. Yuan Tan's idea is good, but it is a bit of a waste of talent to serve as a county magistrate. When the Lord comes back, I will advise the Lord to promote you. Wang Ming praised. Then he looked at Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji and ordered, Yan Ming, Shiji, you two select 3,000 good soldiers in the army, and when the city gate is opened, immediately control the city gate and welcome the army in. I obey your order. Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji, who were in the lower position, stood up at the same time, bowed and answered loudly. After deciding on the plan, Wang Ming dismissed everyone and asked the generals to prepare for the next battle. Late at night on the second day, teams of soldiers patrolled on the city wall with torches. The night wind blew from afar, blowing the flames on the torches swaying. It was late at night, and it was the best time to get some sleep. However, they were not very lucky and received the task of patrolling on the city wall. On the one hand, they were alert to the sudden attack of the enemy, and on the other hand, they were ready to welcome the Su Gong army fighting outside. Li Ji is currently fighting against Dong Zhuo. How can he come to attack our Wu County? I think he should just find a place to hide and sleep. That's right. Why don't those private soldiers have to patrol at night, while our troops have to do these hard work? It's really annoying. Hush. Shut up. Someone is coming. The sergeant of this team had sharp ears. When his soldiers were complaining, he accurately heard an unusual sound of footsteps. In the distance, a young general was seen holding a sword at his waist, with a defiant look, and a group of personal soldiers followed behind him. The sergeant recognized the identity of the visitor and immediately lowered his head and said, "Lo, meet General Zhu." Although the young general was young, he was strong and powerful, and the arrogance in his eyes had never disappeared. Seeing the other party's greeting, he only responded briefly. Is there any unusual movement outside the city? Report to the general. I haven't found anything unusual. What about the city gate? There was no abnormality either. Hearing this, General Zhu looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, and his eyebrows slightly raised. Then he looked at the sergeant in front of him and said softly, "You have worked hard. Go back and rest first. I will guard here. By the way, tell the brothers at the city gate that I have also sent people to take over their tasks." "Thank you, General." "Thank you, General." Before the sergeant could speak, the soldiers behind him answered happily, and the brisk voice was transmitted with the breeze. Seeing this, the sergeant had no choice but to nod, thank him, and then led his soldiers away. "Sergeant, I feel that you are quite afraid of that general." "Nonsense. That man is Zhu Huan. an outstanding son of the Zhu family. He can kill us with just one finger. When the team completely left his sight, Zhu Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then made a gesture to the personal soldiers behind him. Action! As he spoke, a burst of fire suddenly rose in the center of the city, and the raging flames swept around, causing a commotion. Noisy sounds continued to be heard from the direction of the fire, but Zhu Huan's sight was not attracted, but fell on the darkness far outside the city. Boom! There was a shock at the city gate, and the city gate of Wu County was suddenly opened. At the same time, there were exclamations from the Wu County defenders. Don't waste time. Grab the city gate. Yan Xing, who was lying in ambush outside the city, shouted sternly. Then, the night suddenly rang with the sound of horses' hooves trampling the ground, like a thunderous roar, shattering the silence in an instant. Yan Xing and Zhang Shiji took the lead, leading 3,000 cavalrymen to suddenly appear outside Wu County, as if a steel torrent was rolling in, and suddenly crashed into the Decado gate under the panicked gaze of the defenders. The cold light flashed, and the murderous aura filled the entire city gate. The 3,000 cavalrymen burst out with an unstoppable momentum and rushed into the city gate like a rotten wood. It was like a rolling storm, smashing everything along the way to pieces, and blood splattered and screamed wherever it went. Yan Xing, your martial arts are better than mine. It depends on you to capture Su Gong's family. I will control the city gate here to welcome the arrival of the army. Zhang Shiji roared, and the long spear in his hand shook and scattered countless spear shadows, bursting out with amazing power. Dozens of enemies who surrounded him were instantly pierced through the body, and then flew backwards, and their lives were unknown. After hearing Zhang Shiji's words, Yan Xing nodded and immediately urged his warhorse to charge into the city, followed by hundreds of elite cavalry. These 3,000 cavalry were just appetizers. Behind them was a large-scale army. Wang Ming rode a warhorse, followed by dozens of personal soldiers, and looked up to observe the situation at the city gate. The time has come. Follow me to capture Wu County, and lay the foundation for the Lord's great cause. Chapter 419 Bloody Night. A fire broke out in the city, causing a commotion in the city. But as the fighting at the city gate intensified, the deafening shouts of killing could not be concealed at all. In the Wujuan Zhang's mansion, Zhang Yuan, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by the commotion of the fire. Now he clearly heard the fighting coming from the city gate, and immediately felt something was wrong. After hearing the noise coming from outside the mansion, he immediately walked out of the room to find his father. Yuner, the situation outside the mansion sounds a little wrong. Zhang Yun's father was over 50 years old, and he wisely chose to retreat and pass the head of the Wujuan Zhang family to his eldest son. But this does not mean that he will no longer manage the family affairs, but just delegate power to his descendants. Just like Gu Feng. Once the family is about to change, he will always appear from behind the scenes and take charge of the power. He is as important as the only stabilizer of the Zhang family. Zhang Yun listened carefully, and his face suddenly became ugly. Father! This sound came from the direction of the city gate. I'm afraid something happened to the city gate of Wu County. Perhaps Su Gong's troops returned to Wu County. Otherwise there would be no commotion. Although he said so, Zhang Yun's father's face was also ugly. There are only two situations for Su Gong's troops to return. Either a great victory or a great defeat. But if it was a great victory, why would Su Gong choose to return late at night? And the sound coming from the city gate was mostly shouting and killing. Then, there is only one possibility left. That is, Su Gong returned in defeat, and Wang Ming led his troops to attack Wu County at night and seize the city gate. Thinking of this, Zhang Yun's father immediately stood up and looked at Zhang Yun. Yuner, whose private soldiers are guarding the city tonight? Father, it's not our family's private soldiers guarding the city wall, but Su Gong's direct troops left in Wu County. However, some soldiers saw that Zhu Huan, a descendant of the Zhu family, appeared near the city wall. Before going to bed, a soldier told Zhang Yun that Zhu Huan led his team to replace the original troops to guard the city wall. Zhang Yun didn't take this news to heart. If his father hadn't asked him, he might not have remembered it, because in his eyes, most of the descendants of the Zhu family are full of martial virtues, and the children of the other family often lead their private soldiers to guard the city to prevent enemy raids, especially Zhu Huan. It is a common thing to replace the troops to patrol the city. So Zhang Yun was not surprised that Zhu Huan appeared on the city wall. However, when Zhang Yun's father heard that Zhu Huan had appeared on the city wall, his face changed instantly, and he said anxiously, "Damn it. The change in the city wall may be related to Zhu Huan. Yuner. Immediately gather all the private soldiers in the family, and all the children. Everyone must wear armor, and swords for me, and go out of the house with me. I understand. Father. Although he was a little confused and didn't know why his father gave such an order, Zhang Yun didn't dare to disobey his father's order, and immediately went out of the house to gather everyone. While gathering Zhang's private soldiers, Zhang Yun's father also quickly woke up his family members, who were still asleep. With the help of the maid, he quickly put on armor, and hung a sword on his waist. Although he was old, Zhang Yun's father was still strong. He was energetic the moment he put on the armor, without any fatigue. Soon, there was a flurry of footsteps outside the mansion. Hundreds of private soldiers quickly gathered under the leadership of Zhang Yun and lined up outside the mansion. When Zhang Yun walked into the mansion and saw his father's dress, he was shocked. Father, are you going to fight the enemy? Put on the armor first, and I'll explain it to you on the way. Zhang Yun took the armor thrown by his father, and put it on immediately with the help of others. However, because he was a scholar, the hardness of the armor made Zhang Yun feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, several soldiers suddenly came in from outside the mansion. They were covered in blood, and their faces were pale. Their miserable expressions made people around them frown. Home. Master. Something bad has happened. What happened? These soldiers are all descendants of the Zhang family. They were sent to the army by Zhang Yun's father to enhance the Zhang family's voice in the army. Now they are here, and their bodies are covered with scars and blood, which makes Zhang Yun's father more determined. Something must have happened in Wu County. I'm afraid it will change tomorrow. After pulling these Zhang's children to his side, Zhang Yun's father led everyone out of the mansion, and appeared on the street with hundreds of private soldiers. At this time, the fire not far away had been mostly extinguished, but the shouting and killing at the city gate was getting louder and louder. Many people hid in their homes because of fear. Opened the door and watched the situation outside. The troops in the city began to operate, and a large number of soldiers in the barracks, led by their respective lieutenants and military commanders, kept running towards the city gate. During this time, Zhang Yun and his father finally learned the situation from the children, who fled back to the family. It turned out that the gate of Wu County was captured, and a group of soldiers of unknown origin broke into the city, constantly controlling the streets everywhere, and quickly went deep into the heart of the city, making rapid progress. It's so strange that you didn't see Su Gong's soldiers appear. It can't be that Wang Ming bypassed Su Gong and raided our Wu County. Father, if Su Gong's soldiers were defeated, Wang Ming took advantage of the news and raided Wu County with a small number of soldiers. This situation is the most likely to happen at present. Zhang Yun's view is different from his father's. He is more convinced that Su Gong has been defeated. Wang Ming took advantage of the information gap and decisively caught them off guard. After hearing his son's thoughts, Zhang Yun's father looked stern. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and the armor on his body rustled, unable to hide the panic in his heart. If that's the case, how could Wang Ming take the city gate with a small number of troops? And Zhu Huan was there at that time. Zhang Yun's father muttered, still not quite agreeing with his son's idea. Father, if Zhu Huan surrendered to Wang Ming, all this would be very reasonable. Suddenly, Zhang Yun seemed to have thought of the key condition and immediately shouted loudly. And after he said this, his father's thoughts became clear instantly. Zhang Yun's father immediately made a gesture, indicating that the private soldiers behind him should stay on the spot. And a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If Zhu secretly communicated with Wang Ming and agreed with Wang Ming to open the city gate tonight, then everything can be perfectly explained. Otherwise, how could Zhu Huan appear at this time and take over the defense of the city wall? I didn't expect that Zhu would have second thoughts and defect to the enemy at this critical juncture. But I don't quite understand why Zhu dared to defect to Wang Ming. Could it be that they had received the news of Su Gong's defeat? Zhang Yun's father rubbed his swollen eyebrows, staring blankly at the fire not far away, and heard the shouts of killing getting closer and closer. He didn't quite understand why Zhu changed his mind without notifying Zhang, as the four surnames of Wujuan were all allies standing on the same front. Father, don't forget that one of the children of the Gu family has joined Li Ji's camp. Because of this, Su Gong has never reused Gu Hui. Maybe it was Gu's help to persuade the Zhu family. Yuner is right. The old man Gu Feng had a conflict with Su Gong because of this matter. With him in the middle, he may not be able to drag the Zhu family on his pirate ship. What I am most worried about is that, except for our Zhang family, the other three families have secretly chosen to join Li Ji. At this point, Zhang Yun's father's face became particularly ugly. If the situation happens as he said, it means that the former four families' united front has been declared broken, and their Zhang family has been kicked out by the other three families. The Gu family, Shu family, and Lu family form another camp, isolating the Zhang family. If this is true, then the situation of their Zhang family will become very bad. He is not sure how long the Zhang family can resist the joint efforts of the other three families. I am afraid that this night is the best time to deal with the Zhang family. Su Gong is no longer useful as a backer. We must choose another one. Since they don't want to play with us, we can also go to Li Ji alone. If you want to go to Li Ji, you must have some merits. Zhang Yun's father rolled his eyes, and then made a gesture, ordering hundreds of private soldiers to change direction and start to go deep into the city. Su Gong's family is the best trump card for promotion. Hundreds of soldiers and horses, led by Zhang Yun and his son, headed decisively towards Su Gong's mansion. At this time, a large number of Dragon Sparrow soldiers had already rushed into the city. When the Wuxian soldiers who were running around saw this army appear, they seemed to have found their backbone. Under the orders of the two generations of Zhang family heads, they all came in and became one of them. Boom! Just as they were approaching Su Gong's mansion quickly, a dull roar suddenly sounded in the distance. The soldiers who mixed in with the private soldiers seemed to know what it was. There was a trace of fear on their faces, and their bodies trembled. Zhang Yun noticed that this ragtag army had suddenly changed. So he grabbed one of them and asked what happened. Sir, those were the enemy's cavalry. Our military commander died at the hands of the enemy's cavalry. The captured soldier's voice was trembling. His pupils were trembling, and his face was very pale, as if he had encountered something terrible before. Cavalry. Zhang Yun's expression changed, but he retracted it without leaving a trace, and became calm again. Then he told his father about this situation. What are we afraid of the cavalry? As long as we show our identities when they arrive, with the prestige of our Zhang family, they will never dare to make any moves. Zhang Yun's father thought it was nothing, and continued to stride forward, not taking it to heart. Seeing that his father did not take it seriously, Zhang Yun could only nod and said nothing. Since his father was so sure, he, the younger generation, did not need to worry about anything. Rumble. The dull sound like thunder sounded again. Zhang Yun listened carefully and confirmed that the other party was very close to him, and the direction of the other party's march seemed to collide with them. Soon, the sound of horse hooves approached quickly. In the sight of this group of people, a torrent of cavalry suddenly appeared, rushing on the street, forcibly driving out a bloody road. Yin Xing led the Dragon Sparrow cavalry and appeared in front of everyone. When he saw the army in front of him, a trace of violence appeared in his eyes. He kicked his legs on the horse's belly, and the warhorse under him immediately neighed, and then suddenly swung his limbs, as if turning into a black wind, and quickly lifted up the street. Seeing this, the cavalry behind him urged their horses, and followed their commander closely to charge on the street. The opponent suddenly rushed over, and Zhang Yun was extremely shocked. He immediately said, Wait a minute, General. I am Zhang Yun, the patriarch of the Wujuan Zhang family. This time, I led the private soldiers to capture Su Gong's family. Please hurry up. Before he finished speaking, the earth-shaking sound of horse hooves instantly drowned out his voice. The father beside him was moved and shouted, They are coming for us. Shoot arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The private soldiers, who were a little distracted just now, finally came back to their senses under the scolding of the old patriarch. Before Yin Xing's charge arrived, they all drew their bows and arrows. The rain of arrows whistled in, and Yin Xing's spear spewed out sharp blades, smashing the arrows into pieces. But the cavalry behind him did not have such ability. After one round, more than a dozen cavalrymen were pierced through the body and fell to the ground from the horse's back. But the next second, more cavalry took their place and rushed fiercely under the leadership of Yin Xing. The Zhang family of Wujuan colluded with the traitor Su Gong and belonged to the same rebellion party. Kill them all! Yin Xing roared wildly, and his whole body of true energy gushed out, gathering on the blade and bursting out the supreme divine power rainbow light. Facing the army formation composed of hundreds of private soldiers, he did not show cowardice, but a bloodthirsty and ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth. What traitor? Zhang Yun and his son immediately felt bad. How could a powerful family become a traitor in the mouth of the other party? However, when they heard that Yin Xing was going to kill them, their expressions changed again. No matter what misunderstandings occurred, they had to stop the other party's attack first. Everything after that. Let's save our lives first. Zhang Yun's father issued orders one after another, mobilizing hundreds of private soldiers, holding weapons and constantly setting up defense lines in front of them, forming tight military formations. Boom! At this moment, Yin Xing's cavalry swarmed in, and the cavalry in the front row let out a desperate roar, facing the weapons piercing their bodies. They did not show any fear. The speed of the war horses did not slow down, and they crashed into the large formation of Zhang's private soldiers. The impact force was like a landslide, directly knocking a huge gap in the military formation. Zhang Yun and his son, who were at the back, could see Yin Xing's face clearly. Chapter 420. One of the 4 families in Wu County is missing from now on. Boom! The army formation of hundreds of private soldiers seemed to be extremely tight, but facing the impact of the regular army cavalry, it was like a fortress made of sand being hit by the waves, and it disappeared in an instant and scattered in all directions. Yin Xing, who acted as the arrowhead, kept swinging his spear forward, and the private soldiers who were swept across the waist and abdomen screamed immediately, and the next second their bodies were torn apart by the strong force, and exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. As a price, several cavalrymen of the Dragon Bird army were pulled off their horses, fell to the ground and broke their bones, and the surrounding blades whistled and chopped them into meat paste in an instant. But more cavalry came one after another, like waves in a rainstorm, making a raging rage, and in the blink of an eye, they swept the private soldiers in front of them into it, and smashed them to pieces. Although the private soldiers of the Zhang family of Wujuan did not learn the formation of the army as often as the soldiers, they were all good at it and had considerable skills. Otherwise, they would not have been absorbed into the family of the giant Zhang family and taken on the responsibility of guarding. When Zhang Yun and his son fell to the ground, the surviving private soldiers rushed forward to fill the gaps penetrated by the cavalry, forming a wall of flesh and blood in front of Zhang Yun and others. Facing the enemy soldiers who still had fighting spirit, Yin Xing had to admire them. If it were an ordinary army, facing the cavalry charge without retreating half a step, it would have been considered an elite army. Not to mention that it was in such a situation. The cavalry continued to advance in the direction of Zhang Yun and his son, but the enemy in front of them used their lives to drag them down in the army, and the momentum and speed of the charge gradually decreased. The power of the cavalry is more reflected in the collision ability formed during the charge, which can quickly penetrate the enemy's army and disrupt the enemy's formation. Once trapped in the quagmire of the army, the cavalry that lost its speed was like a tiger without teeth. Although it was still powerful, the damage equivalent was reduced by more than 1 level. A moment later, Yin Xing's cavalry killed a large number of enemies again, but the price they paid gradually increased. Disperse them, Yin Xing roared, and the spear danced in the air again, as if it had turned into a vicious dragon tumbling in the void. The surrounding air was stirred to form small hurricanes, hitting the surrounding enemies. The spear turned into a series of afterimages, and Yin Xing and his horse became one. The force burst out from his arms, pushed the weapon, as if it had turned into a heavy hammer, and smashed on the enemy's army formation. And in an instant, more than a dozen enemies were beaten into meat patties. Violent roars continued to sound, and Yin Xing seemed to have become the sharpest weapon in the world at this moment, stabbing fiercely into the crowd, and the weapon splashed a lot of rainbow light, strangling the enemy into mincemeat. The cavalrymen behind him saw their commander being so brutal, and their blood and chi in their bodies rolled wildly. They whistled and urged their horses to burst out at a very fast speed, and Yin Xing and the enemy fought each other. Under the night, the deafening shouts of killing continued to sound, mixed with the roar of horses' hooves trampling the earth, the sound of swords piercing bones, and the continuous screams. Zhang's private soldiers were like a quagmire made of flesh and blood, dragging down the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army. Seeing this, Yin Xing could not think of a better way to effectively reduce casualties. If the battle was fought on the plain, Yin Xing could have chosen to break out from the flank, detour and enter the army from the other side, thus achieving the effect of tearing the enemy's formation. However, there were strong houses all around, and the streets were very narrow, so the cavalry's speed advantage could not be fully utilized. The terrain in the city greatly restricted the cavalry's performance. The most taboo for cavalry is close combat, if they want to fight at close range. What's the use of war horses? It's better to fight on foot. We must kill the Zhang family father and son first. If they run away, it will ruin the master's plan. Yin Xing frowned coldly, and jumped directly from the horse's back. The spear in his hand rolled up the wind and clouds, and shot out countless energy, easily piercing the body of the enemy in front of him. With a leap, He quickly closed the distance between him and Zhang Yun and his son. And the target was within reach. Master, run quickly. The enemy will rush over. The personal soldiers around Zhang Yun and his son saw this scene, and their faces were immediately horrified. Yanxing's move directly exceeded their expectations. Who dares to abandon the horse and fight on foot in a big battle? And march to kill the enemy's main general? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded and killed here? Yanxing quickly found the target Zhang Yun and his son in the crowd. And then his figure flashed like thunder. And the spear in his hand kept advancing left and right. And the enemies in front of him fell down instantly. The evil wind rolled in. And the spears hidden in it burst out with black rainbow lights. Those enemies wearing armor and holding weapons were as fragile as a piece of white paper under such an attack. And they soon lost their lives after a burst of piercing. In the blink of an eye, Yanxing was bathed in blood, killed dozens of enemies in succession, and rushed to Zhang Yun and his son with heavy breath. The cavalry behind him rushed in along the gap that Yanxing had forcibly made, with the sound of horse hooves, and their long spears kept stabbing left and right, hitting the enemies who were surrounded and killed. Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the cavalry led by Yanxing rushed out from the left and right, facing the crazy charge of the private soldiers, and surrounded Zhang Yun and his son. General, your army must have misunderstood something. We led our family soldiers to appear, not to fight with your army, but to go to Su Gong's mansion to capture Su Gong's family, and then offer them to your army, so as to win a good military merit. We, the Zhang family of Wujuan, have never committed any acts of treason. Please think more about it, and investigate this matter before making a decision. Zhang Yun's father drew his sword to protect his son behind him, and looked at Yanxing in a serious battle array, while smiling and persuading him. At this point, how could he not know the little tricks of the other three surnames? The crime of rebellion should be forced on the Zhang family by those guys. Although they have a very close relationship with Su Gong, the degree of cooperation is not considered a rebellion. After all, their children only serve as officials beside Su Gong and handle government affairs. They did not lead troops to confront and fight with Wang Ming's troops. As the old patriarch of the Zhang family, he now had no way to resolve this doomed situation. He only hoped that the other party would be wary of the influence of the Zhang family in Wu County, and not kill all of their Zhang family members. As long as a little spark was retained, his Wu County Zhang family would be able to make a comeback one day and rebuild this famous brand. If you have anything to say, leave it until you go to H.L. However, Yanxing did not give him any face at all. Not to mention the signboard of Wujuan Zhang. This thing may have some effect on the locals of Wujuan. But for him, a general from Liangzhou, it is simply an ordinary name. The spear swirled in the void like a vicious python, and appeared in front of Zhang Yun's father in the blink of an eye. The divine light bursting from the weapon made the other party's pupils tremble. Zhang Yun's father had no choice but to bite the bullet and swing the sword, although he had learned some martial arts. For Yanxing, it was as ridiculous as a child swinging a sword, sweeping and swinging. The violent turbulence on the sword made Zhang Yun's father's face flush, and his arm could no longer hold the weapon, and the weapon was swept away in one round. Yanxing took advantage of the victory and pursued, and handed out the spear in his hand again. The infinite energy gathered at the tip of the weapon, and the sharpness seemed to be able to penetrate any boulder in the world. The opponent had no time to dodge, and the spear pierced his neck the moment he made a move, and a large amount of warm blood gushed out in the air. Father! Zhang Yun watched his father being killed in front of him, and the only remaining rationality in his mind was instantly dispersed by anger. He roared and drew his sword, slashing at Yanxing's head. The murderous intent rolled in, but Yanxing did not feel any pressure. He laughed loudly and stabbed out with a bloody spear. The dazzling rainbow light flashed in the void. Yanxing's weapon was sharp, piercing through the void and bursting with roars. Zhang Yun's armor was instantly torn into pieces, and the flesh and blood hidden behind it was also pierced with several holes. Zhang Yun's fangs and claws stopped abruptly, and a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his ferocious face. The light in his pupils quickly faded, and the chest heaving with breathing stopped. Master! The Zhang family's private soldiers, who had not died in the surrounding area, cried out in surprise. But then came the final collapse of the war. The morale of these private soldiers fell rapidly, and the expressions of collapse were visible on their faces. The next second, they were knocked back by the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army. Among these private soldiers, there were also some descendants of the Zhang family who were guarding. Seeing their two masters being killed, they roared unwillingly and picked up their weapons to take revenge. But for Yanxing, These people were no different from small fish. At this moment, killing Yen Xing was no different from moths flying into the fire. There was no need for Yen Xing to take action personally. The cavalry around him rode out on horseback and nailed the enemies, who rushed up to the ground with their spears in their hands. Yen Xing cut off the heads of Wang Yun and his son and hung them on the necks of horses. Then he glanced around and found that his cavalry had almost strangled Zhang's private soldiers. The remaining private soldiers all knelt on the ground and begged for surrender. "General, please spare my life. We worked for the Zhang family father and son just to earn a few mouthfuls of food." These people obviously didn't have much backbone. When their eyes met Yen Xing's, they immediately lowered their heads and trembled. Yen Xing made a gesture, and one of the captives was brought in front of him by the soldiers. "You are Zhang's private soldiers, so you naturally know where most of Zhang's children and families are. As long as you lead the way, I will spare your lives." I understand. When they heard that they could survive, these people forgot the favor Zhang had given them. Under Yen Xing's promise, they all became guides. Wu County was in the midst of war, and there were sounds of fighting everywhere. Soon, there were bursts of sharp voices. At the same time, Zhang Shiji was guarding the gate of Wu County and was fighting with the defenders, who attacked from all directions. If Zhu Huan had not joined him in time, he would have had to pay a huge price to control the gate. Fortunately, Wang Ming's army finally arrived and took over the task of controlling the gate. When the defenders of Wu County saw that there were still so many enemies, most of them chose to retreat and return to the streets. Zhu gave birth to a good man. Wang Ming led the army to successfully enter Wu County and began to command the troops with the gate as the core point, constantly taking over the streets of Wu County under his control. The Wu County garrison on the defensive was no match for Wang Ming's tactics. After paying a lot of lives, the various lieutenants and military commanders fled in a hurry, leading their troops to run around and fish in troubled waters. The city was filled with bloody fighting. The granaries for storing food and the treasure house for storing equipment have always been the focus of Wang Ming's attack. Seeing that they could not stop the offensive of the Dragon Sparrow army, these Wu County military officers had to take advantage of the chaos to rob and return home after getting enough benefits. Su Gan was not in Wu County. The aristocratic families in Wu County either surrendered to Wang Ming or hid at home to protect themselves. The army without command could not be described as chaotic. It was like a snake with its head chopped off. Although it could still move for a short time, it would be dead after a while. With Zhang Shiji and Zhu Huan as the pioneers, they led the troops to sweep in front, just as easily as the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. The Wu County troops without anyone to command had no energy to resist at all, and were defeated one by one in an instant. After Wang Ming left his troops to control the city gate, he followed the vanguard troops and continued to accept the prisoners who were swept down like a snowball. As Wang Ming continued to advance deeper into the city, the number of prisoners he absorbed increased. As time continued to advance, the task of sweeping Wu County became more and more successful. At this time, the shouting and killing in the city was much less than at the beginning. The center of the city and another section seemed to have been quickly pacified without the arrival of Wang Ming's army. Wang Ming rode a tall horse with a relaxed look. There were already several literati over 50 years old around him. The expensive clothes on them symbolized that their status was quite extraordinary. Wang Taisho is really skilled and bold. There are not many personal soldiers around him. I'm really not afraid that the prisoners will suddenly rise up and riot. Gu Feng, the former head of the Gu family, suddenly laughed. If I don't even trust my soldiers to handle this matter, then I, Wang Ming, am unworthy of being the commander. Wang Ming smiled and said, then looked at another person beside him and asked, Mr. Gu, I heard that your son is now serving as the commander of Zhejiang County. Is this true? Reporting to the governor. Yes, my son Lu Jun is serving as the commander of Zhejiang. I wonder if the governor has any instructions. Lu Yu, who is over 60 years old, rode on a warhorse, which was simply torture. If he didn't want to cater to the wishes of Wang Ming and the master behind him, he would have stayed at home long ago. My lord heard that your son is honest and trustworthy, and he admires his talents very much. Why not transfer him back to serve? Chapter 421 The Young Generation of Wu County. After hearing Wang Ming's words, Lu Yu's face froze. He had been in the officialdom for many years, so how could he not hear the meaning of Wang Ming's words? It was false to admire Lu Jun's talent, but it was true that he wanted to take the children of the aristocratic family hostage. There is an unwritten view in all dynasties, and the princes of all dynasties. That is, the more important the generals are, the more their descendants are monitored by the rulers. This is a means of controlling people. If the generals want to rebel, then they have to think carefully about the family members and descendants who are left behind and supervised. As a descendant of the Wujun and Lu family, Lu Jun is one of the best descendants of the Lu family of this generation. Although Lu Yu has several sons, they either died young or were not able to be used. As long as Lu Jun does not encounter any accidents, he will be the head of the Wujun and Lu family in the future. But Wang Ming now wants to take the best children of the family under Li Ji's surveillance. And Lu Yu will never agree to it. Thinking of this, Lu Yu bowed his hands and replied with a dark face, "My son's ability is much worse than that of ordinary people. This post of Zhejiang Dui is entirely due to the family's promotion behind the scenes. I am afraid it is difficult to meet the requirements of the governor." "Oh, hearing what you said, your Wujun and Lu family is quite capable. It is incredible that you can push a mediocre person to the post of Dui." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. He knew the other party's little thoughts from Lu Yu's words. But it didn't matter. He always had a way to deal with this old guy. Then he paused, and then his face changed, and he shouted, "Such a mediocre person can serve as a county lieutenant. You, the Wujun and Lu family, are suppressing ambitious people and framing good officials. You think that your majesty is far away in Luoyang and can't wait and see the situation in Yangzhou. Are you trying to deceive your superiors and hide the truth from your subordinates?" At this point, Wang Ming pointed at Li Yu angrily, and his voice suddenly rose several tones. Even the soldiers around him could hear it clearly, which immediately caused a whisper. After hearing this, Li Yu suddenly felt a little confused. The head on his shoulders was like a mixture of paste, and he couldn't sort out his thoughts at all. The important positions in the court are all one carrot and one pit. It has always been the children of these aristocratic families who sit in this position first, and the vacant positions are then taken by the children of poor families with no background. How come it becomes a situation of framing loyal people and deceiving your superiors and hiding the truth from your subordinates in your mouth? Wang Ming. But Li Yu couldn't find any reason to refute Wang Ming's words. He couldn't discuss this unspoken rule in the open. If this gets out, I wonder how much turmoil it will cause among the lower classes. However, it is not over yet. Just when Lu Yu was thinking about countermeasures, Wang Ming continued to scold. "I, Wang Ming, hate this situation the most. Since Lu Juanda is not worthy of the position, I will report to the court tomorrow and demote Lu Jun's official position so that other capable people can take up the position." Demotion? His Lu family finally pushed Lu Jun to the position of captain, with the purpose of cooperating with Lu Kong, the governor of Lujiang, to expand and develop his family in Yangzhou. As a result, such a demotion suddenly came. Isn't this a heavy blow to his Lu family? Wang Ming is the governor of Wujun, and Li Ji is the governor of Kuaiji and the commander of the rebellion. In terms of influence, he is much stronger than his Lu family. It is not impossible to report to the court to remove Lu Jun's position. Now it is not the young emperor Lu Xie who is in charge, nor the court ministers, but Dong Zhuo who is the prime minister. Lu Yu's relationship in the court can't be used much. Lu Yu's face changed drastically, and he said quickly, "Wang Taisho, please think twice. Although this is the result of the efforts of my Lu family, it is more because of Ji Kai's talent. Yes, Wang Taisho, please be kind and find out the matter before reporting it to the court." Gu Feng on the side also advised. After all, he, like Lu Yu, represents the interests of the Wujun family. Since Wang Ming can mess with your Lu family today, then Wang Ming can mess with his Gu family in the future. Once the basic interests of the family are touched, the Wujun family must stand together and put pressure on the other party. Really? Then I have to check it out. Why not wait for my master to come back and personally invite him to Longcay City so that my master can test him? If his ability is acceptable, my master will definitely accept Lu Jun as his subordinate. If his ability is not, then I will report it to the court and let other capable people take his place. After all, virtue and ability must match the position. Since this has been done, Wang Ming will never let him go easily. Your Wujun and Lu family has clearly surrendered to us. So how can you watch your Lu family's children run to other forces to take positions? Don't put eggs in the same basket is true, but you have to consider whether your eggs are heavy enough. What if there are only 2 or 3 eggs? Who will see them separately? The Wujun and Lu family has Lu Kong as the governor. Leaving a branch as a trump card. Your main branch must follow us wholeheartedly. Otherwise we don't need to use you. Wang Ming's meaning was very clear. Either you gather all the children in your family to join Li Ji, or I will kill you and make other forces dare not use your children. Besides, Zhejiang County where Lu Jun is located is under the control of Liu Yao. And Liu Yao has never been on good terms with the governors below. Judging from the current situation, Liu Yao and the governors of the 6 counties will always have a war. By then, Lu Jun, who joined Liu Yao, will be treated as an enemy by Li Ji, just like Zhang who joined Su Gong. And now, it is still unknown whether Zhang of Wu County is alive or dead. Could it be that Lu wants to follow in Zhang's footsteps in the future? At this time, a sound of horse hooves came from a distance. And then the army of Wang Ming and others separated a passage. And a cavalry galloped over. There was no cavalry in the troops in Wu County. And the identity of this cavalry can be imagined. Yin Xing rode his horse and brought a gift to Wang Ming. I have fulfilled my mission and executed all the relatives of Zhang family in Wujuan. And captured Su Gong's family members, who were left in the city. After killing Zhang Yun and his son, Yin Xing rushed into the mansion of Zhang family in Wujuan without stopping. And all the family members were killed on the spot. Afterwards, he took the time to go to Su Gong's mansion and captured all of Su Gong's family members. However, Su Gong had already died in the battle. And Wu County was also captured by them. So the other party's family members were basically useless. Zhang Yun and his son were rebels who rebelled against the court. They deserved to die. Mr. Lu, are you right? Wang Ming took the bloody heads of the father and son from Yin Xing, and then suddenly threw them to Lu Yu. Fortunately, Lu Yu had served as a lieutenant at the city gate and learned some martial arts. Otherwise he would have been embarrassed if he couldn't take the 2 heads. Looking at the faces of Zhang Yun and his son, who were unwilling to close their eyes, Lu Yu had a complicated expression. After a long time, Lu Yu exhaled and said solemnly, "When Li Taisho returns to Kuaiji, I will definitely call back Lu Jun and let Li Taisho personally test him." That's right. Wang Ming grinned. But this smile was seen by Lu Yu and Gu Feng. And a chill appeared in his heart. I heard that Li Taisho has set up the Imperial College in Kuaiji, where 2 great scholars, Kai Yong and Lu Ji, teach students. I hope to ask Mr. Wang for a place to send my daughter Hui to study there. Gu Fengren is very experienced. After seeing Lu Yu surrender, he immediately followed to express his loyalty, and said with a flattering smile, "Although this is a bit like sending hostages, not everyone can enter the Imperial College, especially with Kai Yong and Lu Ji as teachers. I don't know how many people want to get in. It is also very face-saving to be able to get in with these 2 great scholars and become their disciples. I often hear about his brother from Yuan Tan, and I know Gu Hui's character. Since Mr. Gu said so, I will ask the Lord for instructions, and I think the Lord will not refuse. This old guy is so sensible that he came to the door voluntarily without Wang Ming's knocking. So Wang Ming naturally couldn't do it. Not everyone can be admitted to the Imperial College. But as long as Li Ji takes a fancy to them, no matter what their status or background, they will be admitted by Li Ji to study and be taught by 2 famous teachers." Wang Ming remembered that Li Ji once sent a child from the city to study in the Imperial College. He was 5 or 6 years old, and his name seemed to be Lu Zan. His parents were just a pair of tailors in the city. However, he focused his attention on Lu Yu. "Mr. Lu, I wonder if there are any children of the Lu family who are willing to study in the Imperial College. I can introduce them to them." When he heard this, Lu Yu's face was as black as coal. He had seen people who were pushing their feet, but he had never seen someone as pushing his feet as Wang Ming. He had already given in. So why did Wang Ming continue to lean on him? He really thought that Lu Yu was a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Lu Yu, his Wuju and Lu family, also had a temper. However, the next second, Gu Feng gave him a look, which instantly extinguished his anger. From the other party's eyes, he read that the other party asked him to continue to show weakness, and not to confront Wang Ming head-on. Holding back his anger, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said, "My brother Lu Kansheng has a son named Lu Jun, who is studying government affairs with his father. My son Lu Jun had a son named Lu Yi a few years ago. I wonder if these 2 people can enter the Imperial College." Lu Yi can enter the Imperial College. Although he is young, he will grow up to be a pillar of our army, with the guidance of the 2 old masters Kai and Lu. Wang Ming didn't care how old the other party's grandson was. As long as he could kidnap Hui Kuaiji as a hostage, it would be fine. With a handle in hand. No matter how arrogant these aristocratic families were, they would not dare to do anything excessive. Both the Lu and Gu families had expressed their opinions. And before that, the Zhu family had contacted him. Wang Ming, hoping to let Zhu Huan take a position in the army and lead the troops to charge for Li Ji. Zhu family is different from the other 3 surnames. Most of their children are trained to be military officers. In troubled times, this choice is naturally the best choice. But in peaceful times, military officers are not as popular as civil servants. After solving the problems of Wu Juan family, Wang Ming put his mind on the mess of Wu County. Although he has controlled most of the streets in Wu County, there are still many fleeing enemies in the city who take the opportunity to plunder the people and rob money and food. Such behavior has a great impact on the people's hearts in Wu County. In order to quickly stabilize Wu County, Wang Ming must use thundering means against these people. The governor has ordered that the people will be rewarded with money and food if they report the rebels and bandits. The rebels and bandits surrender voluntarily and do not harass the people. They can be exempted from the death penalty. If they do not surrender, they will be killed on the spot, and the door will be hung for 3 days. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. Not to mention that they are just reporting the bandits, facing the temptation of money and food. How can the people in the city resist it? Led by some brave people, more and more people picked up their farm tools and searched for bandits in the city. Many bandits jumped out of the shadows and knelt down to beg for surrender when they heard that they could avoid death. But more people were caught by the people, beaten half to death on the spot, and sent to the Dragon Bird Army to maintain order in exchange for rewards. As the bandits who were hiding in various places in the city like rats were searched out, Wu County, which was still turbulent last night, quickly stabilized a lot. At the same time, Wang Ming also urgently transferred a large number of officials from Kuaiji and Yukon to count the population in the city under the protection of soldiers and provide basic rations. With a combination of tightening and loosening methods, Wu County was quickly pacified, maintaining the basic public security in the city, and raising the recognition of Li Ji's power by the people of Wu County. At this time, Wang Ming sat in the mansion of the prefect of Wu County, and with the help of many officials, he began to deal with the big and small affairs in the city and the next development route of Wu County. As for Yanqing, Zhang Shiji and others, Wang Ming arranged for them to control the captives to prevent any problems. The matter of Wu County has been basically dealt with. There are still other counties left, as well as the remnants of Su Gong who are in a confrontation in the Yangtze area. Wang Ming called Yanqing, Zhang Shiji, and the newly surrendered Zhu Huan. Each of you 3 will lead a troop to take over other cities in Wu County. Don't choose to attack by force. Tell them the news that Wu County has fallen and Su Gong has died in battle. If they don't surrender, quickly send the news back, and we will personally lead a large army to attack. Yanqing and Zhang Shiji immediately bowed and answered to accept the order, while Zhu Huan was stunned. He was a new general who surrendered, and he was not too old. He didn't expect that he could lead a troop to fight so quickly. He had never encountered such treatment around Su Gong. Taking over the county is not a difficult task. You are capable of completing it. Wang Ming smiled and then encouraged him. How could Zhu Huan's little thoughts be hidden from him? Since there was no one around him who could be used, he had to promote young people. And Zhu Huan was a pretty good rough diamond. I will obey your orders. Zhu Huan, who was encouraged, walked out in 2 steps. After the 3 people left, Wang Ming spread out the detailed map of Wujuan and looked at Yang Xian with a focused look. Li Guang is an extraordinary martial artist, and Lu Xiufu is beside him to give advice. And Zhao Penu is a steady person. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat him. Right. Chapter 422 Li Guang vs Taisher Ci. At the same moment when Wang Ming dealt with the remnants of Wu County and Su Gong, a group of soldiers from the north of Wu County suddenly appeared outside Yangtze County. This group of soldiers was exactly the elite soldiers that Su Gong had separated that day, led by Taisher Ci, a general sent by Lu Yao, and Sun Shao, Lu Yao's right-hand man. As a counselor, the equipment of the soldiers was funded by Lu Yao. It can be said that this group of soldiers was completely sent by Lu Yao to assist Su Gong and was a reinforcement. Of course, in addition to these people, there were also Lord troops from the north of Wu County. But the combat effectiveness of the Lord player soldiers was mostly not as good as the regular army of NPCs. So they were always regarded as a group of miscellaneous soldiers by Taisher Ci and others, and at most used as cannon fodder, facing the aggressive attack of Taisher Ci and others. Li Guang followed Wang Ming's intention and chose to defend the city and not confront the other side head-on. Such a strategy gave Taisher Ci and others a headache. They don't have too many troops. If they choose to attack the city, they can certainly capture Yangtze County, but it will cost a lot. If the opponent finds a flaw because of the heavy losses, it will be more trouble than gain. So when Taisher Ci and his men arrived outside Yangtze County, they did not rush to attack the city. but set up a camp outside the city and wait for a suitable opportunity. Sun Shao wanted to wait until the other group led by Su Gong brought good news. In that case, the Yangtze defenders would be in disarray, and the perfect opportunity to attack the city would appear. However, for several days, Sun Shao did not receive any good news from Su Gong, and even lost contact last night. So Sun Shao felt a little bad. There is no news from Su Gong. It seems that we have to break the deadlock. Taisher Ci was a guest general invited by Liu Yao from Kongrong. He only held a position under Liu Yao's name, and he was highly skilled in martial arts. So Sun Shao's tone was quite polite. Taisher Ci did not take Sun Shao's politeness as a capital of arrogance, but asked respectfully, "Sir, do you have any solution?" Li Guang, the defender of Yangtze County, has been hiding in the city, but as far as I know, he has a rather arrogant temper and must not be willing to defend the city. I, Zheng Tingwei, have a great archery skill, and you, are also a great archer. Why don't you go to Yangtze City and challenge Li Guang to a battle of archery? When the time is right, our army will rush over and seize the city gate. At this point, Sun Shao raised his palm and waved it heavily in the air, revealing a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Taisher Ci stroked his beautiful beard, with a hesitant look on his face. When two armies fight in front of the battlefield, the most taboo is to suddenly turn the battle into a fight between the two armies. The military advisor's plan needs to be discussed. This is wrong. As the saying goes, the way of war is to use trickery. In order to take down Yangtze County, we must use thundering means. If we don't do this, we don't know when we can take down Yangtze City. Sun Shao was not from the military, so he naturally didn't care about these unspoken rules. At most, he would lose some face by doing this, using face to exchange for a city. Sun Shao and his men made a lot of money. Taisher Ci stared at the other party, and finally sighed lightly, nodded and agreed to the other party's plan. Then the army mobilized, and under the leadership of Taisher Ci, they went out of the camp and came to the city of Yangtze County. And this action naturally could not be concealed from Li Guang and others in the city. Since the moment when Taisher Ci and his men were stationed outside the city, Lu Xiufu had been sending scouts to monitor the enemy. Once the enemy suddenly made a move, they could report the situation to Lu Xiufu and his men in time so that they could make corresponding plans. Li Guang climbed the city wall with Zhao Penu and other 800 cavalrymen, as well as Lu Pai, Gong Du and Pei Yuanshao, who came from Kuaiji to support. Junshi, do you know what their purpose is for leaving the city this time? In my opinion, they can't sit still and want to find an opportunity to take Yangtze. But from their appearance, they don't seem to plan to attack Yangtze County. Lu Xiufu leaned on the wall with both hands to watch the enemy's army formation and found that the other side did not launch siege equipment, but just set up a large formation under the city, which seemed to be strengthening its prestige for someone. If they don't attack Yangtze, what do they want to do when they leave the camp? After listening to Lu Xiufu's guess, Li Guang suddenly lost interest. The other side did not attack the city, which did not mean that his ring-headed sword could not see blood. Li Guang has been very frustrated these days. They followed Wang Ming's orders to defend the city and not choose to fight with the other side in the field. But as military officers, Li Guang and his men can't sit still all the time, staying in the city like a turtle day after day. Li Guang felt that his bones were about to rust, especially when he heard about Li Ji's fight at Hulao Pass. He was very itchy, and he wished that Taisher Ci and his men would come to attack the city earlier so that he could vent. However, today, the other side still did not choose to attack, which made Li Guang a little angry. Zhao Penu, who was beside him, clearly felt the change in Li Guang's mood, so he comforted him. "General, there is no need to do this. As long as we defend Yangtze and wait for Mr. Wang and his men to defeat Su Gong's main force, we can choose to go out of the city and fight with Taisher Ci. I hope so." Li Guang shook his head helplessly. Tap tap tap. While Li Guang and others were talking, the army under the city suddenly cracked a gap, and dozens of generals wearing sophisticated equipment appeared in front of the battle. Taisher Ci glanced at Sun Shao, who responded with a firm look, and then rushed out with his spear in the next second. "I am Taisher Ci of Donglai. Who dares to fight me?" Taisher Ci rushed out of the army, and at the limit of the archery coverage of the defenders, he roared at Li Guang and others on the city wall. He held a long spear, a precious bow on his back, and a pair of halberds on his waist. His beautiful beard fluttered in the wind. He was a good man of 7 feet and 7 inches, sitting on a group of good horses. His eyes were fierce and murderous, like a king of the forest fighting in the mountains and forests, with a very imposing momentum. Li Guang, who was also a fierce general, could naturally feel the tension shown by Taisher Ci. He knew at a glance that the other party was a rare brave general. For a while, Li Guang showed an excited smile, wishing he could jump directly from the city wall and fight Taisher Ci for hundreds of rounds. They are preparing to send out the whole army. It turns out they are fighting for the general. Lu Xiufu was slightly stunned, but soon adjusted himself. The other party chose to fight for the general, just to test the strength of the generals in their city. Who knows what they are up to? The best way is not to agree to the provocation of the other party, and just ignore it. Although doing so will lose some morale. It is still the enemy who is anxious first. General, our best solution is to ignore it. The other side is just running out of tricks. Lu Xiufu said. The enemy provokes us to fight. But we don't fight. This is a sign of weakness to the enemy. I'm afraid the soldiers will not agree. General, Mr. Wan told us that our task is to defend the city, and not to go out of the city to fight at will. Lu Xiufu obviously saw that Li Guang was a little bit angry, so he had to bring up the great god Wang Ming. When Li Guang heard Wang Ming's name, he immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking about going out of the city. However, Li Guang and others did not choose to fight, which did not mean that Taisher Ci would withdraw to the battle. Facing the other side's indifference, Taisher Ci began to choose to insult the other side. The more ugly the insults were, the more ugly they were. When he was tired of scolding, he asked his own soldiers and generals to go into battle for him, and continue to insult Li Guang and others. As time went by, Li Guang and others didn't know how many foul words they heard from the other side. Even Lu Xiufu, who was very well-mannered, looked a little ugly at this time. The defenders of Yanxian were not as good-tempered as Lu Xiufu, facing the insults from the other side. Although they were restricted from leaving the city, they could not get back at each other verbally. So from the beginning, the provocation turned into a shouting match between the two armies, and neither of them would admit defeat. Li Guang, I heard that you have a good archery skill, and can shoot stones and fight tigers. And I, Taisher Ci, am also good at using bows and arrows. Watch me shoot your helmet. Taisher Ci laughed loudly, and drew his bow and arrow. With the sound of the word "sha," a whistle suddenly sounded in the void, and a dazzling rainbow light flew into the air. The arrow hung with divine light, bursting out with infinite divine power, and the strong force pushed the surrounding air to both sides, like cutting through waves, and came to Li Guang in an instant. The skin was stung and hurt, and Taisher Ci's sudden attack caught Li Guang and his men off guard. But Li Guang had been immersed in the art of archery for a long time, and only relied on his instinctive feeling, so he subconsciously nodded his head. The next second, the arrow whistled through the sky, carrying with it a surging wave of air, and immediately hit the red tassel on Li Guang's helmet, tearing it into strands, which drifted in the air with the breeze. Ha, Li Guang. This time I shot your helmet. Next time I'll shoot your face. Seeing this, Taisher Ci laughed again, and the soldiers behind him became mighty, singing the words of shooting Li Guang. How could Li Guang endure such humiliation? He was a sharpshooter. But one day, he was humiliated by someone's bow and arrow, taking the precious bow from the personal soldier beside him. Li Guang just glanced at Taisher Ci, and then directly released the bowstring, and the surrounding void vibrated. Cold light exploded in the void, and the arrow shot out pressed the space and made bursts of roars, just like a swallow flapping its wings and flying high. And the surrounding air was heavily rolled up, squeezing out waves of air. The comet shattered the void, dragging a long rainbow light. It was still quite far from Taisher Ci, but the sharp breath made Taisher Ci's face change slightly. Come on! Taisher Ci gave a heartfelt praise, and immediately waved the spear in his hand to meet it. Boom! The arrow and the spear collided with each other, and a thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if it was a thunderbolt, shaking the sky above Yanxian County with a constant buzzing turbulence. Taisher Ci caught the incoming arrow forcefully, and suddenly felt a tingling sensation in the spear in his hand. Then he moved his body, and the surging blood in his body was instantly calmed down. The warhorse under him neighed, and Taisher Ci raised his arms to stir the space in front of him. And suddenly there was a sound of explosion. The arrow also made a cracking sound with his movements, and fell to the ground after breaking into several pieces. Li Guang's face began to become solemn when he saw that the other party caught the arrow so easily. The other party not only had a good archery skill, but also used the spear skill very exquisitely. No matter how you look at it, he is a tough opponent. On the other side, although Taisher Ci looked very relaxed, he also had a little fear in his heart. Once an expert makes a move, you can see whether it is good or not. The arrow shot by Li Guang is not only accurate, but also powerful. No wonder it can penetrate the hard stone. If the two were only competing in strength, Taisher Ci might lose to Li Guang. After each of them shot an arrow, they did not take any further action. They just looked at each other silently, with a lot of fighting spirit in their eyes. But the soldiers on both sides could not understand the sense of competition. They only knew that Taisher Ci's arrow shot down Li Guang's red tassel, and Li Guang's arrow was broken by Taisher Ci's spear. On the surface, a little comparison would tell who had the upper hand. Taisher Ci's army suddenly burst into a tsunami-like cheer, and the morale of the Yangxian defenders was a little low. Their commander lost to the opponent in the competition, which was undoubtedly a great blow to them. I must go out in this battle to boost the morale of my army. Li Guang clenched his fist and hit the top of the wall, uttering a muffled groan, with unwillingness on his face, looking straight at Lu Xiufu. Lu Xiufu had a complicated expression. He knew the other party's mood at the moment, but because of the task assigned by Wang Ming, he racked his brains to persuade the other party not to leave the city. The generals of the Dragon Bird army nearby were also a little angry. The enemy had stepped on their faces like this. It was unreasonable not to fight back. At this time, there was a commotion around, and a dusty soldier came to Lu Xiufu's side. The bloody smell on his body made Lu Xiufu raise his eyebrows. The troops of Yangxian have not fought with the enemy in the past few days, so how could there be a bloody smell, unless it came from other places? The soldier was panting, and then whispered a few words in Lu Xiufu's ear, and Lu Xiufu's expression suddenly lifted. Is this true? Lu Xiufu's tone was a little excited. Really? The general asked me to come here to inform you that night. The soldier's legs were trembling, but the excitement in his pupils was enough to prove that his words were not false. I understand. Come on. Take him down and have a good rest. Lu Xiufu nodded, waved his hand to signal several soldiers to come, and take the messenger in front of him to rest under the city wall. This sudden change instantly aroused the curiosity of Li Guang and others. Junshi, who is that? What happened? Li Guang asked. However, Lu Xiufu did not answer, but showed a mysterious smile. General, don't you want to go out and fight with Taisher Ci? I won't stop you. Please lead some troops out of the city and kill Taisher Ci, who is ignorant of the world, on the spot to boost the prestige of our army. Chapter 423. Ah! Lu Xiufu's attitude was like a 180-degree turn. He tried his best to stop him from leaving the city the previous second, but encouraged him to leave the city the next second. Li Guang's head was as confused as a paste, and he couldn't figure out the reason at all. Zhao Penu, who was standing aside, showed a thoughtful expression and asked, but because of what the soldier said, is there any good news from Mr. Wang? Yes, Mr. Wang's progress is very smooth, so we don't have to focus on defending the city. We are allowed to go out of the city to fight in the field and find an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Lu Xiufu smiled and nodded. It's going well. Did Mr. Wang and his men successfully repel Su Gong's main force? Wang Jinglu not only defeated the invading enemy, but also killed the traitor Su Gong on the spot. They are attacking Wu County. With Wang Jinglu's ability, it is estimated that Wu County has been captured. After listening to Lu Xiufu's words, the Dragon and Sparrow generals present immediately smiled excitedly. Su Gong, the leader, died in battle. For a short period of time, the enemy had no leader, and was no different from a pile of loose sand. Moreover, if Wu County, the seat of Wu County, was really taken by Wang Ming, the overall defense line of the counties on the east bank of Dongting Lake would be broken, and the only way out for Taisher Ci's troops was Chui County in the north. If this news was passed to Taisher Ci and others outside the city, it would definitely cause a great blow to the morale of his army. By then, I am afraid that Lu Xiufu and others would not need to take action. In order to retain the remaining strength, Taisher Ci would be forced to withdraw to Chui City for the final defense. Wang Ming's meaning was very clear. He needed Lu Xiufu and others to defeat the enemy before Taisher Ci knew the news and weaken the vitality of Su Gong's remnants. Once Taisher Ci's troops were severely damaged, the difficulty of Wang Ming's next strategy mission would be greatly reduced. Even Taisher Ci, because he was a guest general, directly gave up the defense of Chui and other counties, returned to Zhejiang County with some troops, and handed over the remaining Wu County to Wang Ming. Li Guang patted his chest and stood up. shouting, "Taisher Ci is so rampant under the city. I have long wanted to teach him a lesson. Since you have allowed us to go out of the city for a field battle, I will lead a troop of troops to meet Taisher Ci. Then I'll trouble you. General, please suppress Taisher Ci's arrogance. Zhao Panu, Lu Pai, Gong Du, Pei Yuan Shao. The four of you will support General Li Guang." "I understand." After getting permission, the generals were filled with fighting spirit in their eyes. They immediately rushed down from the city wall. Each of them selected a troop of troops. And as the city gate opened, there was a creaking sound, and they rushed out of the city like a tide. Seeing this, Taisher Ci, who was still cursing, immediately put away his contemptuous expression, and a solemn expression appeared on his handsome face. Li Guang and his men suddenly went out of the city to fight, which made Taisher Ci think that something had happened to the other side. However, when he saw that the other side's army was quickly gathering and setting up a large formation in front of him, he immediately threw this idea out of his mind. Taisher Ci's side. It must be said that the other side's army was a well-trained army. It did not require the commander to be distracted too much, and it could be assembled in a short time to form a square formation. On the other hand, although all the soldiers were wearing excellent armor, they were a group of newly recruited soldiers who had not been trained for many days, and their tacit understanding was not as good as that of the other side. In the confrontation in front of the battle, Taisher Ci found that their momentum seemed to be suppressed by the other side. "I, Li Guang, would like to ask you for advice." Before Taisher Ci could answer, Li Guang rushed out on horseback, his eyes red, and he shouted loudly. The ring-headed sword in his hand had rolled up a large wave of air and suddenly slashed towards Taisher Ci's vitals, as if turning into a silver streak. The sharp blade light smashed the surrounding void, and there were bursts of sounds of tearing clothes. The two sides were still far apart, but Li Guang suddenly appeared in front of Taisher Ci with the help of the warhorse under his crotch, and Taisher Ci was also unwilling to be outdone. He let out a long roar, like a fierce tiger in the mountains, waving his spear and rushing straight up. Boom! The long spear and the ring-headed sword collided with each other with a loud bang, making a roaring turbulence. The space above the two people stirred up a violent strange wind, and the thunder god court flickered in it, constantly bursting out muffled sounds. The two people collided hard, and both sides urged their horses to cross each other. The bodies on the horseback trembled slightly, dissolving the momentum transmitted. The next second, the two people pulled the reins almost at the same time, and the horses under them suddenly neighed. They were both horsemen with skilled horsemanship. In an instant, they turned their horses' heads and swung their weapons to fight together. Li Guang and Taisher Ci were both capable and famous generals in their respective eras. They were highly skilled in martial arts. Whenever they swung their weapons, they could always burst out with overwhelming power, containing the power that could destroy mountains and rivers. As the two continued to fight in depth, the entire battlefield was set off by a violent hurricane at some point. From the city wall of Yangxian County to the army where Sun Shao was, countless soldiers were swept into the air by the hurricane, and then ended up in a situation of being shattered to pieces. Sun Shao looked at the battle not far away with a slightly focused look, his face a little stiff. He didn't expect that Li Guang's martial arts could be compared with Taisher Ci, and Taisher Ci couldn't solve or even suppress the opponent for a while. If they were deadlocked, how could they use Taisher Ci's residual power to kill and seize the city gate? There were still many Dragon Sparrow army generals in the army leaving the city. Their martial arts might not be as abnormal as Taisher Ci and Li Guang, but they were not something that Zhang Ying, Yu Mi and others could solve. With a slight turn of his eyes, Sun Shao gestured backwards, and Chui Lord Wang Shuang rode a warhorse and came immediately. "Lord Wang, I heard that you have a fierce general under your tent. Let him wander around and wait for the opportunity to help Taisher Ci defeat Li Guang." "I understand." Wang Shuang immediately called a young general. This man held a spear and looked heroic, although he was not particularly burly. The thick calluses on his hands were enough to prove that he had been immersed in spearmanship for many years. The young general was born in Chui, and was the one who blocked the 12 riders accompanying Sun Tzu in the rumor. People called him the Chui Young General, regardless of whether this is true or not. When Wang Shuang recruited the Chui Young General, he was really shocked by the opponent's data panel. The Chui Young General here may not be as fierce as Taisher Ci and other generals, but his bravery value has exceeded 90 points, which is the level of a first-class general. When the young General Zhao Fan from Chui heard that his mission was to attack Li Guang, he immediately showed a little unhappy on his face. He acted upright and never did anything dirty like attacking others. Otherwise, he would follow Taisher Ci to fight against Sun Tzu in the course of history. It seems that your generals don't seem very willing. Sun Shao noticed the change in Zhao Fan's expression and turned to look at Wang Shuang. And the great lord from Chue was also a little impatient at this moment. Obviously Zhao Fan had sworn to recognize him as his master. But because of the difference in personality, Zhao Fan did not always obey Wang Shuang's orders. Zhao Fan could naturally charge into battle. But he didn't want to do such a thing as beating Li Guang with Taisher Ci. Unless Taisher Ci might be beaten by the other side. Then he could go to war justifiably. The enemy's generals are ready to make a move, which may be bad for Taisher Ci. You should approach them in person and support Taisher Ci. Wang Shuang knew Zhao Fan's temper. And these words hit Zhao Fan's heart. When he heard that others wanted to beat up Taisher Ci, Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, urged his horse and held a spear, and came to the place where the two were fighting. On the other side, Lu Pai and others were surprised when they saw Zhao Fan coming out. This guy suddenly appeared near the battlefield where the generals were fighting. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Pei Yuanshao carried a big knife on his shoulder. His eyes widened like copper bells and laughed. His eyes fixed on Zhao Fan. Lu Pai touched his stubble-covered chin, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, Brother Pei's words are not without reason. General Li and his men are now fighting hard, and no one can do anything to the other. The only way for the other side to break the current stalemate is to launch a sneak attack. In that case, I have to let that guy see how powerful I am. Pei Yuanshao rushed out of the formation immediately with a ghost-headed broadsword. Although Lu Pai and others were eager to do it, they had to give the opportunity to the other side when they saw that Pei Yuanshao was one step ahead of them. The warhorse under him stepped back and forth, and Pei Yuanshao pointed the broadsword in his hand in the direction of Zhao Fan, shouting provocatively, Despicable thief! If you want to launch a sneak attack on our army, you must first pass me. Pei, how can I, Zhao Fan, be such a despicable villain? If you insult me, I will definitely kill you. How could Zhao Fan bear Pei Yuanshao's provocation? Just the word despicable thief made him a little angry. Furthermore, since the other generals had already gone out to fight, Zhao Fan would not have to care about Taisher Ci's battle situation when fighting with him. And he did not need to care about the tasks assigned to him by his master. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Fan immediately galloped over, and the long spear in his hand quickly pierced the void in front of him. And a roar suddenly sounded, like a flash of thunder. Not good. The thief general is fierce. Pei Yuanshao saw the other party suddenly attack, and was instantly stimulated by the icy cold. His mind suddenly shuddered, and a shocking change suddenly occurred in the depths of his heart. Boom! Zhao Fan's long spear was madly infused with true energy, and the spear shaft shot out dazzling divine light, and the murderous aura all over his body attacked like a tsunami, raising waves of air in the void. In an instant, the spear light was rapidly magnified in the reflection of the pupil, and the surrounding void was turbulently rolling up circles of visible ripples. The spear whizzed past, hitting the ghost-headed broadsword that Pei Yuanshao was protecting in front of him like a meteorite. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound, and Pei Yuanshao felt that he was crushed by a chariot running on the front, and he and his horse were blown away more than 10 meters. The blood in his body was turbulent, and his arms kept feeling sore and numb, making Pei Yuanshao think that his arms were smashed to pieces, and he became a disabled person without both hands. Suppressing his abnormality a little, Pei Yuanshao gasped heavily, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. It was obvious that he was at an absolute disadvantage in the previous collision. The opponent, Zhao Fan, was not to be underestimated. Brother Pei is not an opponent. Let's go together, Lu Pai roared, waving his broadsword and rushing out of the formation with Gong Du, heading straight for Zhao Fan. They were all surrendered generals of the Yellow Turbans, and they were as close as brothers. How could they not help their brothers in trouble? Zhao Panu, who led 800 cavalrymen, looked a little hesitant, and immediately led the cavalrymen to the battle, following behind Lu Pai and others. Zhao Fan only made one move, and Zhao Panu knew that Zhao Fan was very powerful. Except for Li Guang, no one could stop him. Only by joining forces to take advantage of the number of people, there might be a chance to defeat the opponent. Kill! Accompanied by a loud shout. A big knife was like a piece of silk hanging from the Milky Way, and it burst out with dazzling rainbow light in an instant, carrying the rolling divine power and sharpness, as if it could chop everything into pieces. At the same time, Gong Du clenched his fist and blasted out a stream of energy. The terrible power crushed the space in front of him into slag, set off a terrifying storm. and gushed out like a tidal wave. There was also a long spear, like a giant python hovering among the grass and flowers, sandwiched between the attacks of Lu Pai and Gong Du, waiting for a suitable opportunity, quietly approaching Zhao Fan, and then bursting out with earth-shaking divine power, giving the opponent a thunderous blow. Facing the siege of 3 people, Zhao Fan's face did not change at all, and even Lu Pai and the others could see a trace of relief on the other side's face. Obviously they have the advantage in numbers. Why do you feel that all this is within your expectations? Zhao Fan, are you so confident that you can fight 3 people alone? Come on! Facing the overwhelming attack, Zhao Fan did not retreat at all, but bravely advanced, urging the long spear to sweep forward, using all his strength to the extreme, and forcibly took on 3 fierce weapons in an instant. A sound of metal and stone hitting each other sounded. Zhao Fan exerted force with both arms, and while swinging away the 3 weapons, the spear tip suddenly turned and swept across the waists and abdomens of the 3 people. A spear driven by such power would break bones with just a slight touch. How could Lu Pai and the other 2 dare to take the spear with their flesh and blood? They immediately drew back their weapons to defend. Zhao Fan first took 3 weapons, and then forced back 3 generals of the other side. Such a heroic performance greatly inspired the army behind him, and then burst into a loud roar like a tsunami. Zhao Fan's bravery is not low, and he is also a master of group battles. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop Sun Tzu's 12 riders outside for more than an hour. Wang Shuang had seen the data panel of Chue Young General Zhao Fan, and knew that the opponent's challenge characteristics were basically related to group battles. As long as there are more people in a group battle, the more powerful Chue Young General can exert. Chapter 424, Disrupting the Army. Seeing that Lu Pai and his 2 men were unable to take down Zhao Fan, Gao Bushi and 4 other military marquises with 800 cavalrymen took decisive action and joined the battle to siege Zhao Fan. These military marquises had followed Hu Zibing to raid the Xiongnu royal court thousands of miles away. Their martial arts might not be as good as those of first and second-rate generals, but they were among the best among the third-rate. But the young General Zhao Fan from Chue was more abnormal than them. Even if 3 more people joined the opponent, he was still able to handle the siege of 6 generals with ease. The more brave Zhao Fan was, the more excited the army behind him became, and the morale was greatly increased. I didn't expect that there was such a brave general in the opponent's formation. It seems that this army is not only Su Gong's backhand, but also the key to Su Gong's breakthrough. The main general Li Guang went out to fight the enemy. As his deputy and counselor, Lu Xiufu naturally took over Li Guang's command, and was responsible for the defense of Yangxian County. He stood on the city wall, looking down at Zhao Fan, who was under siege but at ease, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. If Wang Ming hadn't transferred Li Guang and him to Yangxian County in advance, the troops in the county alone would not be enough to resist the power of Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan. Once Yangxian County fell into the hands of Su Gong, it could threaten Wuqing, the core county in the south, from the flank, and then threaten Wang Ming's army stationed in Yukon. However, all this did not happen. Yangxian County was guarded by him and Li Guang, while Wang Ming successfully killed Su Gong in Yukon and began to attack Wu County. I'm afraid that at this time, with Wang Ming's ability, he should have taken Wu County and started to attack the cities near Wu County. Although Lu Pai and his men cannot take down Zhao Fan, they can prevent him from leaving the battle in a short time to help Taisher Ci. It seems that General Li Guang has gained the upper hand, and I must be prepared for the backhand. Lu Xiufu withdrew his sight from the battle between Lu Pai and others, turned his head, and looked at another battle situation, but unexpectedly saw that Li Guang was in the upper hand and began to suppress Taisher Ci. Although he did not know much about martial arts, he also knew what was the upper hand and what was the lower hand. Li Guang's ring-headed sword kept slashing countless sword shadows in the air, completely submerging Taisher Ci in it. In an instant, blood appeared in the air, and Taisher Ci's armor instantly had several cracks, and wounds of varying sizes were faintly revealed under the armor, and blood continued to ooze out. Of course, Taisher Ci's strength should not be underestimated, although he is now at a disadvantage, and is a little embarrassed in the face of Li Guang's offensive. After all, the long spear in his hand is longer than the ring-headed sword, and he continues to deal with Li Guang by taking advantage of the long weapon. In the army of Taisher Ci, Sun Xiao frowned slightly, because he, like Lu Xiufu, also saw that Li Guang was suppressing Taisher Ci, and Taisher Ci showed signs of falling into a disadvantage. Didn't Li Ji withdraw all the generals in the army to Hulao Pass? Why did he keep such a fierce general here? It seems that Sun Xiao, Underestimated him? Mr. Sun. This is a fierce general recruited by Li Ji not long ago. Although he has not made any achievements, he is qualified to be a general guarding one side with his own martial arts. It is not surprising that General Taisher is not his opponent. Wang Shuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained to Sun Xiao. He didn't expect that Li Ji was so hidden. Not only did he have top talents like Wang Ming and Li Tsuinxia on the surface, but he also recruited famous generals from all dynasties in secret. For example, Li Guang in front of him, before he set out to conquer the southern part of Wujuan. Even he, the player, didn't know that the other party had recruited the flying general. If Li Guang hadn't appeared in front of him in person, he would never believe that Li Ji had recruited Li Guang. Recruiting Li Guang would be fine, but Li Ji actually left such a fierce general in the base camp, which made it much more difficult for them to conquer the south. If Li Guang hadn't been here, relying on Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan, he would have been able to take Yangxian County and cause some trouble for Wang Ming, the famous prime minister. Even Taisher Ci is not an opponent. So how can we deal with this person? After hearing Wang Shuang's words, Sun Xiao fell into deep thought. Because of the interference of the system, the local NPCs could not correctly recognize the characters in the historical books. Even if Liu Bang, the first emperor of the Han dynasty, stood in front of Sun Xiao at this moment, Sun Xiao would only regard the other party as an ordinary person, and at most think that the other party was proficient in the art of controlling people. But the system will not interfere with the players. So when facing famous generals from all dynasties, they can always know some related events of the other party, and thus roughly judge the other party's strength through these things. For example, Li Guang and Taisher Ci. One is a famous general of the Western Han dynasty, known as the Flying General, who fought against the Xiongnu and aspired to be a marquis. The other is a famous general of the Eastern Wu, with a monkey-like arm and good archery, who could fight Sun Ce to a draw. Before his death, he once said the famous sentence, "A real man born in troubled times should establish a 3-foot sword and make an unparalleled contribution." Although Taisher Ci is brave and ranks among the top generals of the Eastern Wu, he is far behind the 5 tiger generals in strength. Now he is still young and his strength has not reached the peak. So Taisher Ci's fall into a disadvantage did not surprise Wang Shuang and other players. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar suddenly exploded between the two armies, and the airflow whistled and rolled in all directions, forming an extremely violent hurricane. As expected by everyone, there was a flaw in Taisher Ci's moves, which was caught by Li Guang's agility. He suddenly launched a more violent offensive and chopped the opponent back with a knife. After fighting Li Guang for 50 or 60 rounds with all his strength, Taisher Ci couldn't hold on after all. His chi and blood didn't last long and the opponent seized the flaw, and he and his horse were driven back dozens of meters. Kill! Seeing a great opportunity, Li Guang would never let it go. While roaring wildly, the ring-headed knife in his hand seemed to cut through the space in front of him, and appeared in front of Taisher Ci in the blink of an eye. The terrifying murderous intent rushed towards him, and Taisher Ci's pupil shrank slightly. He casually wiped out a short halberd from his waist, and threw it towards Li Guang's face. The airflow whistled, and the short halberd disappeared into the void under the impetus of the great power. But the sharp edge diffused in the air continued to pierce with the airflow, making Li Guang frown. The next second, the short halberd appeared in front of him, and Li Guang's expression was a little moved. The big knife that was slashing forward suddenly pulled back, and with one knife, the flying weapon was swept away. A sneak attack with a hidden weapon is not a hero. Li Guang was furious, and the speed of his warhorse suddenly increased by 3 points. The sword in his hand seemed to turn into a silver thread, slashing down from top to bottom towards Taisher Ci's head. Faced with the opponent's furious attack, Taisher Ci dared not be careless, and used all his strength to catch the move. The enraged Li Guang seemed to have turned into a lion and tiger with flying hair, slashing wildly with the sword, making Taisher Ci miserable. After only 20 or 30 rounds, Taisher Ci could no longer stop the opponent's attack. A wound appeared on his waist and abdomen, and a lot of blood gushed out. At the moment when the blood splashed, Taisher Ci screamed in pain, like a wounded beast. After using the last strength to catch the opponent's moves, without any hesitation, he dragged his seriously injured body and fled, turning into a rainbow light with blood, fleeing in the direction of his own army. Taisher Ci, leave your life. Li Guang would never let his prey go easily, and immediately urged his warhorse forward. Seeing this, Zhao Fan, who was besieged on the other side, immediately burst out with amazing strength. and his long spear pointed out countless cold rays in the void, immediately forcing everyone back. Then he kicked the horse's belly with his legs, and the warhorse neighed and ran towards Li Guang. A gust of evil wind came from the flank, and Li Guang did not dare to be careless. So he turned his horse's head and drew his sword to block the rushing long spear. The sound of weapons colliding suddenly rang out, and Zhao Fan only felt a sore and numb feeling in his arms. But he didn't pay much attention to it. He rode his horse to block Taisher Ci and Li Guang. Even Taisher Ci is not his opponent. How can I resist him? After just a moment of thinking, Zhao Fan decided not to fight Li Guang head-on. After the two fought for a few rounds, seeing that Taisher Ci had safely retreated, he looked for an opportunity to swing Li Guang's ring-headed sword and leave the battlefield. Although Zhao Fan was not Li Guang's opponent, Li Guang needed to spend a lot of effort to keep Zhao Fan, and Zhao Fan wanted to escape, so Li Guang was powerless. Lu Pai and others joined Li Guang, and the 8 of them stood in a row in front of Sun Shao's army. The murderous aura made Sun Shao and others feel a little scared. I am no match for the other side's commander. Your plan may fail. As the commander of this army, Taisher Ci was defeated, but due to his status, he could not apologize to Sun Shao, so he had to change his words. With a slightly depressed tone, Sun Shao patted the other side on the shoulder and said nothing. Li Guang's strength could not even compare to Taisher Ci's, so how could they implement the strategy of covering and killing? The other side did not take the opportunity to lead the troops to charge over, which was already a face-saving move for them. Li Guang's strength is obvious to all. To deal with this person next time, you must join forces with Zhao Fan. I understand. This time Taisher Ci agreed very readily. After all, he was not as skilled as others, so he could only choose a siege plan of outnumbering. They seemed to want to confront our army. Wang Shuang noticed that Li Guang and his men did not retreat back to their army, but began to show off their power in front of their army. After all, Sun Shao and Taisher Ci had provoked and insulted the other party outside the city before. Now that Li Guang and others were in an advantageous position, they naturally returned the humiliation. The waves of shouting and cursing from the other side immediately made Sun Shao's face darken. Then Taisher Ci waved his hand, signaling to call back the troops and withdraw to the camp. Li Guang saw that the other party retreated so orderly, and obviously did not dare to lead the troops to chase. He had to watch the other party withdraw from the battlefield and return to Yangxian County with his troops. Lu Xiufu personally welcomed everyone into the city and prepared a simple banquet to celebrate Li Guang's victory over Taisher Ci, which made the other party return empty-handed. Because of Li Ji's explicit regulations, no alcohol was served at the banquet. But because of the victory, Li Guang and others were in a very good mood. Although there was no alcohol to stimulate, the atmosphere of the banquet was still quite warm. The generals present ate meat and talked to each other. Seeing this, Lu Xiufu, who was sitting at the bottom, stood up and said, "Although you have won the battle, Taisher Ci and his men did not retreat. We still need to face their attacks in the next few days. Please be alert. Junshi is right. Jingla's task is no longer to defend Yangxian, but to find an opportunity to defeat them. At present, they are still stationed outside the city, and the crisis in Yangxian has not been resolved." Li Guang's mind is relatively calm. After all, he is a famous general of the Western Han dynasty, except that his luck is a little better than that of ordinary people. He has no major flaws. General, now that we have won a battle against them, the enemy's morale is low. Why don't we take the opportunity to attack them at night and defeat them in one blow? It was Zhao Penu who proposed the night attack plan. Although his commanding ability is not ranked in the long river of Chinese history, he can be regarded as a wise and brave general, and his ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. However, this suggestion was rejected by Lu Xiufu. Taisher Ci is not a fool. He will be more careful after the defeat. Especially he will strengthen the defense of the camp to prevent our army from attacking at night. I think the success rate of the sneak attack is not too high. Then how about we choose to defend Yangxian and waste time with Taisher Ci? Li Guang suddenly said. He felt that since Wang Meng had already taken Shigong and Wuxian, it was only a matter of time to take over the remaining counties. As long as they delay Taisher Ci here and prevent him from returning with his troops, then after a period of time, Wang Meng will naturally be able to free up his hands to deal with Taisher Ci. Although this plan is good, it is still not good enough. Lu Xiufu still shook his head. Then what Junshi means is, I think we should appropriately disclose the news of Su Gong's death to the other party. Please tell me in detail. As the saying goes, attacking the city is inferior to attacking the heart. and conquering the enemy without fighting. Taisharsi's troops have not shown any signs of panic so far. In my opinion, they have not yet known the news of Su Gong's death, but they will know about it after a long time. If Taisharsi knew, he would definitely block the news as much as possible to keep his soldiers unaffected, and then find an excuse to lead his troops back to his own city. By then, although the dilemma in Yanxian would be resolved, Taisharsi would be. Xi's troops have not suffered any losses, which will cause a lot of trouble to our army. After hearing Lu Xiufu's words, Li Guang nodded somewhat clearly, and then asked, Junsure means that we take the initiative to leak the news to the other side, take the opportunity to disrupt the other side's military morale, and thus achieve the effect of self-destruction? That's right. But we have to find a way to reveal this news to the other side's soldiers, and pass it to Taisharsi's ears through the soldiers' mouths. At that time, if Taisharsi suppresses the news of Su Gong's death in battle, it will confirm the correctness of this news. In this way, it will definitely disrupt their military morale, and our army can take the opportunity to go out of the city and launch an attack. Chapter 425 cut off his retreat. I heard that our governor was defeated by Wang Ming, and there are also reports that he died on the spot. Where did you hear that? Why does it sound so mysterious? That's right. If our governor is dead, it can't be hidden from General Taisher and Mr. Sunday. Taisher, who was passing by the army's camp, frowned slightly. He didn't know when such a rumor suddenly appeared in the army, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Through word of mouth, more and more people heard similar news. This is not a good sign. Once it spreads widely, whether it is a rumor or not, it will evolve into various versions as it continues to develop. By then, it doesn't matter whether Su Gong is dead or not. They gradually acquiesce in this matter. Taisharsi's eyes turned cold, and he drew the sword from his waist and strode in. The murderous aura exuded from his body made the soldiers around him shiver. General Taisher. The soldiers who were still smiling just now had a stiff face and smiled at Taisharsi. You said Su Gong is dead. Where did you hear such news? Report to General Taisher. This is not nonsense. I heard it by chance from the garrison on the city wall. The soldiers did not dare to hide anything and told all the sources of the news. It turned out that he had obeyed his sergeant and acted as a scout to observe near Yanxian County. He never thought that he heard the garrison on the city wall discussing the death of Su Gong in battle. Then he returned to the camp and told everyone the news. After hearing the other party's explanation, Taisharsi's face changed slightly. He forced himself to stabilize his thoughts and waved to the other party, signaling him to come over. I just contacted the messenger sent by Su Taisho. How could Su Taisho die in battle? This is just a means for the enemy to shake the morale of our army. You must not talk nonsense. Yes, General Taisher. When they heard that Su Gong was still in contact, the soldiers present immediately believed Taisharsi's words and put the rumors behind them. However, as soon as Taisharsi walked out of the camp, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and walked toward Sun Shao's tent. Sun Shao happened to have no military duties to attend to. He was reading the books and bamboo slips he brought with him in the tent. When he saw Taisharsi walking in with a dark face, he immediately came to his senses. Why does the general look so ugly? Is there any movement in Yanxian County? Sun Shao asked. Taisharsi shook his hand, sat down in front of Sun Shao, and then replied, It's not that. I just heard some rumors from the camp that Su Gong has died at the hands of Wang Ming. Sir, do you think this is true or false? Su Gong is dead. Sun Shao did not expect such a rumor to suddenly appear in the army, which was really beyond his expectations. You know, they had no access to relevant information about such rumors beforehand. But the troops under their command would have such rumors for no reason. With Sun Shao's wisdom, he quickly concluded that such rumors must have been a trick by the Yanxian defenders. However, although Sun Shao understood that it was Lu Xiufeng and his men who were behind this rumor, he did not dare to determine whether the rumor was true or not, because he had been unable to contact Su Gong for some time. The messengers he sent out had not sent back any news so far. In this situation, it is hard not to suspect that Su Gong had encountered an unexpected situation, and even the content described in the rumor appeared. If this is true, then this is not a rumor, but a real thing. If Sun Shao and his army confirmed that the news was correct, it would be a great blow to them. At that time, let alone taking Yanxian County, it would be a blessing to be able to return to Chuewu County safely. Why are you so sad? Sir? Could it be that Su Gong is really dead? Taishir saw that the other party's expression changed from time to time, and thought that the other party knew something. So he asked, I don't know either. This rumor may be true or false. Because I haven't contacted Su Gong for a long time. I don't know if he died at the hands of Wang Ming. Sun Shao shook his head, sighed, and his face was very ugly. Taishir narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew what Sun Shao wanted to express. Although they attacked Wang Ming in two directions. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the news, they would send soldiers to contact the enemy every day and inform them of the situation of the day. Su Gong relied heavily on Sun Shao's wisdom and discussed many things with him. But there was no contact in the past few days. It is very likely that the enemy blocked the news. In this way, the rumor that Su Gong died in battle was confirmed. Moreover, Taishir learned from the soldiers that the rumor was not groundless, but was spread from the enemy. If Su Gong was really defeated and killed by Wang Ming, it would not be surprising that Lu Xiufu received such news before them. And Lu Xiufu took advantage of the information gap and passed the news to their army through word of mouth of the soldiers, so as to achieve the purpose of disrupting the morale of the army. Is that so? Sir, why don't you contact those noble families in Wu County? If Su Gong is really dead, those people must know the inside story. Since it is impossible to contact Su Gong's army in Yukon area, then the next best thing is to verify the truth of the rumor through the noble families in Wu County. However, Sun Shao shook his head and rejected such a method. Those noble families have always been fence-sitters. If Wang Ming defeats Su Gong, they will take over Wu County as quickly as possible. If we secretly send soldiers to verify it, if they are asked by Wang Ming to act, we will not be able to get the real news. Then what should we do? If Taihu Lake has not fallen into the hands of Yang Feng, we can send soldiers to Su Gong's location by water to verify the correctness of the rumor. But now this road has been cut off, and we can't find Su Gong in a short time. The best way is to treat the rumor as true and solve the current situation from this perspective. Sun Shao pushed everything on the table to the ground, then spread the map of Wu County on it, and pointed his right index finger at Yangtze County. If Su Gong dies in battle, Wang Ming will seize the opportunity to capture Wu County. Once Wu County is captured, all the counties on the east bank of Taihu Lake will fall into Wang Ming's hands. What we need to do now is to make the final decision before Wang Ming captures many counties on the east bank. Either capture Yangtze or retreat to Chue. General Taishir, you decide whether to advance or retreat. This, Taishir hesitated, since they had assumed that Su Gong had died in battle. As guest generals, they would no longer have Yiwu to help Su Gong's remnants resist Wang Ming's offensive. With Wang Ming's current strength, he was able to take back the remaining counties in Wujuan. But Liu Yao had invested too much in Su Gong. If Wang Ming still took the position of Wujuan governor, everything before would be in vain. Moreover, Taishir had promised Su Gong to help him defeat Wang Ming as much as possible. It was impossible for him to break his previous promise just because he died in battle. Sir, what do you think is the chance of us taking Yangtze? If Su Gong really died, then we would have no reinforcements, and the probability of taking Yangtze would be less than 10%. General Taishir, do you want to continue attacking Yangtze? I am not sure, Taishir replied hesitantly, looking very embarrassed. Sun Shao glanced at the other party, then put the map away. In fact, this may not be an opportunity for us, since the other party wants to use rumors to disrupt our army's morale. Why don't we use a trick against them? Use a trick against them? Please explain clearly. Sir, our army can pretend to be affected by rumors and cause unrest. Li Guang and his men will definitely take the opportunity to find an opportunity to attack us. We will take this opportunity to lay an ambush to deal with them. If successful, we can attack Yangtze County. If they don't fall for it, what should we do? Taishir asked. If they don't fall for it, we will retreat to Chue County in batches under the cover of night, and wait for further instructions from the governor. After saying that, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Shao's eyes. In fact, when he couldn't contact Su Gong, he had already begun to speculate whether Su Gong had been defeated. Now that such rumors have been spread, his point of view has been further confirmed. According to Sun Shao's view, after Su Gong's death, the forces in the northern part of Wujuan could no longer resist Wang Ming's army. Even if Liu Yao personally went down, he might not be able to defeat the other side. It would be better to gather the remaining troops of Su Gong as soon as possible and lead them to join Liu Yao in Zhejiang County to strengthen Liu Yao's power and help Liu Yao recover some losses. But after all, he was not the main general and had no right to make decisions for this army. So he had to use other means to let Taisher Ci implement this plan. Taisher Ci soon knew the other party's little tricks, but did not expose the other party's intentions. He just nodded and tacitly agreed to this matter. In the next few days, Li, with the tacit consent of Taisher Ci, Sun Xiao and others, did not have too many restrictions on Yao Yao. Instead, he secretly fueled the flames and confirmed the truth of the rumors. This time it was a big deal. More and more people knew about this matter. Their immediate superiors were dead. So why did they stay here? Then, there were turmoil from time to time, and many soldiers began to desert. The soldiers under his command could not be restrained. The centurion commander in the army wanted Taisher Ci and Sun Xiao, two heavyweights, to suppress the rumors. However, the two either claimed to be ill or were not in the barracks at all, which made the whole army in chaos. Such a situation could not be hidden from Lu Xiufu and others. And soon someone reported the situation to Li Guang. After hearing this information, Li Guang was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He immediately summoned Lu Xiufu, Zhao Penu and others to discuss how to defeat Taisher Ci. Junsher, just as you expected, the enemy army was upset by the rumors you spread, and began to collapse without attacking. Li Guang laughed and patted Lu Xiufu on the shoulder, but found that the other party was not happy at all, but showed a puzzled expression. Why do you make such a gesture? Isn't this what you, Junsher, want to happen? Although I say so, I always feel that there is something strange in it. Taisher Ci's reaction is really too bland. Lu Xiufu frowned and said, I also think there may be something strange in it. Zhao Penu stood up and said loudly, Let me ask the general. If such a rumor appeared in our army, what would your first reaction be? Of course, it would be to suppress this news at all costs and prevent it from spreading. Li Guang finally found something wrong as he spoke. Even he knew how harmful such rumors were to the army. But the enemy's main general did not react at all, neither suppressing the rumors nor shattering them. My thoughts are similar to General Zhao's. We both think that the other side is too calm. I'm afraid there are other plans. Then should we continue to attack them at night? Li Guang asked. Lu Xiufu touched his chin, thought for a while, shook his head and nodded. Junsher, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Do you want us to attack half of the night and then withdraw? The meaning is right but not right. Lu Xiufu paused and replied, I think this is what Taisher Ci did on purpose. He wants us to take the initiative to go out of the city to attack at night. If my estimate is correct, he will definitely set up an ambush and wait for us to consciously fall into the trap. If this is true, then we are likely to lose a lot of troops and horses, and even threaten the safety of Yanxian. Lu Paibelow immediately exclaimed, This should be Taisher Ci's plan. He wants to kill as many of our troops as possible and seize control of Yanxian. So we must be extremely cautious and not be careless. Since you think this is a trap, we can just ignore it. Anyway, the rumor has spread, and the enemy's morale has been disrupted. We just need to wait for them to collapse without attacking. Li Guang said disapprovingly. That's true. But Taisher Ci is not a fool. As long as they can't wait for us to attack, they will naturally withdraw their troops before they fall. If we scatter ambushes along the way, it will be enough to delay the speed of our attack. So this is why I support both night attacks and sneak attacks. Lu Xiufu then spread out the map and called all the generals to come and watch. I think we can lure them to ambush with a small number of troops, and then the large troops behind can launch an attack without restraint, thus defeating the enemy. Once we defeat their army, Taisher Ci and his men will definitely retreat to the Chui County area. General Li, please let someone lead a group of troops to bypass the enemy's camp and cut off Taisher Ci and his men's retreat. In addition, I also hope to contact General Yang's navy in Taihu Lake and let them lead their soldiers ashore to help us capture Taisher Ci. Chapter 426, Escape. The sky gradually became darker, as if a layer of black gauze covered the entire land. Smoke had already risen from the camp of Taisher Ci's troops. Relying on the torches set up, they dispelled the night that was about to come. Taisher Ci set up the army camp near a river so that he could easily get cold water when making fire and cooking. But there were fewer soldiers fetching water today. Yanxian County in the distance stood on the land, and the city gate facing the army was closed. But the city gate on the other side secretly opened a gap, and then a large number of soldiers rushed out. General Zhao, the task of bait is very dangerous, and you must hold on for a while and wait for our support. Lu Xiufu said, I will definitely hold on until the generals come. Zhao Penu nodded heavily, then turned his spear, and led a group of soldiers to gallop towards Taisher Ci's camp. At the same time, The soldiers who were making fire in the camp noticed the movement and looked in the direction of the commotion. Suddenly, a group of soldiers and horses appeared in the field of vision. A cavalry general held a long spear upside down and led nearly 1,000 soldiers and horses to rush over quickly. However, they were reminded by the senior generals in advance, and there was no panic in their eyes. Even so, they still obeyed the instructions passed down before, screaming the word enemy attack one after another, running around in groups of 3 or 5, and pretending to be in chaos. A moment later, Zhao Panu's soldiers and horses had already come. He did not choose to forcefully attack the gate of the camp, but made a big circle and launched an attack from a weak point. Shoot! Zhao Panu's sight passed over the wooden fence in front of him and fell on a few scattered soldiers in the camp. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, and then waved his hand to order the soldiers behind him to shoot. Hundreds of arrows were shot out from the raiding soldiers and horses, accompanied by bursts of whistling sound. And in a blink of an eye, a dense rain of arrows formed, covering most of the enemies in the camp. A shrill scream followed, and dozens of enemies were hit by arrows, with wounds constantly appearing on their flesh and blood. The sharp arrows nailed them directly to the ground, and the sound became weaker as they rolled. They were all hit in the vital parts, and even if they were wearing the best equipment, they could not withstand the power of the arrows. Kill! Zhao Panu roared wildly, and immediately urged his warhorse to rush to the front. The long spear in his hand was like a giant python circling in the void, swinging out an extremely powerful force, and blasted a huge gap in the wooden fence in front of him with one shot. A large amount of wood chips immediately splashed around, and the soldiers and horses behind him followed Zhao Panu's steps closely, and suddenly drilled into the camp. However, to their surprise, there seemed to be no major turmoil in the opponent's camp, and they didn't even see a small group of the opponent's soldiers. There was still a wisp of smoke floating above the camp, but the camp was terribly quiet, except for the whimpering of the soldiers who were shot by the rain of arrows. They didn't hear any other sounds. It was dinner time, which was supposed to be the noisiest time, but they didn't see anyone in the camp. It seems that Lu Xiufu's guess was correct. The enemy set a trap for us. Zhao Panu sneered secretly, and at the same time felt a little relieved. If Li Guang had not followed Lu Xiufu's advice, and insisted on leading a large number of troops in the city to attack the enemy, then the enemy would use this trap and probably make Li Guang pay a huge price. General, there is so much smoke from cooking in this camp. Why don't we see anyone here? Could it be that the enemy has already run away? The personal soldiers around Zhao Panu asked sideways, in order to ensure that Lu Xiufu's plan would not be leaked. Only Li Guang and Zhao Panu knew about it in the army. Even the military commanders, centurions, and other middle and senior generals in the army did not know any news. At this moment, they did not seem to realize that Zhao Panu's troops were bait, and were the troops that took the initiative to get into the enemy's trap. Before Zhao Panu could answer, a loud noise suddenly came from the camp that was just silent. And then the dull sound of war drums sounded in the air, as if thunder was rolling in the air. The soldiers led by Zhao Panu were startled. Under their horrified gaze, soldiers emerged from all corners of the camp and instantly trapped them. No, this is a trap set by the enemy. Break out quickly. Zhao Panu let out a long whistle. The bright voice brought the soldiers back to their senses. Then, under the command of generals at all levels, they gathered into defensive formations. Strangle them. A shout came from the enemy's formation, which immediately caused a commotion. Soon, they kept roaring, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Zhao Panu's army. The sound of swords piercing bones sounded instantly. Taisharsi's elite infantrymen had red eyes, and their weapons turned into sharp streaks, chopping the enemies in front of them to death on the ground. Bloody lights kept appearing in the void, and broken limbs flew out to the surroundings. Zhao Panu's soldiers were caught off guard and lost dozens of soldiers in just one encounter. Taisharsi's troops were all well-equipped soldiers, although they were newly recruited soldiers. Their combat effectiveness was not much worse than that of the regular army. However, Zhao Panu's troops were not inferior. Although they were surrounded, they quickly gained a foothold under the command of Zhao Panu, and withstood the enemy's wave after wave of attacks. The shouts of killing, screams, and the sound of swords piercing bones shook the earth. Form a circle and hold on here, waiting for support. The long spear in Zhao Panu's hand swept across as light as straw, but it instantly burst out with strong power when it hit the enemy, and it was as powerful as thunder, and killed the enemy into meat paste with one shot. The personal soldiers around him also tried their best to kill the enemies who rushed up. The warm blood gushing out of the enemies splashed on their faces, and with a murderous aura all over their bodies. They seemed to have turned into evil ghosts in H.L. However, when they heard Zhao Penu's words, the movement of swinging weapons paused slightly, and confusion was revealed in their pupils. General, we are trapped in the enemy's siege. We should break out in the shortest possible time to reduce losses. Why do we have to stay here? This is part of the plan. You will know in a moment. Zhao Penu did not explain too much. He turned around and continued to command the troops while killing the enemies who surrounded him. At the same time, Taisher Ci and Chui's young General Zhao Fan appeared on the battlefield, protecting the safety of Sun Shao and Wang Shuang respectively. The two men were wearing armor and holding spears. They looked coldly at the two troops fighting in the distance, and then looked straight at Zhao Penu in the center of the battlefield. I know that general. I have fought with him before. Although he is not my opponent, he is also a good player in the army. Zhao Fan said silently. Sir, since Li Guang did not lead the team in person, it seems that Li Guang did not use all his strength to attack. Should we? After hearing what Zhao Fan said, Taisher Ci turned to look at Sun Shao, but found that the other party's brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Noticing Taisher Ci's gaze, Sun Shao replied, This army is not large in number. I always feel that they are not attacking us, but testing us. Why do you say that? Sir? Look at that army. They clearly know that this is a trap and are deeply surrounded by us. But they did not choose to break through as soon as possible. It seems that they are stalling for time and waiting for someone to come. Before Sun Shao finished speaking, there was an unusual vibration in the distant land, which soon evolved into a thunderous roar. Even in this camp shrouded in the sky-high shouting and killing, the roar was still very real. That is the sound of cavalry. Taisher Ci, who was very sensitive to war, instantly identified what the sound was, and his face became ugly. There are only two forces nearby, and there is no cavalry among them. This cavalry may be from Yongxin County, from Li Guang's troops. Boom! The roar intensified, and it continued to erode everyone's ears from far to near. Under their gaze, a group of extremely brave cavalry suddenly appeared outside the camp. The general in the lead had thick arms and held a ring-handled sword in his hand. With Li Guang's roar, it was like thunder exploding in the void. Under his impact, the wooden fence outside the camp was directly blown out with a big hole, and a large amount of wood chips and soil flew. Li Guang led the troops, and Lu Pai, Gong Du and other generals followed closely behind. A large number of cavalry rushed in like a surging tide and drove in. The ring-handled sword in his hand seemed to turn into a silver silk. Li Guang's eyes swept casually and fell on Zhao Penu, who was trapped in the siege. The horse's head turned, and the rumbling sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded. The cavalry behind him charged, containing unparalleled power. The violent energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything instantly crushed the soldiers standing in front of the cavalry into a ball of meat, and all the bones on their bodies were shattered into pieces, and they were directly knocked to both sides. The sound of bones breaking continued to ring. These soldiers were as weak as ants in front of the cavalry. As the sound of horse hooves continued to ring, they could only scream and fall to the ground, being trampled and spitting blood, and their internal organs flowed in the mud with the blood. Li Guang is coming! Li Guang roared, and in an instant, he burst out at lightning speed. The ring-headed knife in his hand slashed out, and a cold light flashed in the void. At the same time as the air hissed and exploded, dozens of heads soared into the sky. In just a moment, Li Guang took advantage of the warhorse and rushed into the crowd to kill, and blazed a bloody road for the cavalry behind him. The speed of the unblocked cavalry suddenly increased by 3 points, and followed Li Guang's steps to go deeper into the enemy army, and soon joined Zhao Penu. Is Penu okay? Li Guang was very satisfied looking at Zhao Penu, who was covered in blood. His personality was very consistent with his temper. No wonder his master would transfer Zhao Penu to his side as his deputy. I'm fine, General. We need to fight our way out as soon as possible and capture Taisher Ci and his men. Well, I understand. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately turned from defense to offense, using the advantage of cavalry to quickly break through the enemy's formation and kill in the direction of Taisher Ci. At the same time, a large number of infantry appeared outside the camp. The last reinforcements led by Lu Xiufu finally arrived at the battlefield and joined the ranks of the troops besieging Taisher Ci. Taisher Ci and others in the depths of the camp saw this scene, and their faces instantly became gloomy. The enemy had already engaged their troops in close combat. No matter what the final result was, they would definitely pay a huge price. In other words, After this battle, they would not be able to continue to attack Yongxing County. Sun Shao shook his sleeves and said, General Taisher, we should return to Jiujiang County. Are we just going to give the entire Wu County to Wang Ming, Li Ji and others? Taisher Ci's tone was a little unwilling. From the moment Su Gong died in the battle, we were destined to lose. It's just a matter of how much we lose. I understand. Taisher Ci pursed his lips, and then ordered his personal soldiers to move the war horses that had been prepared long ago. Seeing this, Wang Shuang on the side finally couldn't help it and shouted, You all left. What about us Wu County lords? Wang Shuang's territory is in Wu County. If Wang Ming takes Wu County, how can they still have the possibility of retaining their territory? Sun Shao looked at Wang Shuang and smiled slightly. Your generals are brave and good at fighting. My lord Liu Yongzhou is in need of brave generals to help. Why don't you follow us to Jiujiang County? I, Sun Shao, will introduce you to my lord. There is such a good thing. Then I thank you very much. Sir. Wang Shuang accepted the other party's invitation without hesitation. Although Liu Yao now only controls 2 counties, his title is still that of a governor of a state. It would be more comfortable to develop with Liu Yao than to be a small official under Li Ji. It didn't take much time for Taisher Ci to lead hundreds of personal soldiers, guard Sun Shao and Wang Shuang, and break out frantically. Taisher Ci did not use his usual Quangda halberd, but held a long spear, wearing fine armor, and rushed to the front in person, like a peerless beast drilling into the crowd, instantly setting off a bloody storm and strangling a gap. The hundreds of personal soldiers behind him were carefully selected from Liu Yao's army. They were all first-class players, and these ordinary soldiers could not deal with them. Although the number was small, they were enough to break through the formation of thousands of people. They chose to break out. Li Guang frowned slightly. Such a move was somewhat unexpected to him. As the commander of an army, he should stabilize the current army first, and then command the army to disperse the enemy. If the commander chooses to flee, it will inevitably cause a series of chain reactions, and the first to react will be the enemy's army. For example, collapse. Taisher Ci and others appeared on the battlefield. His troops thought there was still hope, but in the end, they watched their commander run out of the battlefield like a fleeing rabbit and left. Such a scene appeared, like a heavy punch to the army, instantly breaking their morale. Under Li Guang's gaze, the enemy suddenly collapsed and fell without a fight. Chapter 427, Capturing Taisher Ci alive. The sky gradually darkened, but fires continued to rise in the camp shrouded in darkness, accompanied by the thunderous sound of horse hooves. And the soldiers who were fleeing in all directions fled in the camp, and the whole camp was in a state of turmoil. Facing the enemy, who had already blown up the camp, Li Guang was a little helpless. He commanded his soldiers to capture and besiege these enemies, and sent his generals to chase and kill Taisher Ci and others who broke through the siege. In the moonlight, the stars were dotted, like a layer of hazy yarn mist floating on the earth. A group of hundreds of soldiers and horses took advantage of the cover of the night, and quickly retreated towards Chue. This group of soldiers and horses was the personal soldiers led by Taisher Ci. These people were not Su Gong's troops, but elite soldiers sent by Liu Yao to protect the generals. Each of them was wearing strong armor, with wind under their feet, and they were extremely strong. Although they had never fought with the enemy in battle, they were enough to be regarded as an elite army under Taisher Ci's training. However, Li Guang's troops were not easy to deal with. They had already paid a lot of price to break out successfully, and now there were pursuers behind them, and dozens of corpses were left in the process of fleeing. Sir, as long as we cross the woods in front of us, we can rely on the direction of the river and return to Chue in the shortest time, and then use the teleportation array in Chue County to return to Jiujiang County. During the escape, Taisher Ci still kept a clear mind and did not forget to sort out his escape route. Sun Shao looked at him with an approving expression and nodded slightly. Although the other party was a guest general invited by Liu Yao from Qizhou, he had heard of the other party's reputation when he and Liu Yao were in Qingzhou in his early years. After these days of contact, Sun Shao knew the approximate ability of Taisher Ci. The other party not only had complete civil and military strategies, but also had good character and was a talent who put filial piety first. He made up his mind that he must persuade Liu Yao to recruit Taisher Ci and Zhao Fan for his own use after returning. With the help of these two people, with Hengjiang as a natural barrier, he could not defeat other county governors, but at least he could be invincible. After experiencing this war, Sun Shao clearly realized the strength of Li Ji's army. The other side could defeat him, and Su Gong with only the troops left in the territory. If the main force retreated, how would they face it? After seeing the ferocity of the Dragon Sparrow army soldiers with his own eyes, Sun Xiao unconsciously compared Lu Yao's troops with the other side, but found that with the same strength, Lu Yao's side had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention that the other side had a large number of generals to be drawn to attack Dongzhuo. Li Ji's subordinates can be said to be as fierce as clouds and counselors as rain. Zhang Ying, Yu Mi and Fan Neng alone are no match for the other side. Therefore, Sun Xiao must absorb as many generals as possible for Lu Yao to expand his troops before Li Ji launched the war, so as to resist Li Ji's attack. I don't know how long the battle at Hula Pass will last. If Wang Ming completely controls Wujuan, Li Ji's next target is likely to be Danyang County. Sun Xiao stroked his beard, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Danyang County Governor Zhou Xian, a native of Kuaiji, was a disciple of Chen Fan, who was once the Grand Tutor, and was a true aristocratic family. Although his hometown was Kuaiji County under Li Ji's rule, he had not had much contact with Li Ji because he had served in various places in his early years. The reason why he was at odds with Lu Yao was purely because of conflicts of interest, and there was no other reason. Sun Xiao was quite confident that as long as he explained the pros and cons to the other party, he could temporarily win the other party to Lu Yao's side, thereby resisting Li Ji's attack. Under the protection of Taisha Ci, Sun Xiao and others carefully observed the surroundings while approaching the nearby woods. Suddenly, Zhao Fan, who was walking in the front, suddenly drew out his spear, and the warhorse under him made an uneasy neighing sound. The night breeze blew, and there was a hint of murderous aura. Zhao Fan. What happened? The team stopped immediately under Zhao Fan's action. This sudden change made Wang Xuan a little panicked, and his voice trembled. There is a situation. Retreat! Zhao Fan roared, waving his spear across in front of him. The next second, a whistling sound suddenly rang out in the silent woods, followed by a dense rain of arrows. Under the cover of the night, the traces could not be seen at all. A piercing sound suddenly rang out, and the rain of arrows came overwhelmingly, falling into the crowd in the blink of an eye. In the face of the strong impact, the armor of the personal soldiers was as fragile as paper, and their armor and chests were pierced in an instant, and then pierced out from the bloody back. Zhao Fan, who was at the front, was also the focus of shooting. Most of the arrows flew in front of him, but he had been prepared. The long spear in his hand was like a swimming dragon, constantly picking up and interrupting the rushing arrows. Kill! Two roars suddenly rang out in the woods, followed by two extremely powerful auras, like a volcanic eruption. The power contained was enough to shake the earth, and two figures came out from the left and right. One of them was stout, with a dark face that seemed to blend into the dark night. His facial features and expression were not clearly visible. He had a broadsword on his shoulder. The other held a short sword in his hand. He was burly and 8 feet tall. Even in the darkness, he could not hide his magnificent appearance. Although the two were not riding war horses, they were walking fast. Their figures kept flashing in the night, and they suddenly rushed out from the woods. Their eyes showed a hint of ferocity, and they instantly regarded Zhao Fan as a target for hunting. The two flew over. Their momentum was like thunder, and they seemed as terrible as a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to Zhao Fan, each holding a weapon and blasting towards Zhao Fan's waist and abdomen, launching an all-out attack. Feeling these two unusual momentums, the faces of Taisha Ci and others behind them suddenly changed. Just by the momentum, they concluded that the other party was definitely a rare and fierce general. There are only two forces in Wujuan. One is them, and the other is Li Ji. Only Li Ji can make such a fierce general serve. Sir, it's Li Ji's generals. Taisha Ci's judgment was correct. These two people were Zhou Cong and Dong Shi, generals of Yang Feng's navy. The day before the surprise attack, Lu Xiufu secretly contacted the Longke navy that was controlling Taihu Lake. As the commander, Yang Feng agreed without saying a word when he heard that there was a credit to be made. Although he did not participate in this battle, with Yang Feng's ability, he instantly guessed the escape route of Taisha Ci and others. So he used this forest to lay an ambush and waited for the fleeing Taisha Ci and others to come in obediently. When Zhou Cong and Dong Shi showed up, a large number of navy soldiers followed closely behind them, roaring and following the generals to charge into battle. And in the blink of an eye, they surrounded these hundreds of people. Is this also part of their calculation? Sun Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing unwillingness. Lu Xiufu had seen through his plan before, which had made him feel a little helpless. Now another army had successfully ambushed them, which made him feel even more powerless. "Sir, I will personally escort you out." Taisher Si held a spear in his hand, guarding Sun Shao behind him, and looked around vigilantly. However, he found that the other parties seemed to be targeting him, and the number of soldiers deployed nearby was huge, and he could not break out for a while with his military force. On the other side, Zhao Fan was a little angry when facing the siege of the two. "Kill you, and we can break out." Zhao Fan roared like an angry beast, and his spear rolled up endless energy, causing the surrounding space to emit a vibrating roar, disintegrating Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi's offensive, and took advantage of the situation to launch an attack. The opponent's spear whistled like lightning, and each attack was very neat and clear, pointing directly at Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi's necks, chests, and other vital points. It can be said that every move was fatal, and Zhao Fan would kill them if they were not careful. Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi did not expect Zhao Fan's strength to be so terrible. Not only could he easily resolve their attacks, but he also had the ability to counterattack. A spear made them a little flustered. For a while, the two of them did not gain the upper hand, but were suppressed by Zhao Fan. 1 against 2. I didn't expect that there was another general on the opposite side. It seems that I was a little careless. Yang Feng, who was at the rear of the army, watched the situation on the battlefield. When he saw Zhou Tsang, he frowned. Previously, Lu Xiufu told him that the other side had 2 generals with extraordinary martial arts, one of whom could fight Li Guang for dozens of rounds, and the other could fight Lu Pai and others alone. So Yang Feng decided to send Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi to attack Zhao Fan as soon as possible, and use troops to delay Taisher Si. After dealing with Zhao Fan, he would deal with Taisher Si and others. But the strength shown by Zhao Fan was beyond his expectations. But this did not affect the overall situation. Since Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi could not deal with Zhao Fan, Yang Feng could command the troops to besiege Zhao Fan together. Under Yang Feng's command, a small part of the troops besieging Taisher Si was withdrawn to join the ranks of besieging Zhao Fan. This approach reduced Taisher Si's pressure a lot. But Yang Feng was not a pushover, and the troops left behind were enough to delay him for a while. On Zhao Fan's side, with the addition of small soldiers, he was forced to split his mind to deal with their sneak attacks. In front of him, Zhou Tsang and Dong Shi were staring at him, and the pressure of survival increased a lot instantly. "My master is kind-hearted. With your martial arts, he will definitely value you. Why don't you surrender to him?" Zhou Tsang waved his sword and made a dull sound, trying to persuade Zhao Fan to surrender. However, Zhao Fan was not someone who would surrender easily. In response to Zhou Tsang's persuasion, he directly spitted out a mouthful of saliva, roared and waved his spear, and attacked the other party. However, the next second, there was a constant evil wind behind him, and several spears tore through the void with a bang, whistling and stabbing towards Zhao Fan's waist and abdomen. Zhao Fan reluctantly abandoned Zhou Tsang, and the spear tip turned, knocking all the attacking spears away. Taisher Si on the other side was also in trouble. Although it was natural for him to break out with his ability, he had to protect Sun Shao and Wang Shuang. The 2 men were ordinary in martial arts and could not help at all. They were a burden. Tap tap tap. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the shouts and shouts that soared into the sky could be transmitted several miles away under the night sky. The team sent by Lu Xiufu to hunt down Taisher Si quickly approached this side. Countless torches suddenly appeared in the distance, illuminating the armor style of this army. Yang Feng saw all this and his face couldn't help but darken. How can they move so fast? They have come before I catch Taisher Si and others. If Lu Xiufu's troops joined in, then Yang Feng would not be able to enjoy the credit of capturing Taisher Si alone. So Yang Feng waved the flag in his hand to speed up the attack. This made Taisher Si and his men miserable. The enemy's attack was like a surging tide. One wave after another. One wave higher than the other. And soon they had several more wounds on their bodies. And they also found that another army was approaching quickly in the distance. There was no need to make too many guesses, and they knew it was the enemy's reinforcements. Yang Feng's soldiers were as sharp as a scalpel. In the blink of an eye, they cut these hundreds of people into countless parts. Even Taisher Si and Sun Shao lost contact under such an impact, accompanied by bursts of shrill screams. These soldiers fell to the ground like cut rice, vomiting blood, and the expression in their pupils quickly dissipated. "Where is the sir?" Taisher Si saw Sun Shao being rushed to an unknown place, and suddenly became impatient. He roared and called Sun Shao, and the long spear in his hand flew up and down, forcibly killing a bloody path in the crowd. The tattered corpses lay on the ground, with a large number of broken limbs flying across the ground, and the blood flowing in the mud gathered into a river. Various tragic scenes outlined a picture of H.L. watching his subordinates being killed. Taisher had no choice but to swing his weapons wildly and blast the enemies who surrounded him into pieces. After an unknown amount of time of fighting, Taisher found that all his soldiers had been killed, and the figures of enemy soldiers were everywhere around him. Suddenly, he felt powerless. We are defeated. At this time, Sun Shao had been captured alive by Yang Feng, along with Zhao Fan, the young general of Chue, and Lord Wang Shuang. These people were tied up and brought to Taisher. Seeing that Sun Shao was safe and sound and did not lose his life, Taisher suddenly felt a little relieved. Catch him! Someone suddenly shouted this sentence, and the soldiers nearby revealed a fierce light in their eyes, roaring and flying over, like a group of extremely hungry beasts. The enemy's commander was in front of him. It was undoubtedly a great achievement to capture him. However, he would become a superior person overnight, but he would definitely be promoted a few levels. Taisher tried his best to kill the red-eyed dragon sparrow soldiers, but 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Even if he killed more people, he could not suppress these monsters who were blinded by power. The warhorse under him neighed under the shove, and then was suddenly pushed to the ground. Taisher fell heavily, and was swallowed up by the crowd in the blink of an eye. Chapter 428. Attack Hula Pass again. Jing Lu and his men have already beheaded the traitor Su Gong. It is estimated that at this time, they should have captured the remaining counties in Wu County. However, Jing Lu took it upon himself to completely liquidate the Zhang family, a noble family in Wu County. I am afraid that Wu County will not be at peace for some time to come. Li Ji, who was still playing rotten in front of Hulao Pass, suddenly received news from Wu County. The matter was of great importance and concerned the future development of the power. So he immediately summoned his main generals and advisors. Although they all agreed that Su Gong would often lose, they did not expect the other party to be so unbearable. As a result, the Battle of Hulao Pass was not over, and he was dealt with by Wang Ming. In addition to completing the main task of defeating Su Gong, Wang Ming also presented a list of personnel. The names on it were all talents that Wang Ming had gathered or captured in this battle. Zhu Huan, Gu Hui. Most of these people came from the big families of the 4 surnames in Wu County. In history, they were the mainstay of the Eastern Wu power. Their abilities were not very strong, but they were not bad either. However, there are a few names that Li Ji is very concerned about, including the 3 or 4-year-old Lu Yi, the captured Taisher and Zhao Fan. The former is the famous governor of the Eastern Wu, Lu Sun, who burned Liu Bei's elite troops and almost emptied most of the national strength of Shuhan. His son Lu Kong is also a famous general in the late Eastern Wu. Taisher and Zhao Fan. One of them fought hard with Sun Tzu and was a rare military face in the Eastern Wu, and the other was the legendary young general of Chue, who was rumored to be able to resist Sun Tzu's 12 riders alone. The strong ones among these 12 riders are Zhou Tai, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, and the weak ones are also Song Lian. Their combined strength should not be underestimated. From the information Li Ji got, Zhao Fan was able to stop Lu Pai, Gong Du, Pei Yuan Shao, Zhao Panu and 4 cavalry marquises, so he was naturally not much worse in terms of bravery. In addition to these people, Li Ji also noticed that there was another person on the list, Sun Shao, who was a counselor and civil official around Lu Yao. He had met him at the last banquet. His data panel was not bad, and his political points were more than 80. If Li Ji could recruit this Shiren, he could greatly enrich his power and quickly stabilize the newly acquired territory of Wujuan. However, the demise of the Zhang family in Wu County made Li Ji feel a little sorry. Although Zhang Yun is the only outstanding one among the current Zhang family members, Zhang Yun's son Zhang Wen, and his descendants Zhang Yan, Zhang Dun, and others all hold high positions in the Eastern Wu forces and have good abilities. However, they were not born at this time, and as a result, their families were massacred by Wang Ming. So naturally they did not have the history of these people. My lord, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with Jinglu's approach. Before the establishment of the Han dynasty, there was no such thing as the 4 surnames in Wujuan. It was just that their ancestors held important positions in the court, and their clansmen were protected by them and took root here. So the 4 surnames appeared. Now that the Zhang family has been eliminated, I don't know how many noble families are eyeing them covetously. As long as the Lord releases the news, most of the noble families in Wujuan will definitely want to fight for the new surname. Moreover, the Lu, Gu, and Zhu families are not easy to deal with. They also want to have a piece of this pie. Guijia pulled at his clothes, smelling of alcohol, and said with a drunken smile. Li Ji nodded, then turned to look at Shishisai beside him and said, Shisai, the Imperial College has always been in charge of you and Run. Now Jinglu wants to insert the Lu family kid. Is there anything wrong with that? Shishisai pondered for a while, then bowed and replied, Louis is just a 3 or 4-year-old child. No matter how smart he is, how can he completely hide his thoughts? We just need to monitor him more. And the Imperial College is our main academy for training talents. Letting this person in can win over the Lu family on the one hand, and train this person on the other hand. While he is young, we can cultivate his loyalty. He will definitely become the backbone of our army in the future. Hearing this, Li Ji nodded immediately, agreeing to Wang Meng's request. In fact, when he knew that Wang Meng wanted to pull Lu Sun to his side, Li Ji wished he could go back and take Lu Sun away, and bring this governor of Dongwu to his side for training. However, considering the family behind Lu Sun, Li Ji could not make too many biased moves, so as not to be caught by Lu Yu and become arrogant. Because the imperial examination was issued before, many failed candidates entered the Imperial College to prepare for the exam, so as to increase the probability of passing the exam next time. But none of these people could get the teachings of Lu Ji and Kai Yong. Fortunately, Li Ji found a talent from his own Maokei city. This person was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was a general of the Eastern Wu who had left his name in history, and was called the Song King of the Eastern Wu. Lu Zan. Lu Zan's mother was the tailor Lu Wang who Li Ji had dug from Shaanning County at the beginning. It must be said that such a coincidence made Li Ji feel quite surprised. Lu Zan and Lu Sun. These two are still children, more than 20 years older than Li Ji, and they are estimated to be of little use in the next 10 years. However, they can become the mainstay of Li Ji's next generation, responsible for Li Ji's descendants to continue to fight in China. And recruiting them is considered to be building a team for his son. Since the traitor Su Gong has been dealt with, it means that there is no more trouble in his rear. Li Ji can now focus on Hula Pass. Since the news of Dongzhu's westward migration to Chang'an came out, it has become more and more real as time goes by. Both the princes outside the pass and the garrison guarding Hula Pass have begun to stir. According to Li Ji's judgment, in order to win, the two camps of this event must either defeat the prince's camp or get Dongzhu to successfully move the capital to Chang'an. As long as one of these two conditions is met, the system will automatically determine the victory. As the news of Dongzhu's relocation of the capital spreads more and more true, Li Ji estimates that the system will determine that the prince's camp has won in a while, which means that Li Ji has the last period of time left to brush merit points. At this point in the event, Li Ji, as one of the princes, has made a lot of efforts, and his performance in the event is naturally not bad. So he has obtained more than 3.5 million merit points, ranking first in the prince's camp, far ahead of others. Even Qin Fan, who ranked first in Dongzhu's camp, could not get as many merits as Li Ji because Dongzhu's camp was on the defensive for most of the time. But Li Ji was not satisfied with this, because he knew that there were countless good treasures in the system, and it would cost astronomical merits to exchange them, and his merits were really not enough. So he had to continue to attack the merits at hand during the last period of time, and his mind was on the heroic pass Hula Pass. This is the gateway to Luoyang and the first umbrella of Dongzhu. If this pass is taken, I don't know how many merits will be rewarded. Moreover, Dongzhu also has many famous generals and counselors. If 1 or 2 can be captured to work for him, it will also be a lot of benefits. Li Ji is not the only one who has such thoughts. People like Ding Xia and Chu Xiong, who are playing princes, agreed without saying a word when they heard that Li Ji wanted to take Hula Pass. After all, they also need merits. Even if they can't win the first place, they can fight for the second place. Not only them, but also Sun Wei, who represented Jiaoji Shixie, Cheng Shan behind Tao Qian, Wang Song who cooperated with Zhang Yang, and even Yao Luan who defected to Gongsun Zan, were willing to temporarily put aside the conflict with Ding Xia and attack Hula Pass together after receiving Li Ji's invitation. In addition to these people, Li Ji certainly did not forget Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and other loyal vassal states of the Han dynasty. They were either passionate young men or had deep hatred with Dongzhu. When they heard that they were going to attack Hula Pass, they readily agreed to Li Ji and followed him to attack. These vassal states and great lords all have real strength. If you pick out one person, There must be a famous general in history under his command to act as a facade. It can be said that these talents are the backbone of the vassal coalition and the elite force of the vassal states. Of course, Li Ji's open action of forming a small group naturally could not be hidden from the ears and eyes of the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. These two brothers can be said to be representatives of the world's aristocratic families. If they did not receive Li Ji's invitation, it would be no different from hitting the face of the aristocratic families. Li Ji, that guy, did not take me, the leader, seriously at all. Not only did he win over a large number of vassal states, but even Meng Da was bewitched by him, being backstabbed by his friend. Yuan Shao was so angry. If he had not taken into account his lord's image, he would probably be incompetent and furious in the tent now. My lord, you are a noble from the 4th generation, and you come from the Yuan family of Renan. Li Ji is just a country bumpkin. How can he compare to you? Military strategist Su Yu immediately followed Yuan Shao's words and said indignantly, cursing Li Ji for not being a good guy. However, he also admired Li Ji's connections and methods. Among the 21 princes, Li Ji not only knew powerful princes like Ding Xia, but also had a close relationship with Sun Jian, Cao Cao and others. The military strength of these princes was much stronger than that of Lu Dai, Kong Rong and others. Li Ji won them over to his own forces, and his voice in the coalition was close to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was a little worried. If Li Ji was unhappy with him one day, he would directly lead these princes to set up a stove and establish another prince camp. Then he, the leader of the alliance, could be said to be unworthy of the title. My lord, Hao believes that Li Taisho's target should not be us, but Dongzhuo's Hula Pass. Cui Hao, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and then spoke. However, his view was immediately ridiculed by Su Yu and Shen Pei. Bo Yuan's view is too naive. Li Ji is so ambitious that he would spend so much effort to attack Hula Pass. This is a thankless task. That's right, Bo Yuan. Don't forget that Li Ji once blackmailed us and asked for a large amount of food and equipment. If he didn't plot against us, I, Shen, would immediately hit myself on the pillar and die as a token of my apology. Su Yu and Shen Pei talked back and forth, and the two of them were like a two-person show, cooperating in perfect harmony, which made Cui Hao speechless. Seeing that there was still factional confrontation in his camp, the Northern Dynasty strategist sighed helplessly, and had to close his eyes to block his ears and eyes, and ignored the two. Seeing this, Su Yu and Shen Pei immediately smiled as winners, and looked at each other in triumph. While Yuan Shao was still fighting internally, Li Ji summoned the princes he had won over to discuss the details of the attack on Hula Pass. Not long ago, an astonishing news came from the direction of Hula Pass that Dongzhuo would complete the plan to move the capital to Chang'an in a few days. And at the same time, he would take the unbelievable step of burning Luoyang. Luoyang City was the capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with a population of tens of millions. And it was a first-class giant city in the world. If it was burned down, I don't know how much resources would be spent to restore the prosperity of Luoyang. Not to mention Li Ji and others. Even Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Lu Dai and other Han Dynasty relatives. When they heard that Dongzhuo was going to burn Luoyang, they immediately became anxious and asked Yuan Shao to send troops to attack Hula Pass. What a joke. Luoyang City is the facade of their Lu family. If they burn it, they will burn all their underwear. However, Yuan Shao took Su Yu's advice, and did not meet Lu Dai and others despite being sick. He wanted Li Ji and others to go first, and then come out after the battle was almost over, and take the achievement of Hula Pass into his own pocket. Dongzhuo is going to burn Hula Pass, which means that the garrison of Hula Pass will gradually decrease in the next few days. This is our best opportunity to attack Hula Pass. As long as we take Hula Pass before Dongzhuo, we can stop Dongzhuo from burning Luoyang and prevent this huge city from becoming ruins. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, Li Ji must seize this opportunity to take down Hula Pass. Now that Dongzhuo's plan to move west to Chang'an has been basically exposed, it will have a great impact on the morale of his troops, especially the troops still on the front line, who are even more unwilling to stay in a place where they will lose their heads. The main general of Hula Pass is still Su Rong, but the generals assigned to him by Dongzhuo have been basically withdrawn, leaving only Li Ju, Guisi, and Zhang Ji. These three are Dongzhuo's direct generals from the western Liang area, but they were not transferred back to plunder Luoyang. So they naturally thought that they were abandoned by Dongzhuo and became less and less interested in fighting. Not only the number of generals has been reduced, but also the garrison troops have been withdrawn. If Yuan Shao had not launched an attack, they would have taken Hulao Pass long ago and were approaching the city of Luoyang. This is also one of the reasons why Li Ji wants to win over other princes. Although the number of troops will be reduced a lot, facing the low morale of Dong Zhuo's army, even if the opponent occupies the geographical advantage, it may not be impossible to take Hulao Pass. Su Rong, the commander of Hulao Pass, is quite capable. We have seen his extraordinary abilities in the previous siege, but he is from Liaodong and is not a direct general of Dong Zhuo. It can be said that he is Dong Zhuo's abandoned son at Hulao Pass. Li Ju, Guasi, and Zhang Ji are from Xiliang. They followed Dong Zhuo to fight in their early years. Sooner or later, there will be disagreements among the four of them. We will be divided into several groups and attack Hulao Pass day and night. These people will not be able to withstand the pressure and will definitely find a chance to retreat from Hulao Pass. Chapter 429 Attacking the heart is the best way. They are really going to abandon us and attack Hulao Pass by themselves. With so many loyal ministers here, the destiny of our Han dynasty should not be over. Lian Min and his men are really crazy. Compared with them, Yuan Binshu is just a clown. It seems that we have failed to judge people by their wisdom. The allied forces of the princes had a large number of siege equipment. Li Ji originally thought that he had to ask Yuan Shao to borrow a batch of them. But before he asked, the other party directly sent the things over, which was considered to be a tacit approval of Li Ji and his men's approach. Yuan Shao was not a stupid thief. Taking Hulao Pass would be of great benefit to him. Even if he did not participate in it personally, it would also increase his reputation by a large margin. Therefore, in addition to sending troops, Yuan Shao was willing to provide all conditions for Li Ji to help. And even the food and grass were solved by Yuan Shao. Since there was no concern about logistics, Li Ji and others agreed to attack Hulao Pass immediately, day and night, in order to wear down the morale of the defenders at the pass and forcibly take Hulao Pass at all costs. Lu Dai, Kong Rong and other princes, who were not invited by Li Ji, watched Li Ji and his men attack Hulao Pass and felt ashamed. They were state governors, and they should have taken on more important responsibilities in the war against Dong Zhuo. But Li Ji and other county governors took the lead and launched an attack together, regardless of whether Hulao Pass could be taken in the end. The actions of Li Ji and his men had been recognized by them, which was much better than that lazy Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Li Ji, Cao Cao, Sun Jian and other princes led their troops out of the camp and formed a military formation under Hulao Pass. As long as they gave an order, they could directly launch an offensive and attack Hulao Pass. Cao Cao approached Hulao Pass under the protection of the Xiahou brothers, squinting his eyes slightly to watch the defense of the pass. And soon a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. There are not many soldiers guarding Hulao Pass, and their morale is not high. It seems that Brother Amin's idea is correct. Why don't we attack Hulao Pass now? We will definitely be able to take it down if we work day and night. I think so too. Dong Zhuo is simply stupid. If he stays at Hulao Pass like before, there will be millions of soldiers guarding Guanzhong, let alone us. Even if Yuan Shao and others are added, I am afraid that even if all the troops are exhausted, they may not be able to take Hulao Pass. Sun Jian rode out with the ancient ingot knife in his hand, and laughed as he took over Cao Cao's words. The reason why the morale of the guards of Hulao Pass is low is not only because Dong Zhuo is not here. They may have heard about Dong Zhuo's plan to move west to Chang'an. Moving west to Chang'an will inevitably plunder Luoyang, which is a good job that can make money. And it is not comparable to being on the front line. Li Ji touched his chin and thought for a while, then continued, "Two wise brothers. I have a plan. I wonder if you can tell me." "Oh, and men, do you have any good ideas?" Cao Cao and Sun Jian immediately showed a curious expression and leaned over. "I think we can make use of Dong Zhuo's plunder of Luoyang. The rear is plundering money, and the front is forced to fight. We will publicize this matter, which will surely keep the morale of the Guanzhong defenders low. In addition, we are constantly attacking the periphery. It is very likely that these people will not want to fight, or even collapse without attacking." I know what Anmin meant. You want to shoot a large number of letters into Guanzhong about how to nourish the Xiliang army in the rear, so that the other side will no longer have the intention to resist. Cao Cao is a hero who relies on his brain to make a living. After hearing Li Ji's words, he instantly understood what the other party meant. Li Ji arched his hands and replied with a smile, "That's right. However, Guanzhong's main general Su Rong is a tough opponent, and this strategy may not succeed. Whether it succeeds or not does not depend on you and me, nor on Su Rong. If this plan fails, it will only waste some silk and silk. Cao Cao was not very worried, and directly agreed with Li Ji's idea. Sun Jian also had no objection and also agreed. As the leaders of the small group, the three of them had no objection to this plan, and the remaining princes did not obstruct it. Under the actions of many princes, a large number of silk and satin cloths with Dongzhu's glorious action written on them were quickly collected. And then a large number of archers were mobilized to use long-range equipment, such as bows and arrows, and catapults to project them in the direction of Hulao Pass. At Hulao Pass, the main general Su Rong led Li Ju, Guisi, and Zhang Ji to appear on the city wall. They learned that the prince's coalition army showed signs of attacking the pass again, and immediately mobilized troops to defend. However, as time went on, the princes did not take any action except for mobilizing a lot of troops. And there was no sign of attacking Hulao Pass. Look! They are taking action. Just when the four of them breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiu, the nephew behind Zhang Ji, suddenly spoke up and pointed his finger in the direction of the prince's army. Following Zhang Xiu's guidance, everyone looked over and saw that one after another of the perspectives were pushed out, and a large number of archers appeared at the front line. The sudden change scared the four nervous people, but soon they found something wrong. Why didn't the other side's infantry responsible for attacking appear? Each branch of the army is responsible for different tasks. For example, the cavalry is responsible for assault and roaming. The archers are responsible for suppressing the enemy, and the infantry is mainly responsible for killing the enemy and attacking the city. Without infantry to launch an attack, could it be that the princes asked their precious archers to roll up their sleeves and fight in person? Before Su Rong and others could figure out what was going on, the princes on the opposite side responded. All the archers continued to advance a distance and shot at the wall of Hulao Pass. There were also a large number of catapults. After they were loaded with stones, they roared under the impact of the soldiers and suddenly threw the stones in the basket into the air, causing a turbulence in the air. Be careful to avoid. Su Rong roared and hid in the nearest bunker. The next second, there was a thunderous shock above his head, and a large number of arrows flew into the city wall with a whistling sound, covering many unlucky defenders in the blink of an eye. In an instant, shrill screams suddenly rang out, and arrows pierced the torsos of these soldiers from all directions, and warm blood dripped onto the ground along with the arrow shafts and the silk satin cloth on them. The rolling rocks hit the city wall, making a roaring sound, and then they broke into countless pieces and shot in all directions. Many unlucky people were hit by the rocks and fell unconscious on the city wall. General Su, there seems to be something else on these arrows. Li Ju saw the abnormality on the arrow and immediately roared in the direction of Su Rong. Su Rong was reminded by this and immediately came back to his senses. His eyes kept sweeping around and finally fell on a relatively complete arrow. He stretched out his arm to pick up the arrow, and Su Rong found that there was a small piece of silk satin tied to the arrow, and there seemed to be a line of small words written on it. What is this? Su Rong muttered to himself. His eyes kept sweeping on it, and then his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face suddenly became ugly, although the words on it were mostly contaminated by blood. Su Rong knew the meaning from a few words. The words on it were nothing more than talking about the good things Dongzhu did in Luoyang. Perhaps for other troops, the impact was negligible, but for them, who were in the frontline troops, this was no different from a fatal blow. A few days ago, Li Ju and the other two had found Su Rong, hoping that Su Rong could lead his troops to retreat from Hulao Pass back to Luoyang and go to Chang'an City with Dongzhu. In the eyes of Li Ju and others, Dongzhu seemed to be planning to abandon them by placing them here, letting them block the front while he was collecting money from behind. This measure of tight front and tight back, no matter which general was given, they could not accept this magical operation of their lord. Fortunately, Su Rong was the main general here, and he could use his status to suppress the other side, so that the other side could not have the idea of retreating temporarily. But the prince's current operation was like a fire, which undoubtedly ignited the ideas of Li Ju and others again. No one is allowed to read the content above, and those who disobey the order shall be beheaded. Su Rong then roared, and his eyes followed the surroundings, but found that it was too late for him to issue orders. Many soldiers had picked up the blood-stained silk satin and checked the content on it. This is fine. After all, most of the lower-level soldiers are illiterate, and they basically cannot understand the content above without reminders from others. But if Li Ju, Guisi, Zhang Ji and other middle and high-level generals of the Xiliang army knew about it, they would definitely find him Su Rong again regardless of the occasion to mention this matter. as long as they come to make trouble. No matter what the final result is, Su Rong's relationship with them will be broken to a certain extent, and the goal of the princes is basically achieved. However, when Su Rong looked at Li Ju, Guasi and others, he found that their faces were so ugly that they could not be described. It was obvious that they also knew the above content. Su Rong, we should talk. The three of them, led by Li Ju, came straight toward Su Rong without paying attention to the flying arrows. He handed the silk in his hand to Su Rong and said with a dark face, "Now the Lord wants to burn Luoyang City and move the capital to Chang'an soon. The soldiers stationed at Hulao Pass have no intention of fighting. If they continue to hold on, I am afraid that the whole situation will be annihilated. Yes, General Su, I know you are loyal to the Lord, but you have to consider the lives of the soldiers. Since the Lord is going to give up Luoyang City, what is the point of us holding on to Hulao Pass?" Guasi on the side persuaded earnestly. Finally, Zhang Ji also stood up and said, "General, you have done enough. Even if we retreat now, the Lord will not blame you. When the capital is moved to Chang'an, you can apply to garrison Tongguan. Isn't it the same as guarding the pass for our Lord and resisting the heroes?" Facing the pincer attack of the three men, Su Rong did not show any intention of retreating. He just waved his hand and said coldly, "Now the Lord has not completely withdrawn Chang'an from Luoyang. If we give up the defense of Hulao Pass, it will undoubtedly hand the blade to the princes. They can go straight to Luoyang through Hulao Pass and put the blade on the Lord's neck. Can you be responsible for this kind of thing?" Li Ju said it so openly. But Su Rong, who is also a veteran of Shiliang, knows the little thoughts of these three people. It is false to say that they want to save the lives of the soldiers. The three of them want to follow Dongjue to plunder Luoyang. After Dongjue gave in, Luoyang City has become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of many people. As long as they get a little bit of it, they will be rich and prosperous. Everyone wants to eat a lot of oil in Luoyang City. And Li Ju and the other three also want to get involved. But Su Rong is not a fool. The most important thing now is to hold on until Dongjue moves all the resources in Luoyang to Chang'an City. Only after completing this step can they withdraw from Hulao Pass and rely on Tongguan and Hanga Pass to resist the princes. If Li Ju and his men are allowed to retreat now, then Luoyang, which is in a turmoil, will be undefended, and the princes can enter Hulao Pass and attack Luoyang City. No matter how the three people persuaded him, Su Rong remained unmoved and insisted on not withdrawing his troops from Hulao Pass. In order to suppress the voices of the three people, Su Rong did not hesitate to offend them. He directly brought out his identity as the commander and used Dongjue's appointment to forcibly suppress the thoughts of the three people. "Su Rong, you will pay the price for today." Su Rong's temper was as stinky and hard as a toilet stone. Seeing that he could not convince the other party, Li Ju had to leave a harsh word and reluctantly stayed at Hulao Pass. Although he pulled the three stubborn donkeys back to his side this time, Su Rong couldn't be happy because he knew that the other party's goal had been achieved, and his relationship with Li Ju and others had deteriorated a lot. In war, it is a taboo for generals to disagree with each other. If the generals under his command do not obey his command, it will inevitably cause chaos in the future. As long as the opponent seizes this opportunity and launches a thundering attack, even if they occupy the Hulao Pass, they may not be able to stop the opponent. The nearby soldiers saw the quarrel between Su Rong and others, and their eyes kept flashing with hesitation. They were either from the direct troops of the Shiliang army, the military horses of Li Ju's faction, or the Chu department centered on Su Rong, who would not obey the command of anyone except Su Rong. However, if the core figures of the two factions quarreled, it would cause the army below to split in two, and there would be irreconcilable contradictions between them, which was extremely unfavorable for the defense of Hulao Pass. The defenders at Hulao Pass were in a state of chaos, which naturally could not be hidden from Cao Cao and Li Ji under the city. The two initiators smiled at each other, and they were simply two old foxes who succeeded. Li Ji coughed twice to clear his throat, and said with a smile, "Brother Mingda, it seems that my strategy has been successful. Next, we just need to take turns to attack Hulao Pass immediately. Once the time comes, Hulao Pass will fall without attacking. And Min is right. Next, it depends on us to give them a push." Cao Cao showed a treacherous smile. After the two boasted to each other, they immediately issued an order to attack the city and commanded their troops to attack Hulao Pass. Chapter 430, Take Hulao Pass. Attack the city. The princes who participated in the attack included Li Ji, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Ding Xia, Chu Xiong, Sun Wei, Tao Qian, Gongsun Zan and Zhang Yang. A total of 9 princes, occupying a small half of the coalition camp. Except for Sun Wei and Zhang Yang. The other princes either had strong soldiers and horses, a large number of troops, or had fierce generals in the ranks, and were very powerful. In terms of the lineup of generals alone, they occupied a large part of the coalition. With Li Ji's order, the dull sound of war drums like thunder resounded through the sky. And as the breeze spread to all directions over the battlefield, the princes of various routes sent out their elite soldiers and brave generals. Large siege equipment, such as siege towers and ramming vehicles, were like ferocious war beasts crawling slowly in the wild, and drove towards Hulao Pass under the push of strongmen. When the commander Su Rong and the 3 deputy commanders around him saw the scene, their faces became particularly ugly. The opponent put on such a posture, just to tell Su Rong and others that they were going to take real action. If it were the past, when Dong Zhuo was still in charge of Hulao Pass, Su Rong would naturally not worry about the pressure of the prince's army. But now it is different. The people in Hulao Pass are now demoralized. Fierce generals, like Lu Bu and Zhu Wuba, have followed Dong Zhuo back to Luoyang City early to prepare for the plan to move the capital. Today's Hulao Pass can be said to have no sufficient troops and horses stationed, and there are no fierce generals sitting here. In addition to a certain geographical advantage, the weather and people are not on Su Rong's side. Facing the sudden attack, Su Rong was not sure at all. Send someone to inform the Lord and request support. Su Rong had no choice but to pin his hopes on Dong Zhuo in Luoyang City, hoping that his lord would still remember his group of people and send troops to help defend Hulao Pass. However, Su Rong's actions were seen by Li Ju and others, and the 3 of them couldn't help but sneer, because they felt that staying in Hulao Pass was no different from committing suicide. Dong Zhuo had already placed them here as abandoned pawns, so why would he send anyone to support them? The sound of the war drums kept roaring, which greatly boosted the morale of the allied soldiers. Their blood and qi were boiling like boiling water in their bodies, providing strong strength, accompanied by the shouts of killing. The soldiers braved the dense rain of arrows thrown down by Hulao Pass, relying on large siege equipment to hide their bodies, and quickly attacked the city wall like a tide. Among them, there were also generals of various princes hiding inside, waiting for the perfect opportunity to give the defenders a thunderous blow, using ladders and other equipment to quickly climb the wall and fight with the enemy. Although there were no generals guarding Hulao Pass, Su Rong still had a lot of reserve troops on hand. In order to deal with the enemies rushing up, he could only use the lives and blood of the soldiers to drive the enemy generals to the bottom of the city wall. 9 lords fought fiercely at Hulao Pass. Without Yuan Shao's order, the remaining lords did not dare to join in rashly. They could only stay in the camp and listen to the harsh fighting not far away. Why didn't Yuan Binshu let us attack Hulao Pass? Could it be that he, the leader of the alliance, wanted to watch from the sidelines? It's really shameful. I don't think there is anything wrong. Hulao Pass is a rare pass in the world. Li Ji's attack on Hulao Pass at this time is no different from sending himself to death. The leader of the alliance is far-sighted. The reason why he doesn't want to attack Hulao Pass is that he doesn't want us to lose soldiers in vain. Most of the 12 princes gathered together, holding different opinions on the actions of Li Ji and others, and a fierce argument broke out. Some people thought that the actions of Li Ji and other 9 princes were correct, and that it was what they should do as loyal ministers of the Han dynasty. Some people chose to stand on Yuan Shao's side, thinking that Li Ji was committing a crime of insubordination and not respecting Yuan Shao as the leader of the alliance. As for the remaining princes, they did not think that Li Ji could take Hulao Pass. Even if he took it, his troops would be basically wiped out. How could he deal with Dong Zhuo, who was resting in the rear at that time? The 12 princes were basically divided into 3 factions, each holding their own views and refuting the claims of the princes of other factions with reason and evidence. Li Ji, one of the objects of the argument, was obviously unaware of the argument. He was now sitting in the central army with Cao Cao and others, observing the situation of the siege at all times. He had commanders such as Lu Xiangsheng, Cao Cao, and Wang Xingyan on his side, who were much more capable than Su Rong. If it were not for the existence of Hulao Pass, they would have taken down Su Rong's troops long ago with these people. The troops of the 9 princes gathered together and were jointly commanded by these generals. The offensive was as terrifying as a tsunami, constantly hitting the city wall. As time passed, the sun was about to set in the west, and the light on the battlefield gradually dimmed. But the coalition had no intention of withdrawing its troops and continued to attack the pass resolutely. At this moment, Su Rong, who was covered in blood, could hardly lift the long sword in his hand. When he saw the coalition start to raise a large number of torches and prepare for a night battle, he couldn't help but feel desperate. It was obvious that the enemy wanted to rely on the number of troops to wear down the defenders of Hula Pass. Even if it was a very risky night battle, the 9 princes of the coalition gathered together, with a number of troops of almost 1 million, while Su Rong had only hundreds of thousands of troops. And his family assets were much worse than those of the opponent. The initiative of the attack had been transferred to the princes since Dong Zhuo withdrew to Luoyang City. If it weren't for the 2 brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu taking the lead, Hula Pass would not have been able to hold on until now. But now the princes are starting to get serious. They can use their military strength advantage to continuously reduce the number of defenders. And they can increase investment anytime and anywhere, rush forward at the critical moment, and completely defeat the defenders. Su Rong has been alert to when the coalition forces will launch a general attack. But as time goes by, the coalition forces can completely use their military strength advantage to drag them down. War is actually a competition of the energy of forces. The one with a strong family background will have a greater chance of winning. Just like Bai Qi's Battle of Chongping and Wang Jian's Battle of Chu. The reason why they were able to defeat Zhao and Chu was because the national strength of Qin behind them was stronger than that of the other party. And they could rely on national strength to drag down the opponent and take the initiative. If Dong Zhuo had not decided to move the capital to Chang'an and had not left Hula Pass, Su Rong could completely rely on the advantages of Hula Pass and the mountain of Dong Zhuo to drag down the coalition forces outside the pass. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. His backer Dong Zhuo decided to show weakness, and directly gave the initiative to the other party. Now his backers are unreliable. There are conflicts on his side, and the other side has also become serious. All these factors combined have greatly reduced the probability of Su Rong holding Hulao Pass. The coalition's night offensive lasted for almost 4 hours. The 2 sides fought until late at night, and only then did they reluctantly retreat from the wall of Hulao Pass after the sound of the horn to call off the troops. The whole battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the unpleasant smell of corroded corpses really made people feel sick. The offensive on the second day followed one after another. Not long after the battle of the previous night ended, Li Ji and other 9 princes launched another attack. Before the sun rose, they set up their military formation outside the pass, accompanied by the thunderous sound of war drums, and slowly approached with various siege equipment. Whether it was the defenders of Hula Pass or the princes who stayed in the camp, such as Yuan Shao, they were instantly dissatisfied with Li Ji's actions. Last night, the battle lasted until late at night, and the shouting and killing that soared into the sky had prevented them from falling asleep. Now, only 2 or 3 hours after the previous siege, the horn of attack was blown again. Isn't this clearly not allowing them to sleep peacefully? However, Li Ji did not care so much. He did this just to torture the defenders of Hulao Pass. The 9 princes took turns to attack the pass in batches, and the soldiers in each round could get a certain degree of rest. But Su Rong was different. Their foundation was not so strong. They had to go all out to deal with the attack of the coalition forces. How could they dare to take turns to rest? So Li Ji could take advantage of this advantage and constantly consume the spirit of the defenders. After a period of persistence, even if Su Rong was Bai Qi or Han Xian, he would definitely reveal his flaws. In this way, the offensive of the 9 princes lasted for 4 days and 3 nights, torturing Su Rong's Xiliang army and Yuan Shao's coalition forces. On the night of the 4th day, the faces of the defenders of Hulao Pass showed visible fatigue. Even if the enemy was at the gates of the city, they could not muster enough energy to deal with it. On Li Ji's side, although the day and night attacks also made his troops exhausted, the morale was still high. Although not as energetic as at the beginning of the war, they were much stronger than the defenders of Hulao Pass. Tonight we will go all out to take Hula Pass. Li Ji and other 9 princes determined that this was the best time to attack with all their strength. So they decided to send the most elite troops and the most fierce generals in the formation, intending to take Hulao Pass overnight. Li Tsuinxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Yang Zixing, Qin Dao, and other dragon and sparrow warriors were sent out by Li Ji. Cao Cao sent out the Xiahou brothers, Cao Ren, Cao Hong, and other clan generals. Sun Jian personally rolled up his sleeves and went into battle, leading Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Han Dang, and Zhu Mao. For veterans who followed him in his early years, White Horse General Gong Sun Zan, like Sun Jian, personally went into battle and led the 3 brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang to break through the pass. The player Yao Luan who defected to him asked his family general Shi Denai and Ashina Dur to go together. Ding Xia sent 3 female generals under her command, Yang Muzhen, Qin Liangyu, and Shi Saiwa, to the stage, becoming a beautiful landscape in the coalition army. Wang Tsong, the lord of Bingzhou, said Chao Xing and Wang Bodong. Tao Qian, the governor of Xuzhou, said Lu Sanao and Gao Chong. Chu Xiong, the governor of Lingling, said Cheng Yaojin and Xing Durong. And Sun Wei, the spokesperson of Shixie, said Mai Taizheng, a general of the Sui dynasty. The lineup of these 9 princes can be said to be dazzling, so luxurious that it has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. If their lineup of counselors is included, they can almost pacify the entire Chinese land and expand their territory. Facing the aggressive coalition forces, Li Ju, who was responsible for defending the city tonight, looked numb and showed no expression at all. After being tortured by the enemy for 4 days and 3 nights, Li Ju was very restrained for not greeting Li Ji's parents. Each army should light torches and braziers and prepare to meet the enemy. Li Ju, with dark circles under his eyes, shouted, but found that his voice became very hoarse. He was helpless. He had experienced such a fierce war in the past few days, and he was lucky not to die. Moreover, he was not a steadfast faction. If it were not for Su Rong's status as the main general, he would have fled back to Hulao Pass with Guisi and Zhang Ji, and would not have been tortured by the coalition forces at this time. While Li Ju was taking action, the armies of the 9 princes had already launched an offensive, and siege vehicles, ramming vehicles and other equipment slowly moved forward, and their huge bodies provided sufficient shelter for the soldiers behind them. Dense rain of arrows continued to fall on the wall, but most of the arrows could only be nailed under the siege equipment and could not threaten the soldiers behind them. Kill! The shouts of killing instantly resounded through the sky, and the clouds above the battlefield were about to be shattered. The defenders of Hulao Pass could only force themselves to move various defensive equipment to resist the attack. A large number of equipment quickly approached, and under the horrified gaze of the defenders, hideous giants such as siege towers tore through the cover of the night and appeared in front of Hulao Pass with a bang. There came dozens of mighty generals with various weapons in hand, and their majestic bodies exuded earth-shaking momentum, as if they could destroy everything in the world in an instant. Li Ju keenly smelled a hint of something unusual, and then when he looked at the siege tower, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw many brave generals in the enemy's tower. These generals basically appeared during the battle at Hulao Pass, and their martial arts were extraordinary. Hack! This is a general attack. What's the point of defending? Li Ju's mind suddenly became clearer, and he cursed loudly, and he couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart. The generals in Guanzhong were only Su Rong, Li Ju, Guisi and Zhang Ji, plus the young Zhang Xiu. There were only 5 people. How could they deal with so many people? You guys hold the city wall. I'll call a few generals to come. Li Ju directly handed over the military power to the deputy general beside him, and led a group of personal soldiers down the city wall to inform his good brothers of the situation of the city wall. Guisi and Zhang Ji were naturally surprised by the sudden general attack of the coalition forces. After discussing it, the 3 of them felt that they could not stop the attack of the coalition forces, and decisively took their own troops to withdraw from Luoyang City. Before leaving, the 3 did not forget to take the main general Su Rong away. You 3 are traitors. I will definitely tell my lord about you. Su Rong struggled and screamed, but his strength was no match for Li Ju and the others. He could only watch himself being forced onto the horse's back and riding away to Luoyang. On the other side, the defenders, who lacked a general to command them, were no match for the coalition forces. They were quickly driven away by many fierce generals, with fierce generals as the spearhead. The morale of the opposing defenders was terribly low. The coalition soldiers quickly gathered on the city wall in large numbers, constantly advancing on the city wall and clearing away obstacles. The sound of fighting lasted all night until dawn. The sun rose from the east, shining red on the mottled bloodstains on Hulao Pass and the coalition flags planted on the wall. Chapter 431, Pursuing Dong Zhuo. My lord, something bad has happened. Su Yu and Shen Pei teamed up to break into Yuan Shao's camp, shouting and forcibly waking up Yuan Shao, who had just fallen asleep. Yuan Shao, whose sweet dream was disturbed, naturally would not look at the 2 men in a good face. But considering his image as a lord, he had to suppress his anger and asked in a low voice, "Why are you showing such an ugly face?" "My lord, Li Ji, Cao Cao, and others successfully captured Hulao Pass last night. And now this pass is controlled by them. Su Yu stepped forward and said anxiously. Yuan Shao, who was still a little sleepy, suddenly became very energetic after hearing Su Yu's news. Hula Pass was a great pass in the world. The gateway to Luoyang City. How could it be taken down by Li Ji and others overnight? Su Rong was unable to stop Li Ji's army with this pass. What kind of monster is Li Ji? I heard that Su Rong and Li Ju led their troops to withdraw to Hula Pass at night. It is not surprising that Hula Pass, which was not guarded by a commander, was captured by Li Ji. Su Yu touched his chin and answered Yuan Shao. And Shenpei beside him also stood up and suggested to Yuan Shao, my lord, Hula Pass has been broken. We should lead our troops to enter the pass quickly. Advance west to Luoyang. Defeat the enemy before Dongzhuo leaves. And take back the emperor. I know. But Hula Pass fell into the hands of Li Ji. Li Ji's 9 princes are already strangers to us. How can they let us enter the pass easily? This is wrong. Although Li Ji joined forces with the other 8 princes to capture Hula Pass. You are the nominal leader. How could Li Ji refuse us to enter the pass? We can use the righteousness to coerce Li Ji and force him to let us enter the pass. So you thought that this situation would happen early. And then proposed his own strategy according to Yuan Shao's words. Hearing this, Yuan Shao nodded in agreement. Ziyuan's words make sense. I am Li Ji's leader. He was able to capture Hula Pass thanks to our help from behind. After that, Yuan Shao put on his armor and sword, assembled all the Bohai army under his command, and rushed out of the camp like a tide, marching towards Hula Pass. The eldest brother took the lead in entering the pass. And the princes such as Yuan Shu and Lu Dai, who were watching from the sidelines, also gathered their own troops and rushed into Hula Pass. The commotion made by the 12 princes could not be hidden from Li Ji and others. The 9 of them appeared on the city wall, and many of them had black faces. These guys, they put aside when there is something to do, and call each other brothers when there is nothing to do. When we attacked Hula Pass, no soldiers were sent out. As soon as we took Hula Pass, they ran over like wild dogs that smelled blood. Drooling, Sun Jian shook his head in disappointment, clenched his right fist, and smashed it on the top of the wall, smashing a hole. The princes nearby nodded, thinking that Sun Jian's description was very appropriate. However, they only said it and talked a few words to each other. But when they heard Yuan Shao and others asking to enter the pass, they had no choice but to let them in. There was no way. They were still the coalition forces in name, and Yuan Shao was still the leader of the coalition forces. If they were not allowed in, wouldn't it be a division? The prince's coalition forces would fall apart. The enemy Dongzhuo had not been eliminated. The Halua plain between Hula Pass and Luoyang was flat. If Dongzhuo was determined to fight them on the plain, relying only on the troops of the 9 princes, he might not be a match for Dongzhuo's Xiliang army. Although everyone was reluctant, they still had a clear mind in the face of right and wrong. At present, they still needed the power of Yuan Shao and others to defeat Dongzhuo. Of course, after Dongzhuo was defeated, they didn't need to look at any face of Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Li Ji, who was in the middle, didn't complain about Yuan Shao like others. He focused on his own merits. He expected correctly that breaking through Hula Pass could gain a lot of merit points. As the main role in attacking Hula Pass, Li Ji not only sent troops and generals, but also used various strategies to torture the enemies of Hula Pass, occupying an extremely important role in this war. So at the same time when Li Ji took Hula Pass, the system directly rewarded Li Ji with a full 1,000,000 merit points, which was equivalent to 1/3 of the previous one. Now his merit points have reached more than 4.5 million, hanging high on the list. However, it is a pity that Su Rong, the main general of Hula Pass, and his 3 deputy generals withdrew to Luoyang City early, and were not captured by the coalition forces of the princes. Su Rong should have been ranked first or second in Dongzhuo's Xiliang army. It was a pity that he slipped through the fingers of such a general. All the 21 princes entered the pass, and the soldiers burst into joyful shouts, with smiles and relaxation on their faces. For them, Hula Pass was taken by them, and Luoyang, which had lost its gateway, would be broken by them sooner or later. The leader of the alliance, Yuan Shao, was the happiest. After entering Hula Pass, he did not rush to march into Luoyang, but ordered to reward the 3 armies in the city, and set up a big banquet to entertain the princes. The main hall of Hula Pass gathered the world's influential figures, and most of the princes in the 21 were toasting and drinking. So happy. There were also many dancers dancing in the hall, and their graceful postures made many people swallow their saliva secretly. and they were extremely eager in their hearts. However, one of the 21 people suddenly stood up, holding up a wine glass, and said in a disappointed tone, "Everyone, although we have taken down Hula Pass, the traitor Dong Zhuo has not been eliminated. Once he forces all officials to move the capital to Chang'an, this traitor will definitely regroup and rely on Tongguan and Hanga Pass to keep us out of the pass." It was Cao Cao who spoke. His words instantly interrupted the conversation of many princes, and also made the atmosphere of the banquet suddenly cold. Most of the princes just felt that Cao Cao had ruined their fun, and their faces showed dissatisfaction. Cao Cao seemed not to notice that the surroundings had changed. He held up the wine glass and continued to speak loudly. "Hula Pass has been broken, which will definitely make the morale of Dong's troops low. We must march to Luoyang as soon as possible to defeat Dong Zhuo and bring him back to your majesty." The princes participating in the banquet remained silent, and most of them were obviously not very interested. Yuan Shao, who was sitting in the first seat, saw that the atmosphere had cooled down a lot, and he stood up quickly and said, "Mingda, we have paid a huge price to break through Hula Pass. Now the soldiers are tired. If we march to Luoyang again, we may not be able to exert our combat effectiveness." At this time, Dong Zhuo had looted Luoyang city and moved most of the money to Chang'an. The enemy relied on the solidity of Shaohan Pass, and had Tongguan and Hanga Pass. The difficulty of attacking was much higher than Hulao Pass. Moreover, Dong Zhuo only lost the defenders of Hulao Pass, but his own troops did not lose much, and the coalition forces might not be able to continue to advance westward. Yuan Shao was exhausted from the battles of the past few days. He would never miss the rare opportunity to have a celebration banquet and rest. With Hulao Pass in hand, the coalition would have won the battle. As long as Yuan Shao used his own prestige and reputation, he would be able to build momentum for himself and gain more fame. It was definitely necessary to march into Luoyang, but Yuan Shao chose not to do so at this time. "You are not worthy of being a consultant." Cao Cao saw Yuan Shao's negative attitude at a glance, and pointed at him angrily and shouted, "In order to take Hulao Pass, countless soldiers were buried under the pass, and your clansmen who died at the hands of Dong Zhuo. Are you doing them justice? Chao Mingde, you?" Yuan Shao could not stand such a scolding, and kicked the table in front of him and retorted, "I am the leader of the coalition. Chao Mingde, please be polite. I also know that countless soldiers died in order to defeat Dong Zhuo. But now all the troops are exhausted. How confident are they in fighting against Dong Zhuo? I originally wanted the soldiers to relax for a few days, and then march into Luoyang city after a rest. Do you have any objections?" After that, Yuan Shao looked at Cao Cao coldly, and then glanced at the princes around him. Han Fu, a disciple of the Yuan family of Renan, understood and jumped out to respond. "I, Han Fu, am willing to obey the orders of the leader. We are the same, except for Li Ji and other 9 princes." Everyone else agreed to Yuan Shao's plan without exception. Seeing the look of the crowd, Cao Cao could only sigh secretly, knowing that it was unreliable to rely on Yuan Shao for this matter. He had no choice but to focus on Li Ji and others and asked, "Which prefect is willing to send troops to chase Dong Zhuo with me? I will let Yang Miaozhen lead a cavalry to help Cao Taisho." Ding Xia, who was born in Yuzhou, can be said to be a dog family. Most of his troops are cavalry, which is very suitable for the task of chasing Dong Zhuo. Gongsun Zan, who also served as a prefect in Yuzhou, was also somewhat tempted, but when he saw Yao Luan shaking his head at him, he stopped talking. Cao Cao has only this little army, and he is no match for Dong Zhuo. If the Lord sends troops to help him, it is undoubtedly sending the soldiers to die. That makes sense. As for Chu Xiong, Sun Wei, Tao Qian and others, most of their soldiers are infantry, and it is impossible to catch up with Dong Zhuo's troops with just 2 pairs of legs. Moreover, if they are attacked from the flank by Dong Zhuo's cavalry while running, they will be like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Brother Mingde, I will personally lead the troops to go with you. I, Sun Wutai, despise that Dong thief the most. Take me with you." Li Ji and Sun Jian looked at each other, stood up and bowed to Cao Cao. "Thank you, both of you." Seeing that there were still people who dared to act with him, Cao Cao couldn't help but feel a little grateful. The 3 of them ignored the expressions of Yuan Shao and others, and left the banquet side by side. The 3 of them immediately ordered their troops to go west through Hulao Pass, and pursue Dong Zhuo in the direction of Chang'an. At the same time, black smoke appeared in the sky above Luoyang city. This prosperous city has now been mostly reduced to scorched earth. The scorching fire is burning wantonly in the city, and it is getting more and more intense under the wind, sweeping away batches of houses. The most prosperous area of Luoyang City has not been affected by the raging fire, but there are uninvited guests one after another. Some of them are from the Shiliang army, some from the Baibua army, and some from the Liangzhou rebels. But they came here with only one goal. That is, to plunder the people and seize their money. A large number of people and money were plundered like pigs under the tacit consent of many forces. Countless civilian soldiers crowded the streets everywhere, and people were surging. It's bad. The coalition of princes has broken through Hulao Pass and is marching towards Luoyang. Su Rong, the guard of Hulao Pass, fled without fighting and handed over Hulao Pass. Su Rong and Li Ju and others led the remnants of the defeated army back. Their dusty appearance immediately made Dong Zhuo and others understand something, and their faces changed instantly. The rumors in the market were correct. The 21 princes outside the pass really broke through Hulao Pass and were preparing to march into Luoyang City to attack Dong Zhuo's army. It's really not enough to do things, but more than enough to do things. Looking at Su Rong kneeling on the ground in silence, Dong Zhuo was so angry that his face was ugly that it was indescribable. His body like a mountain kept shaking, and the anger in his eyebrows could not be hidden at all. If Dong Zhuo didn't know, if Li Ju and the other two hadn't forcibly taken Su Rong away, it would not have been so easy for Li Ji and his men to take the pass. Now we must retreat to Chang'an as soon as possible. Let the Shiliang Iron Cavalry threaten those officials to go to Chang'an, and those who don't obey will be killed without mercy. Let the soldiers drive the civilians to Chang'an, and those who don't obey will be killed without mercy. Li Ru on the side said, there is a plain between Hulao Pass and Luoyang City. If the coalition sends light cavalry, we may not have so much time to retreat. The Lord can lay an ambush along the way to delay and defeat the coalition. That makes sense. Which general can take this task? Dong Zhuo's eyes full of murderous intent swept over the generals nearby. But they all lowered their heads and dared not take this task. They finally made a lot of money in Luoyang, and the soldiers under their command made a lot of money. How could they still have the mood to fight with the coalition? Not to mention whether they agreed or not. The soldiers below were the first to stand up and oppose. However, someone still spoke up to accept Dong Zhuo's task. The guilty General Su Rong is willing to lead a troop to ambush the coalition forces. As soon as Su Rong finished speaking, he kowtowed 3 times on the ground. However, Dong Zhuo showed a disdainful expression and cursed, "You, Su Rong, have lost Hulao Pass. How can you be qualified to take this task? Do you want to bury the lives of these soldiers to the other side?" Facing Dong Zhuo's scolding, Su Rong could not refute and had to continue to kneel on the ground in silence. Fortunately, Li Ru thought Su Rong was a talent and said, "My lord, why don't you let General Su make meritorious service while committing a crime? Since when you said so, the ambush mission is handed over to you. Li Ju, Guasi, Zhang Ji, the 3 of you will accompany you." Dong Zhuo looked at Li Ru helplessly and agreed to Su Rong's request. The coalition army has many powerful generals. We may not be able to defeat them with just these few people. We need to send a few generals to help. Feng Xian, you go with us. Dong Zhuo also directly sent his adopted son, Lu Bu, the most powerful general of the Shiliang army, to fight. After finalizing the candidates, Dong Zhuo ordered all troops to set off quickly and continue to burn Luoyang, turning the city into ruins. The Baibua army in charge of setting the fire in Luoyang City set fire wantonly, but the leading general shook his head and sighed, his face showing infinite disappointment. Chapter 432 Rongyang Ambush. General, Dong Zhuo really wants us to burn Luoyang City to ashes. The deputy general beside Su Huang looked at the raging fire in front of him and couldn't help feeling a pity. A huge ancient capital city would be burned down one day, which is equivalent to destroying most of the hundreds of years of history of Luhan. That thief Dong is really abominable. I didn't expect him to be so bold that he even wanted to burn Luoyang City. What does General Yang Feng have to say? Su Huang, with a look of disappointment on his face, looked at the deputy general beside him, trying to know what his boss thought from him. After hearing this, the deputy general hesitated and then replied, General Yang Feng has agreed to Dong Zhuo's recruitment and followed leader Guotai to Chang'an to take up an important position. Well, Su Huang fell silent and didn't say anything. I see. The general means that he doesn't want to go with General Yang Feng to join Dong Zhuo? If he hadn't burned Luoyang, I would naturally follow Yang Feng to join him. But now Dong Zhuo has done such an outrageous thing. I need to think carefully. Su Huang was originally an official in Hedong County. If the county city had not been captured by the Baibwa army, he would not have been forced to participate in it and become a bandit, and was scolded by Li Ji as a disloyal, unjust, unkind, and unfilial person. Gongming, what else do you have to consider? Follow me, Yang Feng, to join Dong Gong, and I guarantee that you will be promoted several levels. At some point, Yang Feng appeared behind Su Huang with his personal soldiers and swaggered over. The Baibwa army soldiers along the way immediately lowered their heads and made way for Yang Feng. Yang Feng's status in the Baibwa army was extremely high, basically only below the leader Guotai. Many generals in the army were recruited by Yang Feng, and he had a lot of say. Hello, General. Su Huang bowed to Yang Feng, but his eyes were turned to the other side, and it seemed that he did not directly respond to Yang Feng's solicitation. Gongming, you are a martial arts expert, and you have made great contributions under Lord Dong. I have recommended you to Lord Dong and appointed you as the Marquis of the City Gate, and you will control the gate of Chang'an City with me. Yang Feng smiled heartily, narrowed his eyes, and patted Su Huang on the shoulder. The deputy general on the side whispered, General, the position of the City Gate Marquis is a good position to make money, and the status is extremely high. It seems that Dong Zhuo regards our Baibwa army as his own. You are right. Dong Zhuo promised the leader that we Baibwa army will be responsible for some of the gates of Chang'an City. Not only you and I, Su Gongming, will be the City Gate Marquis, but even the leader will become the City Gate Captain. The City Gate Captain is in charge of guarding the gates of the capital. Generally speaking, they are controlled by relatives and nobles. Now Dong Zhuo, in order to win over the power of the Baibwa army, does not hesitate to give the position of the City Gate Captain to an outsider, which shows the other party's ambition. However, Su Huang's face showed no joy at all, and he said, but Dong Zhuo burned Luoyang. If we still help him, wouldn't we be ruining our reputation? Reputation is worth nothing. It is not as important as official positions and money. Gongming, listen to me. With official positions and money, we will be honoring our ancestors. How dare the noble families look down on us? Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. They have all become bandits, and their reputation in the Hedong area is already infamous. If they still insist on that reputation, they might as well die and reincarnate as soon as possible. Now they can become officials by joining Dong Zhuo, and they can also whitewash the dirty things they did before. With power and money in hand, no one dares to talk about them, and their reputation will automatically return. Su Huang looked at the other party silently, and finally took a deep breath and said, I understand. I am willing to follow the general to join Dong Zhuo, but I have to say that if I feel something is wrong in the future, I will definitely resign and leave. I know Gongming's temper very well, and I will never stop you from leaving. Although Yang Feng said that he supported Su Huang, he couldn't help but mock him secretly. In his eyes, Su Huang's coy gesture was nothing more than a cover-up for his desire for power. He was really a poor man who wanted to save face. Han Sui and Ma Teng, the leaders of the Lianglo rebels, did not agree to Dong Zhuo's solicitation under the advice of their lord Jiang Cheng. Instead, they chose to ask Dong Zhuo for the titles of General Zhenqi and General Zhengxi, and then led their troops back to Liangzhou. After we have the titles, we are no longer bandits, but officials in the court, and we can legitimately sit in Liangzhou. Han Sui was in a good mood and laughed out loud while riding his warhorse. Another leader, Ma Teng, also smiled. Ma Teng was the descendant of Ma Yuan, the general of Fubo. He became the general of Zhengxi, which was also a restoration of the prestige of the Ma family. Dong Zhuo has now moved the capital to Chang'an. Although it is closer to Liangzhou, he still needs to manage the territory of Guangzhou and has no time to take care of Liangzhou in the short term. Let's go back as soon as possible and use our official positions to incorporate various county cities and make Liangzhou our own. Brother Han is right. This Liangzhou is the foundation of our existence. No matter which side wins, Dong Zhuo or the princes, as long as we are still in Liangzhou, they dare not act rashly. The Ma family army and the Liangzhou rebels galloped on their horses, driving the people stolen from Luoyang to Liangzhou. It was not only Dong Zhuo's forces that targeted the millions of people in Luoyang City. The Liangzhou rebels and Chang'an army who surrendered to him also wanted to get a share of it. In troubled times, population is the most important resource. The more people there are, the greater the energy contained in the forces, and the greater the war potential. Liangzhou is originally a barren land with a very sparse population. There is nothing wrong with what Ma Teng and others did. But the Chang'an lords headed by Qin Fan also wanted to migrate the population to their own territory, which was a taboo. My lord, we will use the method of breaking up the whole into pieces, and divide the civilians into countless pieces. This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of Dong Zhuo and Li Ru and enrich the population of the territory. The strategist Zhang Bin looked at the surging crowd in front of him, with a trace of solemnity on his face, and at the same time, a flash of excitement. These people are the capital to deal with Dong Zhuo in the future. Qin Fan and other Chang'an lords surrendered to Dong Zhuo, just to get enough benefits from Dong Zhuo. And when Dong Zhuo was useless, or the perfect opportunity appeared, they would show their fangs and eat up the behemoth Dong Zhuo. Although Zhang Bin did not understand why his lord Qin Fan was sure that Dong Zhuo's forces would be turbulent in the future. As a strategist, he must always give advice and suggestions to his lord. Therefore, relying on this assumption, Zhang Bin looked for every opportunity to improve Qin Fan's strength and made the ship stronger and stronger. Guanling, Ma Wu, Yu Liang, Zhu Wuba. The four of you disguise yourself. Each lead a group of soldiers to drive away the civilians, and send a supervision team behind them. If they are unwilling to go to our city, they will be killed on the spot. In order to achieve his goal, Qin Fan did not hesitate to use killing to threaten these civilians. Sometimes death is the real motivation of people. At the same time, Li Ji, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian each led their army to leave Hulao Pass, with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses leading the way, and infantry followed closely behind, marching towards Luoyang City at a high speed. Along the way, Li Ji also released war eagles, black ducks and other birds and beasts that can detect, providing them with a situation nearby. If Li Ji remembered correctly, in the original history, when Cao Cao led his army to pursue Dong Zhuo alone, he accidentally entered the opponent's ambush trap, resulting in heavy losses of his troops. Therefore, the three of them marched very cautiously, fearing that they would be surrounded by Dong Zhuo's army and lose their troops. More and more people died on the road. It seems that Dong Zhuo is determined to send tens of millions of people from Luoyang City to Chang'an. Li Ji frowned as he looked at the people on the road who were in ruins and died miserably. We must speed up the march. Once Dong Zhuo and his men retreat to Hangda Pass, we will not even have the chance to pursue and severely injure Dong Zhuo. Cao Cao, who is still a loyal minister of the Han dynasty, urged his troops to speed up the march and chase in the direction of Luoyang City. After a period of rapid march, when the three troops entered the Rongyang Binshui area, Li Ji and the other three felt tired, and the faces of their infantrymen also showed a lot of fatigue. Mengda, if we march any further, let alone reach Luoyang, many soldiers will die of exhaustion on the way. We need to find a suitable place to rest and recover our strength. And Min is right. Without enough strength, we won't have much chance of winning against Dong Zhuo's Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Sun Jian on the side also spoke up. As the top commander in the late Eastern Han dynasty, Cao Cao naturally understood this truth. He nodded and ordered his troops to rest in place. Where is this place? Cao Cao was not idle. He urged his horse forward and waved his whip to point to the distance and asked. Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun, who were on Cao Cao's left and right, looked at each other. One of them immediately answered, Mengda. This is the Bian River area. There is a city called Rongyang nearby. Do we need to go into the city to replenish food and grass? The place where they were was extremely wide. There were only 3 or 4 small hills in the distance. It can be said that there was no danger to defend here. Cao Cao pondered for a moment, then said, this is a flat land. If a troop of soldiers came from afar, we may not be able to withstand the fierce Xiliang cavalry in our current state. After hearing this, the Xiahou brothers' faces suddenly became solemn. They looked at each other. Xiahou Yuan immediately urged his horse forward, glanced ahead, and then said, Li Taishou sent the War Eagle Black Crow to patrol the periphery, but did not find anything. Mengda, are you too worried? And Dong Zhuo is busy moving the capital to Chang'an now, so he probably has no time to allocate some troops, let alone ambush us. Cao Cao frowned and said, although Dong Zhuo is extremely stupid, Li Ru is not a mediocre person. If he knew that we had broken through Hulao Pass, he would definitely try every means to delay our actions. An ambush is the most effective and direct way. Ha! Dong Zhuo lost Hulao Pass, and the defenders retreated back to Luoyang. How dare he ambush us on the way? Don't worry, Mengda. With our 2 brothers present, Dong's troops will definitely be defeated. Xiahou Dun laughed out loud and said comfortingly, brother, don't be careless. It's not a bad thing for Mingda to have doubts in his heart. You can let Li Taisho and Sun Taisho be vigilant to prevent accidents. Although Xiahou Yuan's bravery is not as good as his cousin, he is much better than him in terms of command. And his sense of war is extremely sensitive. Even if Cao Cao did not raise the speculation that there would be an ambush, he would still be vigilant in his heart to prevent accidents. Mingda actually suspected that there would be an ambush. Where is this place? Li Ji received the order from Cao Cao. And then he made his army alert to the surroundings. Soon, most of the soldiers of the three armies grabbed their weapons. And their relaxed expressions changed and became a little serious. They looked around with vigilance in their eyes. Report to the general. This is the area of the Bian River. And the nearest city is Rongyang City. Rongyang City? Such a familiar name. Before Li Ji could remember the relevant information about this name, a burst of turbulence came from afar. Boom! The surrounding space seemed to turn into a ball of paste. So sticky that it made people feel suffocated. As the strong wind came from far to near, it enveloped the three armies of Li Ji, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian. The whole army mounts their horses and puts on armor, and assembles the army. Li Ji roared and jumped on his horse, with a trace of vigilance in his heart. The next second, 1,000 feet of dust rose above the hills in the distance, and a dark thin line suddenly appeared at the junction of heaven and earth. And then it quickly surged under the gaze of everyone, turning into a rolling torrent of steel. Woo! Woo! The sound of horns on the horizon echoed in the air, reverberating over the endless plain. Boom! Boom! Countless pairs of horse hooves trampled on the ground, shaking the ground with thunderous explosions, and the surrounding void was torn into gaps. Cao Mingda guessed correctly. This army should be Dongzhuo's ambush. They saw us resting here and wanted to catch me off guard. Sun Jian led Huang Gai, Zhang Pu and other 4 generals to appear in the front of the army. His eyes fell on the rolling iron cavalry, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. In the past, he and Dongzhuo resisted the Liangzhou rebels in the Sili area, and witnessed the terrifying impact of the Shiliang iron cavalry. Now facing this world-famous cavalry, the impact is even higher. There are not many generals on the opposite side, but the momentum of one of them makes me feel familiar. Li Xuanqiu appeared beside Li Ji holding the Yuan spear, looking ahead with fear on his face. There were not many Shiliang generals who fought with Li Xuanqiu, and there were even fewer who made Li Xuanqiu look fearful. Only Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Although Lu Bu was the top master of Shiliang and completed the breakthrough mission, the opponent was not invincible. The generals fighting under Hulao Pass were beaten and repelled. Although there were only 3 princes here, there was no shortage of fierce generals. Li Ji alone had Li Xuanqiu and Huang Zhong and other generals, plus Cao Cao's Xiahou brothers, Jiangdong Tiger Sun Jian, and Yang Miaozhen, who came to support. Lu Bu was lucky not to kill him. Chapter 433, The Ambush. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, who met the 3 lords, roared like a tsunami. The leading general held a Fang Tian Hua Ji, rode a red rabbit horse, and his eyes were full of unruly. While LV Bu urged his warhorse, his eyes fell on the 3 armies in the distance, and 3 different flags of Li, Xiao, and Sun appeared in his field of vision. It turned out to be Li Ji, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian. The scene of being surrounded and beaten by many enemy generals suddenly came to his mind, and LV Bu's upper and lower teeth collided, making a clattering sound. The murderous eyes like tigers and leopards burst out 2 dim lights, and a mighty power that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly rose in the void, as if it could shake everything. Gusts of wind rolled up from the flat ground, and instantly swept hundreds of miles in all directions. The soldiers of the 3 armies couldn't help but shudder. The people swept by the strong wind felt that they were trapped in a dark place. The cold and murderous aura suddenly penetrated into their bodies through the pores of their bodies. The originally hot blood cooled down in an instant, making everyone's face extremely pale. LV Bu directly suppressed the 3 lords and the army of hundreds of thousands of people with his own momentum, and the morale was greatly reduced. LV Bu is really strong. Li Ji shook his head slightly. Just after LV Bu launched his momentum to attract the aura of the entire battlefield, several fiery and lightning auras suddenly broke out in the 3 armies, and the earth-shaking roars resounded throughout the battlefield. The sky above the battlefield suddenly caused a turbulence, and the trance of lightning flashed continuously in it, bringing bursts of roars. In the center of the army of Li Ji and other 3 lords, several violent auras swept across the world, like the flames erupting from a volcano, reigniting the slightly cooled blood of everyone, and continued to churn and flow in the body. bursting out infinite power. Afterwards, several auras seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, gathered together in the sky, and joined forces to stop the turmoil brought by Lu Bu. They kept colliding and hitting each other in the void, causing a lot of wind and wind. Sunqiu, Hanxing, Zixing, Jingxi, the four of you stop Lu Bu, and don't let him go. Dianwei, Miao Cai, Yuan Rang, the three of you stop Lu Bu. I will personally sit in the center of the army. Gongfu, Dima, Yigong, Darong, the four of you will meet Lu Bu with me. Juanli, you will temporarily command the troops on my behalf. And don't let Sir lead the team at will. Facing the wolf-like Shiliang Iron Cavalry, Li Ji and the other three did not dare to be careless. On the one hand, they sent their own generals to resist Lu Bu. And on the other hand, they mobilized their troops to stop the impact of the Iron Cavalry. This place is flat, and there is no danger to defend. It is the best place to play the cavalry. In order to stop the Iron Cavalry, Li Ji and his men either formed a circle on the spot to delay the speed of the cavalry with human lives, or sent out cavalry to have a head-on confrontation with the opponent. Boom! The burst of murderous intent directly caused a thunder-like shock in the sky. A trace of fear flashed in Lu Bu's eyes. He saw several rainbow lights suddenly rushing out from the army. The war horses under their crotches were urged to the extreme and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wen Yuan, Gao Shun, the two of you follow me to stop them, and the rest of you lead the cavalry to attack. Before Lu Bu finished speaking, the rainbow lights whistled in, and the surging momentum was like a tide that pressed the Iron Cavalry to not dare to breathe deeply. Lu Bu, die! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a Yuang spear burst out with dazzling golden light, like a divine dragon hovering in the void, with a magnificent and clear power. In an instant, the whole sky was shaken, and the surrounding air was compressed onto the long spear, and it suddenly stabbed with rolling thunder. The moment the long spear appeared, the whole world seemed unable to withstand this majestic power. The space exploded, and the void roared, as if a storm that could destroy everything suddenly rose. Not only Li Cunqiao made a move, but the sky in another place was infected by the red divine light at some point. Countless flames gathered into a phoenix, and its wings rolled up endless heat waves, suddenly slashing at Lu Bu's waist and abdomen. There were also two double halberds, like tigers hidden in the mountains and forests, sandwiched between two shocking bombardments, suddenly revealing sharp claws and fangs, making a hunting and decisive posture to stab towards Lu Bu's chest. There were also several long spears like pythons, which turned into black swords. Although the momentum was not as strong as the first three attacks, it was also extraordinary, and its strength should not be underestimated. Facing the overwhelming attack, Lu Bu's face became extremely solemn, because he clearly sensed the strength of these people. Although each of them might not be his opponent, he could not take it safely if they joined forces. Fortunately, there were two generals around him who could share his pressure. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun attacked at the same time. Their weapons were like two dragons playing with pearls, and like fierce dragons going out to sea, like ancient millstones that could erase everything, blocking most of the attack on Lu Bu. Sun Jian and the four generals behind him suddenly froze. The other side blocked the five of them with only two people. Don't know how high the sky is. Jiangdong Tiger was furious and led Huang Gai and other four generals to fight with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. Although Sun Jian and the other five were relatively weak among the many fierce generals, they were more than enough to deal with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. They were in the upper hand in just a few rounds. However, Lu Bu's goal had been achieved. Some of the princes and generals were stopped, which reduced his survival pressure. Let's go together. Lu Bu laughed like a madman, and swept the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand forward, like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Although it was extremely light, it was full of endless murderous intent. A rumbling turbulence followed, as if it could turn the world upside down. Lu Bu urged the power of his whole body, and the Hua Ji burst out with a divine power that destroyed everything in an instant, directly blocking the many flying weapons. The Fang Tian Hua Ji, a magical weapon, collided with the golden dragon-like Yuang spear, and blocked the weapons attacking from all directions. The whole world exploded in an instant, and the surrounding space was twisted into a ball under the residual power of horror and horror, creating circles of ripples. Although Li Cunqiu has not yet completed the breakthrough mission, he is still one of the top generals in the world. Even if there is a gap between him and Lu Bu who has completed the breakthrough, he will not fall behind in a short time. Moreover, he is surrounded by Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, Yang Zixing and other generals who can defeat thousands of enemies. When they gathered together, Lu Bu has to give in. Several generals fought together, and they were divided into a large and a small battle group on the battlefield. The violent gale was lifted up at the moment they swung their weapons, sweeping all around. At the same time, under the leadership of Lu Bu's Bingo warriors, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry rushed into the three armies. The overwhelming force hit the army formation, tearing a hole in it, and countless soldiers flew backwards to both sides, turning into a pile of meat paste under the trampling of horses' hooves. However, they found something wrong. The indomitable impact force in the past could not be fully exerted in front of these three princes. Under the command of their respective generals, the three armies were like a sticky swamp. Every time the Iron Cavalry rushed into the formation, their speed would suddenly drop by a level. Not far from the battlefield, Su Rong, the main general of the Shiliang army, suddenly appeared. He looked at the situation on the battlefield and frowned. The strength of the pursuing prince's coalition seemed to be beyond Su Rong's expectations. But he also made a lot of preparations. Ordered Li Ju, Guisi, and Zhang Ji to attack the coalition forces from three directions. Don't let them gather together. After receiving Su Rong's order, Li Ju and the other two reluctantly tore off the disguise in front of him. The calm space suddenly twisted, and then three cavalry rushed towards Li Ji and others from three directions. The shouting and killing shook the earth and instantly joined the already chaotic battlefield. When Li Ji saw it, his heart sank. He secretly said that something was wrong and quickly sent someone to inform Cao Cao and Zhu Ji to prepare. I didn't expect that there would be three troops hidden in the plain without any obstacles. Who is the commander on the opposite side with such extraordinary ability? The generals have all kinds of strange characteristics. Some can hide the momentum of the army to increase the success rate of ambush, and some can increase the strength of the army to fight head-on and win. Li Ji saw the sudden three-way army and instantly understood that this must be the ability of the opponent's commander. And he was also a general who was good at ambushing. Uncle Junsher, you continue to command the army to resist the enemy's attack. I will lead a troop to kill the enemy's general. Although Sun Tzu is young, he has experienced the baptism of the battle against Dongzhuo and can be said to be a veteran. Facing the sudden attack of the enemy, he is brave and skilled and chooses to take the initiative. Zhu Ji pursed his lips and began to weigh the pros and cons. He persuaded him. The Lord asked me not to let the young master leave the army easily. Please don't have such an idea, Uncle Junsher. Now my father is fighting with Lu Bu, so he naturally can't spare his attention to watch us. He doesn't know whether I will leave or not. Moreover, the enemy is coming fiercely. If we want to defeat them quickly, we can only kill their generals and dampen their morale. In this case, the young master will take a group of his own soldiers to guard around to prevent accidents. After hearing this, Zhu Ji felt that Sun Tzu's words made some sense. After thinking about it for a while, he finally nodded and agreed to the other party. Cao Cao, as one of the targets, saw the three cavalrymen appear, and naturally understood that this was an ambush by the enemy. Although he was a little panicked at first, he soon calmed down. He had set all the generals around him to deal with Lu Bu, but he still had Cao Hong, Cao Ren, and other clan generals to protect his personal safety. Sima Yan, let your general step out and lead a light cavalry to delay the enemy. Cao Cao was still thinking about Sima Yan, the player who had surrendered to him. The other party's general was a general with good martial arts. Sima Yan was personally named by his boss, and then nodded and called to the general beside him, "Lie here. Lead the troops to fight." "I understand." Here, a famous general from the Sui dynasty swung the big iron spear in his hand, immediately urged the warhorse to rush out of the formation, and led a cavalry to fight with the enemy. Li Ju attacked Li Ji all the way. Guisi attacked Sun Jian's army all the way, and Zhang Ji attacked Cao Cao's army all the way. Although they joined the battlefield as a surprise force and caught the other side off guard, they still underestimated the overall strength of the opponent. Various fierce generals emerged one after another, and they were forcibly blocked outside, unable to achieve further results. Su Rong frowned again. The situation on the battlefield did not seem to be as smooth as he expected, and the balance of victory gradually tilted towards the other side. Because he had seen that Lu Bu was in a state of panic under the siege of several fierce generals, he might be at a disadvantage and forced to leave the battlefield in a short while. Once Lu Bu could not hold back these fierce generals, his ambush tactics would be completely bankrupt, which also meant that he could never regain Dongzhuo's trust. Well, the strength of the prince's coalition forces was also an important factor in their ability to take Hulao Pass. I thought I would keep a reserve army to prevent any accidents. It seems that I have to go into battle myself. Su Rong took the spear from the hand of the personal soldier beside him, turned on the horse, let out a long whistle, and immediately rushed out from his hiding place. There was another earth-shaking roar not far from the battlefield. Even if Li Ji and the other two were confident, they couldn't help cursing at this moment. Who had set up so many ambushes? If one ambush can't beat them, another one will come. If two ambushes don't work, a third one will come. It's really endless. Their attack direction is Cao Cao's. Li Ji looked into the distance and saw that the space on the plain, which was originally unprotected, suddenly twisted into a paste. In an instant, a torrent of steel tore through the space and appeared on the edge of the battlefield, accompanied by the rumbling sound of horse hooves. The power of the torrent of steel became more and more intense, like a rising flood, washing away everything in front of it at any time and anywhere. Among the three armies, Sun Ce personally led the troops to block Guixi's attack. Li Ji also sent Chen Dao to stop Li Ju, and Cao Cao also asked Sima Yan's family general here to fight with Zhang Ji and Zhang Xiu, the two uncles and nephews. And the battlefield seemed to be inextricable. Su Rong led the cavalry, and did not choose to attack at the first time, but wandered around the edge of the battlefield, his eyes constantly scanning, trying to catch the flaws of which army. Soon, he suddenly found that the formation of Cao Cao's army had stagnated a little, and a tiny flaw suddenly appeared in front of Su Rong. He did not show any hesitation at all, and suddenly pulled the reins in his hand to adjust the direction, while the cavalry behind him also roared, turned their horses' heads to chase Su Rong, and galloped along the flaw. Boom! The sound of the horses' hooves of the elite cavalry of the Western Liang army was getting closer and closer. These veterans who had experienced the baptism of war united to launch a charge, and the murderous aura emanating from their bodies soared into the sky. The unstoppable momentum crushed everything, and the suffocating feeling it brought was almost unbearable. Damn it! They are coming towards us. Zixia, Zai, you lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to fight. Cao Cao did not expect that he was so unlucky that he became Su Rong's target, so he had to play the trump card of the tiger and leopard cavalry, and also let the two brothers Cao Ren and Cao Chun fight in person. Chapter 434. The world cannot be without justice. Tiger and leopard cavalry. Follow me. The brothers Cao Ren and Cao Chun spun their spears backwards. When Cao Cao gave the order, they immediately reacted and led the most elite cavalry of the East County Army to rush out of the formation. Boom! Cao Ren took the lead, urging the true energy of his whole body, and his powerful momentum was amazing, raising waves of wind and air. The bursting flames appeared in the air, and the scorching heat distorted the surrounding space. With a strong wind, it condensed into a vortex of fire, containing the power that could destroy everything in the world. He waved the spear wrapped in the divine fire, and the spear shaft made of meteorite iron from outer space was extremely red, urging the warhorse to gallop at high speed. Behind him, the tiger and leopard cavalry led by Cao Chun wore several layers of armor. They were an elite group of cavalrymen with rare talents and qualifications. They galloped on the battlefield together. The fierce aura that surged into the sky filled the entire battlefield. The invincible momentum swept in all directions, making many Xiliang iron cavalrymen pale, and a trace of fear in their hearts. The Xiliang iron cavalry was already a world-famous cavalry, but here they seemed to meet a heavy armored cavalry that was stronger than them. The tiger and leopard cavalry did not make any shouts and kills, but the fierce aura they exuded made this cavalryman, who were among the best in the world, feel desperate and terrified. Even Su Rong couldn't help but frown, his eyes full of fear. Although the opponent's tiger and leopard cavalry looked extremely immature, their war potential was extremely terrifying. As long as they experienced many baptisms of war, they could quickly transform into an elite division, even more fierce than Dongzhu's most elite Feixiong army. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two elite cavalry collided like two torrents, making a thunderous roar. Kill! The other side had already taken the lead. In terms of momentum, the Xiliang iron cavalry was suppressed by the tiger and leopard cavalry. As a veteran on the battlefield, Su Rong quickly changed his posture, swung his spear to stir the air in front of him, and stabbed Cao Ren's throat with a sharp explosion. Cao Ren, who was known as a man of heaven, faced the fierce attack and immediately let out a furious long roar. He also swung the spear in his hand and confronted the opponent's weapon head-on. Boom! A violent explosion sounded suddenly from the collision of weapons, and the void around the two people suddenly exploded. The vortex of flames that appeared in the void exploded into countless, and was swept away by the wind and waves and flew out in all directions. The center of the battlefield where the two men fought suddenly raised a terrifying aftermath. Dozens of soldiers behind them screamed first, and were hit in the waist and abdomen by the aftermath. They flew backwards with their horses, and then fell to the ground spitting blood. Cao Chun saw his brother collide with the enemy's main general, and then mobilized the tiger and leopard cavalry to form a defensive formation to block the splashing aftermath. On the Xiliang army side, although Su Rong's several deputy generals were in charge, their abilities were much worse than Cao Chun's, and they were forced to pay the price of dozens of people before they stabilized the formation. Su Rong's eyes looked at Cao Ren, filled with all kinds of fear. He tried his best to hide his movements and forcibly suppressed the trembling of his arms. "Come again!" Cao Ren let out an excited long roar, suddenly pulled the reins, and invited Su Rong to fight. After the two men collided for a round, they crossed each other on horseback, sprinted outward for a distance, then turned their horses' heads and roared to continue killing each other. Su Rong knew that his strength was somewhat different from that of the other party, but in order to achieve his goal, he would not hesitate to die in battle. Generals versus generals. Soldiers versus soldiers. As the leader of the tiger and leopard cavalry, Cao Chun also shouted excitedly, and many heavy armored cavalrymen behind him also shouted loudly. The murderous spirit that was already as heavy as a mountain completely broke out, and the violent momentum set off a violent wind and waves, covering all the enemies in front of them. In the absence of the main general, the command naturally fell into the hands of several deputy generals. Su Rong's deputy generals were not cowards. Facing this heavy armored cavalry, they were not afraid at all, but became more excited. The two top cavalrymen in the world shouted and killed, and the strong horses' hooves trampled on the ground, making a rumbling sound like thunder, instantly shattering the clouds above the battlefield. Many cavalrymen roared with red eyes, swinging their weapons angrily forward, tearing through the armor's defense with sharp spears, and using the impact of the warhorse to force the opponent to fly out. Such scenes continued to appear in the two armies in the confrontation, and the air was suddenly filled with a thick and extremely bloody smell. The cavalrymen on horseback were constantly picked up and fell to the ground like dumplings, and then were trampled by the hooves of the horses that followed. Su Rong still underestimated the tiger and leopard cavalry, or he still underestimated the tiger and leopard cavalry led by Cao Chun. The killing ability of heavy armored cavalry far exceeds that of ordinary cavalry. Even the Xiliang iron cavalry is the same. The only cavalry that can confront it is Dongzhuo's flying bear army. In just a moment, Cao Chun turned a direction, seized a loophole of the opponent, and suddenly launched an attack. Amid the shouts and cries that resounded through the sky, the tiger and leopard cavalry, like wild beasts in the forest, suddenly broke through the formation of the Western Liang army and rushed into the enemy's army to kill. With the sound of horses' hooves like thunder, more and more Western Liang soldiers were chopped down from their horses. In just a breath of time, the originally balanced state suddenly tilted to one side, and the balance of victory gradually tilted towards the direction of the tiger and leopard cavalry. The tiger and leopard cavalry strangled the enemies in front of them into a bloody mist like chopping melons and vegetables. Su Rong was no match for Cao Ren, and Cao Chun led the tiger and leopard cavalry to suppress the Western Liang iron cavalry. This situation made Cao Cao feel relieved. Originally, they were attacked by several enemies, which had already dealt a heavy blow to their morale. If they still couldn't stop Su Rong's troops, they might as well withdraw their troops early to reduce losses. Now Lu Bu was blocked by other generals. Li Ju was blocked by Li Ji's army. Guisi was blocked by Sun Jian's army. And Cao Cao was alone blocking Su Rong and Zhang Ji. In order to block these two groups of troops, Cao Cao had already sent all the generals around him away, leaving only Cao Hong, a general, to protect his safety. If another group of troops came out at this time, Cao Cao's life would most likely be lost here. Fortunately, Cao Cao had not seen any troops appearing on the opposite side, which meant that these people were all the ambush troops of Dongzhuo. So as long as there was no sudden accident, the opposite side would naturally retreat automatically, and they could follow the other side and pursue. However, whatever Cao Cao was worried about would happen. But he saw that the defense in front of him was suddenly torn open, and a Xiliang general came out with a spear in his hand, followed by an elite cavalry. Xiliang General Zhang Xiu is here. Cao Cao and I will die. I don't know if these two people have any deep hatred. Zhang Ji stopped Cao Cao's generals, but his nephew Zhang Xiu took advantage of the opportunity and led a troop of soldiers to suddenly kill Cao Cao. My lord, please retreat to the formation. I will go to resist the enemy first. The enemy general was coming fiercely. And Cao Cao had only one general, Cao Hong, by his side. He had no choice but to send Cao Hong out to resist Zhang Xiu. Cao Hong immediately rode out, holding a big knife and fighting with Zhang Xiu. Although he temporarily stopped Zhang Xiu's troops, Cao Cao suddenly found something wrong. The situation that was evenly matched just now seemed to have changed. The attack direction of the Xiliang army seemed to focus on attacking Cao Cao. Notify the troops of Li Taisho and Sun Taisho and ask them to support as soon as possible. The pressure on his own route increased greatly, and the corresponding pressure on other routes would be reduced. In order to preserve his strength as much as possible, Cao Cao could only seek help from others. Then he grabbed a long spear and knocked down several enemies who rushed up to the ground. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers around him. Even the Lord personally went to the battlefield to kill the enemy. So how could they, the little soldiers, not work hard? Don't fight to the death. Shrink the troops. While fighting fiercely, Cao Cao shouted loudly to command the remaining troops under his command. Although Cao Cao did not leave a record of killing the enemy in battle in history, he was born in a high-level class after all, and he had been exposed to the 6 arts of a gentleman. It was normal for him to kill a few enemies with the help of a BMW magic weapon. And Cao Cao's shouting was not a big deal. But it attracted the Xiliang generals, who came in through the defense loopholes. They seemed to have turned into sharks in the sea, smelling the blood and quickly approaching. Fortunately, Dong Zhuo did not send such fierce generals as Zhu Wuba and Yu Lian to Su Rong, but only sent Lu Bu and his Bingzhou warriors to support him. Now Lu Bu, Li Ju and other first-line Xiliang generals were blocked outside, and the remaining ones who came over were only some second and third-line generals. Their strength was not very good, but they were more than enough to deal with Cao Cao. Death to the rebels in Guangdong. Several furious roars sounded from far to near, and several burly Xiliang generals appeared with weapons, urging their horses to attack quickly. My lord, please retreat. We will stop them first. Before Cao Cao could speak, his personal soldiers directly stabbed Cao Cao's horses, but with a short knife, sending Cao Cao out in one fell swoop. The horse under his crotch felt pain, and Cao Cao felt that his whole body was shaking instantly, and bursts of harsh noises suddenly rang in his ears, and he retreated to his army at a high speed. The Xiliang generals would never see the duck they had caught fly away, so they rode their horses and rushed over, their weapons flashing with cold light, and they strangled the enemies in front of them into a ball of meat paste. Le Jean, the Sima of the East County Army, is here. How dare you, a little rat? Heard my lord. Suddenly, a short and sturdy general rushed out from the formation, holding a long spear that changed like a dragon, and the sharp tip of the spear was like a fang, and stopped the men in a bang. Le Jean surrendered to Cao Cao before the battle against Dong Zhuo began, and then Cao Cao sent him back to his county city to recruit soldiers and horses. Although he had thousands of soldiers and horses, he did not attract Cao Cao's special attention. Now Le Jean suddenly came out, which moved Cao Cao greatly. But the most important thing now is to save Cao Cao's life. If Cao Cao lost his life, no matter how great Le Jean's contribution was, it would be useless. Le Jean temporarily blocked the enemy's pursuit, but Cao Cao was not out of danger. He looked at the chaotic surroundings, his pupils full of bitterness. Why did the opponent only attack him alone? Where are his teammates? Save them. There were also some guards around him. They still had a frightened look on their faces, and their eyes were full of timidity. Cao Cao suddenly felt guilty. These guards were all children from the clan. They had been following Cao Cao because they trusted him, but now they were about to lose their lives because of Cao Cao. However, in this situation, it was not Cao Cao's turn to show his affection for his children. Many clan generals swore to stop the enemy for him. He couldn't waste time on this. The situation was very urgent, and he needed to find a way to solve everything after he escaped from danger. However, before Cao Cao urged his horse to leave, several generals suddenly appeared not far from Cao Cao. Their equipment was not the type of Xiliang army, but more like Bingzhou army. Ha! I didn't expect that I, Song Xian, would have such luck and actually met the traitor from Guangdong. Humph! Song Xian, we each rely on our own abilities. Whoever catches him will get the credit. Lu Bu's Bingzhou warriors have not caught Cao Cao yet, but made others feel that Cao Cao has become their caged bird. Even Cao Cao, who is very well-mannered, couldn't help but curse. But now is not the time to curse. The thief general appeared behind him again. Cao Cao felt that he had no way to go up to the sky, and no door to the earth. The road behind has been cut off by the enemy general. So where's the road ahead? In a daze, Cao Cao only felt that the scene in front of him was spinning like crazy. And the whole person seemed to lose control and fell directly from the horse to the ground. The intense pain stimulated Cao Cao's mind, and he quickly regained his clarity. However, he saw that the thieves were approaching her quickly, and a feeling of despair suddenly emerged in his heart. At this moment, a rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded from a distance. A member of the Cao family was wearing a fragmented armor and was covered with bloody wounds. But the violence in his eyes made people unconsciously retreat. I, Cao Zilian, am here. Don't hurt my master's life. Cao Hong was bathed in blood, and his murderous aura suddenly burst out, raising gusts of wind in the void. He slashed and sent the big knife in his hand, and suddenly hit Song Xian's waist and abdomen. Song Xian was horrified and quickly drew his knife to block. But Cao Hong's strength was not something he could match. He was blown away with his horse after a swing. Seeing this on the other side, Ho Cheng's face suddenly changed. He didn't dare to face Cao Hong's edge at all, and he ran away directly. These Bingzhou generals ran away. Cao Hong did not stop them, but urged his warhorse to Cao Cao's side. My lord, please get on the horse first. I am willing to walk to protect you from danger. Cao Hong, covered in blood, turned over and got off the horse. Then helped Cao Cao onto the horse, holding the big knife in his right hand and the reins in his left hand, his eyes full of vigilance constantly scanning the surroundings. If Zilian walks, if the thieves catch up, how can you protect yourself? Cao Cao's face showed an anxious expression, and a touch of emotion appeared in his eyes. My lord, the world can do without Hong, but it can also do without you. Chapter 435 Gathering in Luoyang. Why did Cao Hong appear here? It turned out that when he was fighting with Zhang Xiu, he saw a large number of Shiliang cavalry rushing around. Cao Hong did not dare to fall into the enemy's encirclement. He had to withstand Zhang Xiu's offensive and paid a lot of price before he escaped. But when he fled back to his own army, he found that Cao Cao had disappeared in order to avoid the pursuit of the enemy generals. If Cao Hong had not heard those dissolute voices of Ho Cheng and Song Xian, he might not have found his lord, and it was unknown whether Cao Cao could survive. Now Cao Hong has returned to his position and is guarding Cao Cao. Although he is not a fierce general like Dian Wei and Su Chu, Cao Hong's ability is enough to protect Cao Cao from breaking through the siege and waiting for the support of others. Cao Hong walked to open a bloody path for Cao Cao. There were many Shiliang cavalry coming along the way, but he was cut off the horse's leg with a knife, and both the man and the horse were thrown to the ground. Soon Cao Hong grabbed a group of Liangzhou horses and gathered a group of Dongjun soldiers around him, forming a dense military formation, like a meat grinder. No matter how many troops came, they were killed by them. Faced with the attack of multiple ambushes, the Dongjun army was caught off guard and caused some chaos. But as long as Cao Cao, the number one leader, was not dead, he could always stabilize the morale of the army and regroup. The Shiliang troops attacking the Dongjun army were frustrated, and the other two princes were not easy to mess with. Guisi and Li Ju could not push them at all, and they suffered setbacks and lost a lot of troops. As the main general, Su Rong, although fighting with Cao Ren, most of his mind was still on the battle here. Seeing that the current situation was a little out of control, he had to make a feint to force Cao Ren to retreat, and then directly withdrew from Cao Ren's attack range and issued an order to retreat. They all adopted the strategy of ambush, but failed to take down the three princes on the opposite side. If they continued to delay, it would only increase casualties. Moreover, they had already delayed Dongshui for a long time, enough for most of the troops to enter Hanga Pass and Tongwan and head to Chang'an City. As the horns of retreating troops continued to sound, several routes of the Shiliang army retreated to the west like a tide, and many soldiers were killed for this. Lu Bu, who was somewhat embarrassed by the beating, burst out with all his strength, and the Fang Tianhua Ji swept across the world, forcing the attacking coalition generals to retreat with one halberd, and then urged the red hair under him, as if riding a ball of divine fire, leaving a hot afterimage on the ground. Lu Bu's horse is fast. We can't catch up. Wang Zong envied Lu Bu's red hair and said unhappily. Others also nodded in agreement, and then turned their horses back to their respective camps. Is Brother Mengda in trouble? Li Ji divided his troops to repel Li Ju's Shiliang iron cavalry, and personally led his troops to rush over, but met Cao Cao's small group of troops on the way. Cao Cao, with blood all over his face, looked a little embarrassed, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. But he was relieved immediately after seeing Li Ji's army. Brother Anmin. I'm fine. Can you see my generals? Cao Cao has not yet reunited with the clan generals he sent out. And he can't help but feel a little worried. Li Ji has not reunited with his generals. So how could he run into Cao Cao's generals? He had to shake his head and answer, my generals have not returned. And I haven't seen General Xiahou and others. After hearing Li Ji's words, Cao Cao's expression suddenly darkened. And he couldn't help but start to worry about the situation of Xiahou Dun and others. However, his worry was obviously unnecessary. Not long after, they saw their respective generals appear in their field of vision. Although their breath was a little weak, their eyes were bright, and it seemed that they had not suffered too many changes. My lord, we should fulfill our mission and keep Lu Bu out. Li Xuanqiu and others returned first and reported to Li Ji. Li Ji nodded with relief and patted their shoulders one by one to show his comfort. When Sun Jian returned to his Changsha army, he learned that his eldest son Sun So was fighting with Guisi alone in the chaos. Not only did he not scold him, but he laughed out loud and said a tiger father has no dog son. Li Ji saw Cao Cao's envious eyes and thought that the other party suddenly said something like a son should be like Sun Bofu. After waiting for a while, the three armies basically gathered their defeated and fleeing soldiers again, and the generals sent out returned to the formation one by one. There were not many generals in the Xiliang army that came for this sneak attack. The most powerful Lu Bu was stopped by Li Xuanqiu and others. Unless he was surrounded by the enemy, it was difficult to lose his life. Although no generals died here, the three armies also lost a lot of soldiers under the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Especially Cao Cao. He was not only targeted by Lu Bu's Bingzhou army, but also received special care from Su Rong and Zhang Ji. Not only did he have to flee in embarrassment, but his troops also suffered greater losses. However, Cao Cao was somewhat relieved that his most elite troops, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, did not lose much, but had the most brilliant record, and the number of Xiliang Iron Cavalry killed ranked first. Su Rong knew he couldn't stop us, so in order to preserve the remaining troops, he could only order a retreat. But his ambush plan was successful, buying a lot of time for Dongzhuo to move west. Li Ji glanced at the messy battlefield and frowned. Sun Jian leaned over and asked, Su Rong's troops are mainly cavalry. Although they have consumed a lot of physical strength in a big battle, they are not something our large troops can catch up with. If we want to chase them, we must send cavalry to fight. Our cavalry may not be much stronger than the enemy in terms of size. We may not be able to gain the upper hand in a pursuit battle. To defeat the Xiliang Iron Cavalry, we must either rely on stronger cavalry or more infantry. But we cannot meet any of these conditions. Cao Cao took over Sun Jian's words and continued to add. In that case, before Li Ji finished speaking, Li Xuanqiu appeared with 2 weapons in his hands and said loudly, My lord, I am willing to lead the 18 flying tiger riders to pursue the enemy. If I fail, I will die. Is it too risky to lead only 18 riders? Li Ji's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It seemed that he did not directly refuse the other party's request, but instead thought that it was too risky to take such a small number of people. He knew that Li Xuanqiu's intention to pursue the Xiliang army was actually to complete his breakthrough mission, and the 18 flying tiger riders were one of the conditions for the breakthrough mission. However, the distance from here to Chang'an is very long. If there is too much loss, the risk of running wild in Chang'an will be too great. Mission: the 18 flying tiger riders go to Chang'an, Li Xuanqiu's exclusive breakthrough mission. Mission description: Li Xuanqiu leads the 18 flying tiger riders into one of the enemy's giant cities and causes great damage. Mission reward: after completing the mission, Li Xuanqiu's 4-dimensional data will be randomly increased by 1 to 10 points, and any 3 personal characteristics will be upgraded to color. This is the first time that Li Ji has seen a breakthrough mission that can increase his data panel by up to 10 points. For example, Lu Bu, who is also a peerless general, can only increase it by 5 points at most. If Li Xuanqiu's bravery value is really increased to 110 points, it can really be said that he is unparalleled in the world. And he is not afraid of being surrounded by 5 Lu Bu. Of course, the higher the general, the higher the risk. Wrecking a giant city in the enemy, and only with 18 cavalry. It seems like he is going to die. There are currently only 2 giant cities in the Huaxia area. One is Luoyang City, and the other is Chang'an. Luoyang City has been burnt down by Dongzhuo, and its level has dropped by more than half. In theory, there is only the giant city of Chang'an. If Li Xuanqiu wanted to complete his breakthrough mission, he could only run wild in Chang'an City under Dongzhuo's rule. But how could Dong Zhuo watch the generals of the hostile forces destroy his city? Once Li Zuanxiu appeared in Chang'an City, he would probably mobilize the army in the city and strangle them unreasonably in the city. At that time, Li Ji would lose such a general and would probably be in tears. However, if Li Zuanxiu was allowed to walk out of Chang'an City alive, then Li Ji would have more confidence to conquer the land and become the most loyal minister of the Han dynasty. Li Ji weighed the pros and cons, then gritted his teeth and said, Zuanxiao, the 18 Flying Tiger riders may not all be able to follow you to pursue the Xiliang army. I will send another 5,000 crow army with you. I obey your order, Li Zuanxiu said happily, then turned on his horse and went to the back, and ordered 5,000 crow army to go out and pursue the enemy. Brother Anmin, you are not thoughtful enough. Cao Cao was not optimistic about Li Ji's decision, thinking that such a small number of troops would not have any effect, but would be completely lost, which would not be worth the loss. Sun Jian also nodded in agreement with Cao Cao's idea. The enemy is powerful. Anmin should withdraw the troops. My two brothers, don't worry. I believe in Zuanxiu's judgment. Li Ji waved his hand and replied. Seeing Li Ji's insistence, the two had to give up. Afterwards, the three of them discussed and decided to lead the troops back to Hula Pass, join Yuan Shao and others, and prepare to march to Luoyang City. But when the three of them returned to Hula Pass, they found that the pass that used to be crowded with people was now deserted, with only one general left to guard Hula Pass. The new commander of Hula Pass, Li Ji, knew Yan Liang, Yuan Shao's trusted general. But Yan Liang's injury had not healed and his face was still a little pale. On the second day after you left the camp to pursue Dong Zhuo, the Lord and others decided to move to Luoyang City immediately to prevent Luoyang from suffering further damage. As Yan Liang introduced the situation, a hint of teasing appeared at the corner of his mouth. These three people wanted to coerce many princes to pursue Dong Zhuo together, but in the end, they were defeated and suffered a lot of losses. The high spirits before the departure have now become so embarrassing. Li Ji and his men were keenly aware of the change in Yan Liang's expression, but they did not refute him, because they had taught Yuan Shao and knew his temper. If Yuan Shao knew that they had returned in defeat, he would definitely laugh at them in public and make them lose face. But they didn't care about these things, because they also learned from Yan Liang that the first thing Yuan Shao did when he went to Luoyang was to set up a big banquet to publicize the glorious record of the coalition defeating Dong Zhuo to the world. How could Li Ji and his men tolerate Yuan Shao's coquettish operation? Even if they lost their own face, they had to go to Luoyang City to see the demon-making Yuan Shao. What's more, it was not in their style to go back to their own territory without going to Luoyang City. So even if they ended up with an unhappy ending, they had to go to Luoyang City. At the same time, now that Luoyang City is almost in ruins due to the fire, even if the many princes and soldiers who came later took action, they could not save much loss. After putting out the fire, under the auspices of Yuan Shao, the various princes stationed most of their troops in the wild, and then led their personal soldiers into the city to find a relatively intact place to set up a banquet. Not all princes attended Yuan Shao's banquet, except for Li Ji, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian. There were also Han dynasty relatives such as Lu Dai and Lu Zhang who did not attend. They went to the burned ancestral temple together and knelt down to worship their ancestors in tears. A banquet was held in a relatively intact mansion. Yuan Shao, who was sitting at the head of the party, raised his wine glass and smiled at the princes below. Everyone. This time we conquered Hula Pass, recaptured Luoyang City, and defeated Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo fled to Chang'an like a stray dog. Tongguan and Hangdu were Dong Zhuo's dog cages. To celebrate this victory, please drink with me. Please. Yuan Shao was a person who was very good at mobilizing the atmosphere. After he said this, most of the princes below were immediately overjoyed, grinning and laughing, raising their glasses to Yuan Shao and drinking. They seemed to have been immersed in the joy of victory, but forgot their purpose of defeating Dong Zhuo, and never remembered that they came to rescue the emperor. Of course, some princes still maintained a rare clear mind. Gong Sunzan stood up and said disdainfully, Leader, don't forget the purpose of this trip. We only drove Dong Zhuo to Chang'an, and did not rescue His Majesty. Now we have to continue to march and attack Chang'an to rescue His Majesty. Gong Sunzan's words directly disturbed the entire banquet. The originally hot atmosphere suddenly cooled down a lot, and some princes still had some dissatisfaction on their faces. It's a rare opportunity to rest and drink a little wine. But you, Gong Sunzan, don't know what's good for you and jump out to destroy the atmosphere. Yuan Shao was also a little unhappy. He felt that Gong Sun Zan was doing this to lose his face. And he didn't treat him as a child of the Renan Yuan family and the leader of the coalition army. However, Yuan Shao did not lose his temper. He suppressed his anger and pretended to be friendly and said, Gong Sun Taisho, don't be too impatient. We should advance step by step. The soldiers just fought a big battle and need to rest. Besides, Mingde and the others have gone to chase Dong Zhuo. We need to wait for them to come back. Chapter 436, Going their separate ways. Yuan Benchu. There is no need to make such a gesture. The three of us have already returned. As soon as Yuan Shao finished speaking, he saw Li Ji, Chao Chao, and Sun Jian walking in with dust flying around. Their armor had not yet faded, and the blood that had not yet coagulated dripped onto the ground along with their outlines. Chao Chao snorted coldly and looked at Yuan Shao, who was sitting in the first seat, with an unfriendly expression. The three of them had been in Luoyang City for some time, but they did not want to disturb the atmosphere of the banquet and did not show up. However, when Chao Chao heard Yuan Shao's hypocritical words, he could not sit still and rushed in directly. Many princes, including Yuan Shao, were surprised to see the three people in a slightly embarrassed state. Looking at the three of them, I think they have suffered a defeat, and we did not listen to Chao Mingde's words and buried our troops in the hands of the enemy. Most of the princes had such thoughts in their minds almost at the same time, and they secretly rejoiced. Dong the thief has not been eliminated, but you are holding a banquet in this ruined Luoyang city. It really makes me. Sunwon. See. I didn't expect that there are such people in the world. And they are so thick-skinned. Sun Jian has always been at odds with the scholar official class. After Chao Chao spoke, he immediately followed up and mocked him jokingly. Yuan Shao and others' faces changed slightly. He understood the meaning of Sun Jian's words, but in order to maintain his only face, he said awkwardly, You three seem to be injured, and it seems that you have experienced a tragic fight. Fortunately, there are a lot of fine wine and delicacies here. Please drink a lot to relieve the pain. Chao Chao glanced at Yuan Shao with an indifferent expression, reluctantly picked up the nearest bowl of wine, and drank it without paying attention to everyone's gaze. Seeing that the other party's attitude softened, Yuan Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these three people would not give him any face and lose face in public. Fortunately, Chao Chao was the first to give in and gave him 3 points of thin face. However, before Yuan Shao could be happy, Yuan Shu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly laughed and said, Lian Min, you are so miserable now. You must have suffered a great defeat. Come on. Please tell us the origin of this defeat, and let us learn a lesson. As soon as the voice fell, Li Ji, who was suddenly called, suddenly frowned, and the hand holding the wine glass stopped and hung in the air. Li Ji had no intention of targeting Yuan Shao. Chao Chao's attitude basically represented his attitude. But Yuan Shu suddenly jumped out and mocked him, which made Li Ji feel that it was not good if he didn't show the other party some color. When Yuan Shao saw the change in Li Ji's expression, he also secretly said that it was not good, and muttered in his heart that Yuan Shu was really a fool. Originally, he had handled the matter well, and Li Ji and the other two were happy to give him face and did not attack. But Yuan Shu, directly humiliated the other party in public, which was obviously against Li Ji. Yuan Shao did not dare to reprimand Yuan Shu, fearing that he would get himself into trouble. So he continued to drink and remained silent. Li Ji paused for a moment, then drank the wine in one gulp, then laughed and said, We are all ministers of the Han dynasty. We eat the emperor's salary and share the emperor's worries. So what does it matter if we lose a few more battles? It doesn't mean that someone wants to stop and publicize a few achievements. And those who don't know think that the emperor has been rescued. We have not won, nor have we lost. The enemy's ambushes are all in place, but they can't hurt us at all. Now we, the loyal ministers of the Han dynasty, are being criticized by villains, which makes us hurt. I can only say that you are a man of few words, not worth discussing with. As soon as the voice fell, a trace of anger suddenly appeared on the faces of many princes, and Yuan Shu, who was looked at by Li Ji, was so angry that he jumped up and kicked over the table in front of him, and the wine and delicacies were scattered all over the floor. Li Ji's words were undoubtedly mocking these princes, who were nominally called ministers of the Han dynasty. But in fact they were all sinister villains, who could only fight among themselves, but not eliminate the thief Dong. This is not over yet. After Li Ji finished speaking, he walked out of the mansion without leaving a trace of cloud. leaving only a group of princes with sullen faces, sitting restlessly in the banquet. This meaning is very clear. He, Li Ji, no longer wants to play with this bunch of hypocritical princes. Since none of them attack Chang'an City, it is better for them to go their separate ways and find their own mothers. Li Ji, you are really going too far. Yuan Shu wanted to draw his sword and pierce several transparent holes in Li Ji, but he felt around and didn't see his sword. The other princes were also influenced by Yuan Shu, and they criticized Li Ji on the spot, saying that Li Ji didn't know how to appreciate their kindness and didn't give them any face. Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong, watched coldly, and when he saw the ugly faces of these princes, he couldn't help but feel sick. Then he spoke loudly, suppressing the voices of other princes. Leader, governors and governors, I, Sun Watai, was seriously injured in the previous fight, and I am in poor health. I am afraid I can't continue to attack Chang'an with you. From now on, I will lead my troops back to Changsha County. Although he said so, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Sun Jian was still full of energy, and his injuries were not serious at all. The reason why he said this was nothing more than to express his attitude towards Li Ji, and that he no longer wanted to play with these guys. These princes who were righteous on the surface, but treacherous and cunning in secret really violated Sun Jian's 3 views. When he saw Li Ji just pat his butt and leave, he immediately had the same idea. Li Ji, who suited his appetite, didn't want to play anymore. So why did he stay here? It would be more comfortable to return to Changsha County as soon as possible to eliminate mountain bandits. After Li Ji and Sun Jian left one after another, Cao Cao, who was also in the army, also proposed to withdraw his troops. Cao Cao felt that Yuan Shao and his men had no intention of marching into Chang'an at all, and there was no point in staying here. It would be better to return to Dongjun as soon as possible to reorganize the troops and horses, develop power, and wait for the world to change. His eyes kept scanning the various princes, and Cao Cao's shrewd eyes revealed a trace of contempt. Although the prince's coalition army brought together heroes from all over the world, in his opinion, there were only 3 or 5 heroes, and the rest of the princes were just paper tigers that could be broken with a flick of a finger. When he fell on Bao Xian, Zhang Miao and other Yanzhou lords, there was no reason for him to have any ambition. These people were all lords of the same state. If he wanted to expand his power, he had to defeat them first. After experiencing this battle to defeat Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao finally understood that people who were not of the same power could not be trusted at all. Only by making his fists bigger and harder could he have a chance to defeat Dong Zhuo and welcome back the emperor. At this point, Cao Cao's ambition hidden deep in his heart broke out completely. After Li Ji and the other 3 left the banquet, some princes with small ideas also began to move. Like Ding Xia, the governor of Zhuo County, she knew that the prince's coalition would definitely disperse. So she announced on the spot that she would withdraw from the prince's camp and wanted to return to her own territory to wait for the settlement of the activities. As soon as Ding Xia proposed to leave, Gong Sunzan, the governor of Yubiping, who was her mortal enemy, naturally couldn't sit still. As soon as Ding Xia left, he also left the banquet with a look of despair and decided to return to Yuzhou. With these people taking the lead, in the next few days, more and more princes resigned to the leader Yuan Shao one after another, and each found their own reasons to return to their own sphere of influence. Most of them came to make a name for themselves. Several powerful princes decided to leave, and there was no need for these princes, who fished in troubled waters, to stay here. Soon, after most of the princes left Luoyang City, Yuan Shao, on the advice of his advisor Cui Hao, also decided to return to Bohai County and began to plot for the rich Jizhou. However, no one noticed that Li Ji, the first vassal who proposed to leave, had not left Luoyang City. His troops were stationed in the wilds of Luoyang City, as if waiting for something. Brother Anmin, I don't think your 5,000 troops can come back safely. It's better to return to Kuaiji as soon as possible to avoid wasting so much food and grass. Before leaving, Sun Jian found Li Ji and suggested while drinking wine. However, Li Ji did not accept Sun Jian's kindness. He smiled and shook his head and replied, I understand your kindness, but I firmly believe that my generals will be able to return. I will wait in Luoyang City for a while. If the time is over, I will lead the troops back. Besides, Luoyang City has become a ruin. We, the ministers of the Han dynasty, should rebuild the city to show the prosperity of the past. Hearing this, Sun Jian shook his head disapprovingly. Tens of millions of people in Luoyang were relocated to Chang'an by Dong Zhuo. The entire Luoyang area basically became a wilderness. You may not see a person after walking for half a day. How can it be prosperous again? Is it necessary to relocate the population of Kuaiji? This is too ridiculous. Li Ji also knew what Sun Jian meant. Now that Luoyang City was burned to ruins, it was no different from a wilderness for Dongzhuo or the coalition of princes. In fact, from the time Luoyang was burned to the time when the emperor was in trouble in Chang'an, Luoyang and its surrounding areas were buffer zones between Dongzhuo's forces and the princes outside the pass. There was neither Dongzhuo's army active here nor any trace of the prince's army. Both sides tacitly turned this place into a vacuum zone, and no one would take the initiative to occupy it. If Cao Cao had not brought Emperor Xian of Han back to Xucheng and reinvested considerable resources in Luoyang City, the glory of Luoyang City would not have been restored. For Li Ji, Luoyang was an enclave that had no borders with his own territory. Even if the troops stationed here occupied it, they would not receive any support if attacked. Li Ji had no intention of staying here for a long time. He had not left because he was waiting for Li Zuixiu to return after completing the breakthrough mission, and he wanted to see if he could still find that thing. Seeing Li Ji's stubborn attitude, Sun Jian could not persuade him anymore. He had to drink with him, and then got up and said goodbye. After seeing Sun Jian off, Li Ji transferred most of his troops to the outside of Luoyang City. But he led a small group of troops to stay in the ruined Luoyang, slowly building Luoyang City while waiting for good news. On the third night after the coalition forces dispersed, Li Ji, who was sorting out military affairs, suddenly heard a sound from outside. After Chen Dao's pleas sounded outside, a low-key figure walked in. When I came here suddenly. But did he find what we want? Li Ji looked up at the other party, and found that Jia Su's arms were a little bloated. He immediately understood something, and a trace of joy appeared on his eyebrows. Jia Su's expression was a little moved. When he received the task assigned by Li Ji before, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he saw this thing with his own eyes, even his gloomy face all day long couldn't help but show a trace of panic. He nodded, cupped his hands and whispered, "My lord, Su has indeed found this thing." After that, Jia Su respectfully took out a square box from his arms and placed it in front of Li Ji. After Li Ji looked at the box in front of him, he slowly opened the box and saw a 4-inch square object in the box, with 5 dragons on the top and 8 sealed characters received the mandate from heaven. Long lived and prospered engraved on the front. However, such a perfect thing. One corner of it was missing, and it was filled with gold by later generations, instantly destroying the beauty of the whole thing. What Jia Su found for Li Ji was the imperial seal that symbolized the imperial power. Every time Jia Su saw the appearance of the imperial seal, he couldn't help feeling a little unreal. This was probably the most important thing in China. But now it really appeared in front of him. Originally, Li Ji didn't hope to find the imperial seal. He just mentioned it to Jia Su and asked him to pay more attention. In the end, the other party found a real one for him. This is also thanks to Yuan Shao's previous tricks. He did not put all his troops into Luoyang. Most of the players were not qualified to enter Luoyang. Even if they knew that the imperial seal would be left in the city, they could not fight for it. As for the players of Dongzhuo's faction, although they also looked for the imperial seal, Luoyang City was in chaos, and there was no chance to find it. So Li Ji and his team got a big bargain later. Name Imperial Seal. Quality National Level Artifact. Status damaged. Effect you all effects immediately after repair. Description received the mandate from heaven. Long life and prosperity. The Imperial Seal symbolizes the legitimacy of the Emperor, which is a bit like the Yangzhou Ding that Li Ji had drawn before. Unfortunately, it takes all the Jiuzhou Ding to play its role perfectly, and the Imperial Seal needs to repair the missing corners to play its role. The raw material of the Imperial Seal is said to be Lantian Jade, and it is said to be carved from the Hashur Bai. But no matter which material it is, it takes a lot of effort to find them. Li Ji estimated that such extremely expensive materials should not be available in the Huaxia area at present. If one wants to find these things, he can only look for small rewards in large-scale events. Chapter 437 Night Attack on Shiliang. Outside the Shiliang army camp in the wilderness, on a small hill covered by the night, several burly figures suddenly appeared. Li Zuixiu, the leader, sat on his warhorse, staring at the camp with sporadic firelight in the distance. The 18 flying tiger riders and several military commanders of the Crow army appeared behind him without making any sound. They had been following the Shiliang army for several days, and finally found a perfect opportunity to attack the camp at night. The 5,000 Crow army and his 18 Flying Tiger riders were all the troops he used to attack the Shiliang army. And there was no support behind them. Li Xuanxiu did not seek to severely damage Su Rong's army with one blow, but to kill the opponent's courage and force the opponent to be frightened and lose their footing on the way to withdraw from Hanggu Pass. General, are we taking too much risk by doing this? You must know that the enemy's number is several times ours. And even if we adopt a sneak attack, it may not work. The cavalryman beside him whispered worriedly. After hearing this, Li Xuanxiu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. And then he replied in a deep voice, I also know that this is very risky. But the arrow is on the string and must be shot. This is our best chance. If we miss it, there will be no chance to achieve results. Order all the soldiers to hold grass in their mouths and horses to hold their mouths. And wait for my order to charge immediately. Li Xuanxiu's order was constantly passed down. And the 5,000 cavalry hidden in the dark began to organize their equipment. And also stuff the remaining grass into the mouths of the war horses, so that they could eat and recover their physical strength in a very short time. They have been following the rear of the opposite army. Although the journey is long, they did not encounter many twists and turns along the way. The physical strength consumed by the journey was basically recovered during this period. Soon, when more than 5,000 cavalry were ready, Li Xuanxiu immediately launched the charge order. Boom! An unusual dull sound came from the land shrouded in the night, like a thunderbolt flashing in the void. The Shiliang soldiers, who were originally asleep, only felt a blast in their ears, and were suddenly awakened. What's going on? The Shiliang lieutenant in charge of the defense of the camp rushed out of his tent first, looking at the nearby soldiers with a puzzled look on his face. Some of the panicked soldiers saw the backbone appear, and quickly calmed down their mood, and replied with a trembling voice, There is a sound outside the camp. As far as I know, it seems that a group of cavalry is coming towards us. All the Shiliang people grew up on horseback, and they are very familiar with the sound of horse hooves. They can tell how large the cavalry is without seeing the appearance of cavalry. The Shiliang lieutenant's face instantly became extremely gloomy. This place is very close to Dongzhu's sphere of influence. Which blind guy would actually launch a surprise attack? You take a few people to the central army camp to inform General Su. I will resist the enemy's attack here first. The lieutenant was very experienced. Faced with a sudden situation, he did not lose his footing, but quickly made the most correct judgment. But he underestimated his opponent. While he mobilized his troops for defense, a corner of the camp was turned upside down by Li Xuanxiu and other cavalry. Accompanied by a loud roar, the temporary wooden fence exploded in front of Li Xuanxiu, revealing a gap. More than 5,000 cavalrymen roared wildly, and under the leadership of Li Xuanxiu, they suddenly charged towards the gap in the camp. The offensive was as terrible as a tidal wave, and the Shiliang soldiers, who had just surrounded and killed, were torn into a bloody mist. Kill! Li Xuanxiu held a Bai Yen Lao in his left hand, and the Yuan spear in his right hand. His momentum was as heavy as a mountain. The whole person seemed to have turned into a golden god of war, and he led the soldiers to slam into the crowd fiercely. The next moment, the crowd first let out a roar like a tiger or leopard, followed by countless heart-wrenching screams. This first fierce general of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms took action personally. The 2 weapons in his hands were like poisonous dragons circling in the air. The terrifying energy swept in all directions with the movement of his arms. With a casual blow, he could blast the soldiers in front of him into pieces, and a lot of blood flew in the air, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. 2 weapons with great power swept through the bodies, and the bodies of the Shiliang soldiers burst like swollen balloons in an instant, and the blood and muscles in their bodies were crushed into blood mist. The general is mighty. The general is invincible. The 18 riders who followed closely behind saw their commander so brutal and fierce, and their blood seemed to be mobilized and boiling. They roared wildly, and led the 5,000-year army into the camp like a tide. The overwhelming offensive instantly broke through one defense line after another. The horses' hooves flew like crazy, and blood splashed in the air like rain. The Yer army was unstoppable, and nothing could stop them for a moment. Rumble. There seemed to be bursts of thunder flashing in the clouds above the battlefield. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry was already one of the rare top cavalry in the world, but they were caught off guard, without climbing onto the horseback. They were like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others, facing the 5,000 elite Ye troops led by Li Xuanxiu. The Shiliang soldiers in this camp had no power to fight back at all. Various defensive equipment was simply a joke in front of the Iron Cavalry. There were only a few lieutenants in charge of the camp here. Even if they could react in time, Their own abilities were not enough to support them to stabilize the current situation, let alone repel the opponent. The Shiliang lieutenant in the depths of the tent trembled. His pupils contracted as he looked at the chaotic scene not far away, and his face turned very pale. How long will it take for General Su to come to support? The lieutenant roared with forced calmness, and bloodshot eyes began to emerge in his shrunken pupils, and his face became more and more ferocious as his tone became heavier. The personal soldiers on the side, facing the enemy's cannibalistic gaze, gritted their teeth and replied, "The general has sent as many troops as possible to support us. I'm afraid we need to hold on for a while longer." They were far away from Su Rong's central army. Even if they reported the situation to Su Rong immediately, mobilizing troops was a very time-consuming matter. It was not something that could be dispatched at will. The lieutenant also showed a helpless expression after hearing this. He kept roaring and desperately commanding his soldiers to block the enemy's attack. However, facing thousands of cavalrymen who accelerated to the extreme, no matter how elite the Shiliang soldiers were, they were still flesh and blood and could not hold out for much time. "Captain, the enemy is strong, and this situation is no longer possible to save. We should flee to the central army. We have made our best efforts, and General Su should not blame us." Seeing Li Xuanxi's 5,000 troops break through the camp, the offensive is unstoppable, as if stepping on a layer of blood waves. Wherever they go, there is a bloody storm, and the elites in front of them are knocked to both sides, and their throats keep screaming. Such an invincible charge. Even their Shiliang iron cavalry may not be able to do it all the time. The surrounding soldiers were frightened by this scene, and they came forward to make suggestions out of fear. The captain gritted his teeth, and he also knew that the enemy's army was not something he could deal with. He nodded after a slight hesitation. Then the captain urged the warhorse under his crotch to flee towards Su Rong's central army under the protection of his personal soldiers. The Shiliang soldiers without a lieutenant soon collapsed. Sharp screams continued to be heard in the camp, and the atmosphere was filled with cries and despair. Most of the soldiers began to run around. At the same time, in another part of the tent, a momentum as strong as a mountain and as fiery as a fire suddenly erupted, as if a volcano was erupting, and the strong breath rushed to the sky and swept in all directions. "Where is the enemy general?" Lu Bu was still wearing the extremely showy armor, and the red rabbit horse under his crotch was humming and breathing out hot air. The Fong Tian Huaji was held in his palm, ready to go. "I heard that it was another part of the camp." "Fong Xian, the camp has been blown up here. The top priority is to stabilize the morale of the army first, and then make plans to repel the enemy." Zhang Liao, who was beside him, saw Lu Bu eager to rush out of the formation, and immediately dissuaded him. Hearing this, Lu Bu was not very satisfied, but he also knew what the most important thing was now, so he had to nod helplessly. Even Li Xuanxiao, who was far away from him, could feel Lu Bu's boundless momentum. Li Xuanxiu smashed a fleeing enemy into a pulp, and then paused for a moment, and then made a jaw-dropping move. Under the gaze of the 18 flying tiger riders, Li Xuanxiu directly retracted his weapon, suddenly pulled the reins in his hand, turned his horse's head, and rushed to the gap in the camp. "General, the effect of our night attack has achieved obvious results. Why do we have to retreat at this point?" the soldiers around him asked in confusion. Li Xuanxiu replied calmly, "The enemy's support has arrived, and the one who came to support is Lu Bu. I may not be his opponent at the moment." Although his tone was a little unwilling, it was indeed true. Lu Bu completed the breakthrough mission and became the world's #1 general. Unless other peerless generals also completed the breakthrough mission, no one would be Lu Bu's opponent. Li Xuanxiu knew that his limit was far from this, so he asked Li Ji to pursue the Shiliang army, with the goal of breaking through his limit and completing his breakthrough mission. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "Order everyone to withdraw immediately, and also pack up dozens of Shiliang soldiers' equipment. I have other uses. 5,000 soldiers can't just leave." But the Shiliang army's camp was in a mess. Lu Bu finally calmed down the remaining troops, but he found that the enemy had retreated. It was still late at night, and even with the help of the firelight, it was difficult to see the distance. Lu Bu rushed out of the camp alone and searched for several miles, but could not find any trace of the attacking army. Su Rong, Li Ju, Guasi and others, as well as the main force of the Shiliang army, also appeared near here. He frowned when he saw such a mess. Did the attacking army see the whole picture? Report to the general. The opposing army seems to be all cavalry. The number is not too large, but not too small. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through our camp in a short time. The captain in charge of the camp here was not killed. He met Su Rong and others on the way to the Central Army. So he followed them and returned here. Su Rong's face trembled slightly. He knew the general situation without being there. If the enemy army was large in number, they would not directly issue a retreat order when their support arrived. He felt a bit overwhelmed now. This situation undoubtedly showed that their troops had been targeted. And this night attack was definitely planned for a long time. This place is not far from Hanga Pass, which means that they are closer to Dongjua's sphere of influence. They had a big battle with the coalition forces of the princes before. Logically, the coalition forces would never continue to pursue them. And the bandits roaming around nearby had no reason not to recognize that they were regular troops under Dongjua. And they would not attack or even attack them at night for no reason. Su Rong currently couldn't guess who the enemy of the night attack was. However, soon, the soldiers who cleaned up the battlefield brought them several sets of relatively intact armor, which were all taken from the dead enemies. Such excellent armor is definitely not something that ordinary bandits can have. It definitely comes from a certain force of the princes. Su Rong's fingers touched the black armor, and the cold feeling transmitted from his fingertips made his thoughts clearer. I seem to have some impression of this kind of armor. Li Ju was sharp-eyed and felt that the style of the armor was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he continued, when I fought with Li Ji's troops before, I did encounter soldiers wearing such armor. You mean? Li Ji's troops are chasing us? Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of surprise and doubt. In their impression, Li Ji's troops are strong and his generals are like clouds. If they did not have an advantage in military strength and had a face-to-face conflict, they might not be able to deal with Li Ji. However, Lu Bu was very confident in his own strength and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. I will take action. And none of Li Ji's generals is my opponent. Fengxian should not be taken lightly. Only when we return to Chang'an City will we be safe. As Su Rong was talking, he suddenly found that something was wrong with his head. He immediately took the bow and arrow from the warhorse and shot an arrow into the deep night sky. The next moment, countless noisy sounds suddenly rang out in the night sky, and a petite black crow was pierced through the body and fell to the ground. Why are there crows here? Crows like to eat corpses. And the bloody smell is so strong here. It's normal for them to appear here. Lu Bu waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I have a bad feeling. Su Rong looked at the dead black crow and felt uneasy for no reason in his heart. Chapter 438, Passing Tongwan. However, Su Rong's concern about the appearance of the black crow did not attract many people's attention. All their thoughts were still on the troops suspected to be Li Ji's troops. Su Rong, since you are afraid of Li Ji, why don't we go to Hanga Pass as soon as possible and return to Chang'an City through the teleportation array, so that we don't have to be afraid of Li Ji? For Su Rong's concerns, Lu Bu expressed great disdain, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. However, Su Rong's next reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He picked up the dead black crow and said, I think it's no accident that such birds appear here. I am from Liaodong, and have dealt with the Wuhuan people before. I have seen that they domesticate birds and beasts to capture prey on the grassland for them. I suspect that this black crow is actually one of the helpers of that army, which can provide them with vision and observe the surrounding situation. It's not impossible. Zhang Liao, who was behind Lu Bu, also agreed and said, when I was an official in Yunnan County, I met many Huns. They were able to train hawks and dogs, and use war hawks to observe the surrounding situation. It was precisely because of these that it was difficult for officers and soldiers to encircle and wipe them out. Before Zhang Liao surrendered to Lu Bu, he was an official at Yunnan Pass. He often fought with the Huns who entered the pass to burn, kill and plunder. And he also knew some of the unique strange skills of the other side. After listening to Su Rong and Zhang Liao's words, the Xiliang generals present fell into deep thought. There are many barbarians around the Han dynasty, and most of these barbarians are nomadic peoples. To put it bluntly, their technology trees are different from those of the Han dynasty. So it is not surprising that they can train war eagles for their own use. If it is as the two said, it means that every move of their army in these days is in the sight of the other party. Everyone thought about it carefully and felt scared. General Su, if this is true, we must go to Hanga Pass as soon as possible, Li Ju said with a little panic on his face, fearing that he would be attacked by the enemy again. However, Su Rong shook his head and replied, Generals, you don't know that since Emperor Gaozu of Han unified the country, the importance of Hanga Pass has been greatly reduced. Even the later Wang Mang civil strife only made Emperor Guangwu pay attention to Hanga Pass again. However, the terrain around Hanga Pass has changed, and it is impossible to reproduce the majestic appearance of the past. So the Lord did not hoard troops in Hanga Pass, but set up heavy troops at Tongwan. So we must go to Tongwan to go west. Tongwan is still a long way from us. The enemy will definitely continue to launch sneak attacks along the way. We must solve this trouble as soon as possible. As soon as Su Rong finished speaking, his eyes began to scan the surrounding situation. At this time, the sky began to brighten, and a white halo like a fish belly rose in the distance. The soldiers nearby continued to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner, under the command of generals at all levels. Restoring basic order, he took a deep breath and continued. They should not have too many troops. Otherwise they would not retreat in the middle of the fight. If we want to get rid of them as soon as possible, we must come up with a way. Su Rong, you are the commander. What can you do? Lu Bu looked at the other party and asked. Since they like to launch sneak attacks so much, let's take advantage of their tricks and lure them into a trap. At the same time, Li Tsuanqiu and his soldiers, who had fled dozens of miles away, finally found a suitable place to camp and rest on the spot. Li Tsuanqiu called the 18 riders over and distributed the captured Shiliang equipment, ordering them to change. While changing California, the 18 riders asked in confusion, General, our equipment is much better than these broken copper and iron. Why do we have to change these things? Don't ask. I have other uses. Li Tsuanqiu did not make any explanation. Later, several military commanders of the Yair army found Li Tsuanqiu and told him all the casualties of his soldiers. After thinking for a while, Li Tsuanqiu nodded and waved them back. General, we have brothers who have been killed in the Shiliang army camp. Do you think they will recognize us through the bodies? Su Rong was once the commander of Hula Pass. He is not a fool to be able to reach such a position. Moreover, we have fought with them before and have seen the armor of the Yair army. I guess they have recognized us by now. Li Tsuanqiu answered without thinking too much. Then should we continue to pursue them? Why not? General, they have been attacked once, and their vigilance should be greatly increased. Moreover, if they recognize us as you said, they will definitely pay more attention, and the probability of our attack will be greatly reduced. You have some insights. Li Tsuanqiu smiled with relief. There are brave soldiers everywhere, but brave and resourceful soldiers are rare. Once these people encounter opportunities, they will definitely be promoted quickly and hold important positions in the army. Li Ji has no shortage of high-level generals, but he lacks middle and low-level generals. These people are like the limbs extending from the torso. When the brain sends a signal, they need to make corresponding movements as much as possible, which requires a great test of the quality of middle and low-level generals. The reason why I asked you to change the armor of the Shiliang army is because it is related to the next action. We will sneak attack them again tonight to let them see how powerful we are. General, if we sneak attack again, the other party will definitely be vigilant. The soldiers around him persuaded. I just need them to be vigilant. The more vigilant they are, the better. This will be more beneficial to our next action. General, we don't understand. The 18 Flying Tiger riders didn't understand what Li Tsuanqiu meant at all, and shook their heads. Li Tsuanqiu waved his hand, signaling them to come over. Su Rong is not a fool. He will definitely strengthen his vigilance. He may even set up an empty camp ambush tonight to lure us to attack. Since the general has thought of this, why do we continue the sneak attack? Isn't this obviously sending the soldiers to their deaths? Some of the 18 riders vaguely knew Li Tsuanqiu's purpose, and they couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts. Hearing this, a trace of violence flashed in Li Tsuanqiu's eyes, and he slowly said, we must be defeated miserably, or even defeated to the point of annihilation. In this way, they will definitely relax their vigilance, and our next action can proceed unimpeded. But General, it's hard to explain to the Lord if we sacrifice the lives of 5,000 men, someone said hesitantly. But when Li Tsuanqiu's eyes fell on him, he closed his mouth involuntarily. I will naturally explain to the Lord, and I will properly solve the affairs of these 5,000 brothers in my lifetime. Li Tsuanqiu suddenly fell silent, and said with a choked voice, give the order to continue the night attack tonight. The 18 riders looked at each other, and seeing Li Tsuanqiu's firm attitude, they had to nod to show that they understood. Soon, time was pushed to late at night. That night, thousands of your soldiers wearing black armor, led by Li Tsuanqiu, approached the Shiliang army's camp again. They hid on a small hill, and with the advantage of the high ground, they looked directly at the camp below and saw the defense situation of the camp very clearly. It seems that there is nothing wrong. A military commander of the Year Army saw the still undefended Shiliang camp, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During the day, when they knew that Li Tsunchi was going to launch another sneak attack, they all became terrified. Anyone who is not a fool knows that if someone attacked them the day before, the camp would strengthen its vigilance on the second, third, or even fourth day. However, Li Tsunchi told them that the enemy might think that they will not attack again after the first sneak attack, and they would definitely not expect them to come back and attack the camp at night the next day. Just as the general expected, the enemy really thought that we would not launch another sneak attack. The defense tonight is the same as before, which is really commonplace. The general is worthy of being a general. No wonder he can be the commander of an army, while we are just small military commanders. Before receiving the order for the sneak attack, several military commanders gathered together and used the noise of the wind to minimize their voices. However, after they did not talk for a few more words, Li Tsunchi sent messengers to lead their troops and prepare for the night attack. Boom! Soon, the familiar sound of horse hooves reappeared in the wild wind of the night, like bursts of thunder flashing in the void, instantly shattering the silence of the camp. There was a slight commotion in the Shiliang camp, and a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of dozens of tents. With a little fear in their eyes, they quickly assembled into a formation under the command of the military commander. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the speed of war horses? In just a moment, the wooden fence outside the camp made a bursting roar, accompanied by countless wood chips flying in the air. Li Tsunchi, who was covered in a black robe, rushed in first, followed by the 18 flying tiger riders dressed in the same way, and followed closely by the thousands of Crow army. The Shiliang captain in charge of the command saw this, and seemed to have anticipated the occurrence of this situation. Compared with the panic of his soldiers, he was a little too calm. But calm is calm. He knows all the arrangements above, but the soldiers below don't know the situation. He still needs to keep issuing orders to stabilize the situation as much as possible. Thousands of cavalrymen charged into the camp. Li Tsunchi looked at the chaotic enemy and couldn't help but sneer. Although the scene was chaotic, there was order hidden in the chaos. It was obvious that the general, who commanded the Shiliang army, seemed to know something and even anticipated this sneak attack. However, this was exactly what Li Tsunchi wanted. The Yair army rushed into the enemy's formation, killing the enemies in front of them, like cutting melons and vegetables. Countless Shiliang soldiers were immediately knocked out and fell to the ground screaming. However, such a smooth offensive still had an accident. When the Yair army rushed into the belly of the camp, a violent roar suddenly sounded outside the camp, followed by dense horse hooves, and there was a little commotion on the flank. Li Tsunchi looked up at the direction of the commotion. Under the illumination of the fire, a torrent of steel appeared in the darkness in the distance. The horses' hooves trampled on the ground and roared continuously, attacking the flank of the Yair army. The general in the lead was extremely arrogant. Li Tsunchi recognized the identity of the person at a glance. It was the first fierce general under Dong Zhuo, Lu Bu from Jiuyuan. Ha! Our reinforcements have arrived. It's General Su Rong's cavalry. They came so quickly. They must have been prepared. You bastard. Why don't you get off your horse and surrender quickly? We can spare your life. The Shiliang lieutenant laughed crazily, constantly venting his emotions. The Shiliang soldiers who were still alive in the camp also burst into exclamations of survival. They are indeed well prepared. 18 flying tiger riders. Follow me to leave the formation and wait for the opportunity to leave. Li Tsunchi immediately urged the warhorse under his crotch, and the speed suddenly increased by several levels, and quickly left the front of the army like an arrow from a string. The same thing happened to the 18 flying tiger riders behind him. Following Li Tsunchi, they quickly left the army formation and quickly disappeared from the battlefield under the cover of black robes. Several military commanders of the Yair army were stunned. The sudden action of the commander was like a heavy hammer, which directly hit them dizzy and disoriented. Why did the general leave? What should we do? Maybe he went to resist the enemy general. Since the enemy reinforcements have arrived, we should break out quickly. Several military commanders discussed and reached a consensus, deciding to break out. However, before they could make any move, a terrible momentum like a mountain torrent suddenly broke out not far away, and a young general holding a spear suddenly attacked. The spear was like a dragon and a phoenix circling in the void, and it killed in front of everyone in an instant. When he raised his hand, he pierced a military commander and made a transparent hole. Blood gushed out in the air like a spring. The remaining military commanders looked at each other, reached a consensus in an instant, roared and waved their weapons. and rushed over. But their martial arts were mediocre. Just a little stronger than ordinary soldiers. But in front of Zhang Xiu, the northern hero, they were not up to the standard at all. The spear suddenly shook out countless gun flowers, like a torrential rain splashing in the air, covering all the enemies in front of them. The sound of puffing continued to ring out, and countless fatal bullet holes suddenly appeared on the bodies of these military commanders. Before they could even scream, they could only fall off their horses unwillingly and die. This scene was seen by Li Xuanxiu and others hiding in the crowd. And all 19 people fell silent. Let's go. Let's go to Tongwan. Finally, Li Xuanxiu managed to say a word and turned his head to go deep into the enemy's formation. Chapter 439 Seizing Guanxi. Since they won't talk, then chop them all off. Su Rong's cold voice sounded. And then dozens of heads flew up into the sky, and a whole row of corpses fell to the ground with a bang. A large amount of blood gushed out and flowed on the muddy ground, gathering into a river. The captives of the Yer army, who were pressed to the ground, saw this scene, and their bodies trembled unconsciously, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Li Xuanxiu led 18 cavalrymen to suddenly escape from the battle, and several military commanders were killed by Zhang Xiu alone. The remaining Yer army soldiers had no one to command them, and were quickly defeated by Su Rong's ambush. Thousands of cavalrymen were either knocked to the ground and trampled into meat paste by horses' hooves, or captured by Su Rong's troops and became prisoners of the Xiliang army. Tell me, where did your commander go? Su Rong wanted to know who the commander of this cavalry was, but he underestimated the toughness of the Yer army soldiers, and he couldn't give much information no matter how hard he asked. Out of desperation, Su Rong had to kill the prisoners and use blood to break the will of these soldiers, so as to get what he wanted. As Su Rong expected, watching his companions die tragically in front of him, his body and mind suffered a severe shock, and his psychological defense line began to collapse. Soon, another group of soldiers died tragically under the blade of the Xiliang army. As dozens of corpses fell, someone finally couldn't resist the bloody impact in front of him and made a voice begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. A soldier screamed and squirmed on the ground, with fear crawling on his face. You traitor. Do you think they will forgive you if you tell them? You are such a fool. Asshole. You are a bastard. Our brothers who died in the Dragon Sparrow army will not let you go. Traitors appeared in the army, and the remaining Yer army soldiers cursed. Their eyes were red and filled with endless murderous spirit. However, their shouting and cursing could not affect the thoughts of the rebellious soldiers. With Su Rong's tacit consent, the sense of oppression on the traitor disappeared instantly, and then he rolled and crawled to Su Rong's feet, grinning and laughing at Su Rong. As long as you can answer my questions, I will never kill you. I'll tell you. As long as I know, I will never hide anything. Hearing this, Su Rong showed a playful smile, and then asked, which force are you from? Who is the commander of the army? How many soldiers are there? And are there other reinforcements outside? Report to the general. We are the troops under the command of Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, with the flag Yer army. A total of 5,000 people came this time, and the commander is Li Xuanxiu. Li Xuanxiu? After hearing this name, Lu Bu on the side couldn't help but make a sound, with a hint of surprise. Li Xuanxiu is Li Ji's #1 general. If it is this person, then Li Ji's main force should also be nearby, Li Ju said with some concern. All the Xiliang generals present had witnessed Li Xuanxiu's bravery at Hulao Pass. Although he had been suppressed by Lu Bu, he had defeated powerful generals such as Zhu Wuba and Yu Liang, and his strength was quite good, only second to Lu Bu. This general is still thinking too much. We only have a few thousand soldiers in this pursuit. Li Ji's main force is not following us and cannot provide any support. The rebellious Yer army soldier changed his words very quickly. He rebelled against the Dragon Sparrow army 1 second and called Li Ji's name directly the next second. After hearing this, Su Rong fell into deep thought. His thoughts turned rapidly in his mind, trying to sort out the motives of Li Ji and Li Xuanxiu. However, no matter how much he guessed, he couldn't think of anything. Li Xuanxiu had already successfully attacked us on the first day. Logically, he would not choose to attack at night on the second day. Is he really not afraid of burying these 5,000 cavalry? Guisi felt that Li Xuanxiu's behavior was just like a fool. He treated these 5,000 cavalry as waste and gave them away whenever he wanted. The rebellious soldier did not make any explanation. After all, he was just a small soldier. Only the closest 18 riders could know Li Xuanxiu's thoughts. After Su Rong asked a few more questions and got the answers he wanted. He waved his hand to drive away the soldiers who had defected, and then ordered all the remaining captives to be killed on the spot. Ordered the entire army to go to Tongguan as soon as possible. A few days later, in a hidden place a few miles away from Tongguan, a total of 19 cavalrymen hid here. The leading general was strong and muscular, holding weapons wrapped in black cloth on both sides, with a strong blood in his body, containing infinite power. General, Tongguan is ahead. I just took a look from a distance. The city defense seems to be very lax. Su Rong's troops should not have returned to Tongguan yet. A flying tiger cavalryman came to Li Tsunxiu and reported. Li Tsunxiu's eyes flickered inexplicably, and he rode his horse up a small hill, his eyes constantly scanning back and forth at the majestic Tongguan. At this time, there were two Hanga passes, divided into Qin Hanga Pass and Han Hanga Pass according to the dynasty. Qin Hanga Pass is adjacent to Hongdong River in the east, and Qiling Mountains and Yellow River in the north and south respectively. It is a steep pass. Han Hanga Pass was built during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Emperor Wu of Han moved the location of Hanga Pass to 300 miles eastward and built it on Beishao Road. However, there are two roads leading to Luoyang, namely Beishao Road and Nanshao Road. If there is a war, the enemy army can attack Luoyang directly through Nanshao Road without attacking Han Hanga Pass. At the end of the Shimeng dynasty, the Qimei army split into two groups through Nanshao Road and finally joined together at Qin Hanga Pass. However, Qin Hanga Pass had been abandoned for many years at this time, and Hongdong County had been built at the old site. How could a small county stop the Qimei army's front? The Qimei army easily broke through Qin Hanga Pass and directly threatened Guangzhong. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, the emperors of the Han Dynasty re-emphasized the geographical advantages of Qin Hanga Pass and decided to rebuild Qin Hanga Pass as a barrier. However, after tens or hundreds of years, the surrounding environment has changed significantly. The water level of the Yellow River has dropped, leaving the nearby land exposed. Therefore, the army no longer has to attack Qin Hanga Pass, but can bypass it directly through the nearby river beach. Therefore, Tongguan was established in this context to replace Qin Hanga Pass. Tongguan, like the former Hanga Pass of Qin, is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the terrain is very dangerous. If you want to enter the vicinity of Chang'an, how to take Tongguan is a big problem to face. Tongguan is easy to defend and difficult to attack. With only 19 of us, it is impossible to take this pass. We must think of a way to enter Tongguan. Li Tsunxiu looked at Tongguan and suddenly said. The cavalryman beside him asked, there is Tongguan in front and Su Rong behind. So how can we quickly enter Tongguan? Tongguan's defense is lax, and it seems that the commander here is not very capable. We can use this to trick him into opening the gate to welcome us into the pass. What does the general mean? The cavalryman beside him asked curiously. They don't know that Su Rong's troops were ambushed by us on the front line. We can pretend that Su Rong's troops have escaped and trick them into opening the city gates by asking for support. Then we will rush in directly, capture the enemy's main general, and threaten the main general's life to pass through Tongguan. Li Tsunxiu's plan is very bold. He completely puts his life in the hands of the enemy. As long as someone on the opposite side suspects, the 19 of them will definitely be buried here. The speed of passing the customs must be fast. So fast that no one can react. Rely on personal bravery to capture the enemy general, and use the enemy's life as a ticket to pass the customs. Tongguan is an important gateway to Chang'an. Dong Zhuo will definitely send his closest people to garrison. Li Tsunxiu is betting on this point. Betting that the opposite main general has a very high status in the Xiliang army. And betting that the opposite soldiers dare not act easily. No wonder the general asked us to collect the armor of the Xiliang army before. So this is the reason. After listening to Li Tsunxiu's plan, the 18 riders finally reacted and showed expressions of amazement. After we successfully enter the pass, I will immediately capture the enemy's main general. You 18 people will try your best to resist the enemy for me. After Li Tsunxiu arranged everything, he waited for a suitable opportunity. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and Tongguan in the distance seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark gauze. Li Tsunxiu and others could no longer see the soldiers on the city wall from their hiding place. Torches and braziers began to rise on the blurred city walls, and the faint light dispelled the surrounding night. But this was just a drop in the bucket, only illuminating a small area. There was a faint sound of water flowing near Tongguan. One of the paths was dug by the river, and the river water was drawn along the path, forming a wide moat in front of Tongguan. The gate of the pass was closed tightly, and the defenders held torches high and patrolled back and forth on the city wall. although they looked very rigorous. They were full of loopholes in front of the generals, who were familiar with military affairs. The Shiliang general, who was in charge of guarding this period, did not appear on the city wall, but huddled in a tower to rest, and did not participate in the patrol. Suddenly, a slight vibration sound came from outside Tongwan, and more than a dozen cavalry appeared in the dim distance in the defender's field of vision. Approaching Tongwan quickly, hearing the report from his soldiers, the general who was resting suddenly showed a trace of dissatisfaction. But he did not say much, and led his personal soldiers to appear on the city wall. "Which unit are you from? Why are you here?" The Shiliang general was affected by the night, and did not see the faces of the more than 10 cavalrymen below clearly. But he recognized the Shiliang army armor on the other side, and immediately relaxed his vigilance. "General, we are the troops of General Su Zhonglong. There is something important to notify the commander of Tongwan." One of the 19 cavalrymen answered, and the accent seemed to come from the Liangzhou area. "Su Rong's troops. Aren't they the troops sent by the Prime Minister to ambush the Prince's coalition forces?" The Shiliang general seemed to know something, and then a trace of relaxation appeared on his face. "General Su Zhonglong has tens of thousands of troops. Why are there only a dozen of you back? Did General Su Rong encounter trouble?" "Indeed, we encountered trouble. Our army was defeated in the ambush. General Su Zhonglong sent us to Tongwan to request support. Please open the city gate quickly. We need to find the commander of Tongwan and inform him of all the situations." The cavalry below answered, with a hint of anxiety in their tone. When the Shiliang general heard this, his face suddenly showed a look of surprise. He did not expect that Su Rong's troops would encounter trouble outside and be defeated by the princes. Su Rong sent people to Tongwan for support, which meant that the troops of the prince's coalition were also close to Tongwan. The general saw the embarrassed appearance of the more than 10 riders and instantly believed it. However, he did not dare to make his own decision. So he had to answer loudly, "This matter is of great importance. I cannot make the decision. Please wait for a moment. I will ask General Niu Fu to come forward first." "Niu Fu?" Li Tsunxia's expression suddenly showed a look of moving. He did not expect to meet an old acquaintance of his lord in Tongwan. They had dealt with Niu Fu several times, and the other party knew Li Tsunxia's appearance. If they were recognized by Niu Fu, they would definitely die without a burial place. Thinking of this, a trace of violence flashed in Li Tsunxia's eyes, and then he pulled up the cloth tied on his face to hide his appearance as much as possible. Without waiting for long, a bloated figure appeared on the city wall. Niu Fu held a big knife and looked down the city wall. "Since they are soldiers sent by Su Rong to ask for help, we should provide help. Come on. Open the city gate and let them in." Niu Fu had listened to his subordinate's report on the way here, and did not hear many logical loopholes in the other party's words. He began to trust these 19 riders subjectively. A creaking sound was heard. The noose of the city gate rose, and the tightly closed gate slowly opened, revealing a passage that could accommodate one person. "Let's go," Li Tsunxia said in a low voice, then picked up the 2 weapons in his hands and took the lead in passing through the city gate and entering Tongwan. Niu Fu and others, who had already got off the city wall, looked at the 19 riders quickly entering the pass, and quickly stepped forward to approach Li Tsunxia and others. However, what surprised Niu Fu was that after these 19 cavalrymen entered the pass, they did not choose to dismount and walk, but continued to ride their horses. The leading cavalryman fixed his sights on Niu Fu. Dongzhu's son-in-law felt as if he was being stared at by a tiger, and a sense of horror suddenly emerged in his heart. In an instant, Niu Fu's thoughts flickered wildly, and he seemed to have thought of something. His face changed wildly, and then he shouted, "Something is wrong. They are not Su Rong's soldiers. Capture them quickly." However, Li Tsunxiu had already anticipated the situation after the matter was exposed. He immediately squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse under him suddenly neighed, and the horse's hooves flew up again. Li Tsunxiu shouted loudly, sweeping towards Niu Fu like a gust of wind. The 2 weapons tore the black cloth apart, and burst out endless energy. He swung his arms, and rushed straight to Niu Fu's head. Niu Fu. Die! Chapter 440. The city is Hefu County. Faced with a sudden change, Niu Fu's mind was completely unable to turn around. He only felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then the whole person rushed into the air like pulling onions out of dry land. Then a feeling of dizziness kept coming, making Niu Fu feel dizzy and blurred, and he couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. The sound of horse hooves continued to sound, and Niu Fu came back to his senses, but found that he was forced to move on the horse's back. It was obvious that he was now the other party's prisoner. When he looked up at the owner of the warhorse with difficulty, the familiar face instantly appeared in his mind, and Niu Fu immediately showed a surprised expression. Li Xuanqiu, why are you here? Didn't they say that the allied forces of the princes have been disbanded and returned home? You are sharp-eyed. You can recognize me at a glance. What a pity. I will not let you go easily. Li Xuanqiu chuckled and urged his warhorse immediately. The weapons in his hands kept turning up and down, like two dragons tumbling in the river, rolling up waves of air, and the powerful air swept in all directions. The enemies who wanted to surround and kill were all covered with the sound of puffing and stabbing. Countless blood holes suddenly appeared on their armor and bodies. The 18 flying tiger riders, who were slightly behind, their momentum quickly soared, and the blood in their bodies shone like a raging fire, forging them into extremely sharp divine weapons. There were only 18 people, but they were not inferior in momentum at all. It seemed that they were galloping like thousands of troops. They kept advancing forward and forcibly killed hundreds of Xiliang soldiers around them. Everyone, hurry up and rescue the Zhonglong general. Niu Fu was captured alive, and the Xiliang lieutenant, as the deputy general, took over the command naturally. He roared wildly and kept mobilizing the troops in his hands, trying to use the human wave tactics to drown the 19 people and horses in the crowd and hack them to death in the army. However, Niu Fu, who was unable to move, became anxious when he heard it. His deputy general did not take his life seriously. In a hurry, Niu Fu shouted in an extremely fierce tone, "Asshole! Don't you see that I am in their hands? Do you want me to die on the spot?" Hearing this, the Xiliang soldiers, who had just stepped up and rushed up, immediately stopped their steps, and their faces showed hesitation, not knowing which general to listen to. This back and forth turmoil instantly tore the embryonic form of the encirclement apart, and several flaws appeared. Li Xuanqiu seized the opportunity and kicked his horse to increase his speed. He relied on his bravery to kill the enemies in front of him and forcibly dug a gap. The 19 riders quickly broke through the encirclement of the Xiliang army and left a large number of infantry behind. At this time, the deputy general finally reacted and screamed to command the soldiers to continue chasing Li Xuanqiu and others. Although they broke through the encirclement, Li Xuanqiu and his men were still in a very optimistic situation, because there were countless defenders in Tongguan, and their encirclement would come back sooner or later. Soon, the Xia Xiliang army resting in the barracks heard the noise outside, and under the leadership of their respective lieutenants, they rushed out like a tide. More and more enemies were approaching rapidly. Even Li Xuanqiu, who was fearless, was a little frightened at this moment. He felt that he had played a little too much. "If you dare to surround and kill me again, I will kill Niu Fu immediately." Seeing the formation of encirclements one after another, Li Xuanqiu had no choice but to use Niu Fu as a trump card and ordered the Xiliang army not to move forward. As expected, upon hearing that Niu Fu would be killed, many Xiliang generals immediately stopped the offensive and ordered the soldiers to stop the offensive. Niu Fu was Dong Zhuo's son-in-law and had been working in the Xiliang army for many years. Even if Niu Fu's ability was not very good, his prestige in the army was such that except for Dong Zhuo, who could suppress him, the rest of the people had to give Niu Fu a face. The Xiliang army stopped the attack, and both Li Xuanqiu and Niu Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xuanqiu was afraid that the Xiliang army would not care about Niu Fu's life and would insist on killing them here. And Niu Fu was also worried that Li Xuanqiu would get anxious and drag him down with him. "Traitor, why don't you release our Zhonglong general quickly? Otherwise, we will attack with all our troops and strangle you on the spot," a Xiliang lieutenant shouted, but only got Li Xuanqiu's disdainful sneer. Niu Fu, who was suppressed on the horse, became anxious and secretly cursed the lieutenant as a fool. "Humph. Anyway, we don't plan to leave Tongguan alive, so you can quickly surround and kill us, and we can drag Niu Fu down with us. Haha. Letting Dong Zhuo's son-in-law be the scapegoat. It's quite profitable to think about it." One of the 18 flying tiger riders laughed loudly, and his words made others agree. So more than a dozen people directly sneered, and they were always fearless with Niu Fu as a life-saving card. Now Li Xuanqiu and his men are holding him as a hostage, just like a rich man who owes money. As long as they don't release Niu Fu, they can do whatever they want. The Xiliang generals present were immediately angry, but they were afraid that the other side was holding Niu Fu, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Niu Fu is the son-in-law of Prime Minister Dong Zhuo. If he dies here, even if all these dozen people are killed on the spot, it will not be enough to save the situation. Moreover, Not everyone can afford Dong's anger. Li Xuanqiu, what do you want to do? How can you let me go back? At this time, Niu Fu said with his neck stiff. Li Xuanqiu smiled and patted Niu Fu's pig head, making Niu Fu's head buzz, and then said, Niu Fu, where did I say I would let you go? Li Xuanqiu, are you crazy? You took great pains to capture me. But you really want to kill me. Don't you want to leave Tongwan alive? When Niu Fu heard that the other party had no intention of letting him go, he was so anxious that he almost rolled on the horse's back. And there seemed to be a warm current flowing between his thighs. The Xiliang generals also heard what Li Xuanqiu meant, and each of them was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, almost making a gesture of turning around. Niu Fu's death was bad news for both parties. Seeing that these people were more anxious than himself, Li Xuanqiu laughed at them, and then said, Niu Fu, since you are so afraid of death, what if I let you live? But I have a few conditions. You say? When Niu Fu heard that he could still survive, he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that Li Xuanqiu would suddenly regret it. First, we need to replenish enough dry food and fodder. You should prepare them for us immediately. Second, equip each of us with 3 Lianzhou horses. You can't cheat here. Otherwise, I will kill your Zhonglong Jiang on the spot. Third, we will leave the city from the west gate of Tongwan. Your army cannot catch up with us. Wait until 3 hours later. And then, you can go out of the pass to find your general. Li Xuanqiu proposed 3 conditions. The first 2 conditions were easy to achieve. Niu Fu and a group of Xiliang generals accepted them happily, and quickly arranged people to go down to handle these 2 things. But when they heard the third condition, most of the Xiliang generals had gloomy faces, and shook their heads to refuse. Zhonglangjiang is out of our sight. If you kill Zhonglangjiang and we let you go, Xianghua will not let us go. Please change the conditions. You have no right to refuse. Li Xuanqiu shook his head, and then put the weapon on Niu Fu's neck. The sharp edge of the blade cut Niu Fu's skin and blood kept oozing out. At this time, Niu Fu felt the pain in his neck, and his mind was instantly confused like a paste. He screamed loudly, I believe in your character. Promise him. Promise him. Seeing Niu Fu's cowardly look, the Xiliang generals here immediately showed a disappointed look. But under pressure, they had to agree to Li Xuanqiu's third condition. Soon, the Lianzhou horses and food and grass that Li Xuanqiu needed were ready. Facing the gifts, the 18 flying tiger riders were not polite, and laughed, and updated their equipment with a round of okay. Then, under the resentful gaze of many Xiliang soldiers, the 20 people immediately went out of the west gate of Tongwan and headed straight for Guanzhong. General, we still have 3 hours. Where should we go next? Li Xuanqiu, holding Niu Fu, led the 18 flying tigers to gallop on horseback. Someone asked halfway. Niu Fu, who was tied to the horse and pretending to be dead, suddenly raised his eyebrows and listened with his ears tilted. Li Xuanqiu, who was in the front, suddenly pulled the reins and slowed down the warhorse. After a moment of silence, he replied, the matter of Tongwan will definitely not be concealed for long, and Su Rong's troops will return to Tongwan in the near future. Our next days will not be easy. It is better to return to Kuaiji directly and meet up with the Lord. General, what you said is very true. Why don't we find a city, leave here through the teleportation array, and return to Kuaiji? The others showed their agreement. At this moment, Niu Fu suddenly said, Li Xuanqiu, if you want to leave here, why don't you ask me, who has been active in Guanzhong for many years, where the nearest city is? Oh, Niu Fu, you are kind enough to tell us these things, which really surprises me. Li Xuanqiu showed an amazed expression. Since you have chosen to spare my life, it would be unreasonable for me not to give you some help. You are quite interesting. Li Xuanqiu laughed out loud, then untied the rope tied to Niu Fu and untied him. What do you mean? Aren't you afraid that I will run away directly? If you have the ability to run away, what if I let you go? Niu Fu looked at the burly Li Xuanqiu, and then looked at the 2 magic weapons in his hands, and instantly kept his voice. It's impossible to fight, and it's impossible to run away, so it's better to follow honestly. After 3 hours, he, Niu Fu, will be a hero again. After a little joke, under the guidance of Niu Fu, 20 people galloped westward for about 3 hours. And then Li Xuanqiu kept his promise and let Niu Fu go. You continue to walk in this direction for a distance, and you will definitely find the city. Then you can leave here through the teleportation array. In that case, let's say goodbye here. After Li Xuanqiu bowed to Niu Fu, He led the 18 flying tigers to gallop westward. What he didn't know was that when Yofu looked at their backs, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Then Yofu rode his warhorse and galloped towards Tongguan. However, before he could return to Tongguan, he met soldiers coming from Tongguan on the way. Fortunately, the general of the Central Army is safe and sound. Otherwise, we would not be able to explain to the Prime Minister. A group of Xiliang generals came up to meet him, and they were relieved to see that Yofu was not broken or rotten. Yofu returned safely, which meant that they did not need to lose their heads. By the way, General of the Central Army, where is the group that kidnapped you? I am afraid they will fall into a place of no return. Come on. Return to Tongguan with me quickly. I will go to Chang'an in person to tell my father-in-law about this. After an unknown distance, Li Tsunxiu and his group were about to finish their dry food, and finally saw the outline of the city in the distance. When they got closer, they found that the city covered a very large area. Although the city wall was a little shabby and seemed to have not been repaired, the majestic posture made everyone feel a little extraordinary. The soldiers guarding the city gate seemed to recognize the style of armor on Li Tsunxiu and others, and did not stop them, letting the 19 people into the city. After they entered the city, they felt the specialness of this huge city. There were a lot of people around, but the atmosphere in this city was a little weird. Be careful. I always feel that this city is not right. Li Tsunxiu hid his face, and his eyes kept scanning around. But he found that the people nearby looked at them with some complicated feelings. Some fear, some anger, but more hate. It seems that the image of the Xiliang army in the hearts of these people does not seem to be very good. Li Tsunxiu thought so. One of the 18 flying tiger riders suddenly said, General, why don't we ask the people here to see what's strange about this city? Will asking directly alert the enemy? After all, this is Dongzhuo's territory. Someone said worriedly. Li Tsunxiu pondered for a while, then said, you all have some truth. But this time we come here to go back to Kuaiji, and exposing our identities for a short time will not affect much. I understand. I will invite 2 civilians to come over and ask. Don't invite. We need to arrest. Li Tsunxiu knew the bad image of the Xiliang army, and then reminded them. Soon, a cavalryman galloped into the crowd, causing a commotion. And then a civilian, who looked older, was carried over like a chicken. What prefecture is this city? Humph. You Xiliang thieves don't even know where this is. This is Chang'an City where you forced us to migrate. Chapter 441, Making Trouble in Chang'an City. When they heard the words Chang'an City, Li Tsunxiu and the 18 flying tiger riders were stunned, with disbelief in their eyes. Originally, they just wanted to return to Kuaiji County through the teleportation array of the nearby city, but ended up entering Chang'an City by mistake. Only then did Li Tsunxiu realize that they were able to come here in a muddle because they were definitely misled by the thief Yofu. Humph. Seeing your surprised expressions, you really don't know that this is Chang'an City? The old man looked neither humble nor arrogant, and instantly saw through the thoughts of these people from their faces. Hearing this, except for Li Tsunxiu, everyone immediately came back to their senses, and a trace of violence appeared on their faces. The old man's words directly exposed their identities. If they were spread out, they would probably die without a burial place. Everyone's eyes were on Li Tsunxiu. As long as Li Tsunxiu nodded, they would immediately rush up and kill people, and nip this danger in the bud. However, Li Tsunxiu shook his head, then looked at the old man and asked respectfully, Old gentleman, your conversation is extraordinary, which is not something that ordinary people can do. I wonder how I should address you. Are you really not Dongzhuo's people? The old man's voice was a little loud, but he quickly restrained it. Then he glanced at Li Tsunxiu and replied, My name is Lu Hong. I was originally the Sikong in the court. I never thought that Dongzhuo would trick me and demote me to a commoner. I wonder where the general is from outside the pass. We are the generals under the command of the governor of Kuaiji. We originally returned to Kuaiji through the nearby city, but we were deceived by Yofu and mistakenly entered this Chang'an City. Li Tsunxiu saw that the other party had revealed his identity and did not hide anything, and then whispered his identity to the other party. When Lu Hong heard that it was indeed the troops of the princes outside the pass, he was immediately delighted. But when he heard the name Yofu again, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Isn't Yofu the garrison commander of Tongguan? How could you be deceived by him? Please listen to us carefully. Li Tsunxiu then told the other party the cause and effect. Lu Hong nodded frequently, and showed an amazed expression from time to time. I didn't expect General Li to be so skilled and bold. With a general here, my Han dynasty will not be destroyed by Dongzhuo. Thank you for your praise, old sir. Now our priority is how to leave Chang'an City. If we are besieged by Dongzhuo's troops, we will all die here. Li Tsunchi bowed and replied respectfully. After hearing this, Lu Hong immediately fell into deep thought, stroking his chin and saying, Dongzhuo has just moved to Chang'an, and he must have been vigilant in the past few days. Niu Fu will definitely report what happened in Tongguan to Dongzhuo. So if you want to leave the city, you must not only be fast, but also need a perfect opportunity. Sir, you live in Chang'an and know the general situation of Chang'an. Please point out the direction for us. The general is in the city. You can take advantage of the night to cause riots in Chang'an, and then take advantage of the chaos when Dongzhuo's attention is attracted to leave here. Lu Hong thought about it, and then said his idea. This plan requires great courage. If you are not careful, you will fall into a place of no return. And Li Tsunxiu and others have no way out. After everyone looked at each other, they approved the plan proposed by Lu Hong. Let's take advantage of the night and make a big fuss in Chang'an City. Late at night, I don't know whether Li Tsunxiu and his men were taking action, but Niu Fu, the defender of Tongguan, also returned to Chang'an City. Niu Fu, who successfully returned to Tongguan, did not rest much. He rushed to Chang'an City through the teleportation array at night and found Dongzhuo in the depths of the newly built Imperial Palace. At this time, Dongzhuo was holding beauties on both sides, exposing his breasts and wanting to do that happy thing. But he never thought that he would be interrupted by Niu Fu, the uninvited guest, and immediately showed an impatient expression. Why don't you go to guard Tongguan properly and run to my Chang'an? Dongzhuo asked impatiently while teasing the beauty. Niu Fu lowered his head, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Under the jingling laughter of the beauty, he immediately replied, reporting to my father-in-law, I have been guarding Tongguan diligently in accordance with my father-in-law's orders. But Tongguan has encountered some troubles. Oh, since you have encountered troubles, why don't you deal with it in Tongguan? Why did you come here for no reason? Is it possible that you can't handle this matter? Dongzhuo held up his bloated body, loosened his arm on the beauty's shoulder, and asked curiously, report to my father-in-law. When I was guarding Tongguan a few days ago, Li Tsunchi led more than 10 cavalrymen and pretended to be soldiers under Zhu Rong to deceive our army captain. Our army captain believed it, and directly welcomed the 19 people into the pass. Li Tsunchi was also very brave. He took me alive in the army when I was not paying attention, and then threatened the army not to besiege me. Later, they took my son-in-law away from Tongguan to the west, and came directly to Guanzhong. However, my son-in-law deceived Li Tsunchi and tricked them into entering Chang'an City. I am afraid that they have entered Chang'an City at this time, and are at a loss. Niu Fu roughly told what happened in Tongguan, but he pushed most of the responsibility to his deputy general, and portrayed himself as a victim to win Dongzhuo's sympathy. Dongzhuo was also very easy to deceive. When he heard what Niu Fu said, he was immediately furious, and scolded the deputy general of Tongguan as a waste. But he soon calmed down again, because he knew that there was no general guarding Chang'an City now. And Lu Bu, who could defeat Li Tsunxiao, had not returned yet. With a look of doubt on his face, Dongzhuo said in a panic, my son Fengxian is not here. Who can resist Li Tsunxiao? Niu Fu, you have caused me a big trouble. Don't worry, father-in-law. There are only 19 people in total. As long as father-in-law kills them with a large army, it will be a great honor for father-in-law to kill one of Li Ji's generals. Niu Fu was not very worried, because there are 1 million Xiliang troops guarding Chang'an City. No matter how powerful Li Tsunxi is, it is impossible for him to kill all the 1,000,000 soldiers by himself. If they can really kill 1,000,000 people, then their Xiliang forces should return to their old nest in Liangzhou as soon as possible, and ignore the rich Guanzhong area. After hearing Niu Fu's comforting words, Dongzhuo calmed down and said, it is late tonight, and the city is very dark. If we search for them now, we will definitely alert the enemy. Let me give the order to the gatekeepers to close all the gates of Chang'an City, and not let anyone leave the city. Wait until tomorrow morning and call all the ministers to discuss this matter. I understand, son-in-law. I will inform them now, and strengthen the vigilance. While Niu Fu was talking with Dongzhuo, Li Tsunxiu and 19 others hid in Lu Hong's mansion, and observed the layout of Chang'an City with the help of weak lights. Chang'an City has only prospered again in recent days, but many palace buildings have not been renovated and rebuilt, and it can be said that everything is in ruins. So Dongzhuo did not make major changes to Chang'an City, but only repaired the palaces on the original basis, and the layout was no different from the previous capital of the Western Han Dynasty. If we want to leave Chang'an City safely, we must cause enough unrest. And our goal is here. Li Xuanxi checked the map spread on the table, and his finger finally fell on a point on the map. There are millions of people in Chang'an City, and the daily consumption of food and grass is immeasurable. If we burn the granary, it will cut off Dong Zhuo's throat. Dong Zhuo will definitely not sit idly by and watch the granary burn. General, you are right. When we wait for Mr. Liu to return, we will go out and burn the granary. The 18 riders spoke up and agreed with Li Xuanxi's plan. However, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, interrupting their conversation. Lu Hong hurriedly walked in, with a trace of anxiety on his face. Everyone, I don't know what happened tonight. The city gates have strengthened their vigilance. I originally arranged everything, but now it seems that I can't help you. Lu Hong told all the news he had heard outside. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxi fell into deep thought, and then said, "It seems that Niu Fu has returned to Chang'an City and told Dong Zhuo everything about Tongwan. Generals, Dong Zhuo has only strengthened his vigilance and has not searched for you in the city. In my opinion, he should not want to make too much noise at this time. After all, the newly moved Chang'an is not ready yet. Maybe they will have other actions tomorrow." Lu Hong had dealt with Dong Zhuo before, and had a general understanding of Dong Zhuo's style of doing things. After thinking about it for a while, he expressed his thoughts. If this is the case, tomorrow morning is our last chance to escape. Li Xuanxi stood up and scanned the 18 riders back and forth, and said loudly, "Since time does not wait for me, we can prepare to attack and burn the granary. All is up to you." After speaking, the 19 people immediately led their horses out of the house, and began to run towards the granary in Chang'an City under the cover of night. It was late at night, and the curfew was enforced in Chang'an. There were no civilians on the streets, only troops patrolling back and forth in the city. Under the roar of the strong wind, the sound of horse hooves was suppressed as much as possible. Li Xuanxiu and 19 other people held straw and horses in their mouths, making no sound at all. Although Lu Hong was dismissed from his post, he also had a wide network of contacts, so it was easy for him to find out the route of the patrol team in Chang'an. Li Xuanxiu learned the news from Lu Hong, and it was easy to bypass the inspections of various teams, and he was quickly approaching the granary in Chang'an. The granary in Chang'an was full of grain and grass, most of which were looted from Luoyang City, and the accumulated grain was as high as the city wall. If these grains were burned with a fire, it would inevitably cause earth-shaking noise and chaos in Chang'an City. Dong Zhuo has deployed heavy troops here. If we want to burn the granary, we must be quick. Otherwise we will be killed if we are besieged. Li Xuanxi knew that doing so would expose his position and identity. But if he didn't do so, he would be found sooner or later when Dong Zhuo searched the whole city. Then, at Li Xuanxi's signal, the 18 riders each took out a large number of fire sticks from their arms, held their weapons tightly, and prepared to follow the leader to charge. "Go!" With an order, the 19 people hiding in the dark immediately tore off the disguise of the night, and their whole bodies soared into the sky like a mountain in fire, and their murderous aura was as terrible as a tiger and leopard. The sound of horse hooves trampled on the street, and it could actually print a small concave mark. The 19 people charged together, as if thousands of troops were galloping here, although the roar of the horses' hooves was not loud. In this quiet environment, it was like a flash of lightning and thunder in the void, instantly disturbing the surrounding soldiers. The infantrymen guarding the granary were originally drowsy, but they were awakened by the sound of horse hooves from afar, and woke up instantly under the roar of the military commander. "Form a formation! Form a formation! Go and inform the captain. Something has happened in the granary." The military commander in charge of the patrol at this time roared wildly, and even the roar of the strong wind could not cover it. While commanding his infantry to form a defensive circular formation, he sent his personal soldiers away to inform the captain, who was resting in the military camp. "Shoot!" The military commander looked particularly ferocious. When he saw the cavalry team galloping, he suddenly chopped down the sword in his hand. Swish! The assembled Shiliang archers let go of their bowstrings, and an overwhelming rain of arrows whistled in. The sharp energy tore the wind in the air into pieces, like a rag with countless holes. It was like a wasp that soared into the air, making a harsh buzzing sound in the air, and the endless air waves dispersed the strong wind. Li Xuanxiu, who was targeted, did not show any timidity. When he started to charge, he had already expected that there would be archers in the enemy formation. As the mine moved, The true energy in the body gushed out like lava in a volcano, attached to the armor to form an invisible defense. And the golden divine light kept rotating along the lines like a fluid trace. The dense rain of arrows covered and hit the armor, making only a ding-dong sound, and no longer had any harm. Li Tsunchi roared, and the true energy was like a gust of wind. And all the arrows that flew in were bounced out, breaking into several pieces in the air, and fell to the ground. The 18 flying tiger riders behind him, although their strength is not as abnormal as Li Tsunchi, their bravery value has reached 90 points, which is a blankboard first-class general. When charging, facing the fierce rain of arrows, they can always rely on their own strength to forcibly withstand the rain of arrows and kill their way out of the siege. The moment the arrows fell, they roared wildly, and the weapons in their hands turned up and down, like evil dragons hovering in the void, swallowing and spitting out snake tongues, while all the arrows in front of them were shot out. Kill! After withstanding a round of arrows, Li Tsunchi and others relied on the advantage of war horses to quickly close the distance. At this time, the distance could not give full play to the advantages of archers. The military commander had no choice but to mobilize the army formation formed by the infantry, and use flesh and blood to forcibly withstand the opponent's impact. Chapter 442. After dodging the rain of arrows, Li Tsunchi and his companions did not choose to forcibly attack the opponent's circular formation from the front, but led the 18 flying tiger riders to make a detour, preparing to attack the weak side of the opponent's circular formation. Boom! The sound of horse hooves resounded on the ground like thunder. Li Tsunchi personally rushed forward, and the Yuang spear in his hand burst out with dazzling golden divine light, as if it was scalded with a thin layer of gold. The moment it was swung, it seemed to be able to tear the surrounding space apart. The long spear stabbed out like a poisonous snake. The next second, the void made a roar like a tidal wave. Golden thunder flashed, and rolling air waves swept in all directions. Li Tsunchi's movements were extremely fast. The Shiliang soldiers in the front row were swallowed by the divine light at this moment, and their eyes lost their brilliance in an instant. They only felt that their whole body was light, and they were hit by the long spear and flew more than 10 meters away. A Shiliang centurion roared and rushed forward, with the spear in his hand pointing at Li Tsunchi's waist and abdomen. But before his arms could fully swing the weapons, a hideous blood hole suddenly appeared on his chest. Go in and set fire. The blood of the 18 flying tiger riders behind him boiled, and seeing Li Tsunchi's ferocity, they couldn't help but roar and rushed into the crowd. Suddenly, wherever they went, there was a bloody storm. The hundreds of Shiliang soldiers guarding the granary. In front of these 19 people, all their armor and weapons were as weak as paper, and they were pierced through in an instant. These were originally the elite of the Shiliang army, but now they had no capital to resist in front of these 19 people, and they had no power to fight back at all under the impact of the iron cavalry. Where is the support? Where is the support? The Sima of the Shiliang army watched this scene with his eyes red and almost bleeding, and his face became particularly hideous. He roared continuously, and tried his best to mobilize the soldiers and horses in his hands for defense. However, facing the attack of these 19 people, the soldiers under his command were flesh and blood after all, not hard iron cans. In the blink of an eye, they were scattered all over the place, and countless soldiers died tragically under their horses' hooves. Li Tsunchi and the 18 flying tigers charged into the formation with unstoppable force, and crushed a wave of blood in the crowd. A large amount of blood flowed on the ground and gathered into a river, and countless pieces of meat flew around. In the hazy night, countless scarlet blood lights suddenly appeared. The war horses neighed, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. Soon, under Li Tsunchi's personal attack, hundreds of people guarding the granary were penetrated, and everyone came to the largest granary in Chang'an City. Hurry up. Don't stay for long. As Li Tsunchi said, he took out a fire starter from his arms, lit it, and threw it directly into the warehouse, where a large amount of grain and grass were stored. The cavalrymen behind him followed suit, and threw a large number of fire sticks into the granary. Soon, with the help of the strong wind at night, the whole granary was burned extremely brightly in the blink of an eye, and the raging fire shot up into the sky, becoming a unique landscape of Chang'an City. The environment of the granary was relatively dry, and there was wind at this time. As long as a fire was lit here, it would instantly turn into a fire that was difficult to extinguish. Li Tsunchi looked at the granary covered by the flames, and he didn't feel any pity in his heart. After a slight hesitation, he led the 18 riders away. The granary in Chang'an was burned down, and the huge fire illuminated the entire city. Such a big thing could not be hidden from Dong Zhuo's eyes and ears. Dong Zhuo, who was sleeping on the dragon bed at night, heard the commotion outside, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared between his eyebrows. But when he saw his good son-in-law Li Ru, he quickly hid it. When you came here late at night, did anything happen? Dong Zhuo asked. Li Ru anxiously replied, My lord, something bad has happened. Our granary has been burnt down. What? When Dong Zhuo heard this, he seemed to be poured with cold water from head to toe. He woke up instantly, and then got up and asked, The granary has been burned down. Doesn't that mean all the food we brought from Luoyang will be gone? My lord, there is no need to worry. The thieves only burnt down one of our granaries. The other granaries are still intact. Fortunately, Li Ru was smart, and knew what it meant to have 3 burrows. Under his advice, Dong Zhuo did not store all the food in one place, but dispersed it in batches in various places in Chang'an City, and deployed heavy troops to guard it. If it weren't for Li Ru's advice, if the food and grass were stored together, with the movement tonight, I'm afraid that a fire would burn all the food and grass, and Chang'an City would fall without a fight because of the lack of food. Seeing that only 1 granary of food was lost, Dong Zhuo felt that this was a blessing in disguise, and then asked angrily, Do you know which thieves burned our food? According to the report from the soldiers in the front, the number of the thieves was only more than 10, but they were all good fighters, and could not be resisted by ordinary soldiers. So we have not caught them yet. Li Ru shook his head and replied, Good fighter? Dong Zhuo asked, and then a name popped up in his mind. He said, Not long ago, Niufu came back from Tongwan and told me that Li Ji's general Li Tsunshu had sneaked into Chang'an City. Do you think it is possible that he set the fire? Li Tsunshu? Li Ru was startled. After a little thought, he nodded and said, It is very likely. Li Tsunshu is a martial arts expert. Only Lu Bu can suppress him. It is not surprising that he burned the granary. My lord, why did this man sneak into the city without discussing it with us? Hearing this, Dong Zhuo immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, Li Ru knew Dong Zhuo's temper, and pretended not to notice the change in his expression. Niufu reported only 1 or 2 hours ago. It was late at night. I thought that Li Tsunshu would not make any noise, so I didn't take it to heart. Originally, I planned to summon all the ministers to discuss this matter at dawn, but I didn't expect that Li Tsunshu was so bold that he actually attacked the granary. Dong Zhuo told Li Ru the cause and effect of the matter truthfully. In this case, I probably understand what Li Tsunshu wants to do. Li Ru touched his chin, caught some clues from Li Tsunshu's actions, and quickly guessed his thoughts. My lord, the reason why Li Tsunshu burned the granary is nothing more than to make a fuss in Chang'an City, and then escape from here in the chaos. Before Niufu said that Li Tsunshu sneaked into Chang'an, I ordered the city gate captain to strengthen the vigilance. I think Li Tsunshu and his men have not escaped from Chang'an City at this time. In this case, please send out the elite troops to search the whole city for Li Tsunshu. Don't let them leave, Li Ru suggested with a bow. However, Dong Zhuo hesitated and said, Li Tsunshu is brave and diligent. My son Fengxian is not here, and Qin Fan and others have led the troops back to their respective territories. There is no general in Chang'an City who can stop Li Tsunshu. Don't worry, Lord. Li Tsunshu is only a dozen riders. Even if he is powerful, how can he defeat the thousands of troops? There are millions of troops in Chang'an City, and they will not be able to escape. Li Ru was not very worried, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo nodded and continued. The commander of the army needs a close person. Su Rong and others have not returned to Chang'an, and Yo Fu has returned to Tongwan. Does Wen Yu have a candidate in mind? This? Li Ru shook his head. He couldn't think of any suitable candidate for a while. However, at this time, a hearty voice came from outside the house, and a general, who looked a bit like Dong Zhuo, came in, with a big belly. Brother, I am willing to go and suppress the bandits. Dong Zhuo's brother Dong Min rushed in directly, and knelt down in front of Dong Zhuo with a plop. Facing his brother's rude intrusion, Dong Zhuo did not show any displeasure, but showed a worried look, saying that Li Tsunshu is extremely fierce. I am afraid that if you go, you will be hurt by that bandit. Brother, don't worry. The balance of power is right. We have 1,000,000 troops in Chang'an. How can Li Tsunshu hurt me? Besides, since I, Dong Min, have been following you, you have never shared any worries with you. Now that you are in trouble, how can I just sit there and watch? After that, Dong Min kowtowed 3 times on the ground, which made Dong Zhuo feel moved. After thinking for a while, Dong Zhuo nodded slightly, agreeing to Dong Min's request. But then he said, Li Xuanxiu is an extraordinary martial artist. I need a good horse to protect him. I recently got a good horse, called Wu Mingju, and I will give it to you. Please pay attention to your safety, and make sure you return safely. I would like to thank you. Brother, please prepare a big banquet to welcome my triumphant return. Dong Min immediately bid farewell to Dong Zhuo and left the palace. After leaving the Meridian Gate, he put on armor and held a gun. He took the reins of the divine horse from Dong Zhuo's personal soldiers, then jumped on the horse and led a group of soldiers out of the inner city. At the same time, after Li Xuanxiu set the sky of Chang'an City red with a fire, he immediately took the 18 flying tigers away from the granary and hid in a place to wait for the opportunity to leave the city. He knew that once Chang'an fell into chaos, the troops stationed in various parts of the city would be mobilized. Even if Dong Zhuo did not give orders, the senior generals would spontaneously search for the culprits. Looking at the blazing fire in the distance, Li Xuanxiu felt that the shackles at his heart were faintly breaking. But he felt that this was not enough, and he needed to complete more radical destruction. The granary was burned, and the Xiliang army would definitely go to rescue it. At that time, it would be a great opportunity for them to escape from Chang'an City. Before the opportunity appeared, they still needed to hide. Who is it? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from not far away, and a group of Xiliang infantry appeared in the blurry street. Their leading general seemed to have discovered the traces of Li Xuanxiu and his men, and immediately shouted. This shout would not matter at ordinary times, but now is the most tense time in Chang'an City, and a sound can attract the attention of countless nearby soldiers in a minute. Li Xuanxiu secretly said that it was not good, and then urged his warhorse to rush out from the darkness. A Yuang spear stirred the world, and in the blink of an eye, he defeated all the Xiliang troops in front of him. However, when the Xiliang generals cried out, everything was too late. The Xiliang team searching nearby immediately came over and found the traces of Li Xuanxiu and others. Go! Li Xuanxiu shouted loudly, and immediately galloped on the street. The 18 flying tigers followed closely behind him, chasing Li Xuanxiu and charging. However, there were so many Xiliang troops in the city that even if Li Xuanxiu was a god, there would always be a moment when he would exhaust all his strength. A general without physical support is no different from a prisoner. Even if Li Xuanxiu has unlimited physical strength like Li Yuanba in the novel, the warhorse under his crotch will also be exhausted at a moment, and the probability of fighting without a warhorse is too low. As time went on, Li Xuanxiu felt more and more that the physical strength of the warhorse under him had reached its limit. At the moment when he broke out of an encirclement, the warhorse under his crotch suddenly let out a wail and fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Fortunately, Li Xuanxiu was agile and took off from the horse's back and landed steadily on the ground. General, your warhorse may no longer be used. General, not only your warhorse is exhausted, but the warhorses of several of us may have reached their limits. We must change warhorses. Otherwise, once we don't have the advantage of warhorses, we will inevitably fall into the siege of the enemy. The 18 riders following behind came to Li Xuanxiu and said worriedly. Li Xuanxiu did not calculate the problem of warhorses. Looking at the noisy environment around him, he couldn't help but feel a panic. It's getting late, and the enemy's cavalry is unlikely to leave the camp. So how can we change the horses? However, when the house leaks, it rains all night. Just as everyone was anxious, there was a commotion in the distance, followed by flickering lights, and the dazzling fire dispelled the surrounding darkness. Under the gaze of everyone, a group of well-equipped Xiliang cavalry, with a general in the army, approached the position of Li Xuanxiu and others. When they got closer, everyone could see the dress of the newcomer clearly. This person wore a 3-pronged purple gold crown inlaid with gems, a golden armor inlaid with beads, and a red robe stained with blood of the orangutan. The robe was decorated with golden wing carvings, a white jade belt around the waist, and a tiger head badge on the back. There was a carved bow in the left bag, hard arrows in the pot in the right hand, a 2-foot iron spear in his hand, and a red ghost red mane horse. His appearance was somewhat similar to the Dong thief in the depths of the palace. So most people thought that Dong Zhuo had gone out in person to capture these dozen arsonists. But what about Dong Zhuo in person? One of them shouted at the general, who looked like a small meat mountain. Humph! I am the brother of Prime Minister Dong Zhuo, the Left General Dong Min. You must be Li Xuanxiu and others. Why don't you dismount and surrender quickly? Maybe I can ask my brother for mercy, and get you a general position. Dong Min's personality is similar to Dong Zhuo. There is disdain between his eyebrows. Even though he knows the bravery of Li Tsuanqiu and others, he obviously doesn't take Li Tsuanqiu and others seriously because he relies on countless soldiers and horses to guard him. However, what everyone doesn't know is that Li Tsuanqiu didn't pay attention to Dong Min, but his eyes fell on the charcoal red horse under Dong Min's crotch. Chapter 443. Just when Dong Min mobilized his troops to besiege and kill the 19 people, Li Tsuanqiu, who was standing on the ground, suddenly laughed grimly and shouted, "Ha! Brothers, we were anxious about how to change horses just now. But now it seems that this horse has come to our door automatically. But General, the good horse is still under Dong Min's crotch. How can we change the war horse?" The 18 flying tiger riders said one after another. However, Li Tsuanqiu laughed disdainfully, and then said, "I pulled that old thief Dong Min off the horse. And this horse will belong to me. Right?" Everyone looked at the divine horse under Dong Min's crotch, which was tall and handsome, with a charcoal red body like a divine fire in the night, and the 4 hooves stepping on the ground were as clear as white snow, and the agile muscles were like giant dragons circling around his body, like a flying dragon in the sky. It must be said that Li Tsuanqiu had a great eye for horses. He immediately fell in love with the Liangzhou horse that Dong Min had asked for from his brothers. This Wu Ming colt, or red ghost red mane horse, may not be as good as Lu Bu's red hare, but it is also a rare divine colt in the world. And it is even stronger than the black Kirin that Li Tsuanqiu had when he was born. The black Kirin is already a diamond-level warhorse, and this Wu Ming colt is even higher, so it is naturally a god-level warhorse. There is a saying that a warhorse is like a general's feet. A warhorse is also a rare helper for a general. Don't you see that Lu Bu got the red hare, which was like adding wings to a tiger? Not only did he become more brave and good at fighting, but when he couldn't win, he could rely on the red hare's foot strength to escape from the battlefield as fast as a rabbit. So when Li Tsuanqiu saw Wu Ming colts for the first time, he immediately fell in love with this divine colt. As for Dong Min, who was the current owner of the 5 horses, Li Tsuanqiu did not take him seriously, since the other party would not deliver the divine horses to him. He would just go and rob them himself. Assholes, don't ignore me. You guys. Dong Min was furious when he heard that these 19 people were so shameless as to want to seize his newly acquired horses. Then he shouted loudly and rode over. The long spear in his hand stabbed backwards, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, accompanied by a harsh noise, and rushed towards Li Tsuanqiu's neck at a high speed. Such a move was extremely cruel. If it were an ordinary general facing Dong Min's abrupt move, he would probably be in a panic. But Dong Min chose the wrong opponent. Li Tsuanqiu was a rare fierce general in the world. His pistol skills were like a child dancing with a spear and a stick. Although it was a little interesting, it was not up to the standard. Li Tsuanqiu stepped on the ground, and his figure flickered and moved on the ground like a ghost, and appeared in front of Dong Min in a breath. The Yuan spear in his right hand stabbed out from one side like a dragon out of the sea, and the Bai Yin Lao in his left hand attacked from the other side like a fierce eagle reaching out its claws. The two sides attacked directly and blocked all the space for Dong Min to dodge. Facing the two fierce weapons, Dong Min was almost scared to death. The long spear hit the Yuan spear that was coming at a high speed, but it could not shake the opponent at all. A whistling sound suddenly rose from his ears, and Dong Min felt a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen. He looked down and saw that Li Tsuanqiu's Bai Yin Lao had pierced through his armor and penetrated his body unstoppably. Then, Li Tsuanqiu twisted his left hand, and Bai Yin Lao instantly burst out with amazing strength. The terrifying power exploded in Dong Min's body, suddenly pulling out a large piece of flesh and blood. Dong Min's internal organs could be clearly seen through the hideous wound. Dong Min felt pain and immediately let out a shrill scream. Then the color in his eyes quickly dissipated, and then he fell off the horse's back with a bang, hitting the ground and splashing sand and dust. The sudden change really shocked everyone present. Dong Min was bullying others in the previous second, and how could he die tragically on the spot in the next second? At this time, Dong Min's death quickly made the Shilian Iron Cavalry react. They were a little surprised at first, but now their faces were full of horror. Dong Min is the brother of the most powerful person in the world. If he dies here, they will also end up being buried with him. In an instant, they roared continuously, waved their weapons, and rode their horses to take back Dong Min's body from Li Tsuanqiu. But Li Tsuanqiu laughed loudly, reached out to pick up Dong Min's body, which was still warm, and threw it towards the Shilian army. It flew backwards like a worn-out sack, and countless blood and broken meat continued to splash in the air along the wounds on the waist and abdomen, forming a bloody storm. The soldiers who were the first to bear the brunt looked at Dong Min's body flying horizontally, and froze in place for a moment. They subconsciously wanted to dodge and reach out to catch the body. However, Li Cunxi ignored them. He had already grabbed the reins of the 5 horses and wanted to jump into the air and climb on the horses. But the divine horses all have their own tempers, and they are not so easy to be subdued. Only a neighing sound was heard, and sparks ignited around the 5 horses, and the temperature around them was instantly raised. The 5 horses kept exerting force with their 4 hooves, trying to break free from Li Cunxi's restraints. But Li Cunxi locked his entire body tightly around the horses' necks, and the horse was not able to withstand the mighty force like a mountain. Good horse. Good horse. Li Cunxi laughed loudly, but his right hand clenched into a fist, and punched the 5 horses' heads like a heavy hammer. With only 3 or 5 punches, Li Cunxi made the 5 horses dizzy, with golden stars in their eyes and trembling limbs, unable to stand up. It didn't take long for the 5 horses to finally calm down. Seeing that the warhorse under his crotch was no longer noisy, Li Cunxi was immediately overjoyed, which meant that he had completely subdued the fierce horse. From then on, he could ride this divine horse and gallop freely on the battlefield. Congratulations, General, for getting a good horse. 18 flying tiger riders came to congratulate. Li Cunxi smiled and waved his hand, then said, "Now we are still trapped in Chang'an City. But we killed Dong Min and burned the granary. I am afraid that the whole Chang'an City has fallen into a big enough civil strife. Now our priority is to leave here." "But General, now there is chaos and chaos. And there are soldiers from Xiliang patrolling everywhere. After such a rush, we don't know where we are in Chang'an City, and how to leave Chang'an City," a cavalry soldier said. Just as this person said, the fire that Li Cunxi and his men had just set the whole Chang'an City red, and a large number of troops in the city began to be mobilized. It was still late at night, and the vision was greatly limited. It would take a lot of time for them to leave the city, and time was their most fatal condition. After Li Cunxi pondered for a while, he couldn't think of any good solution. So he said, "We move step by step and quickly penetrate Chang'an City. There are so many gates in Chang'an. We can always find them." At this time, the 18 flying tigers had each seized their war horses to attack and change, and the cavalry led by Dong Min, seeing that Dong Min was killed in the battle, had no intention of chasing Li Cunxi, and directly dispersed on the spot. So Li Cunxi and his men are not worried about their lives at present, and they have some time to think about the next plan. Suddenly, a cavalry soldier looked at the 5 horses under Li Cunxi's crotch and said happily, "General, as the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. This horse has been in Chang'an City for a long time. Maybe it knows how to leave Chang'an City." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a glimmer of approval, and they nodded in agreement. Li Cunxi also agreed with this statement, stroking the manes on the necks of the 5 horses, and said gently, "Good horses, we will rely on you to get out of the city." The 5 horses seemed to feel the instructions of their new masters, and they snorted involuntarily, which was considered to be knowing their mission. Then Li Cunxi turned over and got off the horse, loosened the reins, and let only the 5 horses walk in front, and everyone followed behind. It must be said that the saying that old horses know the way is not nonsense. The 5 horses obviously recognized the streets of Chang'an City and walked in them easily. The bells on their necks kept ringing with their movements. Soon, Li Cunxi and others encountered the last wave of Xiliang troops and came to a closed city gate. Looking at the closed gate and the towering city walls around it, everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. As long as they cross this city gate, they can directly leave the cage of Chang'an City, and they can fish into the sea and birds into the sky, and they will never be bound by the cage again. However, there was still a problem in front of them. That is, how to get the guards here to open the city gate and let Li Cunxi and others out of the city. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the 5 horses walked in the front, and the sound of bells rang in the night, like a secret signal, and the originally closed city gate was directly opened in front of everyone. There was a commotion on the city wall, and only a small discussion was heard. I recognized the sound of the bells. It is the sound of General's warhorse. "Captain, open the city gate quickly to welcome the general into the palace." "That's right. My brother who washes horses in the stable was taking care of General's BMW before. I think General's has already captured Li Cunxi. In this case, let's open the city gate quickly and don't delay the general's business. Unfortunately, Chang'an City was extremely noisy, and there was a strong wind in the distance. How could their small discussions be heard clearly by the people under the city? Although Li Tsunqiu was surprised, they could not think too much at this time. Everyone rode forward and followed the 5 horses through the city gate. However, when they went out of the city gate, the wild path they expected did not appear, but the ground under their feet was paved with expensive streets. Everyone secretly became alert, but the 5 horses did not stop and went straight into the depths of darkness. After another distance, the darkness in front of them had dissipated, and a towering palace appeared in everyone's sight. The palace was brightly lit, revealing a sense of wealth, which surprised everyone. Li Tsunqiu pointed to the palace in the distance, looked at the 18 flying tiger riders behind him, and asked, "We should still be in Chang'an City. If we were outside Chang'an City, where would there be such a magnificent palace? It should be in the wilderness. Could it be that these 5 horses have never left the palace? We let them go out of Chang'an City, but they only knew the way back to the palace, and they brought us back to the palace in Chang'an City?" Suddenly, someone spoke up, revealing the secret. As soon as this was said, everyone was silent, and only the strong wind was roaring here. Not only that, there was a commotion in the palace in the distance, and countless soldiers and horses rushed out, directly surrounding Li Tsunqiu and others. At the same time, Dong Zhuo, who had not slept all night, had summoned his ministers to discuss Li Tsunqiu's burning of the granary, and was still waiting for the news of Dong Min's return. However, Dong Min's news did not come, but the news of Li Tsunqiu's breaking into the deep palace at night came. Why did Li Tsunqiu break into the palace in Chang'an? Are the soldiers guarding the city gates just for free? Dong Zhuo was furious when he heard the news and scolded and cursed. The general who came to report knelt on the ground and lowered his head and replied, "General, it is said that Li Tsunqiu rode General's was warhorse. The soldiers thought that General's had captured the traitor and returned, so they mistakenly let Li Tsunqiu and others into the palace. However, the soldiers reacted in time, closed the city gate, and trapped Li Tsunqiu and others inside." What? According to you, my brother has died in the hands of Li Tsunqiu? Dong Zhuo did not care about the news that Li Tsunqiu broke into the city, but put all his thoughts on Dong Min's safety. After all, for him, the palace was heavily guarded, so he naturally did not need to worry about his own safety. But Dong Min was his brother. Once Dong Min died, he would have no relatives. We don't know. Maybe General Zhuo was only deprived of his horse, but didn't lose his life. Although the soldier said this, his tone became smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that he himself was not convinced by this. After hearing this, Dong Zhuo sat back in his seat. His expression became a little lonely. But this is not the time to be sad. There is still the threat of Li Tsunqiu outside. Li Ru immediately stood up and said loudly, "Lord, we still need to deal with Li Tsunqiu. Since Li Tsunqiu burned our granary and killed our general, this revenge must be avenged." When you was right. I wonder which general will capture Li Tsunqiu. Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, and then looked at the ministers below and said, "However, the Xiliang generals stationed in Chang'an City all knew Li Tsunqiu's reputation to some extent, and knew that this person was not something Lu Bu could deal with. Although they were extremely arrogant, they also knew their own weight. What was the difference between surrendering Li Tsunqiu and giving up their lives? Seeing that the group of people below were indifferent, Dong Zhuo's face suddenly showed a trace of anger, and he shouted, "If you don't go to the battle, do you want me, your lord, to go to the battle myself?" Chapter 444. Shoot him with an arrow. The court was in complete silence. The officials under Dong Zhuo were either old Han officials, who were weak and helpless, or military officers, who came from Xiliang and had nepotism with Dong Zhuo. How could they deal with Li Tsunqiu? Generals such as Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guisi in the Xiliang army were all sent by Dong Zhuo to Su Rong's army, and have not returned to Chang'an City. Therefore, although there were millions of troops in Chang'an City, no one dared to speak out against Li Tsunqiu. These officials would rather be scolded by Dong Zhuo than get on their horses and fight with Li Tsunqiu and lose their lives. However, Li Ru raised his eyebrows, pinched his mustache and stood up and said, "My lord, we all know that Li Tsunqiu can only be defeated by Fengxian, so it is a bit difficult to let them go on horseback to fight. Besides, we have 1,000,000 troops in Chang'an, so why do we need you to go to the battlefield in person?" Li Ru's words instantly relieved the awkward atmosphere at this time, and the ministers kneeling on the ground cast grateful eyes at him. "When you was right. I have 1,000,000 troops in my hands. Even if Li Tsuanqiu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will never escape from my palm. As soon as the voice fell, Dong Zhuo stood up from his seat and shouted, "Follow me out of the palace to see how powerful Li Tsuanqiu is." Soon, surrounded by the ministers, Dong Zhuo's body like a small mountain appeared outside the palace, looking down at the darkness in the distance. Although the area near the palace was illuminated very brightly by a large number of torches, there was no light passing through where Li Tsuanqiu was, so Dong Zhuo did not see Li Tsuanqiu's figure very clearly. Not only that, there were constant screams from the direction where Li Tsuanqiu was, and the smell of blood that came with the strong wind. Seeing this, Dong Zhuo's face was very livid. He didn't expect that Li Tsuanqiu had not been captured alive by his army at this time. On Li Tsuanqiu's side, everyone was surrounded by layers of corpses that were still warm, and there were countless Xiliang soldiers wandering around. These soldiers were already scared by the strength of Li Tsuanqiu and others, and they didn't dare to continue to surround and kill them, so they had to wander back and forth on the periphery. Li Tsuanqiu sat upright on the 5 horses, and his arms holding the weapons trembled slightly from time to time. And the 18 flying tigers behind him were also a little unbearable. The armor on their bodies had many cracks. If it continued for a while, the armor on their bodies would sooner or later be scrapped and unusable. Fortunately, Dong Zhuo appeared in time, so that these Xiliang soldiers would not launch another attack in a short time. Li Tsuanqiu looked at the dimly lit palace, his eyes fixed on Dong Zhuo and other Xiliang high-ranking officials illuminated by the fire, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dong Zhuo appeared here, and I don't know what he plans to do. We must break out as soon as possible to avoid being killed here. Li Tsuanqiu secretly gestured to the cavalry behind him, asking them to prepare early. Dong Zhuo naturally couldn't see Li Tsuanqiu's little move. At this moment, Qin Hui beside him stood up and gave him some advice. "My lord, Li Tsuanqiu is surrounded by our army. I think they can't escape even if they have wings. But if we kill them like this, I think it's a pity." "Why did Huiji say that?" Dong Zhuo leaned over to listen. Qin Hui grinned and replied, "My lord, look at today. All the generals of Xiliang have been sent out. My lord, there is no general to protect you. So Li Tsuanqiu is still here. You are right. If my son Fengxian was here, would he be afraid of Li Tsuanqiu?" Dong Zhuo's anger seemed to rise a little, and his face was slightly distorted. Seeing this, Qin Hui quickly comforted him. "General Lu is brave and can naturally suppress Li Tsuanqiu. But my lord, you know that talents like General Lu are the best destination for you to fight for you. If you keep him by your side, it would be a waste of talent." "What does Huiji mean?" Dong Zhuo understood his thoughts at this time, so he wanted Qin Hui to explain it clearly. Li Tsuanqiu is a brave and diligent man, and his martial arts are only inferior to Lu Bu. If the Lord can recruit him, then General Lu can fight for the Lord on the front line, and Li Tsuanqiu can protect him and suppress the villains. When these words came out, not only Dong Zhuo's expression was somewhat moved, but even the ministers who followed him also had various changes in their expressions, and a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. If Dong Zhuo really succeeded in subduing Li Tsuanqiu, it would mean that there would be someone in the army who could stop Lu Bu. As long as Dong Zhuo was willing, he could use this to weaken Lu Bu's prestige in the Xiliang army, and the ministers who invested in Lu Bu would have a greatly reduced return on Lu Bu in the future. It is not that there were no ministers who welcomed Li Tsuanqiu to join, such as Wang Wan, who had a conflict with Dong Zhuo, and Wang Yun, who was transferred to the position of Shangshu Ling. These people were quite happy to have a new general join their forces. After all, they were more willing to be loyal to the Han dynasty and Lu Xie, rather than the Prime Minister Dong Zhuo who monopolized power. If they could get rid of Dong Zhuo one day, Lu Bu would be a barrier to them. The ministers below had different expressions, but Dong Zhuo did not notice that he was even a little worried now, and said to Qin Hui, "Li Tsuanqiu has followed Li Ji for a long time. How can we persuade him to surrender to us? My lord is worried. Li Tsuanqiu is now surrounded by us, and the probability of escape is too low. As long as they cherish their lives, they will try their best to save their lives. My lord can use official positions to recruit this person, as long as the official position is high enough. Why worry about not letting them kneel down and surrender?" After that, Qin Hui pinched his mustache and laughed a creepy voice. Dong Zhuo also thought this was a good idea, so he nodded and said loudly in the direction of Li Tsuanqiu, "Li Tsuanqiu, the Li Ji you followed is just a county governor. Now I am the prime minister, and I can easily remove Li Ji's official position. Why don't you surrender to me, Dong Zhuo, and I will report to the emperor and grant you a high position and generous salary. After this, Li Xuanxiu and the other 19 people suddenly showed a strange expression. Dong Zhuo's sudden persuasion to surrender was really beyond their expectations. Afterwards, several people couldn't hold back their expressions and laughed a few times at Li Xuanxiu's figure. Li Xuanxiu glared at these people with a stern face, and his fierce eyes instantly stopped their laughter. But what everyone didn't know was that Li Xuanxiu was also trying to calm the curve of his mouth. General, the Lord has been very kind to us. If we surrender to Dong Zhuo, our descendants will be cursed. How could I not know these things? Dong Zhuo is extremely cruel. I, Li Xuanxiu, would rather die in Chang'an than surrender to him. Li Xuanxiu said this, but his eyes fell on Dong Zhuo in the palace, and he couldn't help but smile. Then he took off the bow, an arrow hanging on the horse, and ordered his left and right. Dong Zhuo dared to recruit me here. If it gets out, people will doubt my loyalty to the Lord. If I don't teach him a lesson, I don't deserve to be in the Dragon Bird army. Besides, we finally met Dong Zhuo. If we kill them, it will be a great achievement. At that time, there is no need to worry about the Lord being stingy with rewards. You will trick Dong Zhuo into speaking later, and I will shoot him in secret. If I hit him, I will definitely show the power of my Dragon Bird. Li Xuanxiu's words immediately made the 18 cavalrymen's eyes light up. And then they nodded and approved Li Xuanxiu's plan. 19 people were discussing in a low voice here. How could Dong Zhuo on the other side hear it clearly? Everyone in Xiliang thought that Li Xuanxiu did not agree to recruit, so they made preparations in secret. But soon, a shout came from a distance. Although it was not Li Xuanxiu's voice, the voice of Li Xuanxiu's closest cavalry could represent their attitude. The man shouted, Mr. Dong, since you want us to join you, I wonder what official position you will give us. If it is too small, it will be a loss of face for you. Mr. Dong. Dong Zhuo was not angry when he said this, but he was happy instead. They were negotiating with him, which meant that Li Xuanxiu and his men really wanted to join him. But their appetite was a little big, and they could not be shunned by a little reward. Dong Zhuo looked at Qin Hui and asked, Huizhi, this strategy was proposed by you. Why don't you think about it again? What official position should we give them? Qin Hui touched his chin, pondered for a while and said, Li Xuanxiu is a man of great martial arts. If you want him to surrender sincerely, he must hold a high official position. But if a newcomer is given a high official position, it may cause dissatisfaction among General Lu. It is better to first make him a general of miscellaneous titles, supplement him with a title, and increase his fiefdom. Feng Xian has not been given a title by me. Will it cause his dissatisfaction if I give Li Xuanxiu a title now? Dong Zhuo's worries are not wrong. At this time, Lu Bu has not yet served as Wahou, and his position is only a general of the Central Army. If he rashly raises Li Xuanxiu's status above Lu Bu, it will inevitably cause Lu Bu's dissatisfaction. But Qin Hui can express such thoughts, and he also considers Lu Bu's feelings. He just laughed and then said, General Lu fought alone against the heroes at Hula Pass and made great contributions. If he returns to Chang'an City, the Lord will naturally reward him with a title and official position, which will definitely appease General Lu's mood. And Li Xuanxiu has been fighting with General Lu for a long time, and he must have some resentment. If this person sees that General Lu has been promoted above him again, it will definitely cause his mood to change, and he will definitely want to fight with General Lu. In this way, the Dragon Tiger fight between Lu Bu and Li Xuanxiu will definitely add vitality to our army and help the Lord win the world. Qin Hui's words made Dong Zhuo's thoughts clear up a lot in an instant. And then he smiled and said, I didn't expect Huizhi to think about it for so long. It really makes me feel relieved to have Huizhi to share my worries. The king and minister looked at each other and laughed while talking. Obviously, they had already regarded Li Xuanxiu as their own. But what they didn't know was that Li Xuanxiu had never intended to surrender to them. All they did was basically in vain. Li Xuanxiu hid in the dark and drew his bow and arrow. The direction of the arrow was always aimed at Dong Zhuo and others in the distance. As long as Dong Zhuo spoke, he would shoot and kill the number 1 leader of the Xiliang army. Soon, a loud voice came from Dong Zhuo's side, reading out the reward Dong Zhuo gave to Li Xuanxiu and others. However, as soon as the voice sounded, there was a sharp noise in the sky above Chang'an City. I saw a golden light suddenly appear in the night in the distance, rushing towards Dong Zhuo and others at a high speed. Be careful of the hidden arrow. Li Ru had been observing the direction of Li Xuanxiu, and he noticed the appearance of the golden rainbow light at the first time. Then he screamed and wanted to throw Dong Zhuo to the ground to avoid the arrows. But Dong Zhuo's weight was beyond his ability to move. He felt that he had hit a huge meat mountain. And not only did he fail to move it, but he was also a little dizzy, and his eyes were full of stars. Dong Zhuo, the target locked by Li Tsunxiao, was now completely submerged in golden light. His eyes were stinging, and he couldn't open them at all. And his skin hidden under the brocade trembled unconsciously. The next time, his ears were filled with roars. And the crown on his head seemed to have a huge force, like a tidal wave, pulling his neck and flipping him to the ground. Mr. Dong! Mr. Dong! Various screams kept coming from his ears. But Dong Zhuo's sight was like a ball of dough, twisted into a white paste. And he couldn't see how many people surrounded him. The next second, Dong Zhuo closed his eyelids, glared at his legs, and fainted on the spot. There was chaos on one side, but there was a joyful atmosphere on the other side. Although Li Tsunxi could not see clearly whether Dong Zhuo was shot dead by him, he knew the commotion in the palace very well. Even if Dong Zhuo was not shot dead on the spot, there must be some accident. Otherwise the ministers would not be so nervous. However, he could not verify whether Dong Zhuo was dead or not. Now they had to take advantage of this great opportunity to quickly run out of the cage of Chang'an. Dong Zhuo is dead. Why don't you hurry to rescue him? Why are you surrounding us? Li Tsunxi tore his loud voice and spread the false news of Dong Zhuo's death as much as possible. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Once someone accepts this news, more people will inevitably be affected and believe this false news. The soldiers of Shilian on the periphery were stunned when they heard it. And the generals and officers such as the military Sima Xiaowei, who commanded them, were also stunned. Taking advantage of this, Li Tsunxi led the 18 flying tiger riders and charged directly into the crowd, with weapons flying up and down in his hands, forcing a bloody path and cutting through one military formation after another. At the same time, Dong Zhuo, who was lying on the ground, finally woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw many ministers gathered in a circle in front of him, looking at him worriedly. "My lord is awake," Li Ru exclaimed and lifted Dong Zhuo up with others. Qin Hui, who was standing by, also picked up Dong Zhuo's fallen hat. Seeing the hat pierced by the arrow, Dong Zhuo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and then touched his head still at his neck. And then, he was sure that he was not dead. Chapter 445. Huang is willing to follow you. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Li Tsunxi's arrow frightened Dong Zhuo so much that even after nearly an instant's stick of time, Dong Zhuo still hadn't forgotten the shock just now. Dong Zhuo tightly grasped Li Ru's arm, trying to feel a little sense of security, and looked at the ministers around him in shock. After another instant's stick of time, Dong Zhuo finally came to his senses, and finally confirmed that he was still alive in the world. There was still fear in the previous second. After Dong Zhuo adjusted his mood, he could not help but feel angry. He opened his eyes and glared at Qin Hui and cursed, "Thanks to your advice, I almost lost my life." After saying this, Qin Hui seemed to be frightened. He knelt on the ground with a puff and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "My lord, please calm down. I just underestimated Li Tsunxi. I didn't expect the guy to be so bold that he would attack people from behind. I don't care. This matter was caused by you. I can't calm down unless I kill you." Dong Zhuo's eyes were wide open, and he drew out his sword. The bright blade looked even sharper under the light of the fire. Qin Hui was about to be beheaded, and the ministers who had received Qin Hui's favor immediately knelt on the ground and begged. Although Mr. Qin was wrong, he did not deserve to die. Please think twice. My lord. Yes, Prime Minister. Mr. Qin has worked hard and made great contributions. Please remember Mr. Qin's contribution to our army and give Mr. Qin a lighter sentence. The minister spoke out to defend Qin Hui, but it did not change Dong Zhuo's mind. Instead, it made Dong Zhuo frown and become more and more unhappy. Dong Zhuo remembered that Qin Hui had not been with him for a long time, but he was able to win over so many people to Qin Hui in a short period of time. It seemed that a new faction headed by Qin Hui appeared in his power. The ministers under his command formed cliques and factions, and such actions have always touched the bottom line of the monarch. And Dong Zhuo is no exception. Although Dong Zhuo lacked the ambition to conquer the princes, he had to maintain his position as the emperor and hold the power. He would not be so numb that he would ignore the various small actions of his ministers. Qin Hui's secret cliques and selfishness had already touched Dong Zhuo's bad luck. But Dong Zhuo also had another consideration. That is, if he killed Qin Hui on the spot, what kind of reaction would these ministers make? And these things were also beyond Dong Zhuo's control. If someone hated him, Dong Zhuo and then secretly tripped him up, or even harmed his life, then Dong Zhuo would definitely be unable to sleep and eat. Just when Dong Zhuo was in a dilemma, Li Ru, one of Dong Zhuo's think tanks and core figures in Xiliang, directly stood up to help Dong Zhuo out. He came to Dong Zhuo, looked at the people kneeling in front of him, and a hint of coldness appeared on his lips. Then he said to Dong Zhuo, "My lord, Li Xuanxiao is the culprit who murdered your life, and Huizhi just fell into the trap of the thief. If you only punish Huizhi, it would be a bit of a loss for the sake of the small. Yes, Prime Minister, Li Xuanxiao may have escaped in the chaos. If you don't arrest him, it will damage your prestige." Shang Shuling Wanyan also persuaded. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo immediately closed his eyes. After a while, he finally figured out the relationship. Then Dong Zhuo looked at the direction where Li Xuanxiao had been, and gritted his teeth and said, "You are right. Li Xuanxiao is really hateful. Pass my order to add more soldiers and officers to the gates of Chang'an to guard the gates. If you catch this thief, you will be promoted 3 levels." The military officers on the left and right immediately took the order and led their men to the gates to pass on Dong Zhuo's order. Guotai, who was the lieutenant of the gates at this time, witnessed the civil strife in Chang'an with his own eyes. Facing Dong Zhuo's order, he naturally did not dare to neglect it. Then Guotai passed Dong Zhuo's order to the gates in various places. In order to win over the power of the Baibua army, Dong Zhuo did not hesitate to give the important position of the lieutenant of the gates to Guotai, the leader of the Baibua army, and also gave most of the gates to the high-level generals of the Baibua army. Baibua army generals, like Yang Feng and Su Huang, naturally did not escape such an appointment. Su Huang, who was guarding a gate in Chang'an City, felt mixed emotions when he received the order to capture Li Xuanxiao. Su Huang still remembered what Li Ji said to him when he was captured by Li Ji's troops that day, especially the disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person, which directly scolded him and made him feel ashamed. Now when he saw the name Li Xuanxiao again, Su Huang still remembered what happened that day. However, when Su Huang learned that he not only had to guard the gate, but also had to capture Li Xuanxiao, he suddenly didn't know what to do. He was now nominally a general of Dong Zhuo, and according to reason, he had to complete the tasks assigned by Dong Zhuo. But asking him to capture Li Xuanxiao would further confirm the name of disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person. Su Huang was in a dilemma at this time. "General, Captain Gua asked us to guard the city gates, and they led a group of soldiers to search for Li Xuanxiao in the city. Isn't this taking all the credit?" The deputy generals around him didn't have the same worries as Su Huang. After all, they were born as bandits, and now they have surrendered to the court to whitewash their origins. Being an official in the court can be said to be a good thing to bring honor to their ancestors. But guarding the city gates should be a good job to make money. But Su Huang's strict military discipline did not give them any chance at all. This made many people complain about Su Huang. But Su Huang was still entangled and ignored the deputy general's words. "General, do you think Captain Gua can catch Li Xuanxiao? I remember that Li Xuanxiao was a fierce general. With Captain Gua's means, he would be lucky if he was not killed in one round." The deputy general talked to himself, and then laughed out loud when he was happy. However, Su Huang still didn't react at all. "In our Baibua army, I'm afraid only the general can fight with Li Xuanxiao." General? General? What's the matter?" The deputy general's soft call, coupled with a shove, brought Su Huang back to his senses. Su Huang thought there was an accident here, subconsciously holding the axe tightly in his hand, and looking around vigilantly. But after a while, Su Huang didn't find anything wrong. "Why did you call me? I saw that you were a little absent-minded, so I just called you." Facing Su Huang's questioning, the deputy general touched his head in embarrassment, but then asked, "General, do you think we should secretly lead a group of soldiers to capture Li Xuanxiao? It is said that if we capture Li Xuanxiao, we can be promoted 3 levels. Our mission is to guard the city gate. If we leave our post without permission, if Li Xuanxiao escapes, all of us will lose our heads." Su Huang knew the deputy general's thoughts, but he also knew his mission, so he did not agree to the deputy general's request. Of course, there is another level. That is, Su Huang did not face Li Xuanxiao directly, so as not to end up with any gossip. "General, do we have to hide here and be Dong Zhuo's watchdog? If we catch Li Xuanxiao, we will be promoted 3 levels, and you will directly become a general of miscellaneous title." The deputy general complained bitterly, but he still underestimated Su Huang's determination and could not convince his superiors at all. However, Su Huang did not want to move. But a sudden news instantly disrupted Su Huang's actions. Captain Gu died at the hands of Li Tsunxiu? When Su Huang received the news, he was shocked. As his expression changed, Su Huang nodded to his deputy general and said, Captain Gu died, and our army cannot remain indifferent. I will lead a group of soldiers to search for Li Tsunxiu, and you will stay here for me. I understand. When the deputy general heard that he was not included, he felt depressed. Then Su Huang gathered the soldiers close to him and left the city gate. On the other side, Li Tsunxiu and others took advantage of Dongzhu's coma and decisively broke out of the palace. The process of breaking out was very smooth. The Xiliang soldiers who besieged Li Tsunxiu were deceived by the false news of Dongzhu's death, causing some soldiers to be in chaos on the spot. And Li Tsunxiu also took the opportunity to escape and mix into Chang'an City. It's just that the false news of death was soon broken after Dongzhu personally showed up. But it was enough for Li Tsunxiu and others to escape from the encirclement and stay away from danger. It's such a pity that Dongzhu didn't die. Li Tsunxiu was a little annoyed, secretly cursing his poor archery skills. If Wang Zhong or Li Guang were there, Dongzhu would have been nailed to death. The cavalrymen on both sides hurriedly comforted him. The general has become a god, and now the most urgent task is to escape from Chang'an City. But we see that this thief seems to want to strengthen the defense of the city gate. The troops in the city were being mobilized on a large scale, and naturally they could not hide from Li Tsunxiu and others. They instantly knew that this was an order issued by Dongzhu. It's almost dawn now. If we don't leave the city before it's completely dawn, our lives may be in danger. Li Tsunxiu looked at the fish belly white in the distance and felt a little worried. Immediately, everyone urged their horses and took advantage of the chaos in the city to get close to the nearby city gate. However, there are unexpected events, and on their way to escape, they ran into a group of troops. This army was not dressed like the Xiliang army. Instead, their equipment was very shabby. If the leading general had not shouted that he was a Xiliang general, Li Tsunxiu would have thought that this was a beggar army that came from nowhere. I am Guotai, the captain of the city gate. Li Tsunxiu, why don't you dismount and surrender immediately? Guotai held a ghost-headed broadsword in his hand, pointed directly at Li Tsunxiu and shouted, obviously not taking the dozen people seriously. In fact, it was not his fault, because Guotai also brought hundreds of soldiers and horses, which was dozens of times more than Li Tsunxiu. Come and fight! Facing the enemy's provocation, Li Tsunxiu did not tolerate it. He rode his horse and flew over, swinging his weapon in anger, and hit Guotai's head with a powerful blow that could split Huashan Mountain. The whirring noise exploded in his ears like thunder, and Guotai felt that he had lost his hearing in an instant, and a trace of blood flowed from his ears. The next second, Yuan's spear fell from top to bottom, and the golden rainbow light completely submerged Guotai. Before the other party could make any move, the next step was to hit Guotai's head directly. Like a watermelon exploding, under the surging bombardment, Guotai's whole body exploded directly on the spot, and countless blood and flesh flew out in all directions. With another shake of the long spear, Guotai's broken body flew backwards, knocking down dozens of soldiers behind him. After killing Guotai, Li Tsunxiu continued to move forward bravely. The two weapons in his hands were like dragons tumbling in the river, and he killed dozens of Baibuo soldiers nearby in an instant. Guotai is dead. If you are not afraid of death, come and die! Li Tsunxiu shouted, his eyes like thunder and lightning, constantly scanning around. Hundreds of Baibuo elites, who had fought with Guotai for many years, trembled all over, watching Li Tsunxiu riding a warhorse in the formation, and did not dare to move forward at all. As for the 3-level promotion, it was not as important as his own life. Guotai is dead. Quickly make way! The 18 flying tiger riders suddenly roared with extreme excitement. The roar like a tiger or a leopard actually frightened the Baibuo soldiers in the front row to step back a few steps, and they did not even dare to grab their weapons. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Tsunxiu led the 18 flying tigers to escape successfully. The news of Guotai's death was spread by the soldiers of the Baibuo army and let the various city gate marquises know it first. Guotai was the captain of the city gate and controlled many city gate marquises. Once Guotai died, these city gate marquises would act on their own without any restraint. For example, Su Huang and Yang Feng, the old generals of the Baibuo army, knew that Guotai had died in the battle, so they would naturally not let Li Tsunxiu and others go. They immediately led some of their troops to search for Li Tsunxiu directly in the city. There were more and more soldiers and horses in the city, although they were all named Dongzhuo and belonged to the Xiliang army camp. There were many factions among them. Some came from the old members of the Baibua army, some from the direct line of the Shiliang army, and some from various bandits. Their positions were completely different. These factions had their own ideas. Some wanted to capture Li Tsuinqiu and get promoted 3 levels, while others wanted to take advantage of the chaos to plunder the people and make money. Chang'an, which had begun to prosper again, suffered this catastrophe and suddenly declined a lot. Li Tsuinqiu rode his horse in Chang'an city, constantly killing the soldiers who came to surround him, and forcibly crushed a bloody path in the city. While walking quickly, Li Tsuinqiu was obstructed by an acquaintance. The person who came was Su Huang, who was let go by Li Ji before. Su Huang ran into Li Tsuinqiu and his group, but did not take action directly, but stood in a stalemate on the street. Seeing this, Li Tsuinqiu knew what the other party was thinking and said immediately, Gongming was born as an official in Hedong. He was originally loyal to His Majesty, but now he is loyal to that thief Dong. He became the city gate marquis and guarded the gate for Dong Zhuo. But it buried your martial arts. Why doesn't Gongming follow me to join the Lord? This can be regarded as abandoning darkness and joining light. After hearing this, Su Huang's eyes kept flickering. And finally, he dismounted and bowed to Li Tsuinqiu and said, Huang is willing to follow you. Chapter 446. Enemies meet on a narrow road. There are many considerations for Su Huang's sudden desire to surrender to Li Ji. Firstly, as the deputy general beside him said, surrendering to Dongzhuo as the city gate marquis, to put it nicely, is to help Dongzhuo guard the city gate. To put it bluntly, is to be someone else's watchdog. Thinking that Su Huang has a body of martial arts, and being a watchdog for his whole life, let alone whether others will look down on him. Su Huang is the first to look down on him. And Su Huang is not Dongzhuo's direct descendant brought from Liangzhou. He was born as a bandit of the Baibua army. If he wants to be promoted in the future, he can't even think about it. Secondly, he still remembers Li Ji's humiliating words to him that day. Even if Li Tsuinqiu did not make a big fuss in Chang'an City at this time, one day Su Huang would not be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion and resigned and returned to his Hedong county to bury his talent. Although Li Ji is only a county governor now, Su Huang clearly sensed the other party's ambition during the time he was captured. I am not afraid that the Lord has no ability, but I am afraid that the Lord has no ambition. Now the situation of the war for hegemony is gradually emerging. Su Huang knows that people like Li Ji will never be lonely. If one day Li Ji can ascend to the position of the so-called common lord of the world, Su Huang can also get the credit of following the dragon. Although Dongzhuo now occupies the Guanzhong area and is the most prosperous prince in the world, in Su Huang's view, Dongzhuo's brutal character will sooner or later change his forces. Instead of staying here and waiting for thunder, Su Huang might as well leave early and choose one of the princes outside the pass. And Li Ji is one of the princes who has the potential to compete for the world. Therefore, Su Huang blocked Li Tsuinqiu, but hesitated to take action, which was the idea of surrendering. Now that Li Tsuinqiu personally spoke to recruit him, Su Huang naturally had no intention of refusing, and he dismounted and surrendered on the spot. Facing Su Huang's surrender, Li Tsuinqiu laughed heartily, then dismounted and personally helped Su Huang up, saying, Gongming is a martial arts expert and a rare warrior in the world. Now that he has joined our army, my lord will be very happy. When I saw Gongming that day, I wanted to make friends with him. If this place was not Chang'an City, I would definitely make an 8-fold sworn brother with you to prove my sincerity. General, you treat me like this, which makes me very frightened. Li Tsuinqiu is the most intimate general around Li Ji. If he becomes a sworn brother with him, wouldn't it be to directly shorten the distance between himself and Li Ji? In this way, he will not only rise step by step in the future, but also rise to prominence. Such a favor really surprised Su Huang. However, there is another thing that needs to be solved at the moment. That is, how to deal with the soldiers and horses brought by Su Huang from the city gate. Su Huang looked at his troops and said loudly, Now I have surrendered to the new master and want to follow the general to Kuaiji. Are there any of you willing to go with me? If you don't want to, you can disperse on your own and return to your hometown or continue to work for Dongzhuo. I will not stop you. Hearing this, Su Huang's subordinates looked at each other, and many of them showed hesitation on their faces. Although Su Huang decided to surrender to Li Tsuinqiu and others, not all of the soldiers he brought from the city gate were willing to leave their hometown and go to the distant Yangzhou Kuaiji. After a while, most people chose to follow Su Huang to Yangzhou, and only a small number of people chose to stay in Chang'an City because they missed their hometown. In this way, The thousands of troops brought by Su Huang joined Li Tsunxiu and 19 others to form a temporary army. General, I used to be the city gate marquis in Chang'an City, guarding a city gate. If we break out, I can lead the way. Su Huang learned that Li Tsunxiu and others had not been able to escape from Chang'an City for a long time because they were unfamiliar with the place and did not know the layout of Chang'an City at all. Although he had not been in Chang'an City for a while, he had already touched the streets of Chang'an because of his job requirements. At this time, he was naturally the most suitable guide. After hearing Su Huang's words, Li Tsunxiu pondered for a while and nodded to agree to Su Huang's request. Su Huang's character was different from Yo Fu. Since he chose to join them, there was no need to deceive them like Yo Fu did. Led by Su Huang, these thousands of soldiers wandered around Chang'an City with ease. Although they encountered other Xiliang soldiers along the way, they did not find Li Tsunxiu and others hiding in the formation because of the cover of Su Huang and the Baibua army. Soon, they quickly approached a gate of Chang'an City. The deputy general, who was stationed there, immediately came up and found Su Huang. General, you are returning now. Didn't you meet Li Tsunxiu and others? The deputy general asked while looking around. Su Huang made a bad face and replied, I ran into Li Tsunxiu, but I didn't expect the guy to be so cunning that he actually let them run away. Ah, that's a pity. The deputy general didn't feel very upset. After all, he had been stationed here all the time. Even if Su Huang caught Li Tsunxiu and others, he wouldn't get any credit. He even knew that Su Huang didn't catch them, and he was secretly happy in his heart. By the way, you have been guarding here for a long time. Why don't you take the troops to search for Li Tsunxiu? And I will lead the troops here. The deputy general thought that he had nothing to do next. But Su Huang suddenly said this, and he was immediately happy, forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart. The deputy general smiled and said, could it be that the tinnitus of the general made some mistakes? The general really asked me to lead the troops to capture Li Tsunxiu alone? Are you going or not? Looking at the uncontrollable emotions in the eyes of the deputy general, Su Huang sneered in his heart. This guy has not yet discovered that the target that the whole city has been searching for is hiding in the formation. It's a pity that they are still searching in the city. But they don't know that Li Tsunxiu and his men will soon escape. Go. Of course. The deputy general naturally didn't know Su Huang's psychological activities. He thought Su Huang had given up the hope of promotion and wealth, and directly handed over this great opportunity to him. Under Su Huang's coaxing, the deputy general blushed with excitement and led his troops away from here, leaving only Su Huang and his thousands of troops. Opened the city gate and prepared to leave, taking advantage of the fact that everyone around him was his own people. Su Huang immediately commanded his troops to open the city gate in the twilight, and followed Li Tsunxiu to lead the troops out of the city. At this time, the whole city was searching for Li Tsunxiu. So who would notice that someone had already surrendered to Li Tsunxiu, and even secretly opened the city gate to send Li Tsunxiu and others out of the city. As soon as everyone left Chang'an City, they immediately urged their war horses and galloped wildly in the wild. At noon, the soldiers and horses found a hidden place and rested quietly. At this time, Chang'an was far away from everyone's sight. But Li Tsunxiu rode 5 horses and looked at the direction of Chang'an City for a long time without saying anything. Suddenly, Li Tsunxiu's breath changed, and 2 beams of divine light burst out of his eyes, rising from the ground and instantly piercing the clouds in the sky. The flying stones and gravel around him seemed to be pulled by an unknown force, constantly jumping on the ground and sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, a golden-armored giant with a height of dozens of feet appeared in the void behind Li Tsunxiu, holding a clapboard in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. When he raised his hand, it seemed that a rolling wave of air was engulfing him. Su Huang and others, who were resting nearby, were like they were facing a great enemy. They unconsciously held their weapons tightly, and their eyes were fixed on Li Tsunxiu's position. Boom! It seemed as if there was a thunder in the void, and it was like a volcano erupting rocks. The terrifying aura was unscrupulously sweeping in all directions with a strong wind, and Su Huang and other soldiers were immediately trapped in it. As a general, Su Huang felt the most profound. He felt as if he was bathed in a fierce fire, as if he would melt into a ball of water vapor in an instant. The general's momentum seems to have become even stronger. Su Huang, who was the first to bear the brunt, was shaking uncontrollably, but his eyes showed a very excited expression. In this scene, there is no doubt that Li Tsunxiu has completed the breakthrough task, and his bravery value has increased significantly. If Su Huang could fight with Li Tsunxiu for a few moves in the past, Now he can go through a round under Li Tsuanxi without dying, which is already very powerful. Su Huang had seen LV Bu's skills before, but in front of Li Tsuanxi in this state, Su Huang did not think that LV Bu was Li Tsuanxi's opponent. After Li Tsuanxi completed the breakthrough task and felt the change in his strength, he restrained his aura and became ordinary under the attention of everyone. If they had not witnessed the mess nearby, they would never believe that the ordinary Li Tsuanxi was the initiator. Congratulations, General, for your further improvement in strength. Su Huang was the first to stand up and congratulate, and others also spoke out and bowed to celebrate. After hearing this, Li Tsuanxi smiled and waved his hand, and said modestly, "If I meet LV Bu again, not to mention killing him with a spear, but not defeating him is also a decline in my strength." Then he looked at Su Huang and said, "This time I broke into Chang'an. Not only did I improve my strength, but also let my master get a fierce general to be loyal. I can only say that this trip is worthwhile. General, you are too kind." Su Huang admired the other party. Although Li Tsuanxi and others were deceived by Niu Fu and mistakenly entered Chang'an, they were able to escape from this dangerous place safely, which was enough to shock the world. Not to mention that Li Tsuanxi also burned the granary and shot Dong Zhuo in anger. Every news was enough to shock others. Now that we have left Chang'an, we only need to find a city and return to Kuaiji County through the teleportation array. But we have more than 1,000 soldiers and horses here. If we are mistaken for bandits by the city defenders, we may cause some trouble. Li Tsuanxi and his companions ran eastward for the whole morning after leaving Chang'an City, and they didn't know where they were going. In addition to the location problem, they didn't have much food and grass on them. If they didn't get it in time, they would have starved to death on the way before they reached Kuaiji County. To solve this problem, they could either capture a small city to replenish the granary, or find a city and leave Dong Zhuo's sphere of influence through the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array is not omnipotent. To teleport from one place to another, the two places need to agree to each other. It's like going from Chang'an to Kuaiji. Not only does it require Chang'an to agree to teleport to Kuaiji, but it also requires Kuaiji to agree that people from Chang'an can come over. However, Dong Zhuo and the princes outside the pass are in a hostile relationship. So how could the two sides agree that the teleportation array can communicate and teleport people over? So if Li Tsuanxi and his companions want to leave Dong Zhuo's Guanzhong area, they can only replenish food and grass while walking, directly kill out of Guanzhong, find a neutral place outside to leave, and return to Kuaiji. After hearing what Li Tsuanxi said, Su Huang pondered for a while, and then said, "General, you entered Guanzhong from Tongguan before. Can we imitate this and trick Niu Fu into leaving Guanzhong through Tongguan? Last time, I caught Niu Fu off guard and seized him by surprise, and used this to threaten him to pass through the pass. Although Niu Fu is stupid, I don't think he will be fooled again." Li Tsuanxi shook his head and replied, "Since we can't leave Guanzhong through Tongguan, we can cross the Yellow River to Bingzhou. Zhang Yang, the Shandong governor of Bingzhou, and the Lord are both princes outside the pass. I believe they will be willing to meet us. Chang'an has the Yellow River to the north, Tongguan to the east, Longyu to the west, and the rugged Shu land to the south. No matter which direction you go, it is difficult to leave Chang'an. So Su Huang's plan to cross the Yellow River to the north is just a relatively simple route among many routes. But the Yellow River at this time is extremely dangerous, and it is not something that ordinary ships can cross. If you are not careful, the 1,000 troops will be wiped out on the way." Li Tsuanxi frowned after hearing Su Huang's words. After a while, he did not think of any other way, so he nodded to approve Su Huang's plan. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Just when they were about to go north, the soldiers on guard outside hurried over and reported the situation to Li Tsuanxi and Su Huang. "What did you say? There are soldiers in the distance? Can you see clearly what flag the other side is flying?" Su Huang asked. The soldier bowed and replied, "Report to the two generals. I dare not wait for a long time, for fear of being discovered. I only saw the word Lu on one of the flags." "Lu? Could it be that Lu Bu?" Su Huang touched his chin. His eyes flickered constantly, and familiar names kept flashing in his mind. And finally one of the names emerged. There were not many generals with the surname Lu in the Xiliang army, and the most famous one was Dong Zhuo's adopted son, Lu Bu, who was known as the best master in the army. Hearing Su Huang's muttering, Li Tsuanxi couldn't help but smile, and then said, "If it's Lu Bu, then we are really enemies on a narrow road. General, do you want to?" Looking at Li Tsuanxi's playful smile, Su Huang suddenly thought of a bold idea. before at Hula Pass, I was no match for Lu Bu. Now that my strength has greatly increased, I want to know how many moves Lu Bu can still block me. Chapter 447 Give Lu Bu a small shock. Report to the general. There is a troop blocking our way. LV Bu rode the red hare and sat in the center of the army. He never thought that when he was halfway, Song Xian, the vanguard general, suddenly returned to report the emergency situation. This is the land of Guanzhong. Ordinary bandits know that our army is fierce and should not hinder our progress. Besides, we are still flying the banner with the word Lu. Could it be that this bandit does not recognize the general's name? Before Lu Bu spoke, Ho Cheng on the left spoke first, touching his chin and saying with a puzzled tone, everyone in the world knows that Guanzhong is Dong Zhuo's territory. Even the big bandit Baibua army that roamed Hedong County was recruited by Dong Zhuo. Leaders with a little vision would restrain their subordinates and not take the initiative to provoke Dong Zhuo's troops. But now there are troops with unknown flags blocking the Xiliang army. And they are Lu Bu's troops. This is not to say that they do not take Lu Bu seriously. After hearing Ho Cheng's words that were a bit provocative, a trace of anger suddenly appeared on Lu Bu's face. He suddenly squeezed the horse under his crotch, and the Fangyan Huaji in his hand drew an arc in the void. And the sharp energy instantly tore through the void and roared. Who cares who he is? Since he doesn't take me. Lu Bu. Seriously? Then disperse them. Lu Bu shouted immediately, and rushed out of the formation directly, heading straight to the front of the army. At the same time, the soldiers and horses displayed in front of the Xiliang army, under the command of Su Huang, set up a simple military formation, like a cloth bag, blocking the Xiliang vanguard army in front of them. As one of the 5 good generals, Su Huang was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also proficient in military tactics. In the past, he was restricted by Yang Feng, Guotai and others in the Baibua army, and he had not been able to show his ability in this area. Now he was entrusted with an important task by Li Tsunshu, temporarily commanding the deployment of more than 1,000 soldiers, although the troops were few. The rigor revealed in the formation was enough to prove Su Huang's ability to command. Li Tsunshu also knew that Su Huang was much better than himself in this respect, so he did not restrain him much. He even wanted to wait until they returned to Kuaiji, and he personally recommended Su Huang to Li Ji as the commander-in-chief of the army. LV Bu's vanguard was stopped by us, and he did not take action. Instead, he was deadlocked with us. It seems that Lu Bu is still in the army behind. Su Huang carefully observed the opponent's army formation and found that it was mediocre, without any rigor at all, and even full of loopholes. If Su Huang was given more soldiers, he was confident that he could defeat the opponent's vanguard in a short time. There is not even Su Rong's flag among them. Obviously, Lu Bu's troops are not the main force that ambushed my lord that day. Obviously, something may have happened between them, and they parted ways. Li Tsunshu noticed that most of the flags in this army were LV, Zhang, Song, etc., which symbolized Su Rong's flag. This means that the main general of this army is Lu Bu, not Su Rong. Li Tsunshu guessed correctly that this army was actually the direct troops that Lu Bu brought from Ding Yuan's Bingzhou army when he defected to Dong Zhuo. When Dong Zhuo appointed Su Rong as the main general, he also asked Lu Bu and his direct troops to assist. In other words, the Dong Zhuo troops that ambushed Li Ji, Cao Cao, and others that day were actually composed of the Xiliang army and the Bingzhou army. On that day, Li Tsunshu used 5,000 soldiers and horses as a price to directly dispel the concerns of Su Rong and others. Without any worries, Lu Bu, who had always been unwilling to lag behind, naturally chose to part ways with Su Rong and return to Chang'an City by himself. Most of Lu Bu's soldiers and horses were light cavalry, and they returned to Tongwan first. As a result, they learned about the commotion Li Tsunshu had caused there from Tongwan. Knowing that Li Tsunshu had mistakenly entered Chang'an City, Lu Bu wanted to return to Chang'an City directly through the teleportation array in Tongwan. But Chang'an City was caught in civil strife, and the teleportation array could not be used for a long time. Therefore, Lu Bu decided to lead his soldiers and horses, day and night, and walk to Chang'an City without stopping, and then met Li Tsunshu and others on the way. As for Su Rong now, I'm afraid he has just returned to Tongwan at this time, and he probably knows the news that Li Tsunshu made a big fuss in Chang'an City. Which blind guy actually blocked your grandpa Lu Bu? Just as Li Tsunshu and others were talking, a shocking roar came from afar, and the sky suddenly became gloomy and dark, under the gaze of the crowd. In the thick clouds far away, There seemed to be thunder constantly shaking in it, as if a storm that could destroy everything was gathering. And there was a faint flash of lightning in the void, which continued to sweep in all directions with a strong wind. I saw a domineering figure riding a red fire horse, like a god bathing in flames, with two beams of light bursting out of his eyes, as if they could penetrate the space, like two sharp blades, piercing Li Xuanxi's body. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be my defeated general. Lu Bu recognized Li Xuanxi, then let out a crazy laugh, soared into the sky, and directly pierced the clouds above. In between breaths, Lu Bu's figure kept flashing in everyone's vision, and then appeared in the forefront of the Xiliang vanguard army. Li Xuanxi was not angry when he heard Lu Bu's provocation. Instead, he patted the neck of Wu Mingju to calm his beloved horse. As the top warhorse in the world, the aura of red hair was enough to suppress most warhorses. Although Wu Mingju was also a god-level BMW, it was still inferior to red hair. You changed a good horse, but it's a pity that it followed the wrong owner. Lu Bu noticed Li Xuanxi's action, and then his eyes fell on Wu Mingju, and he saw the extraordinariness of this horse at a glance. However, despite this, Wu Mingju was still not as good as his red hair. While Lu Bu was provoking, he was secretly pleased. Li Xuanxi knew the other party's thoughts, but he didn't want to pay too much attention to it. He just urged the warhorse forward, and the coldness on his face became even worse. I haven't seen you for a few days. You, Lu Bu, have become more eloquent. It seems that you have found a new father, which is not bad. Let me count. How many fathers do you have now? 1 father, 2 fathers, 3 fathers. Oh, a slave with 3 surnames. Li Xuanxi counted with his fingers. His tone seemed very serious, but his voice was like thunder, constantly transmitting in all directions in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers present could hear it clearly. More than 1,000 soldiers behind him laughed out loud. And although Lu Bu's soldiers knew that they should not laugh, they all pretended to hold back their laughter, which looked particularly funny. Li Xuanxi also said that Lu Bu's tongue was much more eloquent, but he didn't know that his mouth, as if it was enlightened, directly provoked Lu Bu's anger. Boom! When Lu Bu heard the nickname of the 3 surnamed slave, it was as if his deepest scar was provoked. In an instant, his momentum suddenly shook, and the surrounding void immediately roared. His eyes were instantly filled with dark black true energy, and there seemed to be a ghost fire in his pupils, swaying in it with his breath. The next second, a tearing explosion came from the void, and Lu Bu was seen swinging the Fang Tianhuoji. The red hair under his crotch felt the anger of his master, and suddenly swung his limbs. The speed reached the limit in an instant, and he disappeared directly on the spot. Li Xuanxi, I didn't kill you that day, just because you relied on the advantage of numbers. Now there are no reinforcements here. Today is your death day. The heaven and earth here shook violently. It seemed that in an instant, the world was shrouded in dim light. Su Huang and others felt that everything in front of them had lost its brilliance, and all the colors faded away. Lu Bu rode his horse on the battlefield, and the whole person was submerged in the dim light. Even the red divine fire emitted by the red hair in the void was infected by black and turned into dim flames. In the void behind him, a god of war in armor suddenly appeared, and the invincible fighting spirit diffused in the air, instantly lowering the temperature of the world by several levels. Whether it was the soldiers on Li Xuanxi's side, or the soldiers led by Lu Bu himself, they were treated indiscriminately, and those with weak strength shivered directly. The god of war in armor held the Fang Tianhuoji that could pierce the world, and swept forward suddenly with Lu Bu's movement. In an instant, the rolling fighting spirit condensed in it, and the surrounding void exploded. Come on! Facing Lu Bu's full-strength attack. If it had not been before the breakthrough, Li Xuanxi would definitely have to avoid it. But now his strength has greatly increased, and dealing with such an attack is just a piece of cake. The Yuang spear in his hand suddenly vibrated, bursting out endless divine light, as if it had turned into a divine dragon covered with golden scales in the void, with a fierce and explosive might, and directly collided with the armored war god. Boom! It was like thunder in the void, and a piercing roar exploded in an instant. The world that was originally infected and shrouded by the faint light was torn open in the shock, and a ray of golden divine light penetrated, and at an extremely fast speed, the whole world was dyed into a dazzling golden color in an instant. The thick clouds in the distance seemed to be affected as well. Countless sunlight pierced through the entire sky and projected it onto the ground. The colorless world quickly returned to its original state. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Amid the shaking of heaven and earth, Lu Bu's panicked voice came suddenly, and fell directly into everyone's ears with a strong wind. In the twisted void, endless brilliance suddenly burst out, and the aftermath of the sound waves and airflow mixed together, like a gorgeous mushroom cloud blooming in the air. Boom! The solid earth transmitted waves of unusual turbulence, which directly made all the soldiers shake and unable to stand, and fell to the ground in all directions. In the distance, a figure fell from the sky. The faint light wrapped around his body continued to dissipate, and he fell directly to the ground and smashed a deep pit. Soon, the smoke and dust from the deep pit dissipated, and a lot of blood was rarely seen on Lu Bu's unruly face. The armor on his body was shattered, and the wounds on his body continued to ooze blood, which continued to drip onto the ground. The red hair screamed sadly, and like Lu Bu, was directly blown away by Li Tsunshi's spear. As the instigator, Li Tsunshi was still riding 5 horses and standing in the center of the battlefield. His face was getting colder and colder, but his arms holding the weapons trembled slightly. Although he was much stronger than Lu Bu, it was a little difficult for him to break Lu Bu's full-strength attack in one move and seriously injure the opponent with one move. But it didn't matter. Now, I'm afraid that only Li Tsunshi could defeat Lu Bu with one move. Come and die! Lu Bu was seriously injured, and Li Tsunshi would never miss this great opportunity to kill him. In just one breath, he calmed down the surging blood in his body, and his arms trembled and disappeared, with divine light bursting out of his eyes. Li Tsunshi suddenly let out a long whistle, and the 5 horses under his crotch merged with his thoughts, and suddenly burst out with a mountain-like and unparalleled power. The King of Yu's spear rolled up a wild stream, sweeping out like a mountain, and his blood boiled. A golden armored god appeared in the void behind Li Tsunshi, and it seemed that he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. At this moment, Lu Bu, who was firmly locked, seemed to feel the horror of this move, and the arrogance in his pupils completely disappeared. And now he was filled with endless fear, relying on the instinct of survival. Lu Bu let out a desperate roar, and waved the blood-red Fang Tian Huaji in his hand again, like a dragon with unicorn horns, flipping in the void to directly block Li Tsunshi's attack. Bang! As if being crushed by a mountain. Although Lu Bu blocked this fatal move, he and his horse were blown away dozens of meters away. The wounds on his body that had not yet healed burst again, and a lot of blood splashed in the air. Li Tsunshi only relied on 2 moves to beat Lu Bu so hard that he spit blood, and his breath was extremely weak, almost losing his fighting power. Run! Lu Bu's consciousness was almost collapsed, but he still relied on the last strength to climb onto the horse's back, and beat the horse so hard that it turned into a stream of light and fled to the periphery. Seeing the opponent's spineless escape, Li Tsunshi couldn't help but frown, and immediately urged 5 horses to chase Lu Bu, who was running as fast as a rabbit. But the soldiers and horses under Lu Bu's command would never let Li Tsunshi succeed. When Li Tsunshi was riding his horse, a young general holding a crescent halberd blocked Li Tsunshi. I just want to deal with Lu Bu. As long as the others don't stop me, I won't care about you. Li Tsunshi was stopped by someone and felt unhappy, but he admired the other party's courage. It was obvious that he could force Lu Bu to retreat and seriously injure him with a few moves. But there were still loyal generals, who were not afraid of death to cover Lu Bu's retreat. Feng Xian is the commander of our army. If you want to kill our commander, ask me. Zhang Liao. First, the young Zhang Liao stood in front of Li Tsunshi with a weapon in his hand, but the timidity in his tone exposed his lack of confidence. Hearing this, Li Tsunshi looked at the army led by Lu Bu, and then couldn't help but smile. It seemed that only the young general named Zhang Wenyuan was willing to stand up and cover Lu Bu's retreat. Others were afraid of their bravery, and would rather watch Lu Bu die than cover Lu Bu's retreat. Chapter 448, Capturing Zhang Liao. It's a pity that Lu Bu has such loyal generals. That guy has such a bad character. After Zhang Liao's block, Lu Bu, with the help of the red hair, had already fled to the east. Even Li Tsunshi's 5 horses might not be able to catch up with him. So Li Tsunshi put all his attention back and went all out to deal with Zhang Liao in front of him and the soldiers behind him. As soon as Lu Bu fled, the command of the troops naturally fell to the Bingzhou warriors under Lu Bu. But they disagreed. Some of them were afraid of Li Tsunshi's reputation and wanted to withdraw their troops and leave, while others relied on the advantage of the number of troops and wanted to strangle the more than 1,000 people with the human wave tactics. Generals loyal to Lu Bu, such as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, advocated to cover Lu Bu's retreat. while timid generals such as Ho Chung and Song Xian were more inclined to reconcile with Li Tsunxiu and planned to withdraw their troops back to Tongguan to make other plans. However, what they had never expected was that Li Tsunxiu did not seem to want to let them go. Just as the Xiliang army split into two factions, Su Huang, who had already reorganized his troops, let out a long whistle, and then led his troops to attack the enemy. Madman! Song Xian and Ho Chung were so angry that they started to curse. Who would charge directly when they knew that the number of troops was at a disadvantage? Doesn't this mean that they want to fight to the death with them? Thinking of this, Song Xian and Ho Chung immediately commanded their own troops to form a circle on the spot, like a mountain sitting on the ground, waiting for the enemy's attack. Gao Shun was also not idle. Although Lu Bu did not bring his Xianzhen camp out of Chang'an City this time, his troops were still the best in the formation. Facing the remnants of the Baibua army, there was no need to be afraid. However, the sudden attack made these people forget that Li Tsunxiu was still on the scene. At this time, Li Tsunxiu had already urged his warhorse. The strength of the 5 horses made his speed reach the peak in an instant, and the whole person flashed in the void like a thunder. Swish! The majestic force pushed the weapon forward, like a golden dragon stretching out its claws. The surrounding space was torn into large and small gaps in an instant, and countless air waves turned back and gathered into a storm. In a flash, Yu Wang's spear seemed to cross the space, came to Zhang Liao in a bang, and took the lead and smashed directly on Zhang Liao's armor. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded, and Zhang Liao felt a burning pain in his waist and abdomen, which almost made him suffocate at that moment. The whole person's consciousness was as dizzy as the world was spinning, and blood flowed from the 7 orifices on his face. Fortunately, Zhang Liao was alert enough and mobilized his true qi in time to protect his internal organs. Otherwise, Li Tsunxia's halberd would have directly killed him into a mass of blood clots. Li Tsunxia seemed to know this, and his eyes were more approving. He had seen the opponent's strength before Hulao Pass, but now that he had fought, he had a deeper understanding of the opponent's strength. Zhang Liao was young and his body had not yet reached its peak, but he was still able to withstand his halberd with his flesh and blood, which was enough to prove Zhang Liao's martial arts talent. Given time, Zhang Liao's growth can definitely go further. For such a capable and loyal general, anyone would favor Zhang Liao. So after Li Tsunxiu hit Zhang Liao with a spear and seriously injured him, he did not continue to kill him. The left hand by Yen Lao shook lightly, bursting out with a surging momentum like a sea, just like a tiger catching a sheep. Taking advantage of Zhang Liao's trance, he hooked the opponent's belt and pulled Zhang Liao from the horse's back. The 2 horses crossed each other, and Li Tsunxiu continued to urge the warhorse forward. But under his arm, there was a captured Zhang Liao, raising his hand and piercing the spear, like a long rainbow piercing the sun. He directly backhanded and blasted the enemies, who surrounded him, into pieces. Li Tsunxiu shouted, "Zhang Liao has been captured by me. If you are not afraid of death and want to be buried with me, come up." The dull voice exploded in the air like thunder. After hearing it, the soldiers of the Xiliang army around him were immediately afraid of Li Tsunxia's power. They stood there in a daze, watching this fierce general without daring to move forward. "General, you are mighty." Su Huang commanded the army to move forward step by step. He never thought that Li Tsunxiu had captured the opponent's general. He immediately roared excitedly. The more than 1,000 soldiers behind him were the same. Although they were afraid of death just now, they were now infected by Li Tsunxia's ferocity and shouted to kill. On the other hand, Song Xian, Ho Chung and others, their soldiers saw the 2 generals in the formation. One escaped and the other captured, and their already low morale suffered a heavy blow, and they instantly became depressed. It's over. Seeing Zhang Liao being captured and Lu Bu fleeing in panic, and now the soldiers suffered another blow. The faces of the Bingzhou warriors became ugly. They were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and knew the pros and cons of this. Although the number of soldiers on the other side was small, there was a large army like Li Tsunxiu in the formation. Now the morale was high. Once they fought hard, even if they could defeat the opponent, they would have to pay a very heavy price. Let alone Li Tsunxiu alone. These strongmen tied together might not be able to withstand the opponent. Song Xian, you have always had many tricks. How should we deal with this situation now? Ho Chung asked in a panic. Song Xian looked around with a gloomy face, but found that Su Huang's troops had stopped, and there seemed to be no sign of continuing to charge. Now the commander is fleeing, and when Yuan has been captured, there is no one who can stop Li Tsunxiu. If Li Tsunxiu rushes in person, Your life and mine cannot be guaranteed. If we wait with troops to cover the rear, we will lead the personal soldiers back to Tongguan first. Su Rong's marching speed was even slower. If the time was calculated, they had just arrived at Tongguan at this time. The defenders of Tongguan, plus Su Rong's main force, numbered more than 100,000. Song Xian felt that relying on these hundreds of thousands of troops, they were enough to pile up Li Tsuanxiu with human lives. Let's go to Tongguan, and let Su Rong search for Li Tsuanxiu. Song Xian made a prompt decision, seeing that there was no other choice. The surrounding Bingzhou warriors, such as Ho Chung, had to nod their heads secretly and agree to this plan. Gao Shun, who was on good terms with Zhang Liao, also had no intention of refutation. He just looked at the captured Zhang Liao from a distance and followed the footsteps of Song Xian, Ho Chung and others, leaving thousands of people behind to guard the rear. A group of Bingzhou warriors gathered their own soldiers to form a team of hundreds of people, and suddenly broke out in the direction of Tongguan, no longer caring about the life and death of the troops responsible for the rear guard. Li Tsuanxiu watched silently and did not choose to pursue, because the soldiers and horses brought by Su Huang from Chang'an City were all infantry. It was impossible to catch up with these hundreds of troops riding war horses by marching on foot. Instead of wasting physical energy to pursue, it would be better to cross the Yellow River to Bingzhou as soon as possible, and perhaps return to Kuaiji before the main force of Shiliang arrives. At this time, the troops left behind to guard the rear watched the generals break out. But they were gradually surrounded, and their morale suddenly dropped to the bottom. Many Shiliang soldiers kept crying and wailing, looking dazed. There were also some rebellious generals who wanted to gather nearby soldiers and accumulate strength to launch the final attack. But they were destroyed by Su Huang first. He rushed into the battle array with a big axe and killed many people, and blood flowed into the river in an instant. They needed a certain marching speed to cross the Yellow River to the north. And the larger the team, the slower the speed would be. Li Tsuanxiu and Su Huang knew this very well, so they did not force these people to surrender to themselves. Once they encountered resistance, they would be killed on the spot, which would also deter others and eliminate their little thoughts. Without spending too much time on this, under Su Huang's reorganization, Li Tsuanxiu quickly incorporated some troops, and then immediately went north without hesitation. It seems that Li Tsuanxiu and his men have successfully escaped from Chang'an City. The only problem left is how to return to Kuaiji. Li Ji, who had been in Luoyang for many days, finally received the news from the system that Li Tsuanxiu had completed the breakthrough mission. Although Li Tsuanxiu is not around now, Li Ji cannot check Li Tsuanxiu's data panel at this time. But everyone knows that Chang'an City, a dangerous place, is full of dangers. If you can fight your way out, the data growth will not be too bad. Moreover, Li Ji also heard that Li Tsuanxiu made a lot of noise in Chang'an City, and it seems that he shot Dongshuo with an arrow. However, there was no big chaos in Chang'an City. Obviously, Dongshuo was lucky and did not die in Li Tsuanxiu's hands. Let Wenhe, Fo Xiao and Jisai come to my place. Li Ji summoned his 3 counselors to discuss how to meet the return of Li Tsuanxiu and others. A topographic map depicting the Guanzhong plain was spread out on the table. Jisai kept scanning it. After a while, he said, Guanzhong is located in the 4 passes, with Xiaoguan in the north, Tongguan in the east, Sanguan in the west, and Wuguan in the south. It is the 4 barriers of Qin, and the place where the dragon rises. Dongshuo occupies this place, which can be said to have the advantage of time and place. It is too difficult for Tsuanxiu and others to escape. Jisai didn't know why Li Ji was sure that Li Tsuanxiu and others appeared in Guanzhong, but he didn't doubt it at all. Just silently said his suggestion. When Lu Bang entered Chang'an, he adopted the strategy of repairing the plank road in the open and secretly passing through Qinsong, and directly entered Guanzhong through Sanguan. After the establishment of the Han dynasty, the terrain here became more and more important, so it was impossible for Tsuanxiu and his men to pass through Sanguan. Guijia took over Jisai's words and pointed at the map and said, Wuguan and Shiguan lead to Jingchu and Longqi respectively. These 2 places are either the sphere of influence of Lu Biao and Yuanshu, or the sphere of influence of Dongshuo. These families have always been at odds with us, and basically will not give us face to let General Li return safely. As for Tongguan, the garrison commander Niu Fu has been fooled by General Li Tsuanxiu, so he will not let Tsuanxiu and his men return easily. So Jia thinks that Tsuanxiu and his men have only one way out. That is to cross the Yellow River to the north and enter Bingzhou. Zhang Yang, the Shandong governor of Bingzhou, is an acquaintance of ours, The Lord can contact him and give him some benefits, and he should be able to help Suanxiu and his men return. After hearing this, Li Ji nodded in agreement, and then said, Zhang Yang and we once attacked Hulao Pass. Like us, he is in the vassal camp, and I have met his confidant Wang Kong. It should not be difficult to get them to approve Suanxiu and his men to enter the territory. The Lord is right, but Su thinks that we should not be so optimistic. At this time, Jia Su, the old fox who has always been slacking off, suddenly spoke out. Does one have any other ideas? I think Zhang Yang has great ambitions, but his talent cannot support his ambitions. And Wang Song is cunning. If the Lord does not enter Bingzhou in person, I am afraid he will detain General Li privately and prevent the general from returning. After all, everyone in the world knows that Li Cunxia's martial arts are only second to Lu Bu, and he is a first-class general in the world. If he is detained, the Lord's forces will definitely suffer losses. Jia Su's words woke Li Ji up a little. Wang Song is not a local, but a time traveler from the future like him. Naturally, he also knows the terribleness of Li Cunxiu. The king is not as good as the He Jimin, and the general is not as good as Li. This is not a joke. Once Wang Song forcibly conquers Li Cunxiu for his own use, it will greatly enhance his own power, and even reproduce the prestige of Li Qiong, the flying tiger. But isn't one a worry that Wang Song knows that I personally went to pick up Cunxiu and directly sent troops to detain us? Li Ji raised his last worry. However, Jia Su smiled gently and then said, Wang Song is not the master of Shandong yet. Zhang Yang is the governor of Shandong. As long as the Lord gives benefits and then leads the army directly into Bingzhou, Wang Song will be afraid of us and dare not do anything out of line. When his words are very touching, let Jindo and others reorganize the troops. We will enter Bingzhou in a few days. Li Ji immediately made a decision and agreed to Jia Su's plan. A few days later, just as Li Ji applied to Zhang Yang to lead troops into Shandong, Lu Bu, who was seriously injured by Li Cunxiu, finally fled back to Tongguan in a panic. At this time, Su Rong had already led the troops into Tongguan, letting the troops rest while assisting Yo Fu in guarding Tongguan. He had already known the commotion Li Cunxiu had caused in Tongguan. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, he suspended his plan to return to Chang'an and stayed here for a few days. However, before Su Rong could even get a drink of water, he learned from his personal soldiers that Lu Bu was seriously injured and fled back to Tongguan without caring about the survival of his troops. How is Fengxian's injury? Is he in serious trouble? Su Rong's relationship with Lu Bu was not very good, and even because of the different factions, it was slightly worse. But after all, they were still serving under Dong Zhuo. So Su Rong also asked about Lu Bu's condition. The doctor in charge of treating Lu Bu shook his head slightly and replied, Lu Zonglangjiang's injury is quite serious. He may not be able to recover just relying on the conditions here in Tongguan. I think it is better to send him to Chang'an for treatment as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Not a Bit to Sell. My lord, Su Rong, Lu Bu and others have returned to Chang'an. Inside the newly built palace in Chang'an, Dong Zhuo embraced beauties on both sides, indulging in the gentleness of beauties, living a happy life. But such a charming scene was interrupted by Li Ru's hurried footsteps. Dong Zhuo frowned, looked at Li Ru's hurried look, and said impatiently, It's okay for them to come back. I will summon them tomorrow after a day of rest. But my lord, Su Rong and others seem to have had some accidents. Li Ru's tone was a little weak, and he obviously didn't have the confidence to tell everything he knew. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo sat up slightly and asked in confusion, Could it be that Su Rong couldn't even complete the ambush mission? No wonder he lost my Hulao Pass. Dong Zhuo was still upset about the fact that Hulao Pass was taken by the princes. He had long been dissatisfied with Su Rong. If the ministers had not pleaded with him that day, he would have cut off Su Rong's head with a sword. However, to his surprise, it was not that Su Rong did not complete the ambush mission, but on the contrary, he completed it perfectly. If it were not for Li Ji and Sun Jian following Cao Cao, I am afraid that Cao Cao's body would be as cold as ice at this time. Li Ru hesitated for a moment, and then informed Dong Zhuo of the news that Lu Bu was seriously injured. This didn't matter. It frightened Dong Zhuo so much that he jumped up from his seat, and his eyes were full of disbelief as he laughed like a copper bell. My son Fengxian is invincible in the world, and Li Cunxiu was once a defeated general of Fengxian. How could he seriously injure Fengxian? Is there a hidden secret? Dong Zhuo's tone was a little panic. He did not expect that Lu Bu, who was once a powerful general under Hulao Pass, would be defeated by Li Tsunshiu, a defeated general, and was seriously injured in a few moves. It was really embarrassing. Before seeing Lu Bu in person, Li Ru did not believe the news at first. He just thought that Li Tsunshiu took advantage of Lu Bu's unpreparedness and launched a sneak attack. However, he asked many soldiers present and confirmed that Lu Bu was defeated by Li Tsunshiu on the front battlefield. And the defeat was very thorough. Moreover, Li Tsunshiu not only defeated Lu Bu, the top master of the Xiliang army, but also captured a good general. Only some generals fled back in a panic under the protection of their personal soldiers. My lord, this is absolutely true. I don't think there are any other hidden events. Li Ru still remembers the first time he saw LV Bu lying on the hospital bed. The decadent atmosphere emanating from him was the first time he had ever felt it from LV Bu. If LV Bu was attacked by Li Tsunshiu, LV Bu's state would not be like this. He should be very angry and scold Li Tsunshiu all the time, whether it is the parties involved or many bystanders. Their various signs have shown that Li Tsunshiu's strength is far beyond LV Bu. Even the opponent can defeat LV Bu in a few moves. The two should not be said to be opponents. The princes here are attacking us. Li Ji first captured my general Hua Xiong, and then seized Hula Pass with other princes to guard Luoyang. Now his general Li Tsunshiu is able to defeat Feng Xian. I didn't expect that Li Ji, who is only a county lieutenant, would become a prefect of a county now. He has many brave generals and counselors, and has become a big shot. Dong Zhuo suddenly recalled the scene when he first met Li Ji during the suppression of the Yellow Turbans. A few years later, he became one of the few princes in the world. He couldn't help but sigh. If I use the position of general to summon Li Ji to serve me, how sure is it? Dong Zhuo's words clearly put Li Ji on the same level as his opponent. Because he was afraid that the other party would develop so fast in just a few years, he had to use soft means to recruit Li Ji. Li Ru stroked his mustache and replied without much hesitation. Li Ji now controls 2 counties and has the potential to swallow up the world. In time, he may be able to defeat Lu Yao and take over a state. Ru thinks that this man is greedy and shrewd. Even if we promise him the position of general, I am afraid that he will not be able to sincerely surrender to us. Li Ru did not have any hope for the plan to recruit Li Ji. On the contrary, he was worried that Li Ji would suddenly agree to their conditions and directly invite a wolf into the house. Since the official position cannot be recruited, I promise him countless money and beauties. Is it feasible? Dong Zhuo thought of another plan, but was rejected by Li Ru again. Li Ji is already over 20 years old. As far as I know, he has not married or taken a concubine. There are only 3 or 2 maids in his mansion. I think he is not a lustful person. As for money, with Li Ji's ambition, it is impossible to seduce him. This is not possible. And that is not possible. If Li Ji is allowed to annex Yangzhou, we will be like a formidable enemy, Dong Zhuo said worriedly. However, Li Ru chuckled and then replied, if Li Ji became the master of Yangzhou at this time, I am afraid we will be afraid. But now Li Ji has not unified Yangzhou and has not occupied the danger of the Yangtze River. He will not pose a threat to us in the short term. Besides, I think that Li Ji's forces are surrounded by wolves. If the Lord wants to limit his development, he can add a piece of firewood to it. Oh, what do you think when you? Dong Zhuo asked curiously. Li Ji has already taken over the 2 counties of Kuaiji and Wujuan. We in Chang'an have seen Li Ji clearly. Yangzhou Mu Luoyang naturally knows Li Ji's ambition, and will definitely not sit idly by. As for the governors of Danang and Yuzhong, their counties are next to Li Ji. If Li Ji wants to develop, he must attack them. The Lord can use them to resist Li Ji. Similarly, the Lord can also use this method to deal with the princes outside the pass. For example, Yuzhou Governor Kong Rong and Yuan Shu, Jingzhou. The Lord can easily and quickly mobilize conflicts and trigger wars between the governors Lu Biao and Sun Jian, Yuzhou Governor Lu Yu and Gong Sun Zan, Yanzhou Governor Lu Dai and Chao Chao, Jizhou Governor Han Fu and Yuan Shao with a few tricks. As long as the princes outside the pass are in turmoil, and we recuperate in Guangzhong, wait for the opportunity to go out of the pass, sweep away the princes outside the pass, and recreate the prestige of Qin sweeping the 6 countries. Listening to the big cake that Li Ru painted for himself, Dong Zhuo's mind began to become active, and the horrified expression he had before because of Lu Bu's serious injury was swept away at this moment. He stood up with his mountain-like body, laughing. When you is worthy of being my most trusted counselor, you have made a lot of contributions to my ascending to the position of Prime Minister. My lord, you are too kind. I just did what I should do. Li Ru lowered his head quickly, not daring to speak out to compete with Dong Zhuo for the credit. He knew that this was just a polite remark from Dong Zhuo, and he could not take it seriously at all. After laughing, Dong Zhuo asked again, since this plan was proposed by you, how do you sow discord between them? Their relationship seems strong, but it is actually very fragile. If you want to make them strife as soon as possible, the best way is to reward them with official positions. Reward them with official positions? Dong Zhuo was a little confused and said with his chin in his hand, when you used this method in front of Hula Pass that day. But not all the princes were fooled. Not to mention that there was any civil strife. Is it feasible to implement this plan again? Don't worry, my lord. The princes did not accept it that day. But it was just because of face. Now they have all returned to their respective spheres of influence. If they want to develop, they will definitely reach out to the surrounding counties. And the official positions we reward them are just giving them the opportunity to reach out. Li Ru knew that the princes outside the pass were all guys who wanted to save face. Once they returned to their own territory, they would definitely show their true colors. Let alone Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Li Ru had long known the wolfish ambitions of these two people, who wanted to defeat the governors above and take over the prefectures and counties all the time. If Dong Zhuo awarded them official positions, even if it would damage the reputation of the Runan Yuan family, they would take the official positions without hesitation. Not only were they not convinced, they even had to thank Dong Zhuo. After hearing this, Dong Zhuo nodded happily, which was considered to be an approval of Li Ru's plan. In this case, please work harder and give me advice on how to reward these people with official positions. It's my duty. Just as Su Rong's troops returned to Chang'an City, Li Tsunqiu and other soldiers and horses went through untold hardships and countless waves of encirclement and suppression, and finally approached the surging Yellow River. General, the Yellow River is ahead. I have been observing it for a long time. This should be the least dangerous place. Su Huang has been looking for a suitable place to cross the Yellow River these days. Finally, he found a place with a gentle terrain and not very fast water flow. But this is only relative to other sections of the Yellow River. This place is also extremely dangerous. If the boat is not strong enough, it may disintegrate directly on the river surface in an instant and be swept away by the water flow. Li Tsunqiu's troops now have 1,000 or 2,000 people. Not only do they need to build large enough boats, but they also need to build enough boats. Thanks to Su Huang's cleverness, he asked Li Tsunqiu to constantly search for craftsmen along the way and build boats for them. Otherwise, relying on this group of warriors who can only fight, they will not be able to leave here for 3 to 5 months. Cut down all the trees for me and build boats and rafts. As Li Tsunqiu said this, he looked at the thundering Yellow River and his expression became particularly solemn. Crossing the Yellow River to the north here is a matter of life and death. Even for him. If he falls into the water, he will probably end up drowning. Not to mention the rough guys behind him. They are basically landlubbers and can't swim. If they accidentally fall into the water, they can be declared dead. General, there is no ferry nearby. If you want to reach the other side safely, you need to follow the Yellow River eastward and land near Fengling Ferry. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River are natural barriers, relying on the ruthless river water. Even if a ferry is built on the shore, once the water flows too fast, it will cause great damage to the ferry. Therefore, there are few ferry crossings on both sides of the 2 long rivers that run through the land of China. And each ferry has always been a battleground for military strategists. Fengling Ferry? I remember it is not far from Tongwan. If Nyofu and others find it, it may not be very beneficial to us. Li Tsunqiu frowned, obviously a little afraid of the defenders on Tongwan. You know, Nyofu was set up by him before. If they were found by the other party, they would never let them go easily. Su Huang also understood Li Tsunqiu's considerations, but there was no way around it. Fengling Ferry was an important place connecting 3 county towns, and it was also the turning point of the Yellow River from north to south and from west to east. If we go ashore here, we can not only easily go ashore because of the gentle terrain, but also quickly enter Bingzhou through this place. In this case, we have to be more cautious. It is best to arrive at Fengling Ferry at night to avoid being discovered by the garrison of Tongwan. The Yellow River is ruthless, and I am not good at water battles. I have no confidence in this matter. Su Huang shook his head with lack of confidence. Li Tsunqiu scratched his head helplessly. After all, Su Huang was a general from the north, and it was normal that he was not good at water battles. If Yang Su was transferred here, there might be some solutions. However, The two people's worries were a bit redundant. At this moment, on the Yellow River, a huge fleet was braving the raging waves and rushing upstream against the current. The soldiers on alert nearby immediately discovered the fleet that suddenly appeared in the distance, and shouted to inform Li Tsunxio and others. Li Tsunxio and Su Huang looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. The fleet that can go upstream on the Yellow River should be the most elite navy, and the northern forces have never paid attention to the development of the navy. The two of them had no idea where this fleet came from. At the same time, on the flagship of the fleet, the huge hull was hit by the raging river and made a roar. But the people on the deck were walking on flat ground and were not affected by the Yellow River at all. Wang Tsong, how do you feel? Did my Wuya warship deceive you a little? Li Ji's left hand pressed on his sword, but his right hand pointed straight ahead, talking and laughing loudly. Wang Tsong, who was beside him, smacked his lips and replied, "Good ship. Good ship. I didn't expect you to get such a big ship. I remember that this Wuya warship was the main ship that swept across the southern Shan dynasty in the past. Yes, I gave this big ship to you to pick up my generals. Now that I have inspected the goods, are you satisfied?" Li Ji said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tsong nodded and said, "I am very satisfied. If I had a few more warships like this, I would not go to Bingzhou directly. I would just be a pirate on the Yellow River. Wouldn't that be fun?" "Uh-huh. You are thinking very well. I won't sell this Wuya warship for the time being. How about I sell it to you when the time comes?" Li Ji knew what this guy was thinking and rejected the other party's intention to buy it. Just as the two were talking, a soldier came running up to them and said, "General, we have spotted a troop in the distance." Chapter 450 Event End. I didn't expect that the Lord would guess our whereabouts here. It's really amazing. When Li Tsunxiu discovered the fleet, Li Ji also discovered the other party's whereabouts. Both sides were on high alert at first. As a result, when Li Tsunxiu saw the full picture of the Wuya warship with his own eyes, he guessed on the spot that Li Ji came to pick them up in person. There was no misunderstanding between the two sides. Li Ji knew that this was Guanzhong, and the surrounding areas were under the control of Dongzhuo's forces. So he didn't say much nonsense and directly took Li Tsunxiu and other 1,000 or 2,000 people on board. Li Tsunxiu's safe return did make Li Ji feel relieved. Now they only need to follow the Yellow River Basin to the ferry leading to Bingzhou, and then return to Kuaiji County through the teleportation array in Bingzhou. On the deck, Li Ji was formally greeted by Li Tsunxiu and others. Wang Tsong, who was watching all this from the sidelines, saw Li Tsunxiu, this peerless tiger general, and couldn't help but get excited. This man's aura seems to be even stronger than that day at Hula Pass. Could it be that his strength has improved? I also feel the change in this man. Chao Xing and Wang Bodong, who were guarding Wang Tsong, whispered to each other, and looked at Li Tsunxiu with fear in their eyes. They are all first-class archers, but their horse skills are not too strong, at least compared to Li Ji's generals. They are much weaker. Tsunxiu's pursuit of Su Rong this time seems to have caused a lot of trouble. Li Ji pulled Li Tsunxiu's arm and said with a smile in his eyes. Li Tsunxiu was embarrassed when he heard this. He scratched his head and replied, "I just attacked Su Rong, captured Niu Fu, and forced my way through Tongwan. I didn't expect to be deceived by this guy and enter Chang'an by mistake. Oh, there is also the matter of Niu Fu. It seems that this guy has grown a brain after being scalped. What happened after entering Chang'an? Let me tell you in detail. After entering Chang'an, I first met Lu Hong, who used to be Sikong, and then burned the granary of Dong the Thief, beheaded Dong Min, the brother of Dong the Thief, and took away his 5 horses. I accidentally broke into the newly built palace of Dong the Thief and shot Dong the Thief with an arrow. Later, I recruited a fierce general who served as the city gate marquis. After leaving Chang'an, I met Lu Bu again and beat him with a few moves, wounded, and captured one of his generals. These are the noises that I have made in Chang'an City. I wonder if the Lord thinks this is a merit or a fault." Hearing Li Tsunxiu's slightly arrogant question, Li Ji suddenly became happy, looked around at the generals and counselors on the left and right, and asked, "Do you think Tsunxiu's trip is a merit or a fault?" After everyone looked at each other, they almost simultaneously bowed and answered, "General, you have made great contributions to our army." After these words came out, Li Ji was very happy and said loudly, "In this case, when we return to Kuaiji, we must hold a banquet to celebrate Tsunxiu's contribution." Everything Li Tsunxiu did, if spread out, would surely be able to make a name for himself and greatly increase his prestige. It would be stingy to just hold a banquet to celebrate his achievements. So Li Ji planned to ask Dong Zhuo for an official position, promote Li Tsunxi's official position, and increase his troops, so that he could convince the public. In addition, Li Ji noticed that Li Tsunxiao, who had completed the breakthrough mission, had his data panel changed. Namely Tsunxiao and Jingxi. Occupation Military General, War Department. Identity A citizen of Longke Town. Status completed the breakthrough mission of 18 Flying Tiger Riders go to Chang'an. Level 100. Brave 110, 100 plus 10. Commander 85, 75 plus 10. Wisdom 50, 45 plus 5. Political Strategy 21, 20 plus 1. Charm 60. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Resentment, black, not receiving enough attention from the Lord, and easily being alienated by the enemy. 13 Guardians, purple Li Xiyuan. Li Xijiao. Li Kongsu. Li Tsuanjin. Li Tsuanqin. Li Sibin. Li Xin. Li Tsuanzhong. Li Tsuanchen. Li Tsuanqian. Shi Jingxi. Kong Juanli and Li Tsuanxi form the 13 Guardians. For every additional person in their faction, Li Tsuanxi's combat power increases by 3%. Brave and good at fighting, purple when leading the army to fight. Personal combat power increases by 10%. And the combat power of soldiers increases by 5% when fighting with others. Personal combat power increases by 15%. 5 horses upside down, gold strength increases by 50%. And combat power increases by 25% when fighting with others. Bravest the 3 armies, color when charging into battle. Personal combat power increases by 40%. And the troops under your command fight. Strength plus 40%. Not easy to get hurt. Invincible, color every time you kill an enemy general in a battle. Li Tsuanxi's combat power plus 5%. The upper limit is 80%. Stand up in the battle, color when serving as a vanguard. The speed of the troops under your command increases. The physical strength increases. The physical strength recovery speed increases. And Li Tsuanxi's personal combat power plus 50%. 10,000 people are afraid of. Color the fewer troops around you. The higher the personal combat power increases. Up to plus 60%. Generals are not as good as Li. Color when Li Tsuanxi fights with a general whose bravery is lower than or equal to his own. His personal combat power plus 50%. And the enemy's combat power minus 30%. Flying Tiger General. Color when leading the 18 Flying Tiger Riders. All attributes of the 18 riders will increase significantly. And they are not easy to die. Li Tsuanxi's personal combat power plus 50%. Attack speed increased. Strength increased. And physical strength increased. Skills sweeping the thousands of troops, S level. Flying Tiger Roar, S level. Flying Tiger Shocking the Sky, S level. Bloodthirsty Tiger Soul, S level. Mental Method Flying Tiger Soul Devouring Secret. Equipment 5 horses, God level. Yuang Spear, Diamond level. Bai Yin Lao, Diamond level. Flying Tiger Heavy Armor, Diamond level. Special Arms Flying Tiger 18 Riders, 10th level arms. Bravery 110. It can be said that the complete Li Tsuanxi is now the world's #1 general. Even Lu Bu will not be Li Tsuanxi's opponent, unless a player recruits bug-level generals like Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba. Li Tsuanxi will definitely have no opponent. Of course, if Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba are born, Li Tsuanxi will definitely not be inferior to them. My lord, I was able to leave Chang'an smoothly this time, thanks to someone's help. I see that this man is not only skilled in martial arts, but also proficient in military tactics. He is a rare general. Therefore, I dared to recruit this man into our Longke army without the Lord's consent. Oh, there is such a thing? Li Ji showed a curious expression, and then said, since Tsuanxi has such a high evaluation of this man, I believe this man must have something extraordinary. When we return to Kuaiji County, I will definitely meet this man in person. He originally wanted to summon the good general mentioned by Li Tsuanxi directly, but Wang Song nearby had been eavesdropping. So he simply postponed the matter and dealt with it together when he returned to Kuaiji County. Li Ji still remembered that Li Tsuanxi had captured a general from Lu Bu's formation. He didn't know whether it was a good general like Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, or an ordinary general like Ho Chung and Song Xian. This was just like opening a blind box. And it was very surprising. Wang Song, who was eavesdropping on the side, saw that Li Ji had defended him like this, and he was immediately a little indignant. But he didn't dare to say a few more words. After all, this was a matter of Li Ji's power, and had little to do with him. In the following days, everyone led a large fleet on the Yellow River. The pirates along the way saw such a large team, and had no intention of provoking it. So Li Ji and others came to the ferry leading to Bingzhou smoothly. This Wuya ship is given to you as a favor for letting us enter and exit. Li Ji gave the ship to the other party with great pride. Wang Song smiled and said happily, "You and I are in the same camp now. It is a simple matter for allies to enter and exit the country. I feel guilty for giving such a gift." Wang Song obviously took advantage of the situation and acted ungratefully, which directly caused Li Ji to roll his eyes. What does it mean to feel guilty? If Li Ji had not negotiated with Wang Song and offered a five-tooth warship as a price, the other party would not even bother to pay attention to Li Ji. However, Wang Song also had the courage to directly let Li Ji lead an army of 100,000 to enter Bingzhou, and he was receiving a fierce general like Li Tsunxiao. If it were a petty lord, he would have done something about it. After staying in Taiyuan County for another day, Li Ji led his people back to Kuaiji County and entered the base camp Longke City. At this time, Longke City was governed by two political ministers, Zhang Juzheng and Qin Zhe, and it became more and more prosperous, and the scale of the city continued to break through. After returning to Longke City, Li Ji ordered the troops to rest and asked his generals to replenish the special troops lost in order to offset the losses in the war against Dongzhuo. Li Ji now controls the two counties of Kuaiji and Wu, and Wang Meng has been promoted from the former county magistrate to the governor of a county, equal to Li Ji. It is a taboo for subordinates to be equal to their superiors at any time. So after Li Ji returned to Longke City, he began to work on how to ask Dongzhuo for an official position. Not only did he want to improve his official position, but the generals who followed him in the battles had to move up. The generals fought for him just for fame and fortune. Now, with Li Ji's identity, he could give them fortune, but fame still needed to be asked from Dongzhuo, who controlled the government. So in the list submitted by Li Ji, names of all sizes filled in like ants. Li Ji naturally promoted the Dragon Sparrow Army's frontline fighters such as Li Tsunxiu, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, and Yang Zixing, while weaker generals such as Lu Pai and Gong Du also had the opportunity to be promoted. It can be said that this list is actually a list of port distributed by the grandfather, and everyone has a share. Anyone who has made military achievements for Li Ji, regardless of size, can be promoted. However, Li Ji was a little curious about whether Dongzhuo would be so angry that he couldn't eat after seeing this long list, or even be so angry that he would directly refuse Li Ji's request. We can unite other princes and ask them to ask Dongzhuo for official positions. If Dongzhuo does not agree, we will use the excuse of attacking Tongguan to threaten Dongzhuo. Li Ji also had his eyes on other princes, wanting to pull princes like Cao Cao and Sun Jian, who were familiar to him, into his pirate ship. As long as the princes outside the pass start to make trouble again, Dongzhuo will definitely have a headache again. Dongzhuo was able to burn Luoyang and flee to Chang'an, but Li Ji did not think Dongzhuo had the courage to burn Chang'an and flee to Liangzhou. After solving the future of his generals and advisors, Li Ji began to deal with the big and small affairs in the city. Although Zhang Juzheng and Qin Zhe were here, the development direction of Kuaiji County needed to be decided by Li Ji, and they, as ministers, dared not cross the line casually. And what happened in Longke City? We can't just listen to the reports of these two people, but also need Li Ji to check various things and visit the people to verify whether the policy can continue to be implemented. Soon, under Li Ji's order, all the accounts in the county city were submitted, and the flow of funds in the city was checked. Qin Zhe and Zhang Juzheng were both capable people, and Li Ji valued them highly. As long as there were no problems, Li Ji basically turned a blind eye. But the grassroots officials were different. They were like the foundation of a house. Once eroded, his power would collapse at any time. The defense force of various counties, the replenishment and expansion of soldiers, the selection and dispatch of officials. All these things need Li Ji to take the lead in deciding. Now we have to add the county city of Wujuan. The aristocratic families in this county city are much more difficult to deal with than those in Kuaiji County. Even if they have surrendered to him now, Li Ji still needs to be on guard. In addition, Li Ji also needs to dispatch the officials and generals in his hands to Wujuan, because Wu County is at the lowest part of the Yangtze River. If Li Ji wants to attack Dan'an County nearby, he can start from Wu County, go upstream through the Yangtze River, and directly attack the county towns along the river in Danyang County, using it as a bridgehead, and then radiate the remaining county towns in Danyang. Wang Meng is too thin, so there is no shortage of commanders. He only needs to dispatch a few military generals and civil officials to help him. When Li Ji was writing the list, he also listed the generals with names under his command. If he didn't list them, he would be shocked. His current team is extremely thick. The military officials include Liu Xiangxing, Li Cunxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Li Guang, Yang Zixing, Zhao Penu, Chen Dao, Yan Xing, Zhang Shiji, Lu Xiufu, Lu Pai, Gong Du, Zhou Tsang, Pei Yuanxiao, Dong Shi, Ling Chao, Li Sunchen, Yang Su, Zhu Yi, He Qi, Isabella, Nefertiti, Akechi Mitsuhide, Xiao Kua, Li Jingwang, and the 800 Cavalry Army, Gao Buji, Pudua, Xingshan, Su Ziwei. The civil officials include Wang Ming, Guijia, Shi Jisai, Jia Su, Wen Tianxiang, Ken Zai, Yu Fan, Xia Ying, Gu Yong, Zhang Juzheng, Fan Zhongyan, and Ruan Yu. It seems that there are not many civil officials, but each of the above names is a well-known figure in their respective eras, and they are all important ministers in the court. In addition, there are two great Confucian scholars, Lu Ji and Kai Yong, in his territory, and their attraction to the Confucian scholars of the Han Dynasty is fatal, not to mention the great Dr. Sun Simiao, the swordsmith O Yezi, one of the four great beauties Diechan, Sun Quan's future wife Xie, and Zhang Ju's biological daughter Zhang Ning. If these special talents stayed in other forces, they would definitely be treated as treasures. As a result, when they came to Li Ji, they either became Li Ji's maids or opened shops in the territory to recruit apprentices. It seemed that there was no future for them. Assigning the positions of his military generals and civil officials was also a brain-burning thing for Li Ji. This not only had to take into account the balance of the two counties, but also their mood. After all, people with discerning eyes could see that Kuaiji County was now the center of Li Ji's power. Being transferred to Wu County was no different from being sent to a remote place. While Li Ji was having a headache, the system that had not been seen for a long time spoke, broadcasting the general announcement, announcing that the event of the Anti-Dong War was officially over.